he said this, he taught me so much about Sanhedrin. As well as mentioned the last part, Amrei, so it's interesting. The kind of Sasra said that time about Hama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, they're able to share with you so much. Means you say you're not, had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. For particular issue, Rashi says something so here. You say you're not. So it is beautiful. So a kind of sacrifice, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, you use it in our to the hospice model. If you're going to be a contrarian, like if you're going to be difficult, if you want to be that is, well, the house, so this is such a beautiful, incredible idea. What Rav Khan is saying is talking about how because you're so pleasant, we feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic, and perhaps not as agreeable, it is more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So it really is a beautiful and profound idea that sometimes when we are in our interaction with people, it brings out what is inside of them as well.
Yo,
act
go fuck yourself. I don't want to talk to you.
Versus when everyone is right, when you interaction with someone who's like that, like contrarian, some people just like, you know what, I saw that, whatever interaction, whatever level of interaction I have to have, I'll have, and then I want to get out. I actually feel interest in interacting with someone who's kind, and someone who's compassionate, and someone who's sweet, and someone who's just emotionally giving in the interactions. There's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to do. It's a very beautiful Gemara. That's like Omer. It's Gemara goes back to Ad Kama. What's this Gemara again? Mishnah highlighting the idea that halacha l'maisa, witnesses could be often in time up to 2 days. So the shaila is how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their time? It's Ad Kama. So says the Gemara. To get to the middle of the month, called the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. You could assume that people could be off a little bit in their timing. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in your timing. So it actually says over here, come on, you cancel this up. English speaking, effort, able to talk about will allow. Remember, you said, for example, one week says it happened the second of the month, 1 week says it happened on the third of the month. So we can allow for that. So why? So maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was a 30-day month, whereas everyone said it was a 29-day month. But the shame is, up until what point in time do we allow for that type of discrepancy? So that's the same of the up until the majority of the month. So Amar Rabba, so we've done this solution as well. After all, there is also that point that hey, it's Sunday Teva. If one it says the murder happened on the 2nd of the month, one minute that it happened on the 5th of the month, the agents is about to ban neighbor should say that so there is a way to explain that discrepancy if you don't get this, but how can you explain? So witness number one thinks that's 2 months with 29 days each. Witness number two thinks that the last 2 months with 30 days each. So what is that great discrepancy between 2 days? To which he wants to Elrami Shema Yeruba Yada. Because no, what do you see from there? You see from there that halacha l'maisa, once you get to the called the road, into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. So the Gemara says, it could very well be that you want to get to the middle of the month. Not everyone knows that the previous cluster, right? That's how they know about the show flow, meaning what? And halacha l'maisa, shofar is blown, right? Actually, points out that the shofar is blown at the beginning of, so everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore, again, halakha l'maisa, it'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. The Chachikula Amiditoy, the Chishikulotai. So it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing, declared a new month, but they say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately, again, that would be highly improbable. So it's now interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition a little bit over here to a really great discussion. Up until what point in time can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh? That's how about it. Kiddush HaChodesh, what point into the month can you bench the new moon? So the month actually until the deficiency of the moon is completed. So the Gemara says the Kama, okay, how much is that? So what they're asking is, at what point up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say Kiddush HaChodesh? So the Gemara gives us an answer. Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Gemara says, what is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time of the the Kama, so the Buddha says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, the Nargon say up until the 16th of the month. So what's the 16th? It's everywhere. You can say Kiddush Levana for the 7th of the month. The Nargon, you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42A. Says another time, I've never looked at it. Like the real one, saying that interestingly enough, so here's what's fascinating. The real thing says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, actually to smell it to the muscle. The deficiency of the moon is filled in. So there's a forecast in terms of what does that mean. The Buddha says, up that means until 7 days in to the month, and then after 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says both. One says the moon does not look like a bowl. So what's the opinion of the idea of Rabbi Yehuda? 7 days. And then our term says it looks like a sieve. Now, a sieve means it's fully circular. So by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon like? The moon is complete. It's complete. So we'll say something like the macro case over here. Reading the macro case and the macro case. Up until when can one say Kiddush Levana? Then you use 7th of the month, because at that point, again, the deficiency of the month has been, of the moon has been filled, that the moon no longer looks fully complete. Looks like a bowl. Looks like a bowl. Then I very know up until the deficiency is complete, that is the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to this. So you might just, I'm going to get out and get to the window. So the Baruch had Tobanited. So maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be at Tobanited. So we got to quite beautiful to look at Rashi. So the Baruch 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. The Baruch had Tobanited. As a review the part, the Yeshiva the Kaddish Kadoshes, the Baruch had Tobanited, because Shah should meet the relative. Some methods to higher level. So that points out the way that this is really it's interesting, right? The Yehuda holds, halakha l'maisa, you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say October Hamitiv. What's in October Hamitiv? Essentially, Hashem, everyone October Hamitiv are like sister brachas. So Shech is a bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. October Hamitiv is saying that benefits you, and also has the ability to benefit others. So that why do we say October Hamitiv on the filling in of the each and every one? So everybody would say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Hamitiv. So it should be that is ought to keep us from our feet on Dayan Ha'eres. So maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, from the womb of Dayan Ha'eres. Right? At the end of the remember, Hatoba Hamitiv, by definition, means, right? The Santa means that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. Right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Diana as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, fine. Maybe yes, maybe you should say that. Let's say October Hamitiv as the moon as is filling up, and Diana MS as the moon is diminishing. To which the says, no, Kivan, the Hainu on Chay, so also this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, what is it? Rashi, always writing Rashi. The Kolokogas Brias Olkin Holoki, the incomplete Holonos Bukasson, Holohas Takalon Kasa in the Usa. So it wasn't just over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala. There's nothing that's in the diminution of the moon. The way that it. So let's say, to me, I was last night, but I encourage you to take your guidance to the space manager site. Shmuel Armin is starting the next day of program here at the school. Hashem, I was here last night, like 9:45, it was studio, Manish, it was beautiful. Also beautiful. So I was thinking about this. Tomorrow, seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like one of the things. So now, I said, my saying is, Allah couldn't know it. Like the world kind of operates in a sort of program certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it is difficult to wrap my head around this because it just feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. What we're programmed to think is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or hatova miti or diana ms. And what the Gemara is introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that's just a program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad, it is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, perhaps, the teach us over here, maybe you don't necessarily read to everything. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. And I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, if this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Alachas Kama V'Kama is true in our relationship with other people. You want to say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this? Why did you use that? This may only happen in marriage. And again, but there's all of this intuitive different things. And meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper root to it, right? There's no contra. There's no kidding. Like I don't need my faucet for its decoder ring to figure out. Sometimes it is what it is, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, because Bob is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon goes up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic, and there are messages in it. But again, you don't have to read into it. MS or incredible. Let's go. Let's say it's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites this Kiddush Lavana, whoever recites Kiddush Lavana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Lavana at the appropriate time, now again, what's the appropriate time? That's on my foot. Not going to like the usually says up until 7 days, then I say 16 before we know how we pass him. He passed like in our time. That's why we do have the say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th verse in the middle of the month. In the middle of the month. We actually pass the reading until the night of the 15th is normally how it's out. That's how we pass. So the Gemara says, whoever Kiddush Levana, it's as if are receiving the Shechina. The Gemara says, Ksivha Chodesh Hazeh, or Ksivha Son, Zekiri Ba'ango. It says ultimately again this month, this Chodesh has, and it says Zekir, so it's Zeh. HaChodesh has Kiddush Levana, and this is an example point that so really that only one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands call on Matzah Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to like avoid eye contact with, like duck through, like get out of there. I would say, isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some segment of the population peels off, or if it's done, or just even if it's done, it's like chuck, right? So it's fascinating. That's the tefillah that the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shechina. Let's say, one of the interesting things in Ruchnius, sometimes whether we recognize, many of us live with the fear of spiritual injury. We put the fear of closeness to Hashem, because I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectation is going to grow. If I have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether they realize it or not, keep that Kaddish Baruch Hu at a distance. And at a distance, and we're always talking about this with Kiddush Levana. It can't be that so many people are so busy. Shabbos, they just kind of run out and this, that, and even if I say it, like, it's just like, it's the fastest food. I mean, Sukkot is always like a second, right? But when I say, what is it? It's almost like there's like a version, but what is it? I think it comes from a deep place. And a lot of us we have issues, spiritual intimacy issues, that I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to, or mean for me to get to the relationship. So subconsciously, I just blow past it. Because if I don't have to have a company of Shechina, then at the end of the day, I can kind of keep up on the chart at a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. I think he's happy. I'm happy. And I don't have to really up the expectations on me. It's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Levana is Kilu Mikal Pnei Shechina? So let's say, so there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, I just want to read it to you. I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, Ayu Bazel of Hirush Rabin, the so parak to us Shachar. Listen to this. Lefi Yesh Laman, Lefi Shei Sobek Alusan, Einon Zofer Yeres Pnei Shechina. That's why this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Galus. So it's Klal Yisrael and Galus. Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shechina. Like what we lament most, and what's another example, I believe by this month of Shabbos will already become the same. When's Rosh Chodesh? Wednesday, Thursday, also it'll be close. I don't know when the mobile is. Okay, I don't know if it's whatever it is. The point is next week or two, this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So let's say, remember the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says, we are not able to see the Shechina. We're not able to say the greatest tragedy of Galus is that when there was a base of the Mikdash, there was an acute lesion of the divine. We were able to see the Shechina, able to see the Shechina all the time. And God was able to see the Shechina in the same overt way. About Kiddush HaLevana, listen to this. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon rains, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for cloud. That we too will regenerate. The fire of the Yocham, the Kilo of the Shechina, Kimo Shiora, Alzeh, Nisach Brakas HaLevana, Ulazek Shalom. Ala Chodesh Bizmano, Shu Sin Shalasidim Mischadish Kimosa, by under Kilo Makabin Hashkos. This is so beautiful. Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? The moon is beautiful and then it rains, right? And then it rains, right? And then it goes and it diminishes and it becomes almost invisible. That's the story of our people. That's the story of us as individuals. And so when we go out to do Kiddush Levana, we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent. And we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate and instill within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zokah to be Makabo, Pinei Ashvina, and Rigo Tishalayim with a Beis HaMikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being the Pinei Ashvina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. Like it's on very slow. And one of those up in Yisrael. I like to have Yisrael Shemaim go hold the Shechodesh Dayim. But listen to this. So the Yisrael says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. There must be now it makes sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within you the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important episode as a people and as individuals to believe that no matter how far I sin, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to learn and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And you really don't show us. Therefore, again, if you're only going to sin one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, you just live on it. Incredible. Therefore, we have to make sure to Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. Such an important. We have to. Let's say today's coming attractions. We have this close. Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our huts, in our courtyard. So again, soon as the sun is out, the sun is out. That the clouds are not there, you can see them. Besides that, there's other issues, right? Like here's I know, so but again, like to create an atmosphere, like some people should run and what happens, you're behind the wheel, ready to pick you up, something you put into it. So we begin to see the power and potency of this tefillah, incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. That's why I got the story. You have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana has to be recited standing. Remar Mazutra, Mikasvi. Remember, people who were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a block of this one. What's the block? I'm going to back the other direction. I love Levanti. And then it's so they make the following bracha. Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was a Kiddush Levana in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, you know what? I had a long cover for that. I think I can get behind that. Right? Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was it. Baruch Chadash Elokeinu melech haolam. Mechadish Chadash. Shkoyach. Right? That was like that's it. So what he did is I'm not so he said, how much you got nine bracha? It wasn't what it sounds like over here is that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. Like Talmud stuff, right? That's it. So then I saw points out over here. He says Rosh Chodesh, and again now a topic for Rosh Chodesh is a reason. There's a special transition in Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only note of Mechadish and Rosh Chodesh. This one doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same is the bracha is okay, makes reference to Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what the highlight over here. Ella, because we don't know. Let's say, you're going to now go to the bracha. Kiddush Levana. As Katani Maski, I just want for many years. I never accepted the bracha in a way like the Gemara highlights it. And the Sivos, and you just think it's like this. Like I said, usually for that reason, and what's the challenge in a rush? What we're in a rush for or rush to is not, and you can be clear. But we're always in a rush. So look at the Gemara says, so here's the bracha. Baruch, it's Baruch HaKasher Elokeinu melech haolam. Asher ma'amaro bara shecha. Through his words, through your words, you create the heavens. And ultimately, again, through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. So literally, again, chok means like a rule. Uzman and set times you have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shalom yishanu as tafkidam. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Paul the MS. So yeah, I just want to point out over here, it's so beautiful is the marriage shuk. It says, "Shor Yishanas Tafkidam Perish Shor Yishnu Yishnu Yinu Shelahem." Also, you know, it's incredible when you look up at the headline. Never say, "You know what, today I'm going to be the moon." And the moon never says, "You know what, today is my turn to be the sun." Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial sphere stays on their mission, and it's a godless step of us. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things instead of trying to max who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and they're godless, so my avoda in life is not oh, I want to be like you, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities of other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that is my avoda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on path, fulfill your shlichus. He goes on, he says, Paul there, and that's again, they affect words, and the work is truth. Both possess to the moon to renew and literally again there's a crown of glory to those who renew. They are destined to renew like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so the human beings are destined to renew as well. And the fire of the Yotzram Hashem Kivod Malkuso. And to go ahead and literally again praise the Hashem Kivod Malkuso through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Hashem Nadish Kadoshim. Hashem, the way we renew. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Chadish and we use that same bracha, or we just add on a little bit of text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you could affect the water. First rule, can who can wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging Torah? It's beautiful. Because if you learn Mishnah, it's like you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Science can get to you knowledge. Now, again, it doesn't give you Gemara, which gives you a lot of halakha, doesn't give you a lot of insight, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari. That's like Kari. I'm not sure, but that's two of the clocks. It's just the same. Some authors, but I might say again, the Mishnah, the Gemara then goes in and switch. The only way to go ahead and bring to the world of Torah is now is if you and what's the ammunition to read Torah? Mishnah is at least again because that's the general knowledge you need to go ahead and use six brachas in the Makom of Torah. I don't understand shows. I'm going to that's from ourselves. And then it's funny also that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy as well. Right? So if it goes right, we saw 2 hours into the day. When it says we saw, so we can kill 3 hours into the day. All works, right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Chodman Tzachama, but after Tzachama, it gives him death. But if one opinion says, I saw rain, right? What more you do with the Shemini? Before sunrise, and then after sunrise, this is about the why. Because that makes sense. That doesn't mean there's no discrepancy that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after it's light. So what happened? The only way to explain that discrepancy is that how about someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have facts right. So the Gemara says, "Shit, that's this." Ella, Efa Kodim Leitzakama, but Efa Dom B'Sil Ha'Reitz. No, right. What's happening? Before sunrise, and the other one's tonight. That's also happy that the testimony doesn't line up. So it's not the only thought. Heart B'Yili V'Zarili Ba'am. Happening over here. He's saying the same thing. He says ultimately again that the sunrise wasn't really during, but again it was during the glow of the sun rays. Maybe they're really saying the same thing. Maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Mo said that when you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before, there are objectively observable events that essentially disallows so the Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, we invite him onto the Beis Din and he remains there for the rest of that day. He says that you want to host it for the rest of the day and that's it, not more. So you want to invite him in if the student is saying good, like the student has something parallel to go ahead and say, like when the student was not the student. So I was just focusing on that. So we just invited, ultimately again for that day, and no one doesn't get to stay on the day. If the student says, good, we invited to be part of the Sanhedrin, don't go ahead and take me down the and you already called him Pulo. If what you were saying ultimately again is not really all that helpful. Why? So I'm about you to if the student says, I seem to contribute to exonerate the defendant, so we invite him. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement. Going forward, if he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement that day. But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take off. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do they do? So go ahead and they go back and forth like overnight or something else into the next day. And the Gemara says that they go ahead and they don't drink wine and they diminish the food consumption. So what's a yai my time, why don't they drink wine? Already Akaba Hamakra, Rosin, Asian. So the translation is rulers, Asian card. What does this mean? How Oski Balaga Shaloma, Ali Staku. Those go ahead and give
Yo, what up?
Those who go to the judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. So
I didn't want to fucking talk to you. Anyway, this athleticism.
Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha they cannot reach a verdict. Like they can't reach a verdict. So then halacha again, the Gemara says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked. The main thing is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge a majority one way or another. Either a majority of one to accelerate, or a majority of two to integrate. So you have to do what the Gemara says, no wrong mind. What happens is you can't do it, you're deadlocked. Well, what do you do this? I'm not proposing it, but that's the same thing. A deadlock thing results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So my says, but you know, you're proposing so deadlock will result in a not guilty and not guilty. So I'm not guilty, but I'm not rabbi. It's literally a case. Then once we use when the patient is deadlocked earlier on, when it was smaller, why not go ahead and put it in the process of adding on and adding on to get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not assume the deadlock earlier on, you will not take you to? I'm like, we don't like the deadlock case. It doesn't look right. Should be able to be decisive. Basin should be able to be conclusive, and Basin should be definitive. It doesn't look like different, and therefore we feel to try to work this through so they can. I'm going to tell you, so let's get down. I'm going to talk about it. Why do you have to keep adding on elements? Essentially, once you see that we're deadly to them and there, and there's a type of support you kind of deal with the shade to us, not being so sharp, but tapping, like seeking our business in this show shop. It's similar to a vision of 71, no 53, or 23. But if the basic is, that's, you know what? These are story words. Kind of, all the beginning of the meeting of them, they already doing some exactly like this. When it comes to financial abuse, we say exactly now what that really means is what? The judgment became old. When it comes to capital cases, you don't say exactly how you do. So what does that mean? Exactly how you what exactly does so what's the thing is that they say this case is too difficult. And we can't write the verdict now. We have to give it to you by the way. And the most that you should say that by capital cases, not by monetary cases. I'm not putting about the what is it? It means that that's really that we decided appropriately, right? We decided appropriately, so therefore I get a lot of so when it comes to union nomination, basically says you have decided even the partial state that the child is working. Of course, the main study is the catch up. So the head of the judges, she makes the declaration of Dashing Hadin. So much as one second. If you want to say that ultimately again is that it means a declaration. We did good. We did good. We juggled obviously, but Haisha Amar juggled. It's so the end of the baby surface. But if you have one I said means that the thing is too difficult and we can't find a resolution, why does the Gurgle have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the baby, but does the Gurgle, does the head of the baby say it? Isn't that embarrassing? So it's yeah, there's going to be some level of embarrassment. The baby can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. So much that you get down, others say, if you want to say that there's a declaration of faith and says, well, we can't reach a verdict. If you want to say that it's the definition, because the baby is making the baby is saying, we did a good job adjudicating this case. Is the person supposed to praise themselves? The Pasuk says, you know, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the basin be Sarah? We did a good job in adjudicating this case. Shiny words of the basin. No, because so basin, everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Any declarations always come from the head of the basin. Keep this man. How you maknisin also goes with the other Omer Irish Flori at the Zakai, age 1 after high. In the same way that the blood of the basin would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the basin would come from the head of the basin as well, including if the basin did a good job, then no one wanted to adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the basin. So both sides, Hajjin Allah, how you both Mazel Tov, okay? Short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Adin. Let's say Nigmar Adin. Once it's now, what's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through. So Nigmar Adin. If at the end of the day, again, they finished and they reached the verdict. So now let's say we're talking about the verdict. So we bring them out for skill. For skill. So you bring them out for skill. So let's say obviously we're talking about a case here where the punishment was skill. So you're for skill. So based on skill, how you have to base in the interesting was the place where they were stolen. And again, We'll talk more about this in greater depth in a little. Place ultimately again where the Stila was outside of Gideon. And right, the Pasuk says again, so the execution spot wasn't by Bezin, it was somewhere removed from Bezin. Because the Pasuk says on Kalo, Echad Bezin is incredible. So let's say, witnessing Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed. They positioned one guy who stood by the entrance where the basis. And ultimately, again, he had a figure, like a yeah. Hello? Yeah. Something bigger, right? I think, but sort of, like, City was in his hand. It's just rough up in the middle. He gave, and listen, I watched this. Listen how this was set up. So there was a guy trying to make he had essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Then there was a guy in the distance on a horse mounted rider, right? And this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So he was able to see the flag guy by the base. Now, why did they do this? כדי שהוא Omer Echad usually so most of now watch this. So they're leaving this out to be executed. But let's say they're leaving them out, so they dream, and they say, I have testimony. Remember again, Ethan was accepting testimony to exonerate Ruvain literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that would last in the testimony that they would be able to get word would be executed. So that if somebody could intimidate them and say, last night I testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the base and say, wait. And say, wait. And he says, how long may this is that's his flag. So flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would race off his love. I would tell everyone to pause. People only landed our musicals. Reuben said, listen to you. Reuben is not the executed. Reuben says, you know what? I just thought of it. It's amazing how you think about things. I just thought something that could exonerate me. You might have said, not zero self. We listen, we'll bring it back to base. Then I feel the Chayish Pamin, even 4 or 5 times, or the last use management long is what? There's going to be some level of investigation over it, right? We're not just going to bring them back to the base. There's going to be what do you got? Tell us, what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, "Base Haskila puts the base." Another sound. The Gemara says, by the way, what's the base Haskila outside the base? So in this example here, obviously, there's a place where they executed Ruvain was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it said, it sounds like he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says that should be seen behind. I will say now, it makes it sound like all you had to do over here was put the base Haskila somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far. It just has to be somewhere away. So the Gemara says, is that true about Hanya? Base Haskila hayakut l'shalosh chanos. In general, let's say the base Haskila was outside of the 3 camps. Now remember again, the notion of 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But the Jews have the same 3 camp model by Rashi actually points out this earlier as with the Shalosh Machanos. בירושלים הוא שייך למין מעיקה הזרה מהחנה השכינה, והבעיה is Machane Leviah, Machane Yisrael. This 3 camp model existed by the Beis HaMikdash as well. The Azor, the Beis HaMikdash itself, Machane Shechina. Right? Harabayis, that's called Machvia, Levitic camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called Machane Yisrael. Where was, if you had to stone someone, where was he stoned? Outside of here, it's not enough for the execution spot, just to be a little removed from the basin, but it has to be outside. He has to be outside. So what is right into the gamut? Yeah, absolutely. When we say that the base of skill is outside of the basin, it doesn't mean a little bit outside of the basin. It means we really remove what we call 3 camps outside of the basin. I must have plenty of you. So why does it come this way? So what is this? Now, for me, nothing can do with yes, the short machanos. Adin and base are still a foot for base. So you must listen to this. Listen, come to just telling halacha. That even if bathing, let's say a bathing that is convenient outside of the city. So you have a bathing that's kind of like outside of the 3 miles. I might have thought that since the bathing is maybe outside of the 3 camps, and guess what? Therefore, you have the bathing skill anyway. The bathing itself is only outside of the 3 camps. Kamash Malon, that if bathing is outside of the 3 camps, the base has skill itself still has to be distant. The bathing even more. Why is that? You hate to go to this country. Sure, look like it's a bathing that really works. It looks like bathing is excuse. So one bathing will be just excuse. Because we don't want it to look like bathing is easier to execute, we always take the execution spot from the bathing in a significant way. Other possibility is inami so furthermore, again, distancing the execution spot from the bathing is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because the longer it takes to get from bathing to the execution spot, the longer we wait breaking evidence that will exonerate them. Right? If the base schema is right next to the bathing, so then again you pass the verdict to execute the guy, making again the base schema further out. Ultimately allows us for a little bit of additional window of exoneration. And I doesn't for when you know, as much as Zuna pointed out, we understand that these 3 camps based on the way you camp right in the middle of the camp, as on the desert you had Shina, who lived around the Mishkan, the Levian. That's called Machan the Levian, the Levitic camp, and around that you had Yisrael, the Machan Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for college. So that was replicating Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the base on Mikdash, that's Machan Shina. Harabai is the Temple Mount, that's called Machan Leviah. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machan Yisrael. So, for example, Bathing operated again in the Mikdash, but the base of Skiva is outside of Yerushalayim. So you see whether the base of Skiva has to be outside of the 3 camps. Either liberal because you don't want it to look like Bathing is eager to execute. But that's way number 2. By distancing the execution track on the base of Q, a little bit more time. So let's already know this, that ultimately, again, the base of Skiva has to be outside of the base of the So we almost say, stop the river today. We're making great story about it. We're good. But say, truth is that Amar like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana, right? You can't rush to the Amar of Gemara like that. Those guys, shkoyach. All right, have another great day, everyone. Just get off the truck from back there. Just how you know. All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor for the year of Tafshin KA 5785, the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua's this year as his chus for Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors the Kelman Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim this month in memory of and David Levy, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed by Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. His precious Neshama having Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who was just in us yesterday. The Levi is today. Sarah Bas Shimon is from the Bracha, on the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshama, and the family in Nechama. Once we act, let us begin. So today's topic is Monday 42. We are picking up a lot of these days, really beautiful Gemara ahead of us on the next every day. So we left off on then Aleph on the days 41. We left off at we really left off the end of these years. Remember again, in the end of yesterday's daf, there was a beautiful exchange between the Tanner of Saka, we learned in the Shema of Dava. So Rami Bar went ahead and went ahead and congratulated. So Rabbi Chava said, "What are you learning?" And again, the Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. So the Gemara follows. So remember again, that was Alalahu Ihapi Anisu bought two. So Rabbi Chava was very impressed by what Rav and Sasra was saying. He said, he said this, he's talking so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to mention the last part. So this tradition, Rav and Sasra said back to Rav Chama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, you're able to share with you so much. Had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. If you take a look at Rashi says something so beautiful here. You should not only be too long. So it's beautiful. So I'm kind of saying at the same time, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, if you want to be a contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, so this is such an incredible idea. But the tenor of Safra is starting about how it's so pleasant, feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a bit more caustic, difficult, and perhaps not as beautiful, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes when we are present in our interaction with other people, it's our greatness inside of them as well. When you think people who act kindness versus when we all know this, right? We have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian. Some people are just like whatever interaction, whatever interaction I have to have, I'll have it, and then I want to get out. I have zero interest in interacting. When someone's kind, someone is compassionate, someone is sweet, someone is just emotionally in interactions, there's a desire to want to improve. And that brings out more from the person who has so much to do. Effort over, tomorrow goes like that. I've come to the end of this and that's the idea that I love for myself, witnesses could be often their training up to 2 days. So the challenge is how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be often there? So I come on. It says tomorrow. Until you get to the rules of what we call the majority. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month and assume that people speak off a little bit of time. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in it. So Rashi says over here, I come to the self, I told you guys in this in other words, we'll allow. Remember, I will say, for example, one 8 says it happened on the month, 1 8 says it happened on the third month. So we can allow for that, right? Why? You can think more than heard about the fact that last month was 30 years month, whereas everyone thinks that it was 29 months. The challenge is up to what point do you try to allow for that type of discrepancy? The last is up until you start month. So Amar Rabba. We don't ever want to respond to that. Hey, if you something, if one minute says the murder happened on the 2nd of the month, 1 minute says it happened on the 5th of the month, the Eidos is bottled. But I'm not. Neighbors should say, one of those is there is a way to explain what discrepancy between the 3rd and the 5th, right? How can you explain it? Right? Witness number 1 things the last 2 months is 29 weeks. Witness number 2 things the last 2 months. The 30 days each. That explains that there's discrepancy between 2 days. We're going to allow you from because what do you see from here? In the halacha l'maisa, once you get to the all the road. Into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. So the Gemara says, we all know in the cover of an animal, it could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the previous month was a Mother or a Chasser, right? That's possible. But what does everyone know? We know about the shofar blowing, meaning what? And halacha l'maisa, shofar is blown, right? Actually, the shofar is blown at the beginning of that. So everyone knows about the showing, and therefore, again, it'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. The fact she grew up, it's issue so it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing, declaring the but to say that the months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately, again, that would be incredible. I'm not I've kind of about Allah. So they say now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about every month and in transition a little bit here to a new discussion. I'll take the other one and the site to the Shakolish. That's Halabana. To the Shakolish. When up until what point into the month can you bench the new actually until the efficiency of the moon is completed? The karma comes back. So what we're asking is, at what point up to what point in the month is one permitted to say so the Gemara gives us an answer. At the actual Ismaili Pigi Masa, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Gemara says, what is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time in the month that I can change the month. So the Yehuda says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, and now I go on the Achishasa, and I go up until the 16th of the month. So what's the interesting machlokes over here? Now Yehuda, you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month, and now I go on Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of many days, 42 days. It says in the Harai, and both of them, but Yochanan, I will say that, interestingly enough, so Rabbi Yochanan, the rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So this is machlokas in terms of what does that mean? Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I don't say up until 6 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it. Rabbi Yochanan, one said it looked like a bow. So what's the opinion ultimately up until 7 days, and then our time says to look at sieve means fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, the moon is confused. So let's say so fun focus over here. Reading has an important focus until when you want to say to the Levana that Yehuda 7th of the month, because at that point again the deficiency of the month has been of the moon is building up. The moon no longer looks fully complete. Looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. Then I go ahead no up until the deficiency is complete. That means the middle of the month when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the Gemara says, so maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be at Tova HaNativ. So it's actually quite beautiful to make Rashi. The 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. The Baruch HaTova HaNativ. As Rabbi Yehuda Parek, Mehi Nami, the Meshiva Ve'elef, Leka, Me'eman, Me'chadesh Kadoshim, the Mia HaTova HaNativ, Shekal Shar Shemei Tefala B'Negisa, Coming to Shimon Samson's higher Olam. It's really going to be right. That's interesting, right? So you the holds, and halacha you can recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova HaMeitiv. It's the bracha. Essentially, Shech Yonu and Tova HaMeitiv sister brachas. So Shech Yonu is a bracha what you say, something positive that benefits you. Tova HaMeitiv is saying that benefits you, it also has the ability to benefit others. So why we say October on the moon each and every month. According to the say Kiddush Levana on the 7th of the month, from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to learn. So, if that's the case, so maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'emes. Right at the end of ours, remember, by definition, right? He said it mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively final, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative, right? And therefore, if you're going to say October Hamitiv as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe yes. Maybe we should let's go ahead and say October Hamitiv as the moon as is filling up. And Dayan Ha'em as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, no, keep on the Hainu Archei Lo Mevachim. So I say this is fascinating. No, since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the Racha. What is it? It's really Rashi, almost right across the Rashi. The Hainu Archei B'chol Chodesh Brias Olam Kimin Hagohi. Ve'in Kan Din Polanos B'Chesrona V'lo Haftacha Lanu Chesed B'Melusa. So you might suggest over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's the natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a rough completion of the moon, and there's not there's nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So to me, I don't know, I was last night, I would encourage you to take advantage of this basic mentorship at night. Shul Armin is starting the next day of the program here at the Shul. Hashem, I was here last night at 9:45. This night was quiet. It was surreal. Beautiful. Beautiful. So speaking about this, because this Gemara seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, instead of the Gemara saying, like the world just kind of operates in a certain programs, certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not racha, it's not klala, it just is. So it was a difficult time not to get my head around this because to a certain degree it feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The way we're programmed to think is that the Baruch obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or hatov ametiv or dayan ha'emes. And what was introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that's just the program. It's just the program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad, it is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, I think perhaps, what we are trying to teach us over here is maybe you don't have to necessarily maybe there are certain that this is something that we have to remember. If this is true in our relationship with our Baruch, Allah has come with His true relationship. One of the most difficult things in relationships is we tend to be into if someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? They may not happen often again, but right, there's all of this tweeting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes what I said is what I said. There's no deeper meaning to it. There's no like double entendre. There's no hidden like frosted flakes decoder ring. Figure out like things that was said and how it was. Sometimes is what is. And it doesn't have a deeper meaning every single way. So let's say the Baruch is modeling for us. You know what? When it fills up and when it diminishes, it's what it is. It's beautiful. There are messages in it. I don't have to read into it. Dayan ha'emes or hatov ha'ametiv. Incredible. Let's go back to it. They both say it's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites this Kiddush Lavana, whoever recites Kiddush Lavana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Lavana at the right time, now again remember, what appropriate time? That's our machlokas. It says after 7 days, then our 16 you know how we pass. We pass like the paradigm. That's why we do have the ability to take Kiddush Lavana up until the 16th is the middle of the month. The middle of the month. You actually pass really until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But Allah is how we pass it. So the Gemara is beautiful. Whoever says Kiddush Lavana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. The Gemara says, Ksiv ha-chadash hazeh, Ksiv ha-san zekili. It says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh hazeh, and it says zekili, so it's zeh. HaChodesh hazeh lachem, which is Kiddush Lavana, and zekili. Let's point that fascinating. That probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Lavana. What is Kiddush Lavana? Lavana is what stands between the car and us, right? It's the tefillah I need to avoid eye contact, duck through, yeah. Let's say, isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some doesn't do it, or just even if it's done, it's like chit chat. So fascinating. That's the tefillah. The Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Lavana, it is as if you are receiving the Shekhinah. You say, one of the things sometimes whether we like it or not, many of us live with the fear of spiritual too close. The emotions are going to grow. It's we have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep our Kadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. I always wonder about this. It can't be that so many people are so busy on Motzei Shabbos that they just gotta run out. And even if I say it it's just the fastest tefillah you see it as a close second, right? Right. Why? What is it? It's almost as if not in a version, but what is it? A lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues. I'm scared to get a little close because I'm scared of what that's going to do of me for me to give to the relationship. Consciously, subconsciously, I just blow it. I just don't mind because I don't have to even come up here. And at the end of the day, I can kind of keep up with the spark for a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. I think he's happy. I'm happy. And I don't have to really up the expectations. It's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Lavana is even the Kalpnei? So let's say, there's a beautiful Maharsha. Maharsha just he says, it's not really later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, Ayin Vazega Perish Shachim. The soul parents us a shach. Listen to this. The Yesh Lamar, the Fishi, Swabega, Lithin Euros, Neshila. Urechol Kabi Kabbalasa. Let's say this is such a profound Gemara. Follow and Golos. Peaceful and Golos. Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. Right? What we lament most, and also that is going to point out, I believe, this Motzei Shabbos we're already trying to say Rosh Chodesh, Wednesday, Thursday, so it'll be close. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if it's but whatever it is. The point is next week this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So I'll say, so remember the Gemara says over here, the Maharsha says, excuse me, in Gavos, we are not vocal, we're not doing the Shekhinah. We're not even going to say that. The greatest tragedy is that when there was a basic Mikdash, there was an acute manifestation of the divine will able to see the Shekhinah in the second part all the time. We're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. Kiddush Halavana, we see this. We seemingly Shema Sidim is Shmosa. But the renewal of the moon is the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes away, that the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. The fire of the בקיום בנשימה כמו שיעור על זה נוסח פרחס הרבנו ובזה כשאנו מברכים על החודש בזמנו וסים שלנו עשידים וסחדיש כמו בנו כאילו Kiddush Levan is the most inspiring Kiddush. Why? Because the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes. Right? Then it wanes. Right? Then it diminishes. That's almost invisible. That's the story about people. The story of us as individuals. And so when we go out, we feel a bracha on a crescent of a moon. Right? On a crescent. And we recognize that this will generate the instilled confidence, the hope, the belief that we once again use Yom Tov, B'nei Hashchina, Yerushalayim, with Hamikdash. And therefore, the Gemara says, when we do Kiddush, it is as if we are being Mekabel B'nei Hashchina. Such an overwhelming, incredible, and beautiful Gemara. All right, let's go back. Turn to Yishmael. El Moed Lozach Yisrael. Alach B'nei Adi Yishmael Shemayim B'Chodesh Chodesh Gayim. Plus this please. So the Yishmael says, if you only think Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month, this Kiddush Levana, wow, it would be enough. It must not make sense. Why? Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills in me the confidence and optimism of the Lord. And that is the most important episode as a people and as it was to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. Who gives me that koach? The Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, Kiddush Levana it is. Incredible. I'm not in the minimum. The Bible says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Levana standing. Such an important tefillah. Such an important tefillah. We have to listen to the attraction. Discuss Kiddush Levana in our huts and our courts. Just imagine it is good. So hopefully again, assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, we can see the sun is out this other issue. Right here, so I don't know, but again, like the atmosphere, you can actually see what happens. Your ride is right there, they're getting a piece on the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. How much money can you put into it? So we begin to see the power of this kind of a one tefillah a month. If you only tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. Somebody tells the story. Therefore, Abaye says you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana could be recited standing. Remember Zutra, Mikasi. Remember Zutra was saying were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others. Kiddush Levana. What's the bracha? In Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha. Baruch Chadish Chadash. That was in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, wrap my head around Kavanah for that. I think I can get behind that. Baruch Chadish Chadash. That was it. Bracha Dash Elokeinu Melech Haolam. Chadish Chadash. Right? That was like that. That's it. That's it. So listen to this. Amalei said, "Hi Nashi Ditan Nani Barchi." It wasn't that. What it sounds like over here is that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What is it bracha? It's like a good like Talmud stuff, right? That's what we'll say. So the man once out over here, he says, Rosh Chodesh is a women's young. It's a special reference to women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem here is this whole makes note of Mefresh Chadashim of Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the mood itself. So the same is the bracha is okay, makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the mood, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, Kiddush Levana. We'll say we're going to now go to Kiddush Levana. That's finding us here. Okay, the same Kiddush Levana for years. I never said the bracha in a way like you do like here. You see, so you just take. Like I said, usually for that reason, I was in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not usually clear. But we're always in a rush. So look at the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Baruch. The Haggai says, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam. Asher be'amaro bara shechaki. Through His word, through your words, you create the beruach piv kol tzivar. called Zabal, and ultimately again through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. Chok uzman nasan lahem. So literally again, chok means like a rule, Uzman, and set times we have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shelo yishanu es tafkidam. Everyone a job. Everyone has a job, and ultimately again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sasim usmeichim lasos v'sampono, and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Paul MS. So I just want to point over here again. What's so beautiful is the Marashak comment on this. It says, "Shlo yishanos taperush, shlo yishnu yishanu yulu shalahem." You know what's incredible when you're in the heavens? The stars never say, "You know what? Today I'm going to be the moon." Right? Right? And the moon never says, "You know what? Today is my turn to be the sun." Everyone has a mission, and everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. God to step in us. We spend so much time in life trying to be people or trying to be others, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission, and the book says they stay on task, they stay on mission. We might hold it and then figure out, I want their mission. I want to get here, I want to get this. Of course, we need to emulate positive qualities, but sometimes we spend time trying to be with others than to maximize our own mission. And I seek everything the best version of themselves. I recognize that is my avoda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. So he says, again, they affect works of truth, and their work is truth. Baruch Hu says to the moon to renew. And literally again, it is a crown of to those who come from him. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself. Just as the moon, so the human beings are destined to renew as well. And I had a little bit again praise their Creator. So we name the lasting kingdom. Baruch Atah Hashem Lechayish Kadosh. Right? Blessed are you, Hashem, the one who is the new month. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mechadesh Kadoshim, we use that same bracha, but we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy you can affect the world. With whom can you find war? In other words, who could wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging Torah? It's beautiful. Whoever learns a lot of Mishnah, because if you learn Mishnah, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. It's conveyed to you knowledge. Now, it doesn't give you Gemara. It gives you a lot of, it doesn't give you a lot of this, but it gives you a lot of knowledge. Kari and Avshay, Rav Tukoach Shar. So also it's a beautiful idea over here. Opinions, right? Some authors. If I'm again, the Mishnah, the Gemara goes in and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and wage the war of Torah is how? Is if you're armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the war of Torah? Mishnayos. Mishnayos, at least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Muslim art. Fine. I'm going to stay shelves. I'm going to see Barashi. Those are shelves. I remember this Mishnah also that to allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if they go ahead and one says that right we saw Reuben kill Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other witness says we saw Reuben kill Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodem Neitzachama. But if one opinion says, I saw Reuben, right? One opinion says, so Reuben killed Shimon, before sunrise, and the other one says, after sunrise, their age was Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise, it's not light. After sunrise, it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone does facts right. So the Gemara says, "Pshit, that's obvious." No, rather over here. One witness says we saw living till Shimon before sunrise, another one says it was during sunrise. So that's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line up. So what won't you have thought? So say something what ended up happening, and the one who says again that it was during sunrise, rather again it was during the sun, and he saw the rays. So maybe they're really saying something. Maybe it's reconciled. Kamash Malon, say that when you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it, that disallows the testimony. In fact, so remember again, so the went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, finds a reason to go and examine him, he invites him on, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Says the Gemara, not anymore. So you want to learn in the Ishmael if the student is saying good, right? The student had something positive to go ahead and say, right? And the student walks so the Gemara says, we just invite him ultimately again for that day, and no more, he doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din. But we learn if the student says good, we invite him to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take him down. And if what he was saying ultimately again is not really all that helpful, when we let him stay for the rest of the day, but not after that. Why? No, what it means is like this. If the student says, I have something to contribute to exonerate the defendant, so we invite him to join the Beis Din. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din that day, but afterwards we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Matzah Mosefus. So the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about, so Mishnah talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth, they deliberate, right, overnight, or overnight into the next day, and the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink, and they diminish the food consumption. So the Gemara says, Yain my time, but why don't they drink wine? Literally translated, rulers a sheikhar. The Gemara says, those who go ahead and do the secrets of the world, which is called judgment, those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. This makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing with the functions, you're dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. No ra'u mai. Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they cannot reach, they can't verdict, right? They can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, Gemara says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, right? The Beis Din is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another, either majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. Right? But they have to keep working. The Gemara says, "Lo ra'u mai." What happens in case they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? I'm about to approach it also. Look, essentially, results in a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So my says the feeling of resulting approach. Yeah. So the case will result in a not guilty verdict. If that's the case, then why don't you do this? Why don't you just Beis Din is deadlocked earlier, be smaller? Why not? Because the process you keep adding on and adding to get to 72. So instead of that, why not as soon as they're deadlocked done, give them a not guilty plea? No, because we don't like a deadlock. It doesn't look right. Whereas Basin should be able to be decisive, Basin should be able to be conclusive, and Basin should be able to give a definitive ruling. It doesn't look like it can't, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. I got also this says why do you have to keep adding on Diana? Just exonerate him right and there. I'm going to be able to see, right? Because right, that's the part to tell you already. Shame, shame, see, now Bezin Shim Ba'achad, Kach, you must even Bezin Shal Esim Mushlosha. You see that you can't add on to a Bezin of 71. You also don't have to add on to a Bezin of 73, 23. But if the Bezin is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Omer beginning Mamanis is Dakin Adin, and Omer beginning the Fashas is Dakin Adin. What's the between Raisa? When it comes to financial Adin Mamanis, we say Nizdakin Hadin. Now, what that literally means is what? The judgment became old. But when it comes to capital cases, we don't say Nizdakin Hadin. So, what does that mean? Mine is Dakin Hadin. What exactly does that mean? Ilema Kash Dina. So, let's say if it means like this, Kash Dina, if it means that Halacha L'maisa Basin is saying, this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. And if coming by the way, then I will say you should say that dafka by capital cases and not by monetary cases. So you're right, switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Mine is dakin adin. What does it mean dakin adin? Chacham dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. Again, Allah when it comes to giving numbers, Bezdin says we have decided appropriately. Even the Fashas, they don't make that declarative statement. So what's the Mesa is a kasha. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration is Dakin Hadin. It's like this. If you want to say against Dakin Hadin, means good. We did good. Which means that Hayda are good. Makes sense. The head of the base. He says this. But if you say that Halacha said means that the din is too difficult and can't find a resolution, Mosaki the Amar Gadol, Suki would become Nixaf Nafshay, because the Gadol have to say it. Enough that it has to be declared by the base, but does the Gadol, does the head of the basin have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? So which the rest says, yeah, there's going to be some embarrassment if the basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. It's incredible. So you get down, the others say, yeah, I'm Kashpina. If you want to say that it's a declaration of basis, says it's difficult, you can't reach a verdict. I know Elo Dublin better than if you want to see a declaration that the basin is making, the basin is stating this case. Is a person to praise themselves. You know what? If you're deserving of praise, let people praise you, and don't yourself. So how could the head of the basin do a good job in adjudicating this case? Shining mills of the Beitina is the basin. Everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Any declaration always come from the head of the basin. Kidisnan. Gamras Hadavar. Also, Omer Aish Poni Akai, Aish Poni Akai. Same way that the God will announce the verdict and announcements of the date would come from the head of the basin as well, including if the basin did a good job, they would say, we adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from Sabra Bosai. Hajjun Allah. Are you both Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov? Okay, short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Adin. What's the innovation of it? Nigmar Adin. What's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So Nigmar Adin. If at the end of the day, again, they finished, they reached the verdict. So, and I will say because a guilty verdict. So we bring him out for Skila. So you bring the skill. So we'll say, obviously, having the skill. So the base has skill. The base. The interesting is also the place of it is stone. And again, we'll talk more about this in definitely a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they were skill was outside of the Shnei Hotzi Samakala. Like the pasuk says, against in other words, the execution spot wasn't 5 days. It was somewhere removed. But the pasuk says, "Echad Omer Al Pesach Bezina." So now, Reuben killed Shimon. Reuben's been sentenced. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed. So one guy was stood by the entrance where they learned the adults, and ultimately again he had like a cloth. Yeah. What? Yeah. For some reason, just rough up memory. Today, and listen, I watched this. This is how it happened. So there was a guy stationed on a base. He had like essentially he had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse, not the driver, right? The guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So he was able to see the flag guy by the base. Now why did this do this? Why did this? Echad Omer Echad usually now watch this. So they're leaving out to be executed. But let's say as they're leaving him out, someone comes into Beis Din and they say, "Oh, I have testimony that could exonerate you." They remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Ruvain literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last minute testimony, that they would be able to get word so that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So that if somebody came into Beis Din and said, last minute testimony, what happened? Flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the Beis HaSkilah and say, wait. And say, wait. Allah made it this regard. The flag would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would race off to the Beis HaSkilah. I would tell everyone to pause. Even said, let's do this. Reuben is not the executioner. Reuben said, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay? I just thought of something. Maybe how you think about it, right? That's good. I just thought of something. They could exonerate me. The Gemara says, not seeing yourself. You listen to him. We'll bring him back to Beis Din. After the Arba, the Chamish Palms, even 4 or 5 times. Or go back, as long as what? I have to say, there's going to be some level of investigation over here, right? So that's just going to bring me back to the basic. What do you got, right? Tell us, what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? The Beis HaSkilah puts this. Not understand. The Gemara says, by the way, was the Beis HaSkilah out of the Beis? I mean, it's telling over here, obviously, the place where they executed Reuben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. So he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says that trip is too long. I will say now, it makes it sound like all over here was put to Beis HaSkilah somewhere out of Beis. Be far, it just has to be somewhere away. The Gemara says, really, is that true? Usually, I will say the Beis HaSkilah was outside of the 3 camps. Remember again. The last of 3 camps is reminiscent of the desert. So it should just be also the same camp model by Yerushalayim. Right? Yet this one says it's over here. Yerushalayim would be kind of the Magika Aslara Machanishina, Parabai Machanah Levira, Choleya Machanah Yisrael. This 3 camp model existed by the Beis HaMikdash as well. The Azar, the Beis HaMikdash itself, right? The Harabayis, that's called Machanah Levia, the big camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called Machanah Yisrael. There was, if they had the stone, there was the stone out of Yerushalayim. So the Beis HaMikdash was outside, so you see from here, not enough to the execution spot, just to be a little bit removed from the basement, but it really has to be outside. It has to be outside. Once it's right in his garment, yeah, absolutely. When we say that the Beis HaSkilah is outside the basement, it doesn't mean a little bit outside the basement. It was really removed, or called 3 camps. outside of the base. I must have always 20 option. So why does the Mishnah list this, right? So when it says this, now for me, nothing can be less than Shosh Machanos, Adina Skila Putlavis, then Sijmas for this. So it comes to just finding law. That even if basin, let's say you have a basin that is convened outside of the city. So you already have a basin that's kind of like outside of the three mountains. I might have thought that since the basin is created outside of the three camps, therefore what? Therefore you should have the basin skill anywhere because the basin itself is already outside of the three camps. That if basin is outside of the three camps, basin skill itself still has to be distant from the basin even more. Why is that? The issue all this other basin loads. Shouldn't look like it's a basin of murder. Meaning, what it shouldn't look like basin is eager to execute. So we don't want basin to look executed. Because we don't want it to be eager to execute, we always distance the execution spots from the basin in a significant way. Other ability, furthermore, again, distancing the execution spots from the basin is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because I will say the longer it takes to get from Basin to execution spot, the longer we have for the last minute late breaking, evidence that will exonerate, right? If the base of skila is right next to it, so then again you pass the verdict to execute by making again the skila a little bit further out, ultimately allows for a little window, a little bit of a window of examination. So where do we know that the base of skila is supposed to? You just want to point out again, just to understand that this three camp model is based on the way we camped in the desert. Right in the middle of the camping of the desert, you had Mishkan. That's called Machane Shina. Who lives around the Mishkan? Levium. That's called Machane Levia, the Levians. And around that, you had Israel, the Machane Israel. So actually, that sounds like domicile Machal. So it was replicating Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shechina. Harabai is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Levia. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Israel. So, for example, operated again in the base of Mikdash. But the base of Skila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see, the Skila has to be outside of the three camps. Either, number one, you don't want it. Possibly number two, by distancing the execution spot from itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be honest. We already know this, that ultimately, again, Beis HaSkila has to be outside of the Beis HaMikdash. And I will say, started today, we're making great, and don't worry about it, it's good. I said, again, truth is, that Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Levana. Kiddush Levana, right? The freshman Amud of Gemara like that side, Shkoyach. All right, guys, I'll do another great day, everyone.
It's like, how about if you're gonna get one of these things and you truly are honored by it? Well, you honor the people who gave it to you. Just them. And don't go up there and talk about saving.
All right, girls. Good morning. Such a spot for Hashem to be able to begin. Another week of that. Show me, and first of all, thank you again for everyone for your understanding as we so acclimate to our new surroundings. Quickly, you see the farmer going in. Hashem, the article showing on the back over there. There's Hashem. Also about the rattling noise.
Happy Jeff.
Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know that.
Happy GF. Happy GF. Can you hear me? Okay. So you're back in.
Back in the Eagle world, and people are wondering if you feel or deeper member in the church channel on there, questioning there. So if you think you could pop, go say hello to people.
Are there a lot of people in there?
Not too many.
All right. Well, it's part of my mystique.
Okay.
puppy.
Your streets are don't be settling, okay? That's a catch-all phrase, trust me. You don't be settling. You don't be settling. We'll find out. That is in your Snapchat. Very Snapchat. So we'll, thank you for your understanding again.
What up, Mrs. Bird? Yeah, she just came in. Some people were requesting my attention, and we'll see.
Oh, she didn't like it.
No, it's not that she didn't like it. I helped her, and now she's back in. Well, there's some people in here. What up? How are you? No, I'm probably the most positive person you've ever met. Oh, for sure, dog. Okay, excellent. Well, everything's gonna be okay. You're an amazing person, and be very happy that you have the opportunity to be above ground today. A friend of mine, a little birdie, told me that I should pop in here. So yeah, I don't talk in here. If you're wondering why don't you talk in here, um, I just talk in other servers, but generally I just leave my camera on. I give people a portal into my world, and but to the person who was like, "Are you sad?" or whatever, oh, I'm very positive, extremely positive. Each day I gain more positivity, more and more confidence, and more joy in my life. So how are you all? I live stream my life 24/7 on YouTube. So it's one of like I've been doing so for 4 years. So it's one of like 33 different cameras that I have on myself. My whole life is a booty camera. Word. So yeah, if you ever want to talk with me, I don't normally ever talk in this channel. Maybe like in the last year that I've been in here, maybe 2 or 3 times. So this is a special moment. But if you ever need to talk to anyone, if you're an adult, come to my Discord server. The link is in my bio. I'd be happy to cheer you up. No, that's just the only angle that you see of my life. But I do a lot more than that. Welcome, gamer, gamer Bob. No, my video's not looped. It's always live. That's what you think. I just don't take a Discord camera outside. I go outside 2 or 3 times a day. Right. Just because I don't take a random tablet Discord outside with me, I mean I do not go outside. I have 33 different devices going right now. I mean, look, I'll just show you from the other angle that you never see. Look at these devices. So what I'm doing, from that one camera doesn't mean that like I'm not gonna take all these cameras outside with me. And plus, it's freeing. It's enjoyable to just every once in a while, a few times a day, not have to worry about ensuring that I'm in front of a camera. Though, like we have security cameras, there's cameras outside. But nevertheless, those are being live streamed to YouTube. I'm live on YouTube 24 hours a day. I have been for 4 years. Boy, Gamer Bob is full of questions. So I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. which is giving me some financial independence, so I don't have to work. You don't know what an app is? Okay, well, Mr. Nice, enjoy your day. All right, well, that's what I do. So I'm gonna go back to my Discord friends. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people in my Discord over here, and then it's Discords. I got uh, that one has like 25. That one has 8. I'm live in like 12 different Discords, 24 hours a day. No, I don't listen to it. All right, so enjoy yourselves, friends. I'm gonna go back to my. Thanks, dude. Yo, what up, puppy? Puppy. What up, girl? Puppy. Puppy. There you are. How was your day? Puppy, your microphone doesn't sound good. sick. So sick. Swipe. Shit.
Don't forget to try to sleep. How you gonna deal with the heat next week?
Folks, look at this. Lettuce is
It's like a flag that you carry with you to let everyone know that you're an amazing person.
fall 3 and fall. How you living, big man? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
I'll see you soon.
Okay. Remind me, how'd you find out about me yesterday?
I'll try about you. I've been in this for a while.
Oh, Trey's invited you?
Yeah, but me try and marry. We've been in this for a couple of days. It's been a while.
Oh, very cool. Okay, I've got you now. Okay, so how was your day?
Yeah, there's no joke.
Still slanging dick like it's going out of style. Every day's a holiday, every day's a feast. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Like, yeah,
Okay, what are you gonna play?
nothing much really.
Okay, what do you,
Whatever it's made.
did you know that a few nights ago I whooped Trey's ass in a game, and he's beating me now 5 in pool?
Not really.
It's really sad. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's cheating though, and so I'm letting him win, just to be a lesson for the world future of humanity that cheaters never prosper. So, but yeah, he's really good at pool. Have you ever played pool against him? Well, you're missing out. He's very, very good. Okay, so are you playing? Where wins meet? Is it what kind of game is that? In what Asian country does it take place? Oh, that's baller. You could have named them, though. They're all cool. Right, so it takes place in China. Like, what year?
Early 1700s.
Okay. So gunpowder?
Okay.
Oh, then it's way gunpowder like 2,000 years.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go with years.
I want to know the exact fucking year you're playing this game. So just one moment. It's called Winds of what? Where Winds Meet. Yeah. In what year does the game Where Winds Meet take place? Where Winds Meet. It takes place in the 10th century. All right. Well, let me see when did they have and did they have gunpowder? The game Where Winds Meet set in 5 dynasties. Yes, gunpowder was used during this era, and the game reflects this historically accurate detail. Players encountered gunpowder barrels in the game world, such as the burning town area, which are key elements in combat and exploration. So, have you been to the burning town area? All right. So maybe that's on your agenda. Do they have manuscripts? Do they have written? Why isn't it on Xbox? Isn't it strange? I mean, let me just ask you this question. Fall 3 Info 27. You're going to make a game. Whatever your game is. I don't care what it is. You name it. Wouldn't you put it on Xbox and PS5 and the PC like by default? That's a good point. But don't you think you would just be like, fuck exclusivity. Let's just put this game out everywhere as much as we can? I bet it has to do with like you have to basically create a whole new game on the other platforms, and they don't have like a big enough team. But I like that's what I would do. I would be like, I don't care what the game is, whatever. If we're gonna put out a game as a studio, it has to be on everything. That's the only way games get popular. The argument Grand Theft Auto comes out like a year later, but it always comes out a year later, like on PC. So I get that one. But it still comes out on all of them, and I just don't understand. When Grand Theft Auto first came out, though, it was only on PlayStation, and that's why I bought a PlayStation. I would not have had a PlayStation if Grand Theft Auto had come out on Xbox as well as PlayStation, or instead of PlayStation. But it was like, okay, I have to have that game, and so wherever it could have come out on Wii, and I would have gotten a Wii. All right, did you ever play Wii U?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. So did you ever play Wii?
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah.
Played Wii as a kid. You played Wii kid. Did you ever Switch?
No.
Have you?
I want to get a Switch. I haven't got one.
What's the best game on Switch 2?
Probably Zelda. Probably.
I knew you were going to say that.
Or maybe Pokemon. Maybe.
Are there any games on Switch 2 where you can kill somebody with blood?
Probably.
Yeah, like that. I don't know why Nintendo doesn't make like games for adults.
Yeah, it's more of a kids platform. Really.
I get that, but it can be both. It can be both. I don't understand. I mean, they don't just have to be one or the other. It literally could just be like whatever, you know how it is. You just play a kid's game if you're a kid, and you play an adult game if you're an adult. But it doesn't have to be like the whole system has to be a kid's game.
Yeah, so
I don't get that. I don't get why PlayStation and Xbox see themselves as like adult, like teen adult, whatever consoles, and Nintendo is just like, well, we can only like once you get to be 13, we're not going to sell it to you anymore. It's like, dog, you could put a ton of cool in there. I get it though. They don't want to maybe. I don't get it. They could sell more games, but they don't want to hurt their reputation of being like super sweet and nice. But even still, they can still have it. No one says that people are going to think Mario is a serial killer if you get a good game on Wii. I don't get that. But I don't make those decisions. Did they ever release Grand Theft Auto? Or not Wii, but Switch or Switch. Right. And I never saw it if they did. I don't think they did. I mean, maybe they did. I'm not familiar. No. Did Grand Theft Auto ever come out on a Nintendo platform? Or go? Yes, Grand Theft Auto was released on several Nintendo platforms, though not on home consoles until recently. The fuck does that mean? The series first appeared on Nintendo handheld systems. The original Grand Theft Auto was ported to the Game Boy Color in 1999, followed by a port to Grand Theft Auto 2 on the same. Nobody cares about Game Boy Color though. I'm talking about like real shit. The third handheld title, Grand Theft Auto Advance, was released for Game Boy Advance. That doesn't count either. I'm talking about something that you could put on your TV. This third handheld, okay, Advance. Okay, this game developed by Digital Eclipse was a prequel to GTA 3 and featured a top-down perspective with some 3D elements. That is not Grand Theft Auto. I know that was 1 and 2, but that's 25 years ago. Like, Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars was released on Nintendo DS in 2009. So, like, still, these are all handheld things and combine a top-down view of 3D environments. So that's not Grand Theft Auto either. Like, at least not the one that is cool, serving as a modern homage to the earlier games. After these handheld releases, Rockstar Games did not release any mainline GTA titles on Nintendo home consoles for many years. However, this changed with the release of Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy, the definitive edition on November 11, 2021, which included remastered versions of GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, and was made available for the Nintendo Switch Okay, so it was on Switch. This marked the first time the main GTA series appeared on Nintendo. Okay, additionally, while not part of the main GTA series, Rockstar released other games on Nintendo platforms such as Manhunt 2. Yeah, none of that shit matters. Okay, here's the next question. Did it have the same soundtrack in Vice City, like with Michael Jackson being on Nintendo? Yes, Grand Theft Auto has been released, but many not so. Okay, regarding the song, Billie Jean was removed from digital versions of the game due to expired licensing agreements, including the Steam and updated PC CD-ROM games. This removal affected digital platforms like PC and PS4, but the original retail version, such as the PS2 release and the initial PC version, retained the track. The definitive edition for Switch includes a relicensed soundtrack from the game's most recent re-releases, meaning that Billy Jean and other previously removed tracks are not included, as Rockstar did not reacquire it. Dog. They don't even have the good soundtracks on these versions. So, I don't know. They're just not the same.
Yeah.
Do you like Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, it's alright. I played 5 for a while for years, but then I stopped playing it.
Did you ever play
It's
Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
Yeah, I finished a lot of them.
Yeah, it's baller as fuck. Did they have the original soundtrack with Billie Jean?
I can't remember now. It's been 10, 15 years.
Yeah, no, I know. There was just something about it when I played Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and I heard Billie Jean. I was like, I can't believe they got the rights to Michael Jackson. Do you know how hard it is to get the rights to Michael Jackson in a video game? It was damn, they were fucking around. And that soundtrack is like the soundtrack of the 80s. It's incredible. It's like oh, it was so good. Grand Theft 3, its soundtrack was not like a soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto City had a real soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had a real soundtrack. That was a great one. Grand Theft Auto Liberty City. Grand Theft Auto Liberty City. I guess it's Grand Theft Auto 4. I didn't really. I couldn't tell you a single song from it. Let me look it up. I mean, I beat that game, but I don't remember doing it. I know that sounds strange, but it's like it was a long time ago. Grand Theft Auto 4. What was its soundtrack?
Yeah, it's different. 20 years ago.
Did you just burp and cough at the same time?
No, cough, yeah.
No. All right. I really be baller. So they didn't have anything that good on it. I mean, really, nothing. Okay, Grand Theft Auto 5. What was the Grand Theft Auto 5 soundtrack? Yeah, they don't have anything super good. Like, yeah, no, dude. Grand Theft Auto Vice City had like every fucking banger song from the 80s. And I don't know how much they paid for it, but that soundtrack made that thing. And, you know, I think they moved away from paying all this for all these different artists because you can port your own music into them with like on certain consoles. So why pay a whole bunch for like music that is already that you're not even gonna listen to perhaps? There are rumors, I don't know if it's true, that Joe Rogan Experience, at least some versions of the podcast, are going to be Grand Theft Auto 6. November 9th, November 19th, 2026, dog. It was gonna be May 26th, 2026, but they pushed it back again. They say they want it to be the most polished game of all time, but it's like, okay, there's an argument to be made that a lot of people make, and I understand this argument. They say, look, for as good as Grand Theft Auto is, it's amazing, but we don't want to wait 10 fucking years between games. It's going to be more than 10 years. It'll be 15 fucking years of a wait. That's too long. Don't make it the best game ever and give us Bully 2 and Midnight Racing 4 or whatever, or and Red Dead Redemption 3 and like Hitman, or not Hitman, but Manhunt. Like, give us more of the smaller games and don't make us wait 15 years between games. And I agree with those people. It's ridiculous.
It's going to be like $150 some bullshit.
And for as good as Grand Theft Auto story game was, it was tight, but it was not so great that I'd wait another 15 years for it. Like, you got it done in, I don't know, like a week or two. I mean, or maybe 3 weeks or something if you played a lot. It's not like it was people still playing the story mode, but the thing that made it take off, of course, is online role. Even still, it's not like the map got any bigger. There's like, it's not, it's, I'm the biggest Grand Theft Auto fan, and it doesn't, the map is not that impressive in comparison to waiting 15 effing years for this thing. It's like, if you're going to make me wait 15 years for the next one, well, then the map be worth like a lot bigger, I guess, like, and more stuff. If you played Grand Theft Auto 5, is that correct?
Yeah. But it's not, man.
All right. So you know.
I got to level 7 still playing. It's like a board.
So you know that game is basically the city in the south, and then a bunch of open map in the north. Like, really not anything of substance north of the city. It's like just empty wilderness and stuff. And, a lot of people complain about that. Like, hey, they say their map's really big and it's got all this stuff in it, but not really. It's not like the whole map is a city. It's like kind of a southern, I don't know, southern tenth of the map is actually like has buildings. And the other thing is you can't go in all the buildings. So it's like you're spending 15 fucking years on this game and you can't go all the buildings. Like, I'm telling you, if you were going to tell me, hey, we're going to 15 years on a game, I would say, well, then I better be into every single building and do stuff and like change the wallpaper in every building if I want to, or change the paint. You should be able to customize everything. 15 years? Do you know how much like technology advances in 15 years? And so when they show me what the graphics are, I'm not really that. And I hate to say it, like 15 years is a long time. It doesn't look that much different than Grand Theft Auto 5 does. I know it's good. I know it's on it. And when it comes out, I'm probably like, this thing is so sick. But even still, 15 years, that's a long, long time. That's basically a generation. Yeah, exactly. And then for, like, this is what I would expect from the game. Much like when we saw Grand Theft Auto 2 go to Grand Theft Auto 3, and it went 3-dimensional, and it had the shit, and it wasn't top down, It changed everything. And then Grand Theft Auto Vice City had this amazing soundtrack, and it allowed you to like swim, or no, you couldn't swim yet, but it had boats, which I don't think the other one had as much. Then it had like a little bit of a plane, like it had helicopter. That was a big difference. Like there were some changes. Then Grand 4 came along. There wasn't that big of a change. Like graphics weren't that bad, much better or anything. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, and the map was really big. And you could, I guess, Grand Theft Auto, at one point, you could do flying. Okay, that's actually San Andreas. You could do flying. That was the big one that came out with flying. Or yeah, the planes and stuff. Okay, but like that's not that big of a change to the game. Like we went 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions between Grand Theft Auto 2 and 3, and now you're just telling me like I guess Grand Theft Auto City you couldn't swim, so Grand Theft Auto San Andreas you could swim. That was a big change. Okay, I expect changes, and Vice City is, unless the map is, I would expect the map to be 3 times bigger than any map that's ever been in a game for 15 years worth of development, and I should be able to go to every building, including like every floor of the towers and stuff. I should be able to literally buy everything. Like there should be open real estate market, and there should be a real stock market, and there should be a real like I should be able to customize art for 15 years of development. I'm just expecting like amazingness, and I know that the game's not going to have that much. I don't want to set myself up for disappointment, but I would expect the ability to customize every car. You know what is interesting? They still don't have kids in the game. There's only been one kid. I think there's only been one kid in any Grand Theft Auto game ever. And I think he was in Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't remember him, but someone told me that there was a kid. And the reason is they don't want kids to watch the game and want to play it. Like, hey, there's a kid on the screen. Why can't I play it? Which I get. Then, I don't know. If you told me we're going to have a game with 50 years of development, well, then I should be able to, like, have pets and have the pets mate. I should be able to have family. It should be like The Sims. Like, that's what I expect for 15 years worth of development. And I just don't think I'm going to get that. They're saying that you could be a male character and a female character. And really the female is the protagonist, like the main character. And I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5, you had 3 main characters. So why did you go back down to 2? To me, they just keep pushing this thing off. And they say they want it to be as polished as possible. But, there's the other issue that this is still running on like older consoles. So it's not even like new technology. They've been allegedly working on this since at least 2016. That's 10 years of development specifically on this game. I'm sure it'll be amazing when it comes out, but I just don't see the advancement in the game I would have expected. We've kind of hit like a ceiling of like cool shit that they're going to allow in the game. Did you ever play Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah, it's really good.
Everybody says that's like one of the best games ever. And it's like super realistic. And they're saying that Grand Theft Auto is supposed to be bigger than that. And like the thing was just how realistic, like, I don't know, like when it would be cold, like the guy, you could see his breath, and like the big thing that everybody talked about was that you could see the horse's testicles. People flipped out over that. But that game was out like ago. And Rockstar has done nothing since then. So I don't know. I don't run the company, but I I would expect really if you could be 3 different characters in the previous game, you should be able to be 10 different characters in the new one. But no, I mean that's just not how they're going to do it. Like it should continue to expand instead of contract, and how many characters you can be. But I'll do my best to get it. Here's another question: is it a peninsula or an island? What do you think? Yeah, it makes it easier. It makes it easier to design the game with an island because a peninsula, you have to worry about like what do you do when you continue on the land? Like, do you hit mountains? Red Dead Redemption did it. They said Red Dead Redemption did it better than any game because you can't fly. You just would hit a mountain and then you just couldn't go any higher. But it didn't. It wasn't like an immediate wall. But in Grand Theft Auto, you can fly in a plane. So like, what would they do? There have been discussions like once you get to a certain distance, they just bomb you, or like they just send fighter jets to kill you, or fun. Um, I probably would rather have them just make it an island too, because then you can just drive a boat around. Can you imagine if it's a peninsula and you have to drive a boat all the way around the fucking thing? It's just, um, I'm sure they'll have some kind of like intercoastal waterway or something that you could get through, or canal, just to make it easier. Apparently, there's the big, which is Vice City. Then they're gonna have a city like Tampa, which is gonna be like the second city, and they might have like a Disneyland kind of deal, or Disney World, and like a Lake Okeechobee. They're gonna have lots of gators, which Grand Theft Auto Vice City did not have. There's gonna be a lot of drug running missions. Um, yeah, I'm excited for it, obviously, but they keep pushing it off. And if they push it off again, it will have been 17, 17 years. 17 years between a game. That's an entire generation, basically. That goes from you could have been born basically on the day that Grand Theft Auto 5 launched to being a full on adult and still basically just then get a game. That's way too long. Basically, the studio hasn't put out anything since in the last 10 years, and I get it. They can just sit on that online money. But at a certain point, I think you piss your fan base too. In the game, it was Grand Theft San Andreas, which was an excellent game in my opinion. It had 3 different real cities. It had um, Los Santos. It had San Fierro. It was a cool city. It was like San Francisco, but it was like a full-on city as well. They had Los Venturas, which was like Las Vegas, which is another full-on city, and you could go in a lot of the buildings there, which was baller. And it was all in a much smaller map. Los feels bigger. San Andreas bigger than Grand Theft Auto 5 did, even though um, Grand Theft Auto 5 is like 10 times bigger. It just felt bigger because you were in 3 distinct, and the way they made it feel so big is because they used fog of war, so you couldn't see past certain distances, but it and so they limited plane usage. Like you had planes in that game, but it was only like vertical takeoff planes. It wasn't like full on like you need runway planes, if I recall. Um, you did have helicopters though. But that game was tight, and you could also go into the different casinos and gamble. Do you remember that game, San Andreas?
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite games.
Yeah. And then the coolest part of that game, you could lead your own gang. How sick was that?
The other gang wars to control, man.
Absolutely. That
The story in that game was the best.
that made it amazing. And then you could get guys who would like take your side if you could recruit I think 3 guys as bodyguards or whatever you want to call it. And they would go around and like help you. And then they also very few people ever knew about this, but they had multiplayer for the first time in the game. You could play multiplayer, but you could play with another person, and not a lot of people knew about this feature. But at least on PlayStation 2, you could. But you could not go off screen, so you guys had to stay on the same screen. But that was another like interesting aspect. Oh, Frosty, how you living, man? Frosty, Frosty, Frosty's my friend. Yeah, he's doing it. Um, he he'll be back. He hops in and out all the time. Sometimes he just likes to talk to be alone, and if he sees other people in here, he bounces. Um, I think that it's incredible that you got to have your own game. You got to have other. Well, they had a multiplayer aspect to it. You like that whole game, even like Los Santos, was seemed like a huge city. I remember just being like, "This is a giant city," and there are 2 other cities in this game. And then they had an Area 51, if you recall that, which was kind which was interesting. And then they had like, for the first time, they had like country, like the game with trees and stuff. And I always thought that was interesting. Um, that game was just that was a brilliant game. To be honest, I am kind of disappointed at Grand Theft Auto 5. At the time, it was mind blowing. I don't want to say mind. Grand Theft Auto 3 was mind blowing. It was really cool, but I thought I'd get something that like at least like 2 or 3 years later, or at a maximum 5 years later. Like I would, if you were to ask me, and I'm sure you're the same way, in 2010 or whenever it came out. All right, I think it came out in 2011, 2012 maybe. Um, all right, you're gonna have to wait 15 years for the next one. I would have told you bonkers. I would have said they put out 20. Number 1 came out like 1998. Number 2 in 1999. Number 3 in like 2003. Number 4 or 2002. Grand Theft Auto Vice City, like they were coming out every year and a half to 2 years, and then you go to 15 years. I would have said you're bonkers. But boy, I would have been wrong.
I'll be by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the age actually takes the next one here. Remember that. All right, we invite thanking all of our sponsors, supporters, and thank our annual counter for production and consumers of American itself. We get your own show and drug shows as these hosts for the story of and so on. And then we are on the friend of the brother of Head yeah, so the first medical come to us.
What's the one world?
family in the cover art. That's really sponsored. Matt and Diane Marks, Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Hesha, Bas, Shem Mordechai, to bring the record. The Mertzbach Hamzora, and the Shabbat Hanaviyah, and her family in the cover. First of all, says always be dedicated during the schools of our holy Catholic and the sprouts of America and the rest of them home to Shalom and the color and the merits of our holy souls that we have brought without them to be successful. To this, let us be a beautiful, a really incredible dot ahead of us today. So like I said, today got this Mem Aleph 41. We are picking up the Nez Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up, and 10 up on it, right? 2 dots. Makirim Atamos. So we are continuing in Nez Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? In other words, so making sure the Jewish accused. Do you recognize the perpetrator as the defendant? So Nahara, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisrael, did he kill a Jew? Space and bone. Did you give him Asra? Kibalalov, Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Hitcher Asmo Misa. And what's an extra touch of Hitcher Asmo Misa is literally, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did after he heard the Hasra, after he heard the warning, or did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did he essentially, when he after eating Hasra, did he go ahead and violate immediately afterwards? So how would I Did somebody worship idolatry? Right? So the witnesses coming forward to say that Reuben worship idolatry. We asked the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Nepal, about the Marcolis, did he worship Marcolis? How did he offer a carbine, the keter, insult, a libation, castration? I guess we have questions. Fine. So Allah says, Minayin last from the Torah, Allah says, from where Asra. So Allah says, so from where do you know this concept that someone would be warned before they go ahead and commit an Avera in order to be viable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, V'ish asher yikach es achoso, bas aviv ubas imo. The law as erbasa, because it says if a man will go ahead and have a relationship with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and he will see her erbas. The Gemara says, what does sin have to do with it, right? There's nothing about sin. The issue over here is one of actual relations. So what do you mean, Velraz erbasa? Ella achi. So this is interesting. Right? The Gemara says what it means is as follows. The halacha one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to the defendant.
I get random motherfuckers
that he's doing wrong. So Shachir is actually reference to the witnesses hasra. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So the Gemara says, maybe in the Shachir, something that happens to be over here, the prohibition that they're referring to over here is a Kares bearing prohibition, right? Incest is a Kares bearing prohibition. It's interesting enough, you don't need Hasra for any punishable by Kares. Why? Because remember again, Kares is punishable. You only need Hasra, only need a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human being. So the Kares, I don't need constant Hasra for a Kares bearing infraction type of Mem Aleph 41. Today in Lamarcus. Go ahead and give me the second one. You see this interpretation. So you need with a car, this is the concept of Hasra. Today this key on the panel. So the key was illustrated in the heart of the eyeball. So the Pasha says if a man would go ahead and kill another person, that means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shehistubo by dynamism, which means they weren't in and Halomesa, she was still acting intentionally. Okay, so again, it was like all such different sources to the concept of Hasra. Today, Rabbi Shmuel Hamotzion Osam Mekoshishism, so it says they found him gathering with this one the Mekoshish. This was one of the Jews who violated Shabbos in the desert. Shehistubo by dynamism. So the Russian over here is Hamotzin also Mekoshish. They found him gathering. So the idea over here is they warned him, Shehistubo by dynamism, and he was still gathering the wood. Today, Rabbi Tana, Al-Davar Shekli. Asher Ina. So the idea, so what here says, Allah shall not escape people. So again, a reference to the idea that they want him, and so that now they still went ahead and violated it. So essentially, you have all of these different sources for the concept of Hasra. So we want to just point out each of the concepts. Also, so I think what it says, something by a also by the case of sister incest. How about me the Heidegger's in Heidegger? So let's remember again. As much as incest is punishable by curries, so halakha you still get penalties for that. If it's brought down the concept of hasra by a sister, I would have said, oh, stock up by things that you get penalties for, that halakha l'maisa you get hasra. But then they're hiding these. So you don't, therefore, concept rahman of kiyazit, therefore, sort of brings up blushing of kiyazit, right? Because that's an intentional avera. That's an intentional avera of courage that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this car is also by Nisa's business. Okay, so you must be because I'm sorry, because of Rahman Kiyazi, and if it would have just said, ultimately again, that's what I can halakha myself. I'm chayiv to go ahead and give hasra by an act which Nisa's based in. How do you decide to kill? What type of theater? So only the head, but by a sword. Which is considered to be a lenient form of death. Now we'll talk about next para. I would say, again, it's strange to talk about death. He says more lenient, but less lenient. What it means is really more painful and less painful. So I thought again that there's Hasra by Sahih, Allah Skiba, which is considered to be more common than Sahih, but not. Which the Gemara says, the Tartib in the stone level. But why do I need two sources that both talk about Skila? So the Shimon and Nisrafi. So eventually we should need to include Srifa, because he knows that Srifa is a lesser form than Skila. But Rabbanah knows that the Asib Gavahomer, Tarek the Kassim Mekra. Rabbanah will say something you have this concept that here is something to be learned by Kabbalah. Sometimes the concept will still go out of its way to mention it, nevertheless. I have a little Rabbanah one of his skulls, but lay Suhana from the Grubine. So why not just write it by Skila? I want to say written by Skilly Joy, everything else by Skilly is considered to be the most common form of death penalty. Listen, that's the Kavakomer. You're right, but sometimes even Sunday by Kavakomer, tell it out of the switch to explicitly writing as well. So the takeaway is that Kavakomer is the constant Hasra. Hasra is Dorais. Three different sources of Hasra, either again by a wholesome incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again a Jewish violation of Shabbos. And all three sources necessary for the aforementioned reason that we just stated. Beautiful. We went back now to the Gemara. So the Gemara said, what are the questions we witnesses? So number one, did you give Hasra? Did you give Hasra? Did you warning? And number two, Hitir Atzmo Nisa. So ultimately, again, did the individual literally give himself over to that? Which means, after the Hasra, did he still perceive the commission of the infraction? That was the Shiloh. So that was the statement. So you might say, so the Gemara says, from where do you know this? From where do you know this? So the Gemara says, okay, so we know Yumas Hanes. The pasuk says Yumas Hanes ad Shiyatir Atzmo Lumisa. And it's not saying, well, we're saying something like this. For the defendant to be guilty, it is not enough that he received Hasra. Yes, he did process it and still clearly gone forward despite it. That's what it means. Yatir Atzmo Lumisa. So the defendant received the Hasra, he understood the Hasra, and nevertheless, he moved from the commission of the Yatir. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yumas Hames. It is double Lashon. Yumas Hames means he heard it, he processed it, but he violated the Adera. So the Gemara says, actually, Yatir Atzmo Lumisa. Again, he permits himself to death, which means he moves forward even though he received the Hasra. I'm not, think about this just a moment. It sounds so crazy, right? Can you imagine this? Right? The agent said to Ruvain, if you kill Shimon, you're going to death. And yet what? And Ruvain proceeds with it, knowing that there's atheists there. Right? There's atheists there. So these are the children, they like that. See what it's up? What's the shot? How could someone do something so crazy? So the truth is, we do the same thing every day, right? Every time I come out here, deep down, no, it's wrong. Not even so deep down. I know that I'm like, okay, maybe there are some that I do that I know not correct. Or there's sections of it. Maybe there might be some things I do that perhaps I don't know that's incorrect. Right? Maybe I'm just ignorant in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we need to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? A variety of reasons, right? It could be just a bloated sense of self, right? A bloated egoism that what I need and what I want is just more important than anything else. I just don't care about the ramifications. I just care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see me read these commands and it's ridiculous that anyone could act this way. But it's important to note that so often we do this, we engage in this very pattern of behavior day in and day out. And as bizarre and ludicrous as it looks to us here, kind of bring that same sense of bizarre and ludicrousity, into our own lives as well. And the next time I'm ready to Avera, like, come on, ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. I have Hasura, the social season, what I'm doing, and whatever it is, it's simply not working. And yes, bizarrety and ludicrousity, two new words just quite here underneath this message. Should I, everyone, put the timestamp on that? All right, let's go back there. Send the Gemara. What's the second one? Nara is the case of a Nara who is betrothed, right? Erusin, but has not yet had Yisur. Now, if that girl commits adultery or has relations with another, that's adultery, and she's put to death, right? As is the man with whom she had relations. We have this interesting explanation. It says, Anara Murasa. So when this is come forward, the witness is saying, we saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is less right? She's engaged. We saw her have relations with Shimon. So let's say, so now, what's the issue? Let's say second set of witnesses come along and they say, you cannot have seen why. You were with us, you claim that you saw her commit adultery on Monday. You were with us in Florida on Monday. You cannot have seen that happen in Baltimore. You weren't there. So the Gemara says the witnesses can't be getting the agents over. Why? They can't be killed. That wasn't our general again. It's next to Masechta, but we'll see in next what happens in Roman reciprocal punishment. In this case, you can't impose reciprocal punishment upon the agent. Hasra. What's Hasra? What's that? What would be the Hasra that they would be giving Rachel? Rachel don't have relations with Shimon. You know why? It's smoking people over here. He's not your husband. But that's called adultery. And adultery is controlled by death. So you give her Hasra. Which is what's the Asra Day. They're going to give her Hasra. They give her Hasra. You know, Hasra. If you look to her, one second. If they didn't give her Hasra, how could they execute her? So someone said, you should have it. But this is what we talking about over here. A very wise woman. She might be young, she might be narrow, but she's got a question of yours. So we must decide that we will Omer, Chaver, Eno Sarek Hasra. A Chaver Kam doesn't need Hasra. This is what we've seen from Yossi before. Yossi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. People who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we're dealing over here with Rachel, who is a Chadira. She's a well-learned woman. And therefore she knows that adultery is asr. So because she knows that it's asr, therefore what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, no hasra is necessary. So the official hasra el hafri that show the release. Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the hasra. I have a favor the Ilu will literally one second. Witnesses is fascinating. Witnesses can't be death, right? So if there's no Hazan witnesses, they can't possess. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So the Gemara says, because why? How do you like English Shiata Hazima? Because English Shiata for Hazima, Lo Shma English. So let's say this is fascinating. A fascinating testimonial fact over here. Any testimony, right? Anytime witnesses can't be made into even zoning, they're not fit to testify. So let's say, what's the happening? This is fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially, what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game, all right? And what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So if you can't receive reciprocal punishment, you essentially don't get testimonies. Therefore, if you tell me over here that the witnesses should come testify about Rachel, but they themselves can't be executed because they can always claim, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to ask her upon her husband. Then if they can't be executed, they're not subject to Kazam. If they're not subject to Azama, we can't accept their testimony. So then what are we doing over here? So the Gemara says, hey, come on. You're talking Neragim, so you're right, that's what I'm saying. Since these witnesses, now why can't they be killed? Because they declared we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was coming to make her asura upon her husband. And then they give her asura. So the Gemara says, Sheikh also by Labanu, Aki, I guess. So too, she can't be killed. The Habib she okay, so just an interesting case over here. Hello, the kind of the mikvah. So let's say it's okay. So where is there ever a case of a wise woman, Isha Chavira, according to Yossi? Remember, according to Yossi, a Chavira, a learned person, doesn't require hasra. So according to Rabbi Yossi, would there be a case of an Isha Chavira who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, the Chazar is Insa, the case in which she committed adultery, and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case, look at Rashi, it's almost right across the Rashi, because she's into the Chazar is Insa, the Hanaf Edes Nis Shady, Area Paloma Osra Banu Shoy Varnes, is Misli to because let's say in that case, the second witnesses can say, we're only coming to bring her upon her husband. Why? She's already bringing upon her husband. What is she already bringing upon? Why is she already bringing upon her husband? Why? Because halacha once again, she already did adultery the first time, so she must already be prohibited. Smith says, Imam says, no, so therefore the only reason they become testified is to have her executed. The Imam says, the higher calling Lomar, Lo Osra al Bala Shane, so they even testify coming to God and deliver her upon the second man with whom she committed adultery with. As the Imam says, she's in some involved Rishon. The case where she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, she's in some or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, Allah reminds her she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay, nice not now that Mulasa. So you might say, do not up. I feel you sweat Nami. I feel you Nami. Listen, by the way, why are you illustrating this with the Nara Mulasa? You can go and illustrate this exact case with what? With a regular matter. So why are you illustrating it over here with Nara Mulasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel this one only. So what is in? I feel high the lo yosfa to say you hold the lomar. No, also outside Rabbi. No, because the Kiddush of Rabbi says like this: that the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify originally, that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, but they could claim that they're coming to ask her upon Reuben. Even though what? Rachel's not living with Reuben. I'm not a thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright. because she's not going to be living. So what do you mean you're coming down upon living and not living? Halacha might even the claim of the witnesses is okay. I'm not pissed off. I can oversight. So what's the interesting thing here? So now, good. I'm not pissed off. I can oversight. This is great. I can oversight. I can listen to this. Where does it show up? Where does it show up? Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuben killed Shimon. Now, what's going on we saw? Part of the breaches of the Hakiris is what do we ask? How did Reuben kill Shimon? Right? And specifically, what weapon did he use? What did he use? So what happens? One witness says Reuben used a sword. And the second witness says Reuben used an axe. An axe. So what says now the Gemara says? So the Gemara says, in Zachem, this is not a fit testimony. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore again the testimony is thrown out. So what says so remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. The contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the Aegis. Means their testimony is not a cohesive testimony and therefore again is discarded. Again, let's say, to be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, like there's not even zoning. It's just that the testimonies don't line up, so essentially it's inadmissible. So what's Ravani, others in But again, let's say, if one of the witnesses says, Reuben, the murderer, the accused murderer, Reuben was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Reuben was wearing a black shirt, so then halacha in that case, the testimony is fine. So we don't care about that. We'll say why, but this is very important. Why? Because the truth is, what the cause of Reuben's thing is really insequential act. Right? What instrument to use to kill Shimon, that's very consequential. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need them to line up. We need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So basically, when I was Kasha, Nachon, Shi'in Nachon. So the Pasuk says Nachon, the Lashon of the Pasuk by Eagles. So the Ashton of Hakar, the Sha'at, the MS, Nachon Hadavar. So I say, so what does Nachon mean? So Nachon means over here that, again, when giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So what does it mean? She Nachon, Echad over the side, Hargo, Echad Bari, and Hargo. And so let's say, for example, one of the witnesses says, Reuben killed Shimon with a sword. The other one says that he killed him with an axe. Echad Omer Kelev Shchonim, the Echad Omer Kelev Levanim. One says, Reuben is wearing white clothing. Says Reuben is wearing black clothing. So what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. So let's say, so watch this. We just contradict what we said before. According to the price now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Reuben the killer was wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? So this is incredible. So you want to finish the no. The Sudan Kubo. No. When the Raisa says that the Machonzak clothing was the case, this is where they're coming up and saying Reuben strangled Shimon. And what's the focus? One witness says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing he says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just a bit of clothing, it's about the murder weapon. So the murder weapon, there has to be explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was. So the Gemara says as follows. Okay, well, if that's the case, then again, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody chose different ways. So Tashma, listen to this. One says, Echad Omer Sandal Shchorim. The Echad Omer Sandal. Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says in black shoes. Okay, interesting style sense also. You don't say so. The Maisa again. So one says wearing white shoes, one says wearing black shoes. So the guys, what's that? Nothing. So the testimony doesn't line up. So I'm going to both say. So we just said before itself. When I saw that the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet here the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on here? So the Gemara says, Hasanam if you go Shabbat and both the sandal of the heart. Remember what's the case? The case is where Reuben kicked Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the weapon, then I walk on nice and exclusively clarity as to what it is. Tashma, nice, but the Zakab of Sheteina, So I remember again, it's from Mishnah. So one time, Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them, they claimed that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the fig tree. And remember, what does Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the fig tree. Tell me about it. Right? What were the stems? So the stems thin, were they thick? Tell me about them. So the Gemara says, I don't time though. So what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself is important. It's still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on. Pignon Tursi, Pignon Shakats Te'ina B'Shabbos, Ga'alov Kamikto. Now what's the case? The case over there was where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, like detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos, is in and of itself. That's capital crime. That's capital crime. So that's what we're talking about here. So that's not what the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the tree. That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara says, Sheshabzo b'yichud shal te'ina. Now what's the case over here? The case over here is halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa, Reuben killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened here. Killed himself and he used the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. Which says, Tashma, Amalahan, Te'ina zu tzad batim, tzad basim. Te'ina shchoros, te'ina levanos. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they light or were they dark? Rav Yosef, Ben Zakkai losin. Shiny Ben Zakkai did the decos kichakir mashulay. Don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because Zakkai, he was knocked with both with shedikos and chakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, we'll say there's a distinction between shedikos and chakiros. What distinction? Distinction is that chakiros are questions specific to the actual event itself. Shedikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred white or black? Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both the dikos and chakios are exclusively necessary and both must be dealt with together. Both must be dealt with. Ben Zakkai was asking about the figs and the stems, and according to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which we must say, Ben Zakkai, by the way, Ben Zakkai, who is Zakkai? So says the Rosh Hashanah. Ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan. So no, he's Ben Zakkai. Who's Ben Zakkai? What's that? Rabbi Yochanan. Do you know how much Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai? Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai essentially saved Esau in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Mikdash. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai is responsible for all of the takanas we have. Zecher the Korban, Zecher the Mikdash. We'll get into two different types of takanas. So this is what Mark says. 1 second. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai made the Sanhedrin. Was Rabbi Zakkai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Logically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. I know Kolshno, so Zakkai, Mayor Vishana, we'll say it's a great Gemara. Look it to 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Our boy Shana, Asaf Biprakmatya. For 3 years, he was in business. He was in business. Right? Neb Shana Lamart, for 40 years, he learned. Right? He did it right. He did his stint in business and he learned. And our boy Shana, and for 40 years, he went ahead and he became a rabbi. Like he taught students. He's going to point out something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that for 40 years he was in business, he didn't learn. So to point out. But what it means is he was in business. So that being in business, again, you come to Torah, you have Charusi, you come to a shir. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided to pivot. So it's such an incredible yisod. You sometimes think that like great people are just born that way. Right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for. This is, I would say, people make choices about the lives they want to lead and about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. Think about it, by the way. There are 3 people who follow the same path, right? Same people, who live the same people. Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. All this 40 paradigm. Right? 40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim says. You see three people, 40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. What it means is make a choice to become great. Three people hit a crossroads and they realize, okay, moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep going. I can just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I can continue down that path, and it's good. It's good. Or I can choose to pivot, go in a different direction, actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the musr from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I guarantee something. Each of the men could have just moved down their path. And can you imagine Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. Listen, but we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crux of life that we're at. But this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up this point, just because I've been this sort of doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's your true personalistic greatness. So real quick, so that the time down trying to go to Abai is also Sanhedrin. 40 years later, the Sanhedrin was destroyed. The Sanhedrin was exiled. That means that the Sanhedrin only sat in the temple compound, chamber of hewn stone. 40 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. Rather, where was it? Via Shamanos. It was in destruction. So let's say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the coast. So it's like the Hanos were areas in front of the Sanhedrin, in front of the retaining walls. They literally again had stores there. They had two things there. Mikvah, because they had to unearth these mikvahs with two sets going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of the selling? What were they selling? What were they selling? Like oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's not right. It's a. Listen. Can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? Like I'm just saying, like just a family is enough, right? So now again, so there are people. So the good part is, Jews are industrious. There are people who set up shop, literally set up in front of the right before they go into the Harabais. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts, by the Harabais. And while they were there, they did not adjudicate Knesset. Why not Knesset? Why not Knesset? They also adjudicate capital cases. It's none of them. You should heard some. This going to be up on Zakkai. So here we have. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Rishas 40 years before this was destroyed, which means there are no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second of the base of the second edition of the Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one after the destruction of second edition, which was the leading stage, which I must say makes it just chronologically. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when the capital case was being adjudicated. The Ben Zakkai over Mishnah that's asking about things can't be Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. It can't be. Which the Gemara was like, it's always exciting. Yeah, I always find it exciting. I guess I don't get that much, but I say like just like when the Gemara gives you history, but it's just classic because a lot of times what we're missing when we learn Gemara is any type of historical context. Whereas everybody learning what's happening over here, so here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated the capital case. Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there was no capital cases being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So the Pashtas, he was never involved, at least as a sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella ben Zakkai da'alma. It must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai. Not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So it's hard on it seems to be clear. It's not like Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Karile, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So I say, first of all, because if it was him, how can you call it him Ben Zakkai? Ben Zakkai. How can you do that? How can you do this a Gregor Hadar? How can you go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, my soul, but Ben Zakkai, but uptake to Amen. So it's again the Brisa. And the Brisa says it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. But how could it be him? Ella, we'll say watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating the case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a talmid. He was a student. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. To which the says, "V'amar mil." So stopping the timing. So it happened. So they were getting a case. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, remember, it was like Rabbi Yochanan, they took from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He's piped up at Hebron. What about asking the witnesses about the stems of these? And they liked it. And what happened? And again, remember, in general, whatever they could do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So they could, if they could go ahead and find the defendant guilty or innocent by asking about the size of the stem of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. The Kabbalah Shmei, and they liked it so much that they established it in his name. They established it in his name. So the Gemara says, Ki hava lomar, ben Zakkai hava, ki hava karli hava l'ushel ben Rabo, ki hava libi, hava karli ben Zakkai, ki karli Zakkai ashim d'mei. If he carried the ben Zakkai ashim d'hashka'ah. So now understand it. When he said this, he was a talmid. He was a talmid. As the talmid was his name, what was it? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So therefore, when he records it based on where he was holding at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we know him as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Incredible. So nice about that. Only. So it says, remember again, when it comes to Hakiros, the big distinction between Hakiros and Kedikos, what's the big distinction? The big distinction is as follows: that when it comes to Hakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, contradict each other, if they get something wrong, they're disqualified. By the Kedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, fine. So the Gemara says, Maya fiu shnayim omen. Well, even if two get Kedikos wrong, that's obvious. Ki amar echad ein yodea, it gives them tayadas. Kamite, train this was what's interesting. If when it comes to the Kedikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what, I don't know. So we'll say, what's the halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. It's fine. Then we'll say, there's no difference if one witness says, I don't know, or if what? Or if two witnesses say they don't know. Once one witness says, I don't know, then by definition, what we don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if one says, I don't know, or if two say, I don't know? So I'm not sure, when it comes to Hakiros, I want to remember again, Hakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The Hakiros, afilu shnayim omen yadanu, ve'echad omer ein yodea. So ultimately, again, when it comes to Hakiros, even if two people say we know, and one says I don't know, they do some beteva. Ultimately, again, the Eidos is bottle. Kiman Kavi Akiva did not give Shlosh. So here's what's interesting over here. Let's say you have a group of 3 witnesses. Right? And what happens? And one of them says no. One of them says no. So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, the Eidos is still bottled. This is like Hakiros, right? So you have 3 witnesses, you're asking the Hakiros, 2 answer correctly, 1 says I don't know. What's the halacha? The Eidos is bottled. Why? Like Rabbi Akiva, what did Rabbi Akiva say? Did not give Shlosha Mishnayim. Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And 3 is the same as 2. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be an effective Eidos, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the Chakiros together. So therefore, again, if 1 is unable to answer the Chakiros, then Halacha L'maisa, again, it disqualifies the Eidos. And we're not going to do some kind of mistake. But we learned elsewhere that the Eidos is still good. So it's going to say, I'm going to say, I think the Chakiros, even when it comes to Chakiros, Shneim only do some kayames. Kiman, do not Rabbi Rabbi Marsh, which is gives much as no. When you have a group of 3 witnesses, we'll say, as long as 2 out of the 3 can get the Chakiros, together, to get the Chakiros correct, this is good even if the 3rd one messes up. That's how Halacha messes up. Halacha L'maisa is still good. Not like Akiva. So I want to point out that there's a fascinating machlokes. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have 3 witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all 3 to be certified, or is it just enough to get 2 out of the 3? I mean, Akiva says you need all 3. We don't pass in that way. We pass in that 2 out of the 3, because we also pass in that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So as long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the fact is correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana of Savat Sanhedrin, he made it out. It's great. Rav Kahana of Savat, we're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbah. It's incredible, right? They learned Sanhedrin, not Sanhedrin of Glory, because they're not Sanhedrin. But they were learning the Sugi of Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbah. Pagabulur, Rakamo, Shabbat bumped into them. I'm like, oh, my Amisa, Rabba, what did you learn? Who wanted to learn? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbah? My Amino, they Sanhedrin great us. I'm a lot of it. Really go ahead and hear about. Well, my passion, right? What do you have questions on? I don't know. How the time Mabin Chakiros Lebdikos. What is the distinction between Chakiros and the Chakiros? Echad Omer Inyo Dei Yusam Tiva. When a Chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately again the Eidos is bottle. This is bottle. The Egos, when it comes to the Egos, Echad Omer Inyo Dei, after the Stein Omer so this is a fundamental thing that we see over and over again. Kilos, which remember again 7 questions rooted in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? According to the OC, only 7 questions. Those 7 questions, if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or say I don't know. It is you're out. The decos, if you get those wrong, you're still in. What's that? The deco question, for example, the deco question. Right, stems of the fig tree, color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. And remember, basically use discretion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core duties that occur. So therefore, again, 1 or both witnesses gets Chakiros wrong, you're out. 1 or more witnesses get Badikos wrong, you're in. Everyone says, but 1, Nifti, right? I don't understand why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Chakiros are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with the other? Do something the argument is a Yokol Lazimo. Because Echad Omer Mehen in your there, Kayanas, Eibushat Yokol Lazimo. So we'll say it's a very simple issue. By Chakiros, so we'll say all of those questions are what are meant in order to make the Eidim acceptable to our summer. Right? Remember again, we'll say the cloud level is witnesses who cannot be so have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Any of the Chakira questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to naming to even Zoman. Legal questions, if you get them, it doesn't like lead to Hazama. So because Chakira's other questions that make them self-difficult punishment to Hazama, therefore they're indispensable. But the other ones, at the again, are not necessarily in reality. They're not for Hazama. That's why for who Amaru, so it's like I was remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between Rav, right? So Rav Kana of Safra runs into Rabba, right? And also I'm sorry, run into Rav Kama. So Rav Kama asks them what you're learning. So Rav Kama says, wow, shkoyach, boys, incredible and absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows. Shabbat comes in incredible. You learned a lot. Subah, they said back to him, I'm sorry, Mitivusa Demar Amina Betuva. Zirusa Demar Lo Amina Ba. This is actually quite beautiful. Rav Kana of Safra say back to Rami Bar. It's only because you're so gracious, they're able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit, ultimately we were not able to give you back so much Torah. So what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your ecclesiastes, it will be more difficult to share with you Torah. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow night. To finish up the rest, and we end off with the distinction between Edikos and Chakiros. Again, that last piece in between Rami Bar Chama and Rav Kana of Safra will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musaskil. In that though, I know I read it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What a way to say Shkoyach.
So, I just wrote it on paper, go tablet like that.
All right, Mosai. Good morning. Such a schos Hashem to be able to begin another week of Daf Yomi. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. The Sfarim are going in. The article Shasana and the there, and here's Hashem. Or some will trickle in. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know Menachem Shofel is on it. He's building settling. Okay, that's our catch-all phrase for everything. Building settling. We'll find out what that is in Eretz Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again until get our feet under. All right, begin by thanking all and also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. I'm sorry. We have. Okay. And there's Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. And there's Hashem. Everything will be up. All right. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning. To thank our annual sponsor for Tafshin Pehed, Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all German drushos as a zuchus for Besoros Tolos Am Yisrael. Our sponsor for the month of Sabbath, the coming in memory of Amit Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed and down the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama and Aliyah and his family in the Chama. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Pesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, Torah, her Neshav and Aliyah, and her family in the Chama. And because of us, says, always getting our learning in the schools of our holy hostages, that the rest shall bring the rest of them home, the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers. The whole man say this let us be a really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Memal of 41. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on them on the base 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up in the bottom. Two dots. But here also. So again, remember we are continuing in Eretz Hashem with the cross-examination the witnesses, right? So making sure the drishas of the chakiras. Also, say the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harag, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisarag, did he kill a Jew? Yisrael, did you give him Asra? Kibalov, Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Atzmo Lamisa. There was an interesting Dalshan, Hita Atzmo Lamisa means literally, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did the Asra after the warning, or did he still proceed anyway? Right? So, and again, essentially, when you have to give Nasra and violate, and afterwards, how would about the Zara? Somebody worshipped idolatry, right? So the witness wanted to say that Reuben worshipped idolatry. We asked for witnesses. We have what type of idolatry did he worship? Our Avad, Lamarko Avad, did he worship Balbar? Did he worship Marcolis? Ugama Avad, how did he worship? Is he Buach? Did he offer a carbon? The Kitar, incense, the Nisla, libation, Ishtachava, prostration, and we're asking all of these questions. Fine. So Ula says, Ula says, from where do you know Hasra? Ula says, from where do you know this concept that someone has to before they go ahead and have Avera in order to be liable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, Ish Asher Yikach Choso, Bas Avik Ubas Imo, Ula Es Masa. Because it says that the man will go ahead and have relations with his sister, the daughter of his father and daughter of his mother, and he will see Ervas. The Gemara says, what does seeing have to do with it, right? There's something about the issue over here is one of the actual relations. So what do you mean Ervas? Ella actually, so this rather the Gemara says what follows. That halacha so one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to the defendant what is that he's wrong. So Shagir is actually referenced to the witnesses. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So it says, the prohibition that they're referring to over here is a kares bearing prohibition. Right? Incest is a kares bearing prohibition. Interestingly enough, you don't need hasra for anything punishable by kares. Why? Because remember again, kares is carried out by a powerful. You only need hasra. Only a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human being. So in a courage, so I don't need the concept of asra. In fact, top of the Malach 41a, Tineu Inyan Lamal. This is Uber's interpretation. So from here we see the Makar, the source for the concept of asra. Beautiful. So the Chi. Yosef Ish Areu Laharga Arma. So the Pasuk says if a man will intentionally go ahead and kill another person, but Arma means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shisrubo Badayin which means they warned him, and he is still acting intentionally. Okay, so again, we'll say different sources for the concept of Hasra. Today, Rabbi Shmuel found him gathering with his country bushes. This was one of the Jews who violed in the desert. Shehisrubo v'az hamotsim ozo mekoshish. They found his gathering. So the idea is they warned him. Shehisrubo v'adan mekoshish was still gathering. Today, Rabbi Kana al davar asheria. So the idea is about to escape people. So reference to the idea that they weren't so by now Amurasa and violated. So essentially we have all of these different sources for the concept of Hasra. So we want to just point out each of these sources are important. Why? Because because they would have just said something by a choso, by the case of the sister incest. Remember again, as much as incest is punished, so halacha l'maisa still get malchus for that. So had it just brought down the count hasra by a sister, I would have said, oh, it's tafka by infractions that you get malchus, that halacha l'maisa hasra. But maybe that you don't. Therefore, kasarachmona kiya. For the Torah brings up lashon of kiyazit, right? That's an intentional avera. That's an intentional avera of kares. So that shows that this kares also by misas beis. Okay, Gemara says v'chi kasa rachmana kiyot. And if what is just said, ultimately again, that's what the halach, which has misas based in honey safe to kill, which is considered to be a more. Let's say again, it sounds tough about death penalties as more right and less lenient. What it means is really more painful. Again, that there's hasra about skila by skila, which is considered to be more chomer than saif, perhaps not. So which the Gemara says the Gemara says the tartib is spelled lawali. But why do I need two sources that both talk about skila? The Gemara says Rabbi Shimon la'asuye misrafin. So friends said Shimon to include streifa, because he knows that streifa is a lesser form of skila. Rabbanon knows that aseh b'kavachomer tarach v'kasav lakra. And according to the Rabbanon, this concept to learn that by Kavachomer, sometimes the pasuk will still go out of its way to mention it. Nevertheless, I have a list of Rahman bin Iskelin, the late Suhana from the Gloomy. So why not just write it by Skila? Why not written by Skila? Everything else by Skila, because Skila is considered to be the most common form of death. Hanami, most of the Asif Kavachomer, right. Sometimes people say that you learn by Kavachomer, Torah goes out of its way to explicitly write it as well. But most of the takeaway is that halacha comes to Hasra. Hasra is Doraisa. Three different sources of Hasra. Either again by Achosa, by incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again the koshish violation of Shabbos. And again, all three sources are necessary for the aforementioned reasons that we just did. Beautiful. Here to ask me this. Going back now to the Gemara. The said, we asked the witnesses a series of questions. One of the questions we asked the witnesses is, did you give hasra? Did you give warning? And number two, hitir atzmo lemisa. So ultimately, again, the individual literally give himself over to death, which means after the hasra, did he still proceed with the commission of the infraction? That was the shayla, or that was the statement. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, from where do you know this? So the Gemara says, okay, so Yumas Hames, the pasuk says Yumas Hames, Sheyatir Atzmoisa. Those words like sing over is like this. The defendant to be guilty enough that he received hasra. He has to have received it, processed it, and still clearly forward despite it. That's what it means, Alashon of Yasmo Misa. So the defendant received the hasra, and nevertheless he moved forward with the commission of the Avera. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yumas Hames. This double Lashon Yumas Hames means heard it, he processed, but he nevertheless found the Avera. So the Gemara says, Shiyatya Atzmo Lemisa. Until again, he permits himself, which means he moves forward even though he received the Asra. I'm not, you know, say, think about this just a moment. It sounds so crazy. Like, can you imagine this? Like, even say to Ruvain, if you kill Shimon, you're going to be put to death. And yet what? And Ruvain proceeds with it, knowing that there's Eidos there. Right? There's Eidos there. So these two Eidos are going to show up amazing. So you wonder to yourself, what's the pshat? How could someone do something so crazy? I will say, but if you think about it, so the truth is we do the same thing, right? Every time I commit an Avera, deep down I know it's wrong, not even so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I get hasra every single time. It's not like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that I know that are not correct. Or there might be some things I do that perhaps I don't know are correct. Maybe I'm in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? Just a variety of different reasons, right? Just a bloated sense, a bloated egotism that you know what I want, just more than anything else. I just don't care about ramifications. I care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see these commercials. I think it's ridiculous that anyone could act this way. But it's important to know that so often we do this, we engage in this very pattern of behavior day in and day out. And as it looks to us here, we have to kind of bring that same mindset of tricity, into our own lives as well. And the next time I'm ready, like, come on, this doesn't even make sense. I have Hasra that Ibn Shalom sees doing, and whatever it is, simply not worth authority and ludicrousy. 2 words, just coined here on our new base medrash. Like everyone, just put the timestamp. All right, let's go back there. Let's begin about it. I'm going to say second white line. I'm going to Nara Moshe. It's interesting, please. This is interesting. Nara Murasa is the case of a Nara, betrothed, right? But has not yet had Nisa. Now, if that commits adultery or has with another man, that's adultery, and she's put to death, right? As is the man with which she had relations. So now, that makes an interesting observation. He said, Nara Murasa. So watch this. Witnesses come forward. The witnesses saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is Lessons, right? She has Irison with Ruvain. We saw her have relations with Shimon. So let's see now, what's the issue? Let's say second set of witnesses come along. They say, first set of witnesses, you cannot mean that. Why? You want to go with us. You claim that you commit adultery. Okay? You were with us in Florida. I might not have seen that happen. Baltimore, you weren't there. So the Gemara says the witnesses can't be given to 8 years old. Why? They can't be killed. That wasn't a general again. It's next to Seftamakis, but in their session, what happens at 8 years old? Is punishment. In this case, you can't impose a reciprocal punishment upon the Idum killed. And why not? The Gemara says because at the end of the day, they can claim we weren't coming to impose the death penalty on Rachel. What were we coming to do? We were coming to give it her to her husband, Ruvain. So therefore, you can't kill us. We were trying to. So the Gemara says, "I baha isruba." What's it? They warned us. Yeah, that's why it's here. She said, "There has to be asra." What's asra? What's that? Well, we don't have to. Don't have relations with Shimon. You know why? It's slow the detail every year. He's not going to have. That's called adultery, and it is controlled by that. So give her asra. Which was the law asra. No, they didn't give her asra. They didn't give her asra. You know. Asra, taking this to law. 1 second. If you give her hasra, then at the end of the day, how could they execute her at all? Let me also read this. Interesting. Who are we talking about here? A very wise woman. And she might be young, she might be a nara, and in the course of the video, she was a old. So the sign of the Yosef is the Omer Chaver Eno Tzarech Hasra. Chaver and Chacham doesn't need hasra. This is also we've seen it. We don't see before. But Yossi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. But people who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we didn't know who is an Isha Chadera, a learned woman, and therefore always that adultery is. So because she knows that it's there for what? Therefore, Allah myself, no Hasra is necessary. The Gemara says, the fish of Nitna Hasra Hafkin Ben Shomes. Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unable. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the Hasra. I have a favor to you, Loli. You hate me. 1 second. If witnesses, this is fascinating. Witnesses can't, if there's no Hazama by the witnesses, they can't put to death. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So, why? Havila Eagles Shata Yafola Hazima. Eagles Shata Yafola. Lo Shma Eagles. Notice that this is fascinating. Testimonial fact here. Any testimony, right? Any time witnesses can't be made into even so, they're not to testify. So I'll say, what's the happening? This is if you're going to give testimony, what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game. Right? And what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. You can't see reciprocal punishment. We essentially don't accept your testimonies. Therefore, if you're telling me over here that the witnesses can come to testify about Rachel, but they themselves, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to testify her upon her husband. That means if they be executed, they're not Sama. If they're not Sama, then we can't accept them over here. To which the Gemara says, hey, so that's what we're saying. Since these witnesses can't be killed, now why can't kill? Because they can claim we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was make her asura upon her husband. So too, she can't be killed. Okay, so it's just an interesting case here. Elo, the Isha Chavera, the Kalan, the Mikla, okay. So where is there ever a case of a wise woman, Isha Chavera? Now remember, according to Rabbi a Chavera, a learned person doesn't require hasra. According to Rabbi Yossi, would there be a case of Chavera who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, the case where she committed adultery and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case. Look at Rashi. Some try to cross Rashi. The Hana is most shiny. Witnesses can't say we're only going to permit her upon her husband. Why? She's already permitted upon her husband. Why is she already permitted upon her husband? Why? Again, she already committed adultery, so she must already be prohibited. So therefore, the Gemara says no. So the only reason they would become tested is to have her executed. The Gemara says, maybe they can testify we're coming to go into the second man with whom she committed adultery with. The Gemara says, Shizin Samibusho. The case where she committed the second act of adultery, the same man. Inami, Shizin Savel, or she went and she committed adultery with one of us. And therefore, Allah might prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay. So the knockout, I feel Miswami. I feel the tsunami. By the way, why are you illustrating this with the Lasa? You can go ahead and illustrate this same exact case with what? With a regular married woman. Why are you illustrating it over here with Nara and Lasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel the tsunami. The Gemara says, in Afilu Hai Lo Yosfa to say, Yehovu Lomar, Osra Al Bai Lavan. No, the condition is like this. That the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify only, that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, that they could claim that they're coming to us, even though what? Rachel's not living this movement. I might have thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright because she's not living this movement. What do you mean you're coming to us upon moving when they're not living together? Allah, in that case, the claim of the witnesses is believed. Okay, I'm going to this stuff. Besides, what's the interesting case over here? So now, good. I'm going to this stuff. Besides, this is great. Witnesses show up. Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuben killed Shimon. Now, let's remember again, we saw part of the drishas that we asked how Ben killed Shimon. Right? Specifically, what weapon did he use? What happens? One witness says Reuben sword, and the second witness says Reuben axe. An axe. So let's say the Gemara says, this is not a fit test. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore then the testimony is thrown out. So let's say so. Remember again, because this is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. Their contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the testimony, is not a cohesive testimony, and therefore again is discarded. To be clear, we're not claiming that. Remember again, there's no right. These are not even zonin. It's that the testimonies don't lie. So essentially, it's inadmissible. Ain't enough. Similar to Echad Omer Kilav Shchorn, the Echad Omer Kilav Banim, how is enough? If one of the witnesses says, Ruvain, the murderer, the accused murderer, Ruvain was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Ruvain was wearing a black shirt. So then, in that case, their testimony is fine. We don't care about that. We'll say why. Why? Because the truth is, what the color of Ruvain's clothing is really inconsequential to the act, right? What instrument you use to train, that's very consequential. So, in other words, the idea over here is we need them to line up. We need the information to line up, but we don't need the information to line up. Incredible. Memorize the kasha. Nochon, shehi nochon. Moshe said it from the left. Watch down the passing by the dash. The chakar the shal tektiv. Dine ms. Nochon had davar. So what does nochon mean? So nochon means over here that when giving testimony, testimony has to line up. She nochon echad hargo. Echad bari hargo. So let's say, for example, says Ruvain killed Shimon. The other one says that he killed him with an axe. Echad omer gilish. The Echad Omer Kilav Levanim. One is wearing white clothing. One is wearing black clothing. Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. He's supposed to say, so just contradict what you said before. According to this Bryson now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Ruvain and the killer were wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? This is incredible. No. The Sudar Shechabo. No. Says that there's Macholzak clothing. One thing is saying Ruvain strangled him. And what's the Macholkas? One thing it says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing is that he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just that they didn't clothing, it's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used. So the Gemara says as follows: Hainu sai bariyos. Then again, it's the same thing as one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody had to. So Tashma, listen to the one side. Echad omer sandal shchorin, the echad omer sandal levanim. Listen to the one says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay, interesting style sense also. And it says so. One says wearing white shoes, one says wearing. So the Gemara says, "What's that? In said no. The testimony doesn't line up." So one's gonna say, "So we're trying to keep my son." That the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet here we seem to be saying the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, "Hasanami kigon shebat both andala b'hargo." No, what's the case? The case is where Bain kicked Shimon, killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the murder weapon, then I'll tell Maisu need explicit clarity as what it is. Tashma, Maisu, but Akabok Teina, and it's from the Mishnah. So one time, Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them, they claimed that Bain killed Shimon under the fig tree. What did Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the stems thin. Tell me about them. So the Gemara, so what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that other details that are about the murder itself are still important. The witnesses still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on over here. Kigon says, no. I'm running our Chama Kigon Sha'akatz Teina B'Shabbos. The Allah Kamik. Now, what's the case? The case where there was is where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, rooting the tree, right? Detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos is in and of itself. That's a capital crime. That's a capital crime. So that's what's right over here. So the Gemara says, "Vatanya Amri." That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara said, "Hamakigon shishabdo Chut Shelter Eva. So what's the case over here? The case over here is where Halacha and so moving children stem of the fig. That's what happens here. Killer orders to use the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. It says Tashma Amralahem Teino Zu Tzadakin Tzadasim. Tenim Shchoros Tenim. That's not what it says. It says the guy asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they white or dark? Rav Yosef Mi Ben Zakai Losif Inish. Ben Zakai Dibidikos Kifs Mashvilei. Don't bring it from Ben Zakai. Why? Because also Ben Zakai, he was marked both with Bidikos and Kiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, right, there's a distinction between Bidikos and Hakiros. What's the distinction? Is almost like Kiros are questions specific to the actual Bidikos are questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it matter again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred? Well, not necessarily. Then Zakai himself was of the school of thought that both Bidikos and Hakiros are exclusively necessary and both must be dealt with together. Both must be dealt. That's why Ben Zakai was asking about the figs and the stems. And according to Ben Zakai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, Man Ben Zakai. By the way, who's Ben Zakai? Who is Ben Zakai? So says the Gemara, well, Man Ben Zakai, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai. So what's Ben Zakai? Who's Ben Zakai? What's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai? Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction of the second base. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai was responsible for all of the takanas we have. Zecha the Churban and Zecha the Mikdash. We'll get into two different types of takanas. So this is 1 second. Rabbi Yochanan, if it's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai, he had a percent. Was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That cultural social Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai may have the Esrim Shana. We'll say it's a great tomorrow. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai lived till 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. 40 years he was in business. He was in business, right? Mem Shana Lamad for 40 years he learned, right? He did his stint in business and he learned. And Arba'im Shana Limet, and for 40 years he went ahead and he became a Rebbe. Right, taught students. So it's something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that for 40 years he was in business. He didn't. So God. But what it means is he was in business. In your business again. Yeah, you come in. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided 40 years. He decided to pivot. So I'll say such an incredible yesod. Don't think that like great people are just born that way. Right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for. This is, let's say, people make choices about the kind of lives they want to lead, the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, there are three people who follow the sun, right? Same people. Who are the same people? Moshe Rabbeinu, all this 40 paradigm, right? 40 paradigm. Again, that's what the Mepharshim says. When we see three people, 40 paradigm is exact. Maybe it is, maybe it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. What it means is great people a choice to become great. Great people at the crossroads in life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. You just keep on going. You just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path I'm on is very convenient. I continue down that path, and it's good. Or I pivot. go in direction and sexualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to learn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the Muslim from Ra. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I think he did something. Each man could have just down their path. And what the world would be like without him. Rabbi Akiva ben Zakkai. Life all about making the at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. First of all, we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But listen, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting, the most exciting things in life, and that's where your trustworthiness to greatness comes out. It's incredible. That's what happened. The time our Bible trying to call the bias, Gold Sanhedrin. 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was that means the Sanhedrin sat in the temple compound in the Lishkas HaGaz's chamber. 40 years before the Mikdash was destroyed, it was the chamber of hewn stone. Was it It was in the structure. It was there are excavations now in the city, right by themselves. So also were areas of the walls that is in front of the retaining walls. They literally again had stores there. They had two things there: vaults, right? Because they had to unearth these mikvaos with two sets of staircases, right? One going in, one going out. And of course, what we got the stars in front of the selling oil, water, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep. It's a. Let's say. Can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? I'm just saying, just the family is enough, right? So there are people. So the good part is Jews are industrious people who set up shop, literally set up right in front of the before they went into the basement, in front of the Harabais. So this was relocated to one of those storefronts. By the Harabais. And while they were there, they could not educate Knas law. Why not Knas law? They weren't able to educate capital cases. It's not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So here we have it. So the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Lishkas HaGazis 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, which means there were no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. Right? Again, the Gemara says, ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, was the leading sage. Which I was saying, just chronologically, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was living on the Sanhedrin when a capital case was being. The ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about the Jews can't be Ben Zakkai. It can't be him. The Gemara is like, it's always exciting. I guess I don't get that much, but it's like when the Gemara gives you history, right? It's just fascinating because a lot of times what we're missing when we learn Gemara is any type of context. What is everything happening over here? This is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan had been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated the case. So Rabbi Yochanan is the ranking sage when it was destroyed. And there was no capital cases being adjudicated because he was never involved as sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella, there been another guy named Ben Zakkai, to be clear. These are guys, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Karilei, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So let's say it can't be. So because if it was him, how can you call him Ben Zakkai? How can you do that? How can you do that? This is a Gadol Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and call him Ben Zakkai? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "But kind of my soul about the Yochanan ben Zakkai, but okay, so I said again with the Brisa, and the Brisa says it was a Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking you about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. And how can Ella Talmid Hashiv Bifnei Rabbo Haba? Oh, we'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating a case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a Talmud. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. Which where it says, "Va'amar mil stabli taimei." So what happened? So they were adjudicating a case, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they took input from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, "Hebra, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the figs?" And they liked it. And what happened? So remember, in general, what they think to do to himself, they always want to do that. If they could go ahead and find the defendant innocent, by asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. And they liked it so much that they established it in his name. In his name, so the Gemara says, "Ki hava lomar, ki hava lamad, ben Zakkai haba." Because Karli the Talmud Rosh Rabbo, ki hava linei, hava Karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Ki Karli ben Zakkai al shem demei kara. Ki Karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai al shashka. Oh, so now understand. When he said this, when he said he was a Talmud, as a Talmud, what was his name? What was it? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So now again, so therefore, when he hears it, based on where he's holding at the time that he said it, that was Ben Zakkai. Now we know him as what? Now we know him. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Incredible. Remember again, when it comes to chakiros, between chakiros and bedikos, that's the big distinction. The big two, when it comes to chakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, maybe contradict each other, get something wrong, they're disqualified. By bedikos, by both, if one gets it wrong, get it wrong. Even if two get it wrong, they're fine. What do you mean, even if two get the bedikos wrong? That's obvious. If when it comes to the bedikos, right? One of the witnesses says, you know what? I don't know. So we'll say, well, one of the witnesses says, I don't know. Fine. They both say, if one witness says, I don't know, or if two witnesses say they don't know, or once one, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if I don't know, or if two I don't know? So I'm not sure. When it comes to chakiros, are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The chakiros hafilu shnayim om ladanu, the echad om eniyager. So ultimately, again, when it comes to chakiros, even if two people say we know, and one says no, it do some beteva. Ultimately, again, the edus is bottled. Kiman kabi akiva did not. So let's say here's this thing over here. Let's say you have a group of three witnesses. Right? And what happens? And one of them says, I don't know. So what's the halacha? So next the edus is still bottled. This is chakiros. Right? So you have three witnesses, you're asking the chakiros, two answer correctly, one says what's the halacha? The edus is bottled. Why? What does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And three is the same as two. Once you present as a group, by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be ineffective, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and handle the chakiros. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the chakiros, then halacha l'maisa again, it disqualifies the edus. But elsewhere, that even when it comes to chakiros, switches gears. When you have a group of three witnesses, we'll say, as long as we agree to get the chakiros, together, to get the chakiros correct, then the edus is good, even if the third one messes up. The third one messes up, halacha might say the edus is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, we're going to point out over here, there's a fascinating. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of three witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I just enough to get 2 out of the 3? But we keep 3, we don't pass that. We pass that 2 out of the 3 because we also pass the witnesses can even be strung together independently. So therefore, Allah Myself, as long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the Hakiras correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana of Safra, Tanu Sanhedrin, they rather, he's great. Rav Kahana and Rav Safra, we're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbah. We'll say it's incredible, right? They learned Sanhedrin, we learned Sanhedrin, and their Sanhedrin looked a little different than our Sanhedrin. But they were learning Fuji of Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbah. Pagapa were learning about Amal, Shabbat bumped into them. Amal, oh my Amisa Bob, this Sanhedrin learned. What did you learn? Right? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbah? Relay, my Aminon, they Sanhedrin grade us. What do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Right? What in general do we go ahead and hear and learn about? Well, my question, right? What do you have questions on? Our love, may have what is the distinction between Chakiros and Beditos? Chakiros, when it comes to Chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the is bottle. Egos is bottle. Egos, when it comes to the egos, so again, this is a fundamental thing that we've seen over and over and over again. Chakiros, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our mission. No? Right? Currently 3, but we passed these 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is you're out. You're out. You're still in. You're still in. What's getting the question? For example, the question, right? Stems of the figs, color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. Based on discretion, important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Chakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get the Vikos wrong, you're in. Everyone else is both huge. I don't understand. Why is that? Why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Chakiros and Vikos are done. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one now? We do something. In your day, KMS, so say it's a very simple distinction. By Hakiros, all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make you susceptible to us. The Kal is witnesses who cannot be made in Zomamin, they have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that for any of the fewer questions, if wrong, those leave them susceptible to naming things. If you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to hazama. So the Hakiros are the questions that make subject to reciprocal punishment. Therefore, they're invincible realities, but these ultimately again are not necessarily indispensable realities. That's why you can get them wrong. So it's like I said, remember again, over here is an exchange between running to Rava, right? And also, I'm sorry, running to Tribakama. Tribakama asked them what you're learning. Tribakama is koyach. Boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Lahu, Ihavi Amisuba Tuba. Tribakama said, you learned a lot. Amisuba, they said back to him, Amar Levi Tubasa Demar, Mitibusa Demar Amina Betuva. Mitibusa Demar Lo Amina and Ba Balo Chash. So what's actually quite beautiful. Rav Kahana of Safra say back to Rami Bar Chama, it's only because your souls they are able to share with more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Most what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had it been as nice, it would be more difficult to share with the Torah. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. I just wanted to finish up the sugya. How do we end off with the future between Edikos and Chakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rami Bar Hama and Rav Chanan of Sami Top Protectors is a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musar skill. In that zone, I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What a way to start the most. I'll say that housekeeping, but just first of all, say just for the cover night, there's plenty of seats. Who has stuff on middle chairs, bring those up because we need room for everybody over here in the basement. Just cover in the back. There's plenty of room by the tables. Just going to make a request. Please do not sit in the Ezras Nashim. Leave that as a dedicated women's section. Again, even there's plenty of room still up front over here. Move forward, take a table seat, enjoy yourself, make yourself comfortable. Shkayach, everyone.
I drink light beer, I don't drink hard alcohol and stuff like this. And as the doctor said, stress is one of the worst things.
All right, Javon, say good morning or good Javon. A still smart question to be able to begin another week. That's fantastic. Together, begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our sponsors so tough shipping at 5785. The dedicated publishing and Russia this year as is for the start of travels for Am Yisrael. Our town sponsors for the month of paydays have all lived in the total of the Common family in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Second Brother. The Levy was still fighting in battle on the first chemical hope that we met by Commissar Shamu Hadnavia and his family in the common. Of course, we have some people who have cast off the return of 4 of our hostages. As I mentioned, irrespective of what one feels about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that Baruch Hashem, for precious and Hashem is back to local families, and we hope that in Eretz Hashem, hostages will continue to come home, and hostages will be everything responsible with the family, with the people, with the land. He's looking at Eretz Hashem. See all them call our holy soul should be successful. How not say and indeed be a lifetime of the soul's troubles for us. So as we back to let us be, we are picking up the new character in Eretz Hashem on that great dot yesterday, incredible dot yesterday. So let's check out the new part. How you working also with Sheva Hakiros? So remember, we've spoken about this before in the past a little bit about the Drishas for Hakiros, the idea of these questions that we ask to be able when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with 7 Hakiros, right? Seven different types of questioning. So you might say, what are the examples for Hakiros? The Ezer Shavua, the Ezer Shana, the Ezer Chodesh. So, for example, here's an example. Now, these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So, again, for example, the Ezer Shana. Well, what's the first? The Ezer Shavua. So, Rashi points out there, the Ezer Shavua, Shal Yoga. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shmita cycles within a Yoga cycle, right? The Yoga. So, 7 Shmita cycles. So, you ask the meanings, what's stage of the yoga cycle would you see for the capital cases? See this particular murder occur. So the Ezer Shavua, the Ezer Shana, what the Ezer Chodesh month, the Kama Chodesh month, the Ezer what day of the week, the Ezer Shana, the Ezer Malcolm, what place? So it's like some very specific questions. Remember again, for capital cases, so we need to be able to ask absolute certainty that the witnesses are telling the truth. He says there is a shot, there is a muscle. And he says, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what day did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? And question number 3, where did it occur? Now, what's obvious is after the witnesses have given information about everything else. So after they've given us so we've been judged. So then again, he says 3 simple witnesses. Essentially, what time, what place. Makir and Atem. So then we ask the witnesses other questions. Makir and Atem. know the defendant, like this racist woman, already about the Zara, for us to really use the also about Zara. So as me about which about the Zara did Ruben ahead and worship. Kama about how much he worship, about how did he worship? I was worshiping was worshiping about the Zara, bow down, you could kiss, the Baal, you could defecate, so one side doesn't fit all. Like there's someone about the Zara. So like we're not about Martin if you don't say anything Shiva. So what is interesting? So whoever us Muslims over here is the basic application. But the more the decodes patient to do, the better it was. Also a lot of this probably was also very subjective. Like basically giving testimony or something Israel probably feel the need to close a little bit more. The Mishnah essentially says over here, we're kind of giving the general outline. But of course, you can go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Then Zakai will appear. We've actually seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time, then Azai. So witnesses testified that they saw a still shimmy underneath the fig tree. So then Azai says, tell me, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately, you know, to see things. Understand also, this is all part of the same motif as well. That halacha that we try to do whatever we can in order to exonerate in circle. We always try to exonerate. So as such, like what did the stems of things look like? Would this be helpful in the exoneration of the defendant? Not in Chakiros. So remember again, the sections that we outlined over here are what are called Chakiros. So now the Gemara says, what's the distinction between Chakiros and Chakiros? First one, white large. Chakiros, Echad Omer Inyo, right? We indicate that. So I'll say to the Hakiros, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah. If someone responds to any of the Hakiros and he says, I don't know, like the witnesses say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. You can't answer them. That one is automatically disqualified. The Gemara says, so let's say when you ask the witnesses, what color shirt was Reuben wearing? That would fall into the category. So at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that. Even if one can answer, both can't answer, disqualify the witness. Okay? So it says, this makes some Ephesians a decent material. So let's say one thing is clear. Both with Ephesians and Hakiros, actually Hakiros and Hakiros, if halacha l'maisa, the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. Halacha. Echad omer b'shnayim b'chodesh. Ve'achar b'shnayim b'chodesh. A decent premise. Let's discuss in two cases. So let's say witness number one says we saw you in Shimon, and it was the second day of the month. And the second witness says no, the second witness says it wasn't the third day of the month. What's that about? A decent premise. But let's say why? What do you attribute it to? Sheshem Yodeh Rosh HaChodesh. Is there any Yodeh Rosh HaChodesh? So let's say it could be quite simple. Remember, again, a bunch could have 20 dollars that it was a Malay, a month with 30 days, and one did not. One did not. So, in other words, what you begin to see is, and it was the end of the month, falls on just the more severe questions. But here again, we see that we accept the fact that definitely could be some margin of errors. And in this also is on the Hamisha, they do some good. But if witness number one says, we didn't mention on the third of the month, and witness number two says, no, it's only on the fifth of the month, then the English is bottle. Echad Omer, because let's say again, that's a sense, which would be the same with dates, there could be up to a 1 day discrepancy between the ages. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next. Now we're going to go to time discrepancy. Echad Omer b'shteis, Echad Omer b'shalosh, also the same kind of scene again. If let's say, Reuben said, right, Reuben took that's the accusation. Witness number one says, Reuben killed Shimon after 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's the halacha? Idus and kayanas. Ultimately, again, the idus is good. Idus is good. After number shalosh, after the chamisha, idus something. But again, something that triggers really what the same like this. Witness number one says, witness number one says, I saw moving towards Shimon in the third hour into the thing. He says, I saw Shimon moving towards Shimon in the fourth hour. That's fine. That works. But let's say, well, essentially, Rashi points out over here is what we allow for two discrepancies that we accept. More than 2 hours, we not. So I'm just saying, remember, when he asks the witnesses what claim you see this, they're actually not asking for that, 8:15. What they're asking is a general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But Yehuda is kind of like, he says, no, halacha l'maaseh, even in a case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, again, you can still accept your testimony. And Rashi says over here, the kuli high kite in she mistakes, even more than 2 hours mistakes. And here's this interesting. But I remember coming after Rabbi Sheva, a I won't say that. Interestingly enough, you agree. But let's say if one witness says, we can go Shimon in the 5th hour, and another witness says, we can Shimon in the 7th hour, that ultimately again is reconciled. Why? Because remember, again, I both sides, 5th hour is before noon, 7th hours afternoon, and the sun is in 2 fundamentally different positions. So with that, already again, that is considered to be a reconcilable contradiction. Okay, so you must follow. That's good. That's what I say. All of this is how we go out and we cross the others. The Achashach not missing. But both, so that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So it turns out now we've done our chakiros and our bedikos with the witness. So it turns out now testimony checked out. Okay, now what do we do? What's the first thing we do in Beijing with the capital case? Post-skin discourse. And what's the remember what post-skin discourse? He tells the defendant, worry. We didn't show shame. We have absolutely nothing to worry about. I think what discourse.
It's very civilized. My cousin was a great cook, plus the captain.
The issue listen to this. It says, I have the ability to go ahead and done something in favor of you. That's just give you full context over here. The way this works is, the witness is King's Days. Right? The witness is therefore, the witness is about to say that we didn't quote shit. That the witnesses give testimony. One of the witnesses turns around and he says, oh, you know what? I actually now have something to say in favor of the defendant. Right? Oh, Achamina Talmidim, Yeshli Lelamed Alakova, or one of the students. Remember again, what this refers to the rows of students who sit in front of the nation. One of the students say, I think I find a way, I have a way to find Reuben guilty. In either of these two cases, we trust me. So we don't listen to these people. Now, we don't listen for different reasons. Remember what it says in the last paragraph. Once witnesses give testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Reuben guilty, we don't accept that. We now go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say here. Because what does it look like? I think that's a little bit, right? So that doesn't look appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along and says, oh, I have some information that could be damning, we also don't listen to him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and something positive, we will absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Amar Achamina Talmidim. Let's hear this. If one of the Talmidim says, I have something to exonerate you, right? I have some information that I think could be helpful to you. So what's that? So we invite us on the basis, right? So one of the students types up, I have something good that could be helpful to your usage. Come on down, right? And we bring them ultimately again to seeking our basis. So you guys listen to this. How you going in the shum? Call you on Kulo. And we keep them there. We keep them there till the end of deliberations. If it turns out that the guy had something meaningful to say, then you listen to him. And even if And by the way, even if the defendant, Ruben says, I have something positive to say in my defense, so we must we listen to Ruben. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. What's on those supposed patrol? It's a reason finding it, isn't it? What happens? Patrol is done. Done, case closed, we're done. Name log. So I say now, what happens if the patient can't find ground to exonerate? What do we do under those circumstances? Ma'avir also Mahar. We never issue a guilty plea on the day of. Like go ahead and wait to get guilty plea until the day after. So the next morning. So what do we do that? So what was the way it's incredible? So when we start the roast, we goes and we will break up kind of the conversations. And they would go on and discuss the case. How you not how you so they would minimize the amount that they were consuming it would take. How you show CI coming on, they were not incredible. It's like this highly stressed the importance of what it is that they are living. This is literally it's liking that as such that he is the amount of credibility, the amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they don't have to fast, they do diminish their assumptions. They won't one. This is the notion called a light law. And they would go back and forth the entire night. The Maharas was still above the basin. The next morning they would wake up early to come to the basin. Mizaka Omani and Mizaka. Or Mizaka, I need to come. So the ones who think, they say, okay, if that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Ruben is innocent. And the Chaim, like one of them, Ruben guilty. Omer, I mean, I need to tell me. Once you thought that Ruben was guilty, they'll say what I say. We still find Ruben guilty and we stand in place. Malamed told him, Malamed spoke. I will say that anyone who wants to find Ruben guilty, but then wants to switch teams, you can switch teams for example. However, about Malamed Zuhus, Eno Yahal Latzo Ulamed Kova. But ultimately, again, once stress, once a dying decision, he wants to find Ruben innocent, doesn't have the right to turn around and then find him guilty. Incredible. Umar says, fine. Tell me that. I just mentioned how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, the idea is to make sense. You can't deliver your verdicts there. You have to sleep on it. Was there tremendous motion hospital that's always has judgment on someone or something? Sleep on it. Sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and to like snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes you just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person. Sleep on it. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up avoiding tremendous and terrible mistakes. Other pieces also sometimes it's good to give you time and also the formulation of opinion. Because sometimes in life, if you become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back out of it. So sometimes it's good to go and give yourself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. Now here, you see that once the dying says innocent, that's it, no backsies, right? You can't get out of it. Now again, that's good over here because the goal is to exonerate. So sometimes we back ourselves into certain opinionated corners. And we dug ourselves in it and we can't get out. Take a little bit more time. Take a little bit more time to practice our ideas, our stuffs, our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions. They come out so much better. You are like so tell the devil, good. Tell the devil. They suffered a devil. That was the judge who yesterday again said, well, he found Ruben guilty. Today he's saying innocent or opposite. So don't worry about that because remember there are stenographers. We spoke about this before. Remember again, 3 stenographers. Right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who exonerate. One to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty. And one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the lengths again are all of these stenographers. So one of them that makes a mistake, the stenographer will be the much less so we'll say, so once again, can you go to exonerate and let Ruben move on when being allowed and it's not only remaining. So we count. Shnemas on the Zakat, comes from the Chayv and Zakat. So 12 innocent and 11, remember, there's a division of 20 right now. And 12 fine and 11 fine guilty is innocent. All you need to remember again for innocence is what? Simple majority of 1. However, Shnemas on the Chayv and Zakat, on the Zakat, what if 12 are guilty and 11 findings, which now have a majority of 1 for a guilty verdict, and remember, at least the majority of 2. Even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, the Afghan owner in your right? And one says, I don't know, but we saw before. What happens when the judge says, I don't know? What does I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means that you don't exist. That's the basic context, right? So we get him out of there. But even Esther and Restream is that overhyped. And even let's say if you have 22 judges, you either find guilty or exonerate. The Omer or there, and one just says, I don't know. So see who had that on us. Once again, we're reiterating the problem here. But when you have a judge who says, I don't know, as if he's not there. So far, this is actually interesting. So let's say, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Ruben is innocent, or 22 judges who say Ruben is guilty, and one judge says I don't know. Again, essentially what happens is as if he doesn't exist, which is the division of 22. You can't put up cases with a division of 22. So it essentially simplifies the process. So what do you do? How much do you actually have to judges? How many additional judges do you have to add on? How much do you think? I'm sure that. We add on judges to the bench. Until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the Gemara says, Shloshim ve'achad, Shloshim v'shishim v'zachim, Shloshim v'chamishin hayim. See if you have 36. 36. You go ahead and find the innocent, and 35 who finds the guilty. He's not going to ultimately. Again, he's going to go ahead and take the motion to shoot him higher than the commission is lacking. But if you go and you find 36 that find him guilty and 35 that find him innocent, Zion able to let it able to surrender again. Here's the issue. Once you get to 71, like once you get to 71, so that's it, like recap that. So then, remember, one of two things has to happen. Either you get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. And that interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So in other words, if you 71, you keep adding on judges until you figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get to 71, that's the end. That's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible article, so that's otherwise. You know how many so ask you know where do you know? So what do you know what? So remember the Mishnah said that there are 7 chakiros. 7 chakiros. The Gemara says, how do you know that there are 7 chakiros? The Gemara actually seems to be looking at for a scriptural allusion to this. So the Pasuk says, "V'gasha v'chakarta v'sha'alta hitev." Right? V'omer v'chad lecha mata v'darashta hitev. V'amar v'darsha shoftim hitev. So it's actually interesting enough. So the Gemara is like this: every time the Torah uses lashon of darashta, chakarta, and hitev, that refers to chakiros, shishas kilos. So then you have darashta, the chakarta, hitev, the darashta, hitev, and the darshu hitev. That gives you 7. That gives you 7. 7 the Gemara. So now we're going to see in just a moment that this is actually three different contexts. One is talking about here in Dachos, a city which worships idolatry, an individual who worships idolatry, and the third is talking about Eitan Zolden. Get together because they all utilize similar channels ultimately of investigation, and that gives us 6 questions here. Give our critical source for 7 chakiras on the base. I the Ima Chad the Kid Siba, maybe one of these ones say, how do you know to go ahead and combine all of these one discussion? maybe end of the day, what it actually means is what? Maybe each section has its own Jushas V'Chakiras, and each section has its own amount of Jushas V'Chakiras corresponding to the time that Rashi V'Chakarta is in their context. Which the Imam says, the imprint because if not, if the intention over here was to go ahead and keep everything together, then why not write everything in just one context? To which the Gemara says, because they are all really close to each other, therefore Allah nice to learn out from one another. The Chayva and the Yalpin since they can be learned out from one another also because they're similar expressions. You could say that Bechada is as if they were already in one single context. I, Bahala, Daniel, Hadad. But three fellows again, these three things are focusing, some of them are not similar to each other. They're not comparable. You know, for example, here, Hani Dachas, the Hanat Kaji of Daniel, for example, here, Hani Dachas, Nanami Dachas is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is very wiped out. Here, Dachas is not comparable. Why? The Gemara says, Shekin, Mamona, and Pala. Remember, by Iri Dachas, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out. Possessions are wiped out. Everything is destroyed. So that's different by a person, an individual works with Shabbat Zara. He may be executed, but his property is not destroyed. They didn't steal me. They get the reciprocal punishment for that. Maybe Abu Zara, Hanan Kaji, Abu Zara. As long as not this is an individual stuff of Zara, she's not going to have to do why. She's signed. Because Abu Zara, so by signing. Even Zorah in the Hanat Kaji was down. Even Zorah is not comparable to Aaron Dachas or Abu Zara. Why? She keeps speaking Hasra because it requires a warning. Requires a warning. So that's an 18 Yakin on the Adabi. With Zir Shalomot. Much as you like, it's about 18. And ultimately, again, this is a Shalomot. What is the Shalomot? Muslim means the word itself is open because it's used for any other word. So you must think about Muslim with that because it's a clear shot of that Muslim. If it wasn't open, you could ask the following question: where is coming from? Take a bit of the great person. But you have one, if we in the faith, it's zero shot of that these words are not used for anything else. And if our local might say, yeah, they are in fact fit for the Dutch. The having in the dog, the Dutch should talk to. Since the Pacha could have said that just the Darshu, the Father giving you Jewishness, the Shankar, and the Torah goes out of the situation of hate and says, right, Pashta, the Hakarta, hated, thorough. You don't need that word hated. So therefore, again, Shmami that comes to show ultimately again, bring up the other words for use for the Zir Shabbat. I, Bakar. But again, I will say that only tells me that the word is free on one side of the scripture. When it comes ultimately again, ultimately again, because it could have just said Sha'alta the Hakarta. Yearly Dakas might have a but by yearly Dakas, what else should be? Some nani is so open for example why it's Daraj Tidrash Kakar Kakar Torah was a double express by the same word Daraj Tidrash or Kakar Taka first white line. The Shani Krab would be great. The hate is here. The Torah goes out of its way, changing the verbiage and uses the hated Shmamina laughing with the extra word is there to free up the phrase to make the Zir Shabbat. I will say, since you have this unique Zir Shabbat between Uri Dakas, Avodah Zarah, and Eidin Zor. What that halachic triangle, like that triangle Zir Shabbat does, is allows me to pull all of those words and recognize the expressions of Karashta, Kakarta, and Hated appear in total of 7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 factorials. Incredible. Ba'asim Mechlokin, source is Ba'asim Mechlokin, the Kabbalah discovered over the and so ultimately again those subject to Tantra could be learned out from the Kabbalah from those subjects. Again, Ba'asim Mechlokin, the Kabbalah discovered ultimately again those subjects could be learned from the Kabbalah. This makes sense. All the machines are straight for my domain. But the machine says straight for is more common. What is it saying? And I'm like, you got the MS no. MS nothing. Which Marshall Ruby says. Which the budget says MS not only MS sorry. So what's the issue? And you add that MS that gives you left. If we're dancing, every time we have Darashta, Karta, and adding MS, the whole 11 to which the Gemara's Ducks emerges sorry, Sheva, which the Katiros, so you said that 37 Katiros, Darwin is less 8-0, go ahead and take out 3 Sheva, partially cut off, leave one left. With the Swedish Suffolk, take them from these two goals, for those keys in our subject straightforward. Rabbanon knows that the Asik Kabahomer, Kartakasa. They're going to Rabbanon in some concept. Kabahomer goes out of his way to stay in the passage itself. Okay, the guy gave out of Yavo did not like any of this. Yavo didn't like these drushes. Ava last week, Shmonakashis. So that Yavo says maybe he's got Kakiros, like also do Kakiros. What? It's not a serious thing that we got you to go. Wow, we need potential because there are 7 Kakiros. We need to Kakiros from. Why not? Why can't there be an 8 Kakira? Or even a Kakira? But if the last week, the Chama fish shops, so that's what again, here's the thing, the leading positives. Sorry, maybe there's an 8 Kakira. What time? Let me again finish this Kakira. Was hours. What hour? Right, maybe I'll be about to there's a 8 Kakira. 8 Kakira is not from the hour. What time during that hour? Right, tell me 8:37. 8:37. Okay, you have a whole I'm not so maybe the 8 Kakira is exactly what time. That's the horse says, well, you both, so it's more Kakiras. Is that your vice versa? Because the vice versa is that there were 7 Kakiras like in the so the actual Kakiros altogether. So it's remarked a lot by a layer. So this makes sense, right? This makes sense. There's the Amra in the other along quote. These next 2 lines there, the narrative that person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, because the person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that 8 Kakira. What's the 8 Kakira? What time? Not what hour, what time. And because a person has the ability for completely, it should be able to answer that appropriately. So if you should Shmonami Gamra then 12 months, and it's significant that a person is exact precise. Okay, so you can still get it in the ballpark. So there's a woman that says, somebody goes at 40. Another one says, I was o'clock. Okay, that's fine. In other words, even if we're willing to accept some level of imprecision, that's fine. Allah buying it, everybody read the Amar. Also, to a Khatsi shop. So I say, but trying to buy expensive the person can make a mistake up to a half hour. Or up to a half hour. People could go ahead and mistake for a while, but people can make dramatically different. I just got over here. Just fascinating. It's fascinating to see that people treat kindness with kindness. One of the things that drives me crazy, and it is one of the most important egos a person could possess. Kindness. If you take something, if something is really important to you, there's another kind of important message that you transmit. That's not important. It's not important. Never excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for your job, whether it's for it's true, there's never a shortage of excuses. But if you're not on time, it means that it's not important enough for me to make concerted effort to show up on time. And it's pretty good to ourselves. The things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. But it's interesting. So, you know, it says like people treat time differently. People do time differently. So it's interesting. So you have a guy there, and there says the person has the ability to be exact. Right? Either the clever or cool. And then again, you see other things that say a person, maybe he's a little bit here and there. And then this third category, Tone Ishituba. Who's this third category? This third category of people just can't get it together. Just can't get it together. Right? They're all over the place. Always is. And also, it's interesting. So again, first of all, it's all about it because there are people. There are different kinds of people who are wired differently when it comes to time. It's certainly that a person has some kind of reason why they can't on time protect. Things. It's just important for us to check for ourselves. We have all the most wonderful reasons in the world. But at the end of the day, if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, but intend to broadcast or don't intend to broadcast it is not important enough for me to be there. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's why I'm going to be like, it's just understanding there's a lack of timeliness when a person is communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. And it's important because sometimes these things happen, we don't realize the messages that we're kind of emoting to other people, giving off to other people who don't even intend to do. But when I say again, I'm still being off. But it's interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timeliness. Is Ifakira. So what if he said in the Ifakira is what time, the exact time that a person gets right at the event occurred. That's fine. But not everybody holds that people have the capability to a vast level of precision. So what could be the Ifakira? And last year the come up to yoga. What year during the yoga cycle did the that's one of the first questions, right? What year in the Shmita cycle is going on? Elalasi be'eze yoga. No. The question is what's another again? Yoga like yoga are numbered. Like it's interesting. It was like how it's all part of the same time of motif, right? It's about it. Think about what the youth count. We count hours, right? We count hours. We count, well, actually, we can't count minutes, right? And God has appreciation of minutes, right? What's the low road? I don't know, whatever, right? So, whatever, 4 minutes and 2 come up in, after this. So we count, right? We count hours. We count days. We count weeks. We count months. We count years. Years in the Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in Yovel, and we count Yovels as well. We count every single unit of time. Because the lesson is the same lesson over and over and over again. Time is the greatest resource. And therefore, time management is the most important to it. That's why, again, going back to Friday's back, we saw the accounting of the Norwegian day. Every hour was before granted, not every hour was great, and every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is actually complete time management. Again, are we good at bouncing up how lucky? If I want to feel like was, marriage along with that, right? Also, how lucky, right? But maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute then. That's probably good. How about get to that level? But at least not to let the hours slip through our thing to oblivion is the key to personalistic success. So maybe again, you must listen, maybe the Akira is what number yoga are we up to? Hey, what number are we up to? You go. Even though it is a low by the easy. So the thing is, no. You know, you don't need to talk about as long as the witnesses know what number year in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's enough. So let's say, so therefore, interesting enough, just be okay. So what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is we have some hakiros, and what the Gemara taught us is interesting enough the source for those hakiros, not hakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses really saw what they saw, were present to be able to what they saw. That concept of 7 hakiros comes from the conglomeration of Irani Dakos, individual works of Obazara, and Ibn Zolid. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Dalashta Hakarta, Dalashta Darshu. There's an opinion that says that there's a lot. Halacha might say we reject that opinion. We look at the 7 hakiros as discussed in our Mishnah that have no source. Incredible. That's the said Gemara. Rabbi Yossi says the Muslim Imam said that you guys getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi says there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? What day did Ruben kill Shimon? Shah, what time did Ruben kill Shimon? You also, whenever you see Shah never means 8:40. Shah means 8th day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And there is a makom place. What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's 3 questions. I'm going to Yossi for coming. With the very clever Amar Emesh Harvey. Let's say witnesses show up, right? Let's say Monday. So what happens? Witnesses Monday, and they say yesterday, Reuben is Monday, and he says yesterday. Are we going to say Omelo, the Chodesh, the time of the Chodesh? It's interesting thing. The Muslim fashion is like this. If witnesses show up yesterday, Sunday, Reuben came, now the witnesses with these questions, right? Which year of the Shemitah year was it, right? He just told you yesterday. So that often all of these hakiros that Chacham are espousing necessary. Guys rolling in yesterday, so the hakiros, so because that we also see 4 questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time and where did it happen? All questions could just be totally unnecessary. That's what he also says. So the Gemara says, so Amar Varaka. So back to the Yossi, that is very Yishabava Amar Aharbu. Amar Lo Be'ez Yom Be'ez Shabbat. Let's say Witness Shabbat, they say literally, we just saw Ruvain kill Shem. Just saw it. So it comes up to Yossi. Are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time. You just think of back on you. Ella, Afakapsul say, Raminon Alik the Shimon of water. Rather wants to talk to Rabbi Yossi like this. Right? It could be that sometimes questions are unnecessary, but you will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the share this information and Rabbi Shimon of us. The Shimon of us was one who said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get them not to slip over. Remember, our goal is we want to. So therefore, again, the conversation we say we fully realize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary, but we ask them anyway. In effort, first of all, to ensure that they're really telling the truth, and if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi says, Emesh Harbu, Shia, Berolejos, Akshav Harbu, Leshem Berolejos. Rabbi Yossi will respond, no. Rabbi Yossi will respond that witnesses coming in and saying that Allah when I saw Ruben kill Shimon, yes, that's a common case. Witnesses coming into days and saying, Ruben, you just saw Ruben kill Shimon, that's not common. And then Allah when I again, we're not worried that is going to actually occur. So bottom line, Allah, we have this fundamental reason. They're coming giving these 7 hakiros, which come hold have their source. Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions: what time, what I'm not asking is like the and if Allah when I say capital is We employ these 7 questions, 7 criteria. Incredible. Right, doesn't it? Stop over there for today. Shkoyach. 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 Okay. You have to show an incredible week ahead of us.
I think it's a skill thing.
Yeah. Sure. Have a good
Different size. Like, I don't think
one. Nothing.
And so that odds thing is to me exciting.
All right. Everyone Zoom. Have a good day, everyone.
You get used to, if it's a game, you start talking about players, and who chose the outfield, and this and that. This guy, so he's stealing bases, and I'm factoring that in, and the odds become a part of the discussion. But yeah, it is ultimately the problem is. First of all, kids are addicted to apps as it is. They use them. They're always on their damn phone. And they'll go from TikTok to Instagram to X to, they'll check this and then they'll check that.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning, Advocate. Still Spark Hashem to be able to begin another week. Oh, that's fantastic. Together begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, Restream, KA 5785. Listen, Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Jerash shows this year. This is for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of paydays have all living with the family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, from the Bracha, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We the numeric for our Talmud Torah, Shamol Adnaviyah, and his family. And of course, we say, Hodu Hashem, Kitov, Yovan Chastel, for the return of 4 of our Jews. As I mentioned, irrespective of what one feels about it, it's a good idea, leaving everything aside. The fact that Baruch Hashem, 4 President Shammos are back home with their families, and we hope that Emir Hashem, our hostages will continue to come home. Our hostages will continue to be reunited with their mishpach, with their family, with their people, with their land. Hashem. To see all of them come, our holy soul should be successful. And indeed, it should be a lifetime of Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. So with that, so let us begin. So we are picking up the new parak Hashem on Men. So let's pick up the new parak. How you both in Oson the Shevach Hakilos. Remember, we've spoken about this before, asked a little bit. At the Rishas the idea of the question asked to the agent when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with Hakiros. Right? Seven different. What are the examples for Hakiros? Be'ezah Shavua, Be'ezah Ana, Be'ezah Chodesh. So, for example, here's some examples. Now, these aren't examples; these are actually specific questions that are asked. So, again, for example, Be'ezah Shana. What's the first? Be'ezah Shavua. Rashi points out that Be'ezah Shavua Shal Yuval. Right? And what is, remember again, that there are 7 Shemitah cycles within a Yovel cycle. Here's the Yovel. So 7 cycles. So we asked the witness, what stage of the Yovel cycle did you see the murder? This is from a capital case. Did you see this particular murder occur? So Be'ezah Shavua, Be'ezah Shana, what year? Be'ezah Chodesh, what month? Bekama B'Chodesh, what month was it? Be'ezah Yom, what day? The week. Be'ezah Shah, what time? Be'ezah Makom, what place? So we'll say some very specific questions, because remember, it's a capital case, so we need to be able to answer with absolute certainty that the witnesses are telling the truth. Rabbi Yossi says, Be'ezah Yom, Be'ezah Shah, Be'ezah Makom. Rabbi Yossi says, no, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what days did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? Question number 3, where did it occur? Obviously, after the witnesses had given information about everything else. After they've given their question and so on. Then again, Rabbi Yossi says 3 simple witnesses. Essentially, what day, what time, what place. Makir also. Sorry, Makir and Matan. So then we ask the witnesses other questions. Makir and Matan, do you know the defendant? Right? His face symbol, did you give him a sword? Did you warn him? Avodah Zarah. For example, let's say Reuben is accused of worshiping Avodah Zarah. So, as me Avad, which Avodah Zarah did Reuben go ahead and worship? Kama Avad, how much did he worship? Oh, sorry, how did he worship? As most of the different ways of worshiping Avodah Zarah. You can bow down, you can kiss, in case the Baal or you gave, right? When you say that one size doesn't fit all, right? There's something for everyone in Avodah Zarah. the Gemara says, "Ubama Abad confident that the Tares and Mishuba." So what says is interesting. So what the Mishnah is outlining over here is essentially the basic application. But the more the details things you do, the better you are. So in other words, also a lot of this probably was also very subjective, right? Based on the testimony. And sometimes based on the probably feel the need to probe a little bit more. He says over here, we're kind of giving general outlines, but of course, feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Maisil Bada Ben Zakai we've actually seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time, as so witnesses testified that they saw Reuben kill Shimon underneath the fig tree. So then Azai says, what did the stems of the figs look like? Depending on the season, clearly we ought to see if there's understand also, this is all part of the same motif as well. Allah Maisa, we have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to accelerate. Like always our goal. We always try to accelerate. So as such specific questions like what ends of the figs look like, potentially helpful in the exam of the defendant. Not in yours, so let's remember again, the 7 questions that we outlined over here are called Chakiros. Now the Gemara says, what's this Chakiros and Petikos? Why lie? Chakiro Chad Omer Inyo, the idea so what's like for the Chakiros? The questions mentioned in Rana, if someone responds to any of the Chakiros and he says, I don't know, right? The witness to say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which runners, which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. If you can't answer them, the one is automatically disqualified. So the Gemara says, Chakiros Echad Omer Ein Yodea, it is a Tikos Echad Omer Ein Yodea. For example, so let's say the witness says, what color shirt was Reuben wearing? That would fall into the category of Tikos. So if at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that, even if one can't answer it, both cannot disqualify those. Okay? So the Gemara says, the one thing is clear, both with Petikos and Chakiros, actually Chakiros and Petikos, if halacha l'maisa witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's the halacha. After Omer b'shnayim b'chodesh, or b'shloshim b'chodesh, produce a tennis. What's the assessment? So let's say witness number 1 is going to a Shimon, and it's the second day of the month. Right? And the second witness says, no, the second witness says it was the third day of the month. What's the halacha? They do some chayamas. They will say, why? What do you attribute the error to? We'll say it could be quite simple. Remember again, a month could have 29 or 30 days. One guy knew that it was a malay, a complete month with 30 days, and one did not. So in other words, what you begin to see is, and we'll say, remember again, one day of the month falls under the umbrella of Hakiros. Those are the more severe questions. But we see that we accept the fact that there definitely could be some margin of error. But if witness number 1 says Reuben killed Shimon on the 3rd of the month, and witness number 2 says no, he killed the 5th of the month, then this is batal. Omer, because once again, that's it. So what you should be able to see is with dates. The dates, there can be up to a 1 day between the ages. More than 1 day you can't have. Next, now we're going to go into discrepancy. After the shows a decent time. Assuming again, if let's say Reuben said, right, Reuben killed us, that's the accusation. Witness number 1 says we saw Reuben kill Shimon at 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it. Second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's the halacha? They do some kayana. Ultimately, again, he does good. He does is good. After they do something. But again, if some really what they're saying is like this. Witness number 1 says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon in the 3rd hour into the day. Witness number 2 says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon in the 4th hour of the day. That's fine. That works. And we'll say Rashi points out over here is what we allow is up to an hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, we can not. So just understand, remember, when the basin asks the witnesses what time you see this, they're actually not asking, in 8:15. What they're asking is the general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But Yehuda says, he says, no, halacha l'maaseh, even in a case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. And Rashi says over here, the fully high tight issue. People make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. And here's what's interesting. Echad omer b'chamish ve'echad omer b'sheva eidusim b'teva. I will say that, interestingly enough, even Yehuda would agree. Let's say if Ruben killed Shimon in the 5th hour, and the other witness says Ruben killed Shimon in the 7th hour, that ultimately is irreconcilable. Why? Because remember, again, I will say 5th afternoon, 7th hour is afternoon, and the sun is in two fundamentally different positions. So with that, already again, that is considered to be an irreconcilable contradiction. Okay, so it says follows, right? Good. So that's what so all of this. This is how we go ahead and we cross the witness. So that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So again, it turns out our chakiros and our it turns out now testimony is checked out. Now what do? What's the first thing we do in Basin with the capital case? This schos. I also remember what my post was defendant. Don't worry. If you didn't kill Shimon, you have absolutely nothing to discuss. To this. If one of the witnesses I have used to go ahead and bring down some favor of Ruben. I want to say just to give you full context over here. The way this worked is the witnesses kept in the case, right? What are the witnesses there for? The witnesses are there to say that Ruben killed Shimon. After the witnesses give testimony, one of the witnesses turns around and he says, I actually now to say in favor of it, right? Oh, Talmidim, Yeshli Lefkover, or one of the students, Rebbe says refers to the Moses to sit in front of the basin, and say, I think I find a way to find Ruben guilty. In either of these two cases, Shaskino, so we don't listen to either of these people. Now, we don't listen to these different reasons. Remember, Rebbe says in the last paragraph, once witnesses have testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Ruben guilty, we don't accept them to go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say for Ruben. Because what does it look like? It looks like they're hedging their bets a little bit, right? So that isn't appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along, I have some information that can be for Ruvain. We also him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and say something positive for Ruvain, absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Here it is. So one of the Talmidim says, I have something to exonerate Ruben, right? I have some information I think could be helpful to Ruben. So we invite him to this. Interesting, right? Student pipes up, I have something good that could be helpful to Ruben. Come on, that. Right? Yeah, we bring ultimately again to seat him on the. So the Gemara, listen to this. And we keep him there. Keep him there till the end of deliberations. So if it turns out that the guy has something meaningful to say, then we listen to him. And even if, by the way, even if the defendant, Ruvain says, I have something positive to say in my defense, so the Gemara says, we listen to Ruvain. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. So say Bezin finds him innocent. What happens? He's done. Done. Case closed. We're done. Ve'im lav. So say now, what happens if Beis Din find grounds to exonerate him? What do we do under those circumstances? Ma'avirin ol mahar. So you know, most of we saw this before. We never issue a guilty plea on the day. Right? We'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after, till the next morning. So what do we do that? So what do we do in between? It's incredible. So Mizdavkin Zugos Shugos, and the Beis Din would break up kind of with the Chavusas. You know, they would break up into pairs. And they would go in and they would discuss the case. So they would minimize the amount that they were consuming, their food intake. They would not drink wine. This highlights just the importance of what it is that they are moving on. This is literally again, this is that. I think that as such, there has to be a certain amount of COVID roach, a certain amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they do have to fast, they do diminish their consumption. They won't drink wine. The Gemara says, Venosin Kalalayra, and they would go back and forth the entire night. The next morning they would wake up early, come to Beis Din, and Mizaka Omer Ani Mizaka. Mizaka Ani Bim Komi. So the ones who found living in sin, they said, okay, that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Ruben is innocent. But the one that found Ruben guilty, Omer Ani Mechayev, Omer Chayev Ani Bim Komi. But the ones who found that Ruben was guilty, they also had the right to say, we still find guilty and we stand in place. Hamalamed Chov, Hamalamed Skov. I was saying that anyone who originally wanted to find Ruben guilty, again, wants to switch teams, you could switch teams to exonerate. However, Aval Hamalame is of course Eno Yahol Lats. But ultimately, again, once the dying expresses that he wants to find Ruben in the sin, he doesn't have the right to turn around and then find Ruben guilty. Incredible. Gemara says, fine. Tell me, so I'll just mention how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, we see from here, just on a general sense, you know, we can't deliver capital verdicts. We have to sleep on it. Was a tremendous role that sometimes before we pass on someone or some sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and rush to like snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. You can just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up averting tremendous impaired mistakes. Other pieces, sometimes you go ahead, it's good to give yourself time also in the of opinions. Sometimes in life, once you become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back it. So sometimes it's good to go and give myself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. That's the that once the dying is innocent, that's right? You can't get out of it. Now again, that's what we did because the goal is to exonerate. But sometimes we back ourselves in certain opinionated points and we've dug ourselves in there and we can't get out. Take a little bit of time to deliberate, a little bit more time to concretize our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions, and make out so much better. Gemara goes like there. So, Tov B'davar, good. Tov B'davar. Nei Sofer Nadero Eskein also. Now, who yesterday had, he found Ruben innocent. Today he's saying innocent or opposite. So don't worry about it because remember there are stenographers. Remember again, 3 stenographers, right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who exonerate, one to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty, and one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the mice again are all these stenographers. So the most supportive of that, the stenographer will be telling them about his opinion. So the most in Matsulos it was patrol the imla. So we'll say so once again, if we find the ability to exonerate, we exonerate and on his way. The imla, and if not, we count. So 12 find innocent and 11, because remember there's a reason of 23 right now. Right? 12 find innocent and 11 find guilty. Innocent. Remember again for innocence is what? Simple majority of one. However, what if 12 find 11 find innocent? I have a majority of one for a guilty verdict. And remember, there need at least a majority of two. Or even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, right? And one says, I don't know. What happens when a judge says, I don't know? What does I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means I exist, at least in the basic context, right? So we get him out of there. And even I will say, if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, and one judge says, I don't know, Yosifu Hadayan. So we'll say, remember again, we're reiterating the problem over here, that when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not there. So this is actually an interesting case. So let's say, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Reuven is innocent, or 22 judges who say Reuven is guilty, and one judge says, I don't know. So again, essentially what happens is as if he doesn't exist, since you only have a base of 22. You can't get capital cases with a base 22. So it disqualifies the process. So what do you do? You must have how much do you add? Say after this. How many additional judges do you have to add on? Remember again, we add on judges. Remember, we take them from the bench. From the bench, two at a time. Until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the says, so so if you have 36 who go ahead and find him innocent, and 35 who find him guilty, that guy ultimately again is going to go ahead and be guilty. But if you go ahead and you find 36 that find him guilty and 35 that find him innocent, Elu connected. Elu was this number again. Here's the issue. Once you get to 71, right? Once you get to 71, so that's it. Like we tapped out, and then remember, one of two things has to happen. Either you need to get to a majority of two in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of one in order to exonerate. But at that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So in other words, from 23 to 71, you can keep adding on judges until we figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get one, that's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. That's the where do you know? What do you know what? Remember again, the Mishnah said there are 7 chakiros. 7 chakiros. Gemara says that there are 7 chakiros. Gemara actually seems to be looking like for a scriptural allusion to this. Gemara says, because the pasuk says, "V'darashta chakarta v'sha'alta hitev." Right? Omer, v'gad lecha v'shamata v'darashta hitev. V'amar shashoftim hitev. So it's interesting enough. So it is like this. Every time the Torah uses darashta, chakarta, and hitev, that refers to chakiros. So again, you have darashta, the chakarta, hitev, Vidarashta tiv, and Vidarshu hativ. That gives you 7. That gives you 7. Says the Gemara Bus, and now we're going to see in just a moment that this is actually 3 different. One is talking about Iranidas, a city which worships tree. Second is talking about Israel who worships idolatry, and the third is talking about Insulis. Okay, but with them all together, because we utilize similar Rishonos to do an investigation, and that gives us 7 expressions here. Give us our biblical source for 7 chakiros. How many days? Maybe what it means was what we know to go ahead and put all of these into one discussion. Then what it actually means is each section owns Jishas Chakiros. Each section has its own amount of Jishas Chakiros corresponding to the time that Rashi the Chakiros in that context. So the Gemara says, because if not, if the intention over here was to go ahead and group everything together, then why not write everything in just one context? which reminds us tables the Kulu Bahadi Hadad Siba, they had the Yaf. Because they are all written close to each other, therefore Allah reminds us to learn not from one another. The Haven, the Yaf, and Hadad, since they can be learned not from one another also because they have similar expressions. So to say that it's as if they were all written in one single I, the hollow Daniel Hadad. But the three but I will say again, these three things, as we're going to see in just a moment, are not similar to them. They're not comparable. For example, Dafas Mahana Takati, for example, Irani Dafas, again, Irani Dafas is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is where it's wiped out. Irani Dafas is not comparable. Why? Look, Gemara says, Shmamona and Palak. Says, remember, Irani Dafas, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out, possessions are wiped out, everything is destroyed. So that's the thing. By a person, an individual worships Avodah Zarah, he may be executed, but his property is not destroyed. 18 Shomanim, they get the reciprocal punishment, whatever that may be. Avodah Zarah, again, Avodah Zarah, is an individual Avodah Zarah, is not comparable to Grace's wife. She came Saif, because Avodah Zarah is partial by Saif. And Aiden Zolman, Aiden Zolman is not comparable to Ernie Dachas or why? She keeps Sweden Asra because it requires a warning. It requires a warning. Versus you write about right? And ultimately, again, this is Xer Shalom Mufna. What does Xer Shalom Mufna mean? Mufna means that the word itself is open because it's like any other word. So you must be Mufna because Xer Shalom was not Mufna, it was open. You can ask the following question. So the fact that you appear to see the difference in but right, boy, if you get moving, the Jewish shop is open, these words are not used for anything else, and therefore Allah says again, they are in fact the Havila of the Mikdash, the Darshan, the Fakul, since the Pasuk could have said that just the Darshu, but they're giving you Jewishness, the Shani property where they hated, and the Torah goes out of his way to use Lashon hated, right? Tarashta, Chakarta, hated, thoroughly. You need that word hated. I don't need that. So therefore, again, that comes to show you ultimately, again, that the Torah is freeing up the other words for use for the Xer Shabbat. But again, I will say that only tells me that the word is free on one side of the scripture. Which ultimately, again, to even zoning up. Because ultimately, again, because Sha'alta the Chakar, Ella Irani Danklas Metal, that by Irani was what else should be a thing. Siva Kulu, Hasam non community, still open for Xer Shabbat. It's a having a myth of, oh, Chakar, Kafkar. Torah was could use adoption utilizing the same word, Darosh Kidrosh, or Kakar Kafka, first white line. The Shani property Bure, basically, the Torah goes out of its way, changes the verbiage, and uses the word hated, Shmamina Lafniye. That extra word is there to free up the rest of the phrase to be able to make the Xer Shabbat. Okay, therefore, let's say, since you have this three-way Xer Shabbat between Yeri Dachas, Avodah Zarah, and Edom. What that halachic triangle, right? What that Shabbat does is allows me to pull all of those words and recognize that the expressions of Tarashta, Chakarta, and Hated appear a total of 7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 fakiros. Incredible. Ba'asim Nechnakim is the word. Ba'asim Nechnakim, the Kalpar Miniskalin, Uminei Ragin. And also, ultimately, again, those the subject of any God. Could be learned at the top of from those subject of Uminera, in Ba'asim Nisraf, and the Kalpar Miniskalin. And ultimately, again, those subject to Sreifa can be learned from the Kalpar from Skila, which comes as a Tanya from Rabban, that is Skila Kamura. Since Rabban will say that Skila is more Kamar, this makes sense. Al Rabbi Shimon Kamar Sreifa Kamura, Maija Neymar. But according to Rabbi Shimon, who says that Sreifa is more Kamar, what is there to say? Al Rabbi Yehuda, V'yine emes nachon. V'yine emes nachon. To which the Gemara says, the Yehuda says that the pasuk says, V'yine emes nachon, emes nachon. Hachad, sorry, Sorry, so let's see, here's the issue. Yehuda says if you add in the MS Nachon, that gives me a total of 11. Right? In other words, for every single time you have Darashta, Karta, and why not add in MS Nachon, that gives me 11. To which the Gemara says, sorry, Sheva Hakilos, 7 of that, so 7 Hakilos. Dal plus the Shava. Go ahead and take out your views of the Shava. Partial Mechado. That'll give me 1 left. But I'm sure that's something. First time we should come to include those, or those cases that are subject to straight off. Rabbanon knows that the Asib Kabahomer, Karach the Kasifokla. Rabbanon, even subject, some concept from Kabahomer, Karach goes out of its way to state it in the concept itself. Okay, the guy before Rabbi Abo. Rabbi Abo did not like any of this. Rabbi Abo he did not like this. Ema last week, Shmona Chakis. So Rabbi Abo says maybe there are 8 Chakiros. I comes with 8 Chakiros. First thing about Shmona Chakiros means but that's what the 7 is. So 7 Chakiros. Where are you getting 8 Chakiros from? Allah, why not? Why can't there be an 8 Chakira? Why be the 8 Chakira? But if the last week, it comes with Shah. So also again, here's what's interesting. Rabbi the Pandits. Sorry, Rabbi Abo. Maybe there's an 8th Chakira. What's the 8th Chakira? What time? Remember again, Mishnah's Chakiras, the Chakira was what hour? What hour? Right, maybe Rabbi Abo says maybe there's an 8th Chakira, it's not only the hour. What time? Give me time, tell me 8:37. 8:37. Okay, we have a margin of error. Maybe the 8th Chakira is coming exactly what time. I know that, but that's the point. This is what you both know. So, Shmona Chakiros. Is that your Bryce that says this? The Bryce says that there weren't 7 Chakiros like the Mishnah. There are actually 8 Chakiros altogether. To which the Gemara Abaye, this makes sense, French Abaye, right? This makes sense. Amra in Adam Toah, below Klom. I will say that these next 2 lines are absolutely fascinating. Under there, the Mayor says a person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, again, because the person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore, what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that 8th Chakira. What's the 8th? What time? Hour, what time? Because the person has the ability for complete, therefore, should be able to answer the appropriate. So this for the Hachlish, Nami Gamra Adam Tuan Mashahu, Shapir. Let's say, and the truth is, even if you hold that a person isn't exactly precise, okay, they can still get it in the ballpark. So, in other words, if one witness says, we some kill Shimon at 8:40, another one says, I was 9 o'clock, okay, fine. In other words, even if we're willing to accept some level of precision, that's fine. Allah, but according to Bayer's Yehuda, the person can make a mistake up to a half hour. Up to a half hour. Rabba the Amar, Ta'ut in Shituva. People could go ahead, people could make a mistake for a long, but people can make dramatic mistakes. I explained that over there. Just fascinating. It's fascinating to see by people how people treat timeless. People treat one of the one of the most important a person could possess is timelessness. If you do something is meaningful and important to you, there's no time for it. And if you're not on time for it, something that you're transmitting, so it's not important. It's not important. You keep whatever excuse like this is an excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for your job, whether it's happening, whether it's for, when you're supposed to be home, whatever. It's true. There's never a shortage of excuses. It's an incredibly old. But if you're not on time, it means that it is important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on. And it's a window into ourselves, because the things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. But it's interesting. So the Gemara says, people treat time differently. People treat time differently. So it's interesting. So you have Rabbi Meir, and Meir says the person has the ability to be exact, right? And then again, you see other opinions that say a person maybe a little bit late here and there. And then this third category, Tol in Shituva. Who's this third category? This third category of people just can't get it together. Just can't get it together, right? They're all over the place, always late, always this. It's like it's interesting. So again, first of all, it's always about it because there are people, there are different kinds of people who are wide when it comes to unless a person has some company why they can't be on TV for things. It's just important for us to do a self-check for ourselves. You can have all the most wonders in the world. But I think if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, whether you intend to broadcast or don't intend to broadcast, this is not important enough for me to be here. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's when I'm going to be linked. Just understand when there's a lack of time, what a person is committing is a hierarchy of importance in life. Of course, sometimes these things happen. We don't realize the messages that we're kind of promoting to other people or giving out to other people. We don't even intend to do it. But when I say again, I'm still giving up. But it's just interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timing. Okay, hey then. Right, don't Mark. Allah Sweet become the other. So we're trying to just figure out according to Rabbi Avo has this Chakira. This Chakira. So what is this Chakira? So the US, okay, so it'd be tempting to say maybe Chakira is what time. You mean exact time that a person is right that the event occurred. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability or the capability of that level of precision. So what could be the Chakira? Allah Sweet become up the Yovel. What year during the Yovel cycle did the murder occur? We already asked that. How many days of Shavuot? So we look at that, right? That's one of the first questions, right? What year in the Shmita cycle is going on? Yovel. No. The question is also again, Yovels are numbered, right? It's all part of the same time motif, right? If you think about it, think about what the yid counts. We count hours, right? We count hours. We count minutes, right? Gabe has a true appreciation for this, right? What's the mola? I don't know, whatever, right? Whatever, 4 minutes and 2. So we count, right? We count minutes. We count hours. We count days. We count months. We count years. We count years in a Shemitah. We count Shemitah cycle in a Yovel, and we count Yovlos as well. We count every single time. Because the lesson the thing is, it's the same lesson that doing over and over again is the greatest resource. And therefore, time management is the most tool. That's why, again, going back to that, we saw the account that shows day. Every hour was accounted for. Granted, not every hour was great, so every single hour was accounted for. The key is to success in life, which is absolute, complete time management. Again, I'll read it down to the halakim and what a chiluk was. And you'll learn a little bit about it, right? I don't know what the halak. Okay, maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably Halavai which gets to that level, but at least to manage the hours of life, not to let the hours slip through our fingers. Is the key to personal success. So maybe again, you might suggest maybe the eighth Hakira is what number Yovel are we up to? Hey, what number are we up to? The dot even Days of Shavuot, not by the Days of Yovel. The other thing says no. You don't need to know the number of Yovel. As long as the this is what number year in the Shemitah cycle it is. That's more than enough. Shavuot side. So therefore, interestingly enough, what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 chakiras, right? And what is in car source for those chakiras themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that this is solved. Okay, so at least we're present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 heroes comes from the Torah. Where does it come? It comes from the conglomeration of Dafas, the Greek word about the Torah, and so out of those 3 contexts, we have Karta, Hativ, Dashtahativ, Darshahativ. There's an opinion that says that there's an eighth Hakira. Halacha Maisa, we reject that opinion. We go into 7 Hakiras as espoused in our Mishnah that have their biblical source. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Yossi, and I remember Rabbi Yossi came along and said that the guy's getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi says there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Is it Yom? What day did Reuben kill Shimon? Is it Shah? What time did Reuben kill Shimon? And we see Shah. Shah never means 45. What is Shah? 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And Be'ez Makom. Be'ez Makom. What place? What place? That's Rabbi Yossi. That's Rabbi Yossi's. So the Gemara says, we're trying to, I'm going to Rabbi Yossi Chachamim. But the very thing is, so Rabbi Yossi says, show up, right? And when is this? Yesterday, right? So let's say Monday, right? Right? So what happens? When is this show up? They say, yesterday, Reuben told Shimon. Yesterday. Are we going to say, oh my God, it's a Shavua, it's a Shana, it's a Chodesh. So let's say, Rabbi Yossi's logic is like this. You know, if it's a shop and they say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuben killed Shimon. You're going to start asking now the witnesses all of these questions, right? But which year Shmita year was, right? Which year, which month, what day of the month? He told you yesterday. So in other words, what Rabbi Yossi's highlight is that very often all of the akiras that you are espousing, they're unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday Reuben killed Shimon. So the akiras, so because that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 core questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions are just totally unnecessary. That's what Rabbi Yossi says. Gemara says, because when Amar Chacham said back to Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi went into Amar Achshav Harbi. Amar Ezi Yom, Ezi Shav, Ezi. Rabbi Yossi went to your logic. Let's say witness Shav, they say literally, we just. So I say to Rabbi Yossi, are you going to ask them? You're going to ask them what time? So the words of Allah, Raminon Arabi Shimon ben Elazar. I'm saying to Rabbi Yossi, you're right. It could be that sometimes questions are necessary, but we will anyway. For what purpose? And according to Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves and get their testimony not to stick. Remember, our goal is we want to exonerate. That's our goal. Therefore, again, the Chum essentially say we recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary. Ask them anyway. We ask them anyway in an effort, first of all, to ensure that the witness is really telling the truth. And if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. Rabbi Yossi says, Emesh Hargu, Shri Rav Ejos. Akshav Hargu Lo Shem Rav Ejos. Rabbi Yossi will respond, no. Rabbi Yossi will respond that witness coming in, witnessing in and saying that Halacha Maisa, we killed Shimon yesterday, that's a common case. Witness is coming into Basin and saying that Reuben just saw Reuben kill Shimon, that's not common. Therefore, Halacha Maisa, again, we're not that is going to occur. All right, then we'll say, so bottom line, Halacha Maisa, we have fundamental the Chum giving these 7 Hakiras, which the Chachamim hold really have their source in Dorais. So Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions: what day, what time, what place. But I'm not asking like the Chachamim, and therefore, Allah, for all cases, we employ these 7 questions. 7. Incredible. So it's not stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay. There's a sermon in a week ahead of us. Yeah. Going down. All right. Everyone's Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. So it had 75. No, I think when you say it's a shock, it's more like middle of the hour, end of the hour. Days I know. People still do that. They definitely measure hours, that's for sure. But we want to be exact. Yeah. So I think there was still.
I wonder if that's just from the pressure, essentially, like one of the first guys to ever canceled. He just probably lost his mind. Potentially, right? But absolutely, you would think that citizen Kane is your passport to a lifetime of being financed for
All
whatever.
right, girls, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by introduction all of our sponsors for this morning should be paid. Our commentary sponsors for Ear Touching Day. It's also rough. I realize that sometimes I neglect to thank our annual commentary. Don't just sponsor that way. It's not to all the shooter. But somehow I only end up mentioning it over the course of the question that's over to thank our annual commentary sponsors. The customer shop and dedicated all the shooters Russians. The sports of the Solar Snowballs and Israel we hope that in your edition will be a Shabbos with additional hostages returned to Hashem. Shabbos in which we see additional families being united. And that which be Zochai Hashem to the Church and Shpacha, again, our commentary sponsors for the month of Teves, Haba Ali Tova, the Kalman family, in memory of Amit Ben David, the ladies of the Bracha, brother Ethan David, who was closing guys on the first night of Hanukkah, we hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, to the Shema HaMaria and the family in the Torah. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to accomplish. Today's daf is in Hashem daf Lamed Ches 38. And we are picking up on Lamed Zayin on the days. We left off Havayodim. Right? Yeah, excellent. So in the wide lines on the bottom, three lines. Okay, so let's begin. As follows. So, I'm not even done. Grade left here. The lobby, I'll say the header. Okay, Kabulus, Seals, Shalo, Haya, the Hechon, and the Shama Yotza. So, I'm incredibly tragic turnover here. That when Kain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of shed beforehand. So, when Kain killed Hevel, Kain had no idea how to Hevel. So, he went and he really struck him multiple times. Actually, when he got to his neck, then he was able to write him and tell him, I'm going to be with him here. He opened up, swallowed up the blood of Hevel, should never opened its mouth again. שנאמר, מכנף הארץ זמינו שמענו צבי לצדיק. מכנף הארץ, ולא מפי הארץ. They say it's a history of Cash. Is that true? That the earth never opened its mouth again after it swallowed up the blood of Hevel? The Pasuk says that the Pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is like Korah. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Korah and his followers. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for punitive things, but never went and opened its mouth for some positive again. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. They can't say it by you see now the nod, like Kain originally it says, after Hevel, what's the punishment? I'm going to be not the nod, going to be a wanderer. And it was also said, by Yeshe the Eretz Nod. And then again, if you notice again, it says that Kain lived in Eretz Nod. So if you want to understand over here, that it took away half of the punishment. He was supposed to be not the nod, but it turns out that he's only going to be in Eretz Nod. Let's look up our social dwelling. It was exile. Had the ability to atone for three things. Shana and Mar, Kol Amar Hashem, Hayushe Ben Hazos Yomos Bacheret Ab Udedeva. Vayotzi, Vayotzi V'Nafa Alakak Hatzor Marek and Yihya Orashon Shlal. So the idea is the Mergash is that as we go to the Makaka, for parents, for family members, for pastor. You know what it says? Go listen to Kaper on home. Go listen to Kaper on everything. Go listen to Kaper on everything. The people of God is so cute, and the people is so profound that there's really Kaper on everything. Shenanigans. Come on, Shem. Kiss. What's the Isha Zari? Never lo yitzlach lama. Lo yitzlach nizal. Yoshi Rakisi, David, Moshe Olbi, Udo, Basra to David Sip, Obrey, Chania, Basra, Shaltiel, Beno, Basra, if I saw this at just a moment. So you are actually looking at based on the speaking by Chania, is to seal the here. We hear that Halacha Moshe goes to the Kata on everything. So let's say just point out how important this is for us. You know, there's certain times in everything we experience in life, and even in Godless, which is so sad and so overwhelming and so profound, yet find the cover in the fact that Godless is Mechata. That great even that here, it was 2,000 years diaspora. The core good news is that very goal to try to give people at home for all of our ideas, both national as well as individual. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why does it talk about the son of Yehuda in Asir? Why is he in Asir? His mother became pregnant with him while Asir's parents, Yehuda and his wife, were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara says, Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Sheshasu El Shaloki Darashtoel. Because he's becoming pregnant with him in a natural way. What does it mean? So the Gemara says, B'miri, if you have a tradition, Shein Ha'isha Misaberes Ye'om Umar, that a woman can also come pregnant to the act of religion which occurs standing up, top of one festive Tuesday. The Venus Adam Umar, again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was standing up. She points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yehuda's wife. Yehuda and his wife were incarcerated together in like a narrow dungeon. So they were there together, so they had relations. She became pregnant in this particular fashion, which you might understand was a little bit miraculous. She says this all. Why is he called Shaltiel? Shemishal al-Olwasa. His ultimate again, so his father who released him from his oath, now not his oath, but ultimately his father went ahead and made a promise that his father was not going to have a child. And again, his father who released him from that valley and had a child, I like the Babel, because his mother was in Babel, who what is the actual name of Zubadal? Nehemiah ben Chacham Yishmo. Not Nehemiah. Judah is his here. They are here. So what's his great story? Judah was the son of Abiyah. So Yosef is Sudah's way to become ready. They sat in the Sudah. They had this beautiful. They were sitting at a Sudah in front of Rabbi. Below Mishi. And they didn't say anything. There's one thing. They weren't sharing any different Torah at the table. Right? So again, this is a good listener. I guess that's someone's table. Be prepared with it tonight, Torah. So what happens? Example, so Yehuda is the other sons of Rabbi come to the Suda, come to the Torah. So the Torah says, Agadu Chamra Adiki, Shiheki Teremri Yosa. So again, gave him this. So sorry. So essentially, that was what's the problem. You drink too much, you don't people say it's our Torah. So when you drink a little bit too much. Now this one was a good, listen to the Torah. Ein ben David Achichu Shnei Avos Yisrael. Like Mashiach, two families cease to exist within Klal Yisrael. Who are these two families? The Elohim, Lo Shakova, Yesh Kurisa family, Shebel Badal, the Nasi Shel Eretz Yisrael, and the Nasi's family in Eretz Yisrael. Mashiach will only come once these two families cease to exist. Shene'emar, V'haya b'mikdash, u'le'aven nagav u'litzor mikshol l'shnei bati Yisrael. I'm going to say that was the bar. There's only one problem. Rebbe was the Nasi, right? Rebbe was the Nasi, and the family of the Nasi. So Rebbe says, that Ba'amala and Banai, Chotzim Ashem Akiva Midei, right? What are you doing? You're putting thorns in my eyes? After all, again, you're essentially telling me when Mashiach comes, if my family goes ahead and has NCC, if I were as an aside, what exactly does this mean? If Mashiach comes, then these families cease to exist. So the Pasha Shak understand that these two families, meaning the families of Nasi and the families of the Restream, represent Jewish leadership. Right? At the end of the day, so remember, it's important to understand, Mashiach comes, he's going to replace those two families. He's going to become a leader. And again, going to replace previously established leadership constructs. That's what it means. Doesn't have to mean that those families are going to cease to exist. What it means is their authority is going to be by the machine to be a recalibration of power or authority within Klal Yisrael. I was very distressed by the Torah. You'd ask someone who would Torah at the table, and then afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea. Right? So now again, this was one of those company faux pas, right? We asked the wrong person to share a bite. Right? So then what happens? So Rebbe's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be I'll give it enough. The father of the boy says to Rebbe, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Yagin Nitan B'Shivim Osios. The same Nitan B'Shivim Osios. Right, so again, Rashi says, Yayin B'Shivim Osios, the gematria of Yayin is 70, right, Yud and Yod, and Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios, and the gematria of Sod, which means secret, is also 70. What do we learn from here? Nichnas Yayin, Sod. That when the wine comes in, the secret wine comes in. So what does this mean? So ultimately, again, on a punch level, but if you're saying is, let's say, you know how there are some people who say, like, you see certain things and they say, like, I just have to say what's on my mind. Right? So you ever hear, I just have to say what's on my mind. What's the response when someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind? What's the response? No, you don't. No, you actually don't have to say what's on your mind. You do not need to share that because there are certain things that are on your mind that should absolutely stay in and on your mind and should not be shared with other people. That's it. Not everything needs to be said, but everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is what the sons of Rebbe Kiva were saying was correct. It was absolutely correct. But it shouldn't have been said. It wasn't a need. It was only going to create a certain sense of sadness, a certain sense of despair, and therefore it's fundamentally and totally unnecessary to be said. But yet again, what ends up happening? Nichnas Yayin, Yatsa Sod. So that's like the power of Yayin is we all put up barriers. So sometimes again, when wine comes in, what ends up happening? The barriers come down. When the barriers come down, certain things that are normally kept a little bit closer to the chest now come flowing out. So it's not beautiful. So when I hear sons have a little too much to drink, what came out? Mashiach. And like the Gemara says, you tell a lot about a person in three ways. Also, kiso, kaso. What does a person do when they drink? How does a person get money? And does a person get angry? And how do they get when they get angry? When you look at those three things, you tell a lot about a person. There's something really beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drink a little too much, what comes out? A discussion about Mashiach. Granted, yeah, a little bit of a wrong discussion about Mashiach, considering it spoke about the cessation of certain mishpachos, but again, that's what came out when we started deep, right? When the wine came in, the desire and the want for Mashiach for who came out again. So tell a lot about a person when they drink a little out. What comes out? All kinds of foolishness. There's one like singing, but the inner me really comes out with a little bit of yayin or about yayin. I'll look up. I'm going to place that Darash Mari Sid. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Mari, what's the pasuk? From Vayishkol Hashem al ויביאי העלינו, כי צדיק So ultimately, I guess, literally translate peace in people, because Hashem is a tzaddik. Hashem, you shouldn't be tzaddik Hashem, but not Hashem al hara by Yavinu, because Hashem is a tzaddik, he hastened the evil and brought it upon us. What does that mean? So when it says, yeah, tzedakah asar in Yisrael, shehiktim dolos tzidkiyahu. So it says, this is incredible. So Baruch Hu did a chesed with us, and that he hastened the dolos of tzidkiyahu. Remember that I'm like, so Yechonia and Tzidkiyahu, just start, you understand? Beginning of Megillah Esther, when you're introducing those two, right? What does it say? Where did Mordechai come? And I go, Hashem, what's up? So again, so Yechonia again is first base on the crush and the first base on the crush together with Tzidkiyahu. That's why again, remember, Megillah Esther happens in between the first and the second base on the crush. So the chesed that the chesed that he did is that he hastened the exile of Tzidkiyahu. So again, we see this moment. Because at that point when Tzidkiyahu was exiled, Yechonia was still alive in Babel. So you can remember, Galus Yechonia, the city of God, the first line, Chorash, the Hamasker, Aleph, Chorash. So what happens? As it talks about again, the craftsman and the gate. Why does it call him a Chorash? So this is talking about Yechonia. Such a first thing, Hakonas Chorash. Yechonia was such a big conqueror. Having opened his mouth, everyone became mute. Masker. Because he was a gatekeeper, even so should impose them. Once they determined a particular matter in halacha, the matter was closed. There's nothing else to talk about. The Kama Hayu Hamas were there. Aleph, Ula Shekbish, Shangon, Ula says, exiled Tzidkiyahu 2 years before the numerical value of Yoshanta. The Prophet talks about the idea of what I'm talking about over here is he's so abundantly on him. Shantem Baratz. You have children, grandchildren that are Shantem, and they were all astray. So here's what he's talking about when Klal Yisrael does not do the right thing. The Shchasem, V'asisim Askol, V'asisim Adayyash, Agach Allah, he said, Chazal Gavos. So the Talmud says, the Lord says, so then again, this gift is like Pokemon, like items. The idea is, what's really fascinating, is that there's brought about the punishment of Sodom a little bit earlier than it was happened. Because had we waited longer, the caution would have been more severe. So we expedited the exile, or I should say peace, re-exiled by a little bit, in order to mitigate the effects of the exile. So where it says, what do you see from here? Definition, right, of haste. We have to be for 350 years. That's the value of Shanta. So it's like this really tremendous mission. But sometimes the effects of the Ribono Shel Olam manifests itself, sometimes bringing about the curse a little bit earlier than it affects. Like sometimes it's hard to see, regardless of the Ribono Shel Olam, that he's able to see everything that's going to occur. Right? He's over here. So when I allow things to continue on, go down an irreversible path. If I extract punishment now, then there's a chance of rehabilitation. There's a chance ultimately I can achieve. And I will say, as human beings, because we're so limited, all we see is the punishment, right? All we see is the negativity, the hurt, the pain. We don't see the entire picture of it. So yet, Allah, when I said Ribono Shel Olam, guys, really incredible in terms of how we just have to view our circumstances and our situations. Incredible. Let's here we go. Back to Adam Rishon. Adam Rishon is created as a singular being. And we came out, why not create an Adam Chava from the outset? So the Gemara says, in order that the heretics should not say that there are many different gods in the heavens. In other words, that, remember, had multiple human beings being created at the same time, what could people works, right? People want to start this way. This God is creating his guy, and this guy is creating his guy. So who creates one man, one human being. That's the first thing. In order to be no doubt that there was only one Shalom. You must love that. The man said he can make it beautiful. Because he's giving Shalom, you are taking only under the example. Or Shalom only under the Russia. Why? Let's say why one person? That the Tzaddik would say, right? Remember, if there are people, so Tzaddik would say, oh, we're the descendants of the Tzaddik. And then the Shah say, oh, we're the descendants of the Russia. But let's say, when we take a quick look at Rashi, it's really profound. Rashi says, over under the Tzaddik, it's a person in those short lines of Rashi. Our ear is in Israel. The Tichaf, under Tzaddikim, the eight Minavera. So a person would say, we're the sons of Tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to take additional precautionary measures in life because, hey, we are already the children of Tzaddikim. And again, what were the children of Hashem saying? Another Rasha, the aim on his recruiting the tshuva with the tzaddik, he lo yoyo. So this is incredible. So, and the children of the Rasha will say, for us, there's no point in trying to develop. Since we are children of a Russia, there is no way for us to reward ourselves. Once we do this, how does one create two human beings to start out? So one Kreger would say, we're the descendants of the Tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Russia. The descendants of the Tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're golden. Nothing wrong, we're not doing anything. We're fine. The children of the Russia would say, we're showing in our DNA. And because we're showing our DNA, there's nothing that is going to help us do Shiva. Incredible. That's what the Torah will do. The Torah makes us all the descendants of one person. So no one can say, I'm the descendant of the Russia, I'm the descendant of the Tzaddik. We're all the descendants of Adoration. So what was Adoration? Was he a Tzaddik? Was he a Russia? What was he? The Tzaddik. It was a Tzaddik. Who made mistakes, like every single tzaddik. And just like again, when a tzaddik makes a mistake in that moment, they'll make a mistake. We have a mistake in that moment. But when I see we rehabilitate himself afterwards, we all say to ourselves, we all trace ourselves to an original ancestor who was about tshuva. Started out a tzaddik, made a mistake, and then care about tshuva. So effectively, we're all about tshuva. That's how to our ancestry. That we are about tshuva. Incredible. We'll say, why is this link us back to one ancestor? Because the fighting that goes on because of equals. So what happens is, let's imagine there are multiple original people, like multiple originals, right? Multiple other originals. So what happens? This mishpach will say, trace equals to this one, and this one will say, trace equals to this one. And what ends up happening? You see all the fighting that goes on. Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, like we all go back to a person, and yet there's so much machlokas to that because Allah has kama kama. Never yoked in this house. Zero time Allah has kama kama. It's incredible. So say what? We trace us back to one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid because one and Hamas. The thieves, Rashi says, Shilomu, Karka Zeh, Lubne Avi Harishon, Haisabalo, Lubne Avi. If there were multiple originals, this guy would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. And this one would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. So the Gemara says as follows. Uma Akshash in the regions are going to face by the way, even right now, we do have one ancestor. Yet you see the mathematics that exists regarding what belongs to what. Even all of humanity can trace itself by ancestor. You imagine the mathematics that exists with multiple original ancestors. Incredible. Okay, Lahagi do us. Lahagi do us. Listen to this. Listen to this. A person could a number of different coins. And what happened? What was incredible is the Chosim Echad, the Kulam Domin Zelazeh. right? A person can mint a whole bunch of coins, and amazingly, every single coin can come out the same. Every single penny looks the same. Like every coin, every coin looks exactly the same. אבל הקדוש ברוך הוא קובע כל משהו על דבר ראשון, מהם יום אחד. It's incredible. The speak means every human being in the image of creation. Right? Adam is the original human being, and every human being is minted, so to speak, in that model. Yet with that, Shinemak is happy to perform the first of these. That's and yet, interesting enough, appears to say and yet again, at the end of the day, yet, even though all man is moving the same way, none of us look alike. None of us look alike. Why? Listen, incredible. Shalom Adam Dirana, Yudi Shana, Yomer Shalihi was incredible. What would happen if everybody looked alike? What would happen? That's like, so therefore, if everybody looked alike, and so like Reuben saw Shimon's wife. I'd like to be that guy. Right? Reuben saw Shimon's house. He said, I'd like that. So if Reuben looked just like Shimon could happen, Reuben could assume Shimon's identity. You think it's, hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Right? I'd rather like the owner, but everybody looked like each other. We get into these very difficult situations. By Maimon and Shan, Oram Shabbat, Tanya, Pioneer, and there said, the social divine of the Mishkan and Kavera. Say there are three ways in which every person is different from the other. How? With voice. Right? It's interesting, right? Voice differs from person to one person to the other. Then appearance with the das. Now das means intellect, but really what it means is your feelings, your emotions. So the color of matter, we should talk. So it's a mix that a person has to be different than his fellow with voice and with matter and with an order not to lead to any immorality. What could happen is people sounded the same. It would be easy for people to be morality for each other, not knowing or being able to deceive guys. What about those feelings? Or with knowledge, what about themselves? Let's say if all of us shared the same knowledge, then what? You would know where I hide my gold. And I'm going to tell you where I hide my gold, right? So well, if you have anybody to meet my dad, you would know where I hide my gold, and you'd be able to go ahead and take my gold. Let's say there's also an incredible idea about this. If you think about this, three ways in which we from each other, in which we distinguish ourselves. Whole could also mean the way that we speak, the way that we talk, the way that we verbally present. It really says a lot about who we are. Mara doesn't just mean about our appearance, it also means how we present. How does a person present themselves? How does a person present it to us? And das is what I do. Das doesn't just mean my secrets, doesn't just have to mean where my gold is. My das, my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. What do I want to be like? What do I want to do when I grow up? How do I want to be? So these are the three things that tell a lot about a person. And these things called, how does a person speak? How does a person feel? This is so incredibly important. We like to say that externalities don't matter. Externalities mean a lot. How you present, and this is everything. How you present, how you dress. It says a lot about how you feel about yourself, and ultimately, again, the image important for you to project. And again, that's what are my dreams, my aspirations? Isn't the greatest challenge in life that sometimes you just get on that belt, you just get on that conveyor belt, and we just keep going. Like we keep trucking, right? We just go. We start like when we're 25, or like one day we're 85. Last night at the theater, we spoke to us, which was in the lobby. It's crazy. It was crazy. We had music like it was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. Spoke about again that there comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. There comes a day when you have to go and really contemplate, what you've done, and how you've lived. And I both say, okay, there's no need to talk about it. So there comes that day, there comes that point, and once you go through life and you just kind of get into a rhythm, I will tell you, like, in a different context, one of the most incredible things about being in a new building, one of the most incredible things is this overwhelming feeling of the success of like you know, that I do things differently. Like there's a newness, some kind of anxiety provoking when you see every single chair in the air, right? Or the spillage on the this, or the day. Okay, it's okay. I can talk back all the way to that. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm gonna have to do the first job. I have no choice. Right? But the truth is, understand, you know, where does that come from, right? I said to myself yesterday, like, I don't know, like, I'm not knocked it like house. Like, it's not like I didn't even go like moving to another. It wasn't knocked it like that. Like, so here, like, I literally feel like yelling at people, don't touch the walls. Right? Don't touch the walls, right? Be careful. I did actually did do it. And yesterday, I usually don't make enemies. Yesterday, I made enemies with the guys in study on Kodesh, which is not finished. I literally was giving them instructions, and I'm pretty sure they cursed me in Spanish, right? And they essentially said, use translation, who the heck is this guy, right? Don't tell us what to do, right? Anyone who walks around with his top button clearly doesn't get his hands dirty in construction, right? So step away, go do your thing, right? And leave us alone. Because it's not finished. We made a number of mistakes. I'm just going to point it out. They're going to come back and correct it on Monday. Yes, that's right. They'll say, but what is it? It's the newness. It's the newness. And when you're surrounded by newness, there's a distraction. There's just something exciting about it. And you see, like, wow, if this could look new, beautiful, and pure and pristine, I could look new and pure and pristine, right? If I could bring a newness as well, I don't have to be the same old person in this particular. I don't have to be the same, however old I am, structure. I could renew my own structure. I could build a new building. I could become someone new and someone different as well. My davening doesn't have to be the same. My learning doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. But everything has the ability to become new. That's the issue of new surroundings. If walls can become new, which are anatomy, Allah has come to become I can become new. That's the das. That's the das. So let's say, do I have the same das that I had 20 years ago? Or is my das still like that? Says the Gemara. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Wow. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Okay. How crazy is it to have an Erev Shabbos Gemara on Erev Shabbos? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Man was taken on Friday Erev Shabbos. Certainly was that man was created earlier than man. Then what would happen? People can erroneously think that man was helping that Kadosh Baruch Hu in the creation. So if man's created on Friday, the end of creation, so no one could pay off that Kadosh Baruch Hu had a partner in my separation. Incredible. You want to know that? Shim Tazuach and Daitva, that if man gets carried away with himself, overall, Yitush Kadma Kavanai separation was incredible. If man decides to become arrogant, so what happens? Because Baruch will calm down, not so great. And gnats were created before you in the order of creation. Okay, it's pretty humble. So you the double akar, she currents the mitzvah miyad. Other possibilities, why is man created on Erev Shabbos? That he should enter into mitzvahs immediately. That was which mitzvah? Shabbos, which is actually quite beautiful. That the entire intention of the brief was that from first we want our first mitzvah to be Shabbos Kodesh. Which is what a beautiful you went for Erev Shabbos. It's overwhelming. First, I want to feed you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then after you get your bearings, we want you right into Shabbos together. Next, the Akar, Kadesh, Kadesh, receiving them now. Other possibilities, wanted Adam Rishon to go right into the suit, and that was also Shabbos Ego. I mean, if we wanted Adam to find everything set like a set table. The world was organized. Adam Rishon came to a fully finished product. We do not have to live through construction. Much of the Pastor Adam Shah Hafer and Rishik Lundis, Rakak, Ekman's Arthur. We prepared for the king, who first palace, organized it, he did all the finishes, and then after the finishes were complete, then he invited his guests. And there's not the thing is beautiful. So the Odo Shalom wanted to invite us into the finished world. He did not want us to have to live through construction. And I will say, this is incredibly important, right? Because only the Quran will give you that. But it's incredibly important because at the end of the day, what it also says is like this. The Quran will invite us into a perfect world, into a good world, into a complete world, which means that even when it looks imperfect, unfinished, or under construction, it's important to understand it's only because we don't the full plan. I should invite you to be part of something that is perfect. And at the end of the day, because when it looks imperfect, it's only because of our inability to see the perfection and to see the wholeness inside. Incredible. Let's go back to it. We might say as follows. Shneimar Chachman Sabisa Chacham Sheva. Dav Batifa Mas Vayino Shulchanov. Shulchan Arasah. Tikra Al Captain Malome Karas. Mar says, Chachma Ban Sabisa. Forget it. More attachment to possible. It's a wisdom. Zuri doesn't shine sparkle. Shemaras Kala only some of the top. Who created the entire world with top of wisdom. Chatzma Amizah. He carved out his pillars. He was a Shiva. And the Shiva DNA creation. 7 education. But if God must Hamina, Aparfa Shok. Yamin, the narrows of Stark and almost. All that we use the first to see the river. Shout out exactly. The other the Kaba. Agape Malome Terrace. What is the name here? Agape lived on the height of the city. So you must rather by that kind of Ramixi. Agape, Uxiva Kis. Does man sit on the height or does man sit on the chair? Petiva Agape, Urbasofa Kise. Originally, man dwelled in the heights of the world. And then, unfortunately, sin, he was relegated again to a Kise. Nikas, Yasionina, Fasoleva, Kodesh Baruch, Nisa Olazah. Who likes man to sin? Isha. Again, it was Kavan. I'm no longer sick, no Isha possibly. It was interesting, but at the end of the day, there was strange responsibility to take on the Marisha. But again, the Gemara points out that Adam is sin, but of course, Adam is going to be held responsible for the action to the events, or ultimately again, the action after he realized that he made a mistake. Okay, so what was at the time? How did you make other Rishon Kala Chosbar Afro Shneimar Galmi Ro'o Elecha Uksipinei Hashem Mishal Kos Bechol. So what's it? This is incredible Gemara. Other Rishon, remember again, is made from dust, made from dirt. Remember again, where was the dirt collected from? So the Gemara says dirt was collected from all 4 corners of the earth. Right? Again, literally, Afro Shneimar Kala Olam Kulo Chosbar Afro. So literally, his dust made him up was collected from all 4 corners, all 4 parts of the world. It was like, what's the shot with that? What's the shot? It's to show you that Allah for myself, Adam comes from everywhere. See that wherever Adam Harishon is, wherever he is, he can be successful. See, that's the sometimes we think you can only be successful in certain circumstances. Right? I can only be successful in certain places, in certain situations. So the idea is that the other nation is being referred to wherever Adam finds himself geographically, he has the ability to find success. This is the Mark So Hussein Yagir writes in the beginning of Chumash Shabbat, the Torah says that they learned the Torah. The air they take is 70 languages. Every entire Torah is 70 languages. I asked the why if I taught 70 languages? Like the Jews were Midbar, they only spoke 2 languages. What do they speak? Like Hebrew and Yiddish. We don't spoke right? So why do you need 70 languages? 70 languages. And the Yitzchak says because Shabbat knew that there was going to be Gavos. He was afraid that even within the Jews would say, where could a Jew connect the Torah? only in Eretz Yisrael. With the Jew connect with God, only that's on obviously Eretz Yisrael presents a unique connection that cannot be replicated anywhere else. Like the strength of our people is the ability to be steeped in Torah and relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu wherever we are. So whatever language you're in, whatever language you are speaking, a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always possible. That's, and again, before I believe that's the other nation is made up of dust from all over the world. Why other? You are from everywhere. If you're from everywhere, you can be successful anywhere. You're successful anywhere. Remember that. This is beautiful. Adam Arishon, his body is from Babel, his head is Israel, the Ibarah Mishra, and ultimately, and his wings are from other lands. On both sides, his backside, Adam Acha, may Akra the Adma. The place called Akra the Adma. It was, I just say something amazing. So something, which tells you that what Chazal thought about Akra the Adma. And obviously, not destination of this. And I said, but something actually amazing is this. It's this idea. Body is from Babel, head is Eretz Yisrael. So what does that tell you? It tells you is, you know what? There's a lot of gas in Chutz. It's like the body, which represents Gashmias. Gashmias comes from Chutz. Where's the head? Right? Head, what's the name again? The head is not just, the head is not just, you feel like the head and the shovel in the head, which is with this from. Again, can we have Ruchnias here? Absolutely. Of course we can. That's the moment that we just saw. But if you want to know ultimately again, so the body is from Babel, but the head, and what's it, the beauty of it is, so that means for us also, in other words, that means we're descendants of other nation, which means, even though we're here in Chutz, right, there's a piece of our head that is like a shtick Eretz Yisrael, because that's part of our DNA. Our head was fashioned from dirt of Eretz Yisrael. So by definition, embedded inside of each of us is made up of a piece of Eretz Yisrael. Our head is a piece of Eretz Yisrael. So beautiful. I mean, look at American English. Shells come out of us. Also, this is a wild Gemara. Wild Gemara. Shells and shells. High popping iron. It was in there 12 hours in a day. So now I'm going to give us the best of the first day of Adam Arishon in this world. How did Adam spend his days? Shut showed up with Afro. Hour number one, collected the fragment, NASA Gola. Now they was needed to a mass, a lifeless mass, which is in the play about an hour again. His rings were full. But he is the one, so a 4th hour of the day, and the Shama was put into his body. Kamish is Amadal Adwa. 5th hour of the day, Revelation stood up. Shishis Karashim was 6th hour. He started the names to all the most different things. He is Nizdakul Chaba, 7th hour of the day. He was interested in Chaba. Right? Shminis, well, that was his name, married, right? Nizdakul paired with Chaba. Shminis Alulita. The 8th hour they had a relation. Alulita Shnayim, the yarn to Arba. They went into the bed as 2 and they came out as 4. So as I said, obviously you understand. These hours are not regular hours, right? Because time is a human construct. And Sheish Nevish, 6 days of creation, do not be a human construct of time. Right? They will say a construct of time. So the point over here is hour number 8, that relations with Chava. Literally, again, they went into the bed of 2 which means they co-created, kind of level. There you are, she is established a lot in the in the 9th hour, they were commanded not to eat from the tree. Asirus Salah, the 10th hour, they ate from the tree. We'll see how crazy is that. The 9th hour, they were commanded don't eat from the tree. As in the 10th hour, they ate from the tree. The Salah, Achat Esrei, you don't, 11th hour, they were judged. Shtem Esrei, Mitzvah, the Halachah. In the 12th hour of the day, they were exiled. So what's that? Adam Shikar died. The man, right? Adam man doesn't stay over. Right? Doesn't stay over. He doesn't. Should never stayed overnight. He was there. Spent 12 hours there and never stayed over. So it was also interesting, but you wouldn't necessarily get this from the Polish just because of tyrant were born in none of it. And tyrant had been banished for at least for a couple of hours. They were then exiled together with Dory, because the way the story image is structured is it's just Mechama. Like there's no mention of Cain and Hebel, but they are exiled from that area. Now don't say all of this is in one day. I'll just cut down with something amazing. What do you think of the Gemara's? Someone says first there's a lot of like so hospitals in the but part of it is sometimes the person anything in front of them and throw it all away for what appears to be really nothing. Nothing. Now, it's always easy to sit back in judgment of other people and say, "Adam, how could you offend this?" But we do this all the time as well. It's not what's to me is what's to come out. Let's say if you notice the way, what do you see about the first day of adoration? What's that adoration like? What do you see about it? What do you see about it? Highly scheduled. It's highly scheduled. So I'll say the secret of time management. And time management is the secret to life success. Is scheduling. So like the PhD that spoke about this in the nutshell of Torah. And the idea is whatever you want to do in life, whatever you want to do today, schedule it. You want to hang out with your friends? How much time? You have a meal with your family? How much time? You relax for a walk? How much time? You learn Torah? How much time? Everything needs to be scheduled. Because if it's scheduled, number one, you'll maximize time, and number two, if it's scheduled, you'll act at it. Also, you know this. It's not scheduled, time just evaporates. I think part of the most hospital over here. Once more, trust me, the first day of the every single hour, because you have time to go to that day, you try to look a little bit like how you spend the day, and you have time that you can't account for it. Not shy. I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened during that time. It's frustrating. Chances are, if you can't for the time, chances are it was not used productively successfully. Says the Biajasta, but even before the Biajasta, says the Ibama Shaloma. The key to successful time management is scheduling, and again, time management allows for productive days. It's really productive days and productive living. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Bar Kama, in Chayel Ashur and in King a wild animal cannot go ahead and adversely attack the person unless, of course, the person himself becomes like an animal. Shemar, Yimshal, Kabehemos, incredible. Amar Abishah, Shadikin, Shushan, and the virus of Adam. When Hashem wanted to create man, Bara, Kaf Achos, Shal Malach Yasharis. He created first a group of angels. So we're going to see one of the things that Baruch does is he tries to work collaboratively. Even though he does not need to work collaboratively, he created a group of malachim. And he says to them, he says, I'm alive, with Tzorchem, Nasa, Adam, Tzavino. He says, no, Chavra, should we make man? Should we make man? I'm in the front of the people, so I'm not. So the malachim say, okay. Tell us, what is man? What is this? Tell us about man. What are his actions? Some of them have massive response. Okay, he does this. He does that. Before Shabbos, he says, man can do a lot of good stuff, but he doesn't do a lot of bad stuff. That's just the nature of man. Ben Adam piece together, and they said, don't do it as well. It's not worth it. Oh shit, that's both the kind of thing. He goes there and he extended his little finger, his sarfam, and he is this group of angels. I don't like what they had to say, because the thing catch Shia. Same thing happened with the second group of angels. Catch this is he approaches the group of angels. So what happens? What do you guys think about creating man? Third group says, God, right? Right? Come on. You ask the first two groups that thing also. Sometimes it happens that you do collaborative work, but you're not actually interested in anyone else's opinion. Right? Instead, you know what you want to do. You have to go to the optics of asking other people their opinion. So what happens? The U.S. is the group says, the previous group opinion. You didn't like it. you incinerated them. So come on. So listen what they say. They say, come on, almost too much stuff up. Come on, I to learn to laugh and follow that up. I said, so you know what? So you know, it's very good sense of boss. You're the boss. You're the boss. Do it better right here. Do what you want. What you want, and we support you. Right there. Now that's collaboration. Right. Do what you want. Do what you want. We support you. So it's not what I'm I would say, you have to say on this email also, what each have you heard, but okay, we'll go back a little bit. So what has we never said since now I can find. So let's go create now. See what you like. I'm moving on the reverse from the farmer and showing the pineapple. Now, when man engages in his down cycle, right? And man and ends up sitting and doing a floodization of the floodization of Mito Baba. So that Mama can come back to the state of listen, God, and told you so, right? Because we can say perhaps the earlier two groups had a good point. I'm going to add that Zikna Anihu, that same at Espo. Which Baruch said, listen to this, until they grow old, I am Hashem, and until they become Seva, I will tell it. And I will say it's the most beautiful illustration in the world. So Baruch said, you're not right. You're still not right. God says, look how beautiful this is. Because even though my children are messed up so terribly, I believe it. I am patient. And I will wait until they get their act together. And I say, is this not the most beautiful and overwhelming moment? There are times in life where we act in a certain way, and if we're probably looking down and so profoundly disappointed, so profoundly disappointed, when the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. And all the Malachim say, which one just says, wait, wait. They're going to turn it around. They're going to pull it around. They're going to affect change. This is the faith that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has for us. A willingness to wait until we get our stuff together. A willingness to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. Hashem loves us. I'm not even talking about other reasons of so little again of us is so big. So God, so large, that we existed from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Shanam, I mean, I yom, Hashem, other on the aret, they mean, Hashem, back to Hashem. Sarah, once he made it, but once he sinned, we have to control the other Allah, whom we have helped. Hashem placed his hand on top of other Hashem, and literally again diminished the stature. Shanam, our offer, the Katani, Bakashas, alai Katafa. I'm going to say, I'm going to show you the arts, I'm going to hear how y'all existed again from the earth. All the things. Shemar, looking Hayon, Ashepara, Elokim, Adam, Avaret, who was the Tiachan, I'm going to stay. Right, one thing, I love placed his hand on him and Shemar, Kevin Sarkani. I thought he's doing that to each other. He can't even, no, it's the same, it's the same measurement. It's just ultimately again illustrating it in different ways. Let's just point out something absolutely beautiful. What is this idea that adoration again was literally again from one end of the world to the other end of the world? What is it representing? Potential. When adoration was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Literally, again, he existed from the heavens to the earth, from one end of the world to the other end of the world. His potential literally was limitless. But then he sinned. And what happened when he sinned? He was diminished. The Lord said, what does sin do? Sin diminishes. So now it's not forever. It's not forever because I can regain that potential. But that's it. Adoration was beginning from heaven to earth. And then afterwards, after maybe after taking the sin, his stature was diminished. Let's go back to a little bit. I'm not going to go around. Only Shabbat Shalom, you see there, Shalom spoke Aramaic, Shemar, Li, Man, Nikru, Re'el. El. So I guess you might say, that Sefer told us all the Shabbat himself with Darvadah. The Shabbat Adoration, all the future generations. He showed them like the generations to come. The video one says, Darvadah, Shabbat, and it's I say it was also once, a generation saw the generation of Rabbi Akiva, and he saw again, he saw the Torah of Rabbi Akiva, when he saw the death of something of Rabbi Akiva, he was savage. Omar believed Mayikure Echael. I'm not reading that one, I was going to say it's fascinating. But again, out of all the generations, all the suffering, what impacted a generation most? Right? Out of all the suffering, so okay, not enough friends against that. I'll go and show you the as let's now, let's not you might take a very sharp turn over there, which is that's fantastic. I'll go and show you the heretic. Now again. More explanation for this. Like Minhaya Shene'eman Shayika Shalokim Al Adam. Ayaka. Shem says to Adam, Ayaka, where are you? So the word says, Nata Bitacha, where did your heart go? Where did your heart go? So it's like, we're going to stop over here for today. But again, I'm going to go on the cliffhanger. So it's like, understand, these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. They're essentially calling into doubt Adam Rishon's commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it really means, and you have to tomorrow site. So tomorrow we'll learn about Yom together here in our big smash. First Shabbos of the dot. We're gonna do it together, man. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be incredible. Another ridiculous Haggadah Gemara tomorrow. It's gonna be great. One side, might as well talk about the beginning of first week here in our new big smash and how the Bible should be something years to come. Dr. Yom is gonna be here. It's gonna be here, not in the main show, standing here, man. 6 months. Have a wonderful Shabbos, everyone. And I just saw Florida, Baltimore, I guess it's one with it here. Enjoy it.
That's being ridiculous. He's a man who served his country. He's still in uniform. He's still like a military guy. So he's quote unquote. They were a Democrat elected government, and step by step dismantled democracy once they went in power. And the fascinating thing about this character, the way he played him is in the beginning, he seems like the guy I know because he's like so relaxed about everything. You know, it's like he doesn't seem to be carrying the weight of what's happened to him.
Orange will say good morning.
And then there's dark moments, particularly during the trial.
Today's topic is on the test. We're actually American Show Chateau is going to finish the fourth paragraph. We have on the test for you to try to put yourself in mind. And specifically, we are taking
terrific figures history.
Actually, I'm going to now. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up to the bottom. Bible Testament 38. Last 2 words. Remember again, this we're continuing on two that I was like yesterday. That of the Nala Hashim La'afikotis. That know what to respond to La'afikotis. There's somebody who's a heretic, somebody that confronts you with some type of work, understanding or interpretation of the Torah. So you have to know how to answer. In order to go ahead and decide what your beliefs, you have to know how to defend your beliefs. This is continuing stories on that same level. I'm not back. Hi, man. You're the Lahaburi. How to answer heretics like your thought, then you should answer. Visual, low bottom. But if you're not as proficient as to do this, then you shouldn't get involved. It's another interesting idea, which is don't get involved in answering up the heretics unless you manage to know yourself. Because once you know who doesn't know how to do this, so the one thing you have to do is incredible credit for 2 things. Number 1, you're passionate, and number 2, they know their stuff. Now, if it's wrong, it's meaning we believe it's wrong. You have to be able to enter into a meaningful dialogue. I mean, if you're going to engage, you know how to engage. If you don't know how to do this, then don't do it. You don't know how to. I'm going to give you an example. There's a particular heretic. One such lady. It's Ksiv, Al Moshe Amar Ale Al. So, the Pasuk says, And God said, rise to God or ascend to God. Now, what the movie was trying to do was to show that God. You see, there are two, the one who's speaking to God, and it's the one who's speaking to, you should go up to God, you should go up to Hashem, as if the speaker is one deity and Hashem is one. So the Gemara she just said essentially, Amalei, he said, this refers to Metatron, the Malach Metatron, whose name, Metatron's name is Metatron is literally called HaKadosh Baruch Hu or Hashem as well. But Siv, you need to be careful. Because when the first Metatron, the person says, because my God is saying my Hashem is saying my name, if that's the case, why don't we worship Metatron as well? Why don't we worship Metatron as well? Siv, because the person says to me that for any other deity, you can even or in pain, lo yisel b'shechem lama. So that's the case, right? I think the person needs to say that's the Metatron will not go ahead and forgive your sins. If you can't pray to Metatron, you can't supplicate to Metatron. So Metatron is not going to forgive my sins. Which the mercy of Allah, if he is funded in the new Subi Agag, the Tarvan God Nami Lo Kabli. He will say, as great as the Metatron is, Klal Yisrael wouldn't even accept Metatron as a messenger of Allah. See, Vayomer Elohim Panef Ahokim. Then the Egel, the says, I'm not going to lead you myself. Instead, I'm going to send messengers. One of my Malach is going to, and the Malach he was raised was Metatron, whose name, Metatron has the name like the Baruch Hu is in him. Yet Klal Yisrael says, no thank you. If we can't have you, we can't have you, then we don't want anyone, even Metatron. You are saying, Siv. But it says, Hashem Asnoma Alamor Gafis Ish Neis Hashem. The Pasuk says that Hashem called this thing out. And Snoma Gafis Ish, literally fire and sulfur. Fire and sulfur. So why does it say Neis Hashem? It should say Neito, but in nerves, guys already mentioned in the Pasuk. You don't have to tell Hashem again. I'm going to listen to this. I'm going to have a Kubes. This is a heretic. Was engaging at Yishma. So I'm going to have Ukobes, so it was a particular number. Like marriage is not like metaphor, like the money like this. This means he was a little longer, it was a Ukobes. So there was this guy who overheard this exchange. He says that Yishma, okay, I'm the Mahadal. I got this. Let me you see, the Yom says, yes, if I don't know, Shma'an holding some shade letter. It says he was saying Lamech was talking to his wives. So it says, Vayom Lamech in Hashem, Lamech to his wives, Shma'an holding the shade letter. Listen to my voice, the wise Lamech. The shy wife. Why does it say wives of Lamech? It should have just said what? Listen to me, my wives. His mercy Allah, to which the Kohen said, this is how the passage reads. Sometimes again, the speaker, the main character of the passage will sometimes refer to himself as third person. It's true by human being, and it's true by HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. So the Shmuel is very consistent to one where you know this one, to which the man responded, Pirkei, that he made I heard it in Shir, which was the importance of paying attention in Shir. Right? I heard it in Shir, and I was able to go ahead and take it with me and use it to someone else. Listen to this. You know, Rabbi Yochanan said, "Without studying every Pirkei, it's actually quite beautiful." When Rabbi Meir would give Shir, this is amazing. It's also amazing from just a teaching perspective. He would split Shir into three parts. He said, he would do the following. He would do one halacha, Tilsa Gadata, 1/3 Agadata, Tilsa must 1/3 Asharim, parables. Which I will say is an incredible yisod, because you made it understood that to keep the attention of individuals, again, it's not changed all that much. It's hard sometimes to remain engaged when it's just straight halacha or it's just, straight details. So this is speaking, hey, 1/3 halacha, 1/3 Asharim, 1/3 incredible. Nails, Mashalos, Shulim, Rabbi Meir said Rabbi Meir had 300 fox parables. And listen, there's a lot of parables, not much showing which get to deal with fox. And the fox represent many different things. Some represent the slide in Sahara, some represent the nations of the world. It always represents Israel trying to undermine. Rabbi Meir had 300 fox showing. We only have three. We have three remaining festivals, right? Those which we're going to see, that's all are really one marshal. The parts of one marshal are based on the following three shooting. Number one, Kappa Bangladesh. Avos Yochlu Osar, Vishine Banakis will eat sour grapes and literally that. Ma'az Mekadek Ka'ab Mekadek, you should have just weighted measures. And Sarah Nekla Bayavo Rush to the Tzaddik Bayavo Rush to the Tzaddik will be saved only against the Sarah, and the Russia will keep his face. We'll say, what's the most? Take a look at Rashi. We'll just, this is why I wanted to start this today. Take a look at Rashi. Listen to this. Stop Rashi. Avos Yochlu Bosa. Moshe over Moshe. Sheriba Hashua Lachadev, the Kohen Fakata Yehudim Shabbos. There was once a story of a fox who could a wolf to enter into the Jewish courtyard in Eretz Shabbos. When the cat came to mind, Shabbos, so what the wolf? Listen, he's a magician. Call me Shikara Erev Shabbos. So the wolf, here's what you need to do. Go into the Jewish courtyard, offer your assistance to help them prepare for Shabbos, and they will Shabbos. They will allow you to return on Shabbos. What happens? You can show them the when the wolf came into the courtyard, so what happened? They attacked the wolf. The wolf walked in, and the resident of the courtyard attacked him. The wolf badly beats the comes back. He comes to kill the fox. The wolf, so the fox says to the wolf, because of your father. One time the father offered to help Jews set up the Shabbos, helping them set up, he ended up eating all of the food. Because of my father's action, I should, on my own name, which is ultimately, again, so the first part of the mashal was that sometimes the children are impacted by the misdeeds of the father. This is one. Next, about body, but the mashal goes on. About body, but the fox says to the wolf, come with me. I'll show you a place where you eat, satiated. So what happens? The fox brings the wolf to a well. And there's a border across the well. That's the point of the holy system in two buckets. What happens? So you should have also being a lack of the herald must have so the fox was in. Wolf cries down to the fox, why is he going to the well? So the responds, there's plenty of food. So we had wolves that let me see. So the wolf, they were chip up the moon in the water, which looks like a wheel of cheese. So he tried to pretend that there's here in the well. So I'm alone, hey. So the wolf says, how should I get us? I'm going to be out the via Elio. Nicholas, the Darcy, Joshua, I'm like, hey, I need all that. What happened? The wolf goes in, and of course, the police system. The wolf goes down, the fox comes up, the wolf realizes he's down there. How do I get back up? I'm alone. Sadly, sorry, Necklace, the Yabo Russia Taco. See, there's never obviously you can. Sadly, you're the Russia, you're safe from the well. These were the leftover mashallah. They had 300 crushed fox mashallah. These were the other. You can say each of these mashallah in and of their stories. Message number one. That we have to be careful with actually the procrastinating they can tell us, but they can back the next one. Message number two, don't get fooled by the reflection of water. sometimes a certain way. Check this banner. What it is you're doing in life, how you're living, the decisions you make, not just following some reflection of the moon and the water and thinking that it's Jesus. And number three, that sometimes ultimately, again, this part of the muscle, the muscle, one of the business issues, right? There must be more. But the third part of the muscle is ultimately, again, that scales of justice are always equal. And that in the Baruch Olam will always write the scale because it's every human mission. Good, right there. I'm going to go for the Gambiel. So there was a particular heritage who said to the Gambiel, your God is a thief. So what happens? The Pasuk says, "So made Adam fall asleep, and then he took Adam's ribs and he fashioned Adam." So Moses said, "Your God is a heretic, not a heretic. Your God is a thief. Your God is a thief. He steals ribs from sleeping people." Amalek Bartay is his daughter. This is not Leo's daughter. The Pashtus is the daughter of the heretic. So Amalek Bartay. So the daughter said, "Let me ask this. Let me ask you. So she said to her father, "Can you provide a judge? Upright judge." So she said to her, "Why do you need a judge?" So listen to this. She says, "Listen, because last night the house was broken into, and what happened? The not only men who keep up that said, being equal, but these women, they stole our silver pitcher, and they left the gold one in its place." Amar Allah, to which the father responds to her, "Ulevai sheyavo aleinu b'chol yom." Right? Halavai, we shall have nothing, we shall break it like that every single night. Listen to this. Below Yafas, which the girl responds. So the girl responds to her father, was it not good ultimately again? Not good for Adam Arishon had a rib taken from it. The word choice over here is quite interesting. It's quite interesting. But also, let's say you understand some Jewish girl. This is a non-Jew. I take that back because of the code for Jewish. Again, there are different conceptions of marriage, and there are different conceptions of relationships, and there are different conceptions of people get out of marriage. Who knows? Very telling, by the way. You want to know how your children think about marriage? You want to know what your children's perception of marriage is based on your marriage, right? So who knows what this girl saw in her home, and who knows how her father treated her mother. But obviously, the way she viewed a wife and a husband was a shifcha, the master. But whatever, we're not getting into that right now. And anyway, the point that she was making, father, was what? The point that she was making was, it's true. God took a rib. But he gave Adam Harishon Chava. Amallah, Kamiyah. And the father responded, I know Adam got a good deal. Got a wife. I got it. But why did it have to be done while Adam was sleeping? Well, his body is closer. Why have to come like further? Why does it come quietly, sneakily? Why can't you take the from Adam while Adam is awake? Listen to this. Amalek, which the girl responded, I used to be unsuch this way. You bring me a raw meat. A raw piece of meat. They brought the raw meat. Also, to say about so the way roast meat is they would cook the meat with coals and ash. They would roast it like that. Took the piece of meat, she roasted it, and then after father, she says, eat here. Amrullah, you eat sweet. He said, it's disgusting. We saw that meat when it was raw, and even though now that it's unappetizing meat. Amrullah, va'atam harishon nadi. We have a shadless bahadeh, habamitis. Which the girl responds, had Adam Arishon been away while the rib was removed and the rib was fashioned to a human being, it should be that Adam Arishon might have been repulsed and by his son. In order to ultimately again that Adam should only have injured distraction. Means that actually is like a fish process. Incredible. It's actually a very moving Gemara. There was a particular kofer who said to the Gamliel, I know what your God is doing. The hit on us, where exactly is. About people depend on us. I know exactly what your God is doing where he is. It's not it's not. Now become else. I'm gonna lay my height, which is always said why you sign. I'm gonna lay effort usually the class hayam. The yesh do it. Allah. And become these overseas. And I said that I do it, I said really I haven't seen him in time, and I wish such yearning to see him. But even Makbis blame you. Can you show me or can you tell me where he is? Show me where he is. You know everything. Show me where he is. Amar, Nia Tanahaven. How should I know? The Kofer says, how should I know where your son is? Where someone on the earth is. You know where he is? I'm really Kofer of Romeo. What's it? Before he touched by his environment. Has a son overseas. He doesn't know where he is. It's such incredible. So, you know, you never know what a like you're from Leo, you're battling all of these characters. And yet there's a piece of very personal pain that obviously is on the guy that who even know that he had son overseas. They are like in this obviously trying to exclude but in this incredible moment of vulnerability. It's incredible idea. Gemara goes like Sid, Mona Nisma. Pa says that the emotional counts. My Rebbe said that the Gopher says, what's the big deal? You don't make over. I don't think count the stars. Right? As well, you know, what's the big crap that God counts the stars? So the Gemara says, I see, so the Gemara comes along. I see Shakinu Ba'adu. Come on, so the Gemara built filled with princes. And he started shaking it around. And he said, I'm going to know. He said to the bunch of the best, still, I'll be able to count them. I'm going to Rakia Nami Haki. Rakia Nami Haki Aja. So the Gemara says, you know, the heavens also constantly moving. So if you can't go ahead and count princes in the basket, chances are you can't count the stars. Talking Amalek, Maneuli Code, which another open version is that the Coke I can count all of the stars. Amalek, Emily, talking Amalek, culture the Shinaya Kamaha. Because Emil said to the man, tell me how many teeth and how many boulders do you have? Shada Yadelu Sule, the Kamani Lulu. So the guy puts the cobra, they can put his hands in his mouth and literally begins counting off his teeth. You don't know how many teeth you have in your right? So you're telling me now you know how many stars there are in the heavens. How many cobras are in the So there was another quote, plus saying that whether all of this is like the same movement or it's multiple, you know, they go from Yishbol, you know, so maybe, I don't know if it's the same guy or multiple people. So you might supposed to say, by the way, you understand some silly, he's quite helpful, silly all of these statements. So the one thing that is incredible is, I think, from the aspect of this is that what's called one time, what's it? I don't know. But don't you see one time? You never see what the real using. The idea is that sometimes it happens that a person may by chance, have to deal with difficulty. Could happen. And the most important piece so when difficulty don't let them get under your skin. The person get under your skin. The moment you react way, you're done. You're done. You've lost every. The greatness of this is so stupid. This is no peace. This is so stupid. The head of child is so dealing with your goodness. And if you notice, every time is measured, polite, he careful yourself. All right, anyway, we must be following. We got to create it. Now, we didn't create the word. Shanam. Kine Yotza Harim Mubia. Because also the Torah uses in Amos two different Lashonas. There's Yotze. See from here that since it's two different words, therefore again it must be two different creators as well. Haka Gabi Adam Sid by Yivra by Yitza Hakana Misha Barazelo Barazel. So maybe you're gonna say by Marisha also, since it says by Yivra and by Yitza, so maybe again that means that two different gods created man as well. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. Tap on them, Ushne the cover Mishbo, Misha Barazel Barazel. The problem is, how would you then divide up? You know, sometimes with man, you could have two workers in close proximity to each other. There's not a talk that doesn't have something on the body. So am I going to say that there's one created this one I got to agree with that? Shnemar, speaking about the Shnemar, who's not going to Shmo? Then Yotza Ayin Al Yom. I'm relating in to which the said yes, it could multiple gods created. Could be that multiple gods be man as well. I'm relating to Shasta, Kulan, Spice. Tell me, how is it that when next all the body are to shut down? Are you telling me then that all the divine partners in the creation of man all agree at the same time, which are become therefore this assertion of the over, and that is created by different gods. I'm going to have Amagusha, La Neymar. There was Amagusha. What's Amagusha? Is a source for since he said La Neymar. You held off from Eloi, the hormones, the upper part of your body, the hormones. Hormones back was a shape. The Pasoi, the hormones. The bottom part of the body, right from the middle to the bottom, ruled by Alpha. Alpha means HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So he's ruled by a shape. Part of your body is ruled by God. I'm gonna let you if he shove it less, the hormones are worried about but if that's the case, then only again. How does a hormones rule more part of the body? Allow hormones to rule the other part of the body to go ahead and allow liquid to pass through everything that's ingested into the mouth. Like it's excreted through the lower part of the body. So why is it that the ruler of the lower part of the body would allow that which is in the upper part of the body to flow through it? So the Gemara says, "Amalei, amazing myself." The seed of every time. Let's all become one nation. Let's become one united people. So what happens? Let's become one united people. Chat, the Gemara says, "L'chayin," to which we can come beautiful. Absolutely, it's actually a good conversation. The seed was actually all the nations become united. Let's become one united nation. That says sounds great. But here's the issue. We who are circumcised cannot become like you. You who are not circumcised could become like us. Down says, so goes here's the Caesar. You said good. You said good. However, Miu, Kahaki, the Zaki, the Mount, the Shajur, the Diva, joining the den of lions. Now, again, anyone who could hear was considered to be front to best the Caesar, so he comes from you because you're so right to get the lions. So what happens? Shajur, the Diva, but the lions did not eat. Amaleo Humino, was it was a particular heretic who was so happy to see that he had thrown in the den of lions. He said, here's the problem. That the reason they didn't eat them is because of how we fed the animal lately. They're not hungry. So what do they do? Shajua Leilibike. They threw the heretic in there, and they ate the heretic. And apparently the lions were hungry. Right? But again, it's not very heretic. You say that wherever there are 10 Jews assembled, Shekhinah rests his presence there. So how much food do you eat up? I don't understand. How many Shekhinahs are there? The Shekhinah could be every single place where 10 Jews. Does it make sense? So which you might listen to this. So the meal tie in the Shabbos. So there's a meal called over the Shabbos of this particular code. Hit the Shabbos in the neck. In other words, he struck. All right. Am I also sure they say the cover? Why do you allow sun light into the home of the kofer. Amrali Shimsha, Kule Alma Nefa. So the kofer is what he talking. The shaman said, "What?" The shaman said, "What are you talking about? The sun shines everywhere. The sun shines everywhere. And all of the rays of the sun from entering into the home. Exactly. It's just one of the many thousand creations I think for Barak Baruch yet shines on the entire world. Shruta Dakovish Baruch Allah has come. So China in this case is present all over the world. So particularly in the particular heritage, your God is like a bad, like a dafka. Your God is a jester, meaning he makes fun of people. He makes fun of people. How so? So the Gemara says, "We commonly leave Cheskel, Shav Hatzim Chaskel." Because what says the Navi Cheskel, sleep on your left side. And he says, Cheskel, sleep on your right side. So it says, so meaning saying your God is telling me, why are you doing that Cheskel? As this is referring. Asa Utamida. Amalei, my time is Shiyas. So let's say, as this ring, this time is Kasish Rabbi Abba. One of the things that Rabbi Abba comes along is ready. Why is it that we have Shiyas? Why do we have Shiyas? Or like, Hashka Aminu Lefidus, the shadow of the answer. Rabbi Abba responds, this is amazing. I'm going to give you one answer that answers both of the questions. The Lynn's question as to why God is telling us to be Cheskel, sleep on this side, sleep on that side, as well as the answer as to what did people do with Shiyas. Amar Rakish Baruch Yisrael. Baruch is the Father Yisrael. Zaru Sheish. I want you to work the land for 6 years. Yishem. And I want you to observe a sabbatical year on the 7th. Kadesh Tedu Sha'aret Sheli. In order that you should know that the land ultimately belongs to you. Okay. In law also was one of the reasons for governments because we do not properly observe Shisa. Also, we go. Instead, we sin, we didn't observe Shisa. And then, Minhagol Shagolam, Bagam Shisar Allah. So the Minagaholam is when it comes to an earthly king. If the kingdom rebelled against him, if the king is cruel, he'll wipe out the entire kingdom. If he's compassionate, he'll kill half of the kingdom. If he's truly compassionate, then and what will he do? He'll afflict his great ones. He'll afflict, meaning he'll give afflictions to the leaders, representing that by punishing the leaders, that will atone ultimately again for the rest of the populace. Because it shows the same with the Ribono Shalom. Ultimately, again, the Ribono Shalom was afflicting Yecheskel. This idea of sleep on the right, sleep on the left, making Yecheskel twist and turn was suffering for Yecheskel. For what purpose? Ultimately, to atone for Klal Yisrael, for the fact that they did not observe the Shmiras. So there was a thing that said, God is a Kohen. God is a Kohen. The equally Truma. Because the Pasuk says, the equally Truma, you should take the meat Truma. See, God is Kohen. He carried the motion, the McDonald's. So that's the case. Baruch was a Kohen. The emotional, very emotional at the Baruch was a Kohen. That means he was coming to us. What right? How did he purify himself? That he came of a Maya, maybe he immersed himself in water. All the waters of the world this in other words, there are no waters that could connect beside the ocean immerse himself. There's Malay, so the Shara who immersed himself in fire. Immersed in fire. Siv, Kine Hashem Ba'ish Yavo. Moshe comes in fire. Misalka, Tefillah in fire. Amalei Adra. Shebyevo responded, yes, of course. Adra, but Iker Tilu Sabidura. The actually primary immersion of Ba'ish, Ta'ad Bamai. It's only ultimately again that cannot be by fire. Not the idea of fire. Listen, just responding to the name just to shut down his. He's saying that Rabbi Bo not letting you finish. That's asking. If you Shuma, he's not talking about Shuma. He's not talking about Shuma that is a macro schooner. He's talking about Shuma's commission. Nevertheless, Rabbi Avoch is not incredibly so sometimes. A person is saying something nonsensical. Sometimes some of that videos demand that you respond to the person, that you just give them an answer, that you give them a personal character to have the conversation. Incredible lessons in needs. Gemara goes like, I'm going to see if we can please our bodies. Says, who is like Khazral, the singular nation of the world? Why is Khali so better than anyone else? You're a nation of the nation. All Muslims are like nothing against Hashem Baruch Hu. So ultimately, you seek to reckon like everyone else. Relay to which Rabbi Avinu responded, even your own kids testify that we are unique. A reference to Bilam, the Sid, the Sid by Koyim Moshe. Because it was like the Pasuk ultimately says that Kali Shabbat, they will not be reckoned. Rabbi Elazar Ramik Sid. Rabbi Elazar says on one hand, God is protected. Hashem the Kovav. The Kodesh Baruch Hu is for those Kovav that means for those who. So which one is it? Is God good to everyone? Or shall I have sheesh for kindness? He said to a person of the Kodesh, when he watered, or should he water the whole thing? When he does extra yard work, extra in the targets, don't does the extra work for the trees, for the plants that are ultimately going to go ahead and really provide your food. So too again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is good to everyone. Or it's therefore the water the entire orchard. But the extra gives only to those trees are those trees who yearn for so by Yava Harina we're transitioning now a little bit. This is about the death of Achim. Achim was the after the death of Shlomo HaMelech, the son of Chavav, king. The Chavav follows the advice of his young king. 5 years, and also to split in Malchus is still governed by the Davidic kings. Malchus Rava ben Nevat started off as a tzaddik. It goes up to them in a dramatically terrible way, and then it's run by a series of evil kings. One of the worst of them is Achaz. The consequence of by Yom HaRina is after the death of Achaz, he was rejoicing in the camp. But although the Shoim, because when the wicked are lost, then only there's seen about Achaz and Amri. When Achaz and Amri was killed, there was scenes. When Yichadi could show from the boss and Shoim, because God rejoiced over the downfall of the wicked. After all, it says the after go over the Holy Shem, Rama Yonasan, Neymar, Neymar, the whole of the each Shekina Kadishah, who surrounded the whole of Jerusalem. So, what's the ultimate beginning of how you can downfall of the wicked? How do I but it doesn't say Kido. It doesn't say it's good. Why? Because it does not rejoice on the downfall of the wicked. They're saying that the Torah refers much more to the downfall of the wicked, and that is that people change, that people reform themselves, that people don't back God doesn't want anyone to fail. God doesn't want anyone to fall. So the Torah is like, people don't already show on that one. It's like, my sin, the Lokara, what does it mean that Hashem said that you do not approach each other the entire word? He's talking about the entire show that features. And remember again, this is right by Yamsuf. They're right at the banks of the sea. They cannot receive any part of what happens. They usually the fire together. They don't What's the entire night? So I'm gonna say what happened. So that's the story. Touch rock with the sea, touch goes through, water down on the sky. What's the shot? And the mission of drowning in the sea. Picture my love and starting so much. Ultimately, again, ultimately, my love and starting wanting to see shield of the powerful over the depths of the ocean. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish it. Not like Kobe. The problems in my creation that drowning in the sea. You want to see shield of the ocean. So we haven't torn the market back to Sparrow. The Russian man of welcome. The fact that these relationships not evidence of love, and therefore we must rejoice over the downfall of shun. But the devoted one has an incredible and profound sense of humor, because the those we shun are so some weakness and fear or obliterated, those we show. Those are shared. So the Malachim one is sincere. This is no. I'm not losing my saying, who ain't no sauce? It's true. God doesn't rejoice when the wicked perish about a feeling of masses. But others do rejoice. Others do rejoice. Man does. Man who is a man does rejoice when his enemy is done. Take another sit. Your sis, look, sit, your sis. But also, in fact, the husband of my said, that is your sis, doesn't ultimately again. The others will rejoice, but it doesn't say your sis. But God's love. So what's it? So the concept of your this is by the death of Allah. Because it says, by you shall have a great struggle, by a local club and devil, so as we see, you will be after this close battle. He's killed by actually speaking up, quote unquote. This is what we say this straight arrow. By a straight arrow. The picture discusses that his chariot was drenched in blood. His chariot was drenched in blood, ultimately again, and ultimately the chariot washed on the draw the last of the blood. So one thing that the prosecution is God's Zonos rough. They went ahead and the biographer from the most Zonos rough. Literally, Zonos are big or what is that? I'm not really sure. The Maoric state has Zonos. Zonos is a short form of Zonos or visions. That Achot, two visions left. Achot shall be Achot shall be. One is the vision of I know one is the radio. Coyote in show per show shovel to Hashem. So the other thing is he keeps from that battle. Right? You don't die in this battle, but God doesn't choose this. If you see the Malcolm and the Malcolm who are brothers and stuff doubles. And if Yo prophesies that he said the same place where it was licked out with blood of doubles, separate the other story of doubles. Lots of one which doubles his property. He has doubles actually. Several has doubles brought up on his charges. Doubles and his property. Nabi prophesies the same place where the dog licks the blood of doubles will lick your brother's blood. Rava Amar, Vish Masha Kesha Fituno. Doubles said the Nabi discusses how is that fulfilled. There was just an archer, one of the enemy archers, just indiscriminately pulled back his bow. Bayaka and his ended up killing Rabbi Lazar Amar, the oh, thank you. Rabbi Amar, no one ever listened to sorry. I could skip a whole chapter. I could skip this. Rabbi says Zonos Mavish. Rabbi says no. Zonos of Yevos are not Zonos, but rather literally means Zonos Mavish. What is it? I thought Zonos in Russian. I thought was very cool. Also, it's not low higher only passion. We can have a drive but also some several they so his wife has seen the argument to against lost images of the Shira on son the Islamic in order also to be the with them and become a rebel. It says that we should also think about it again, just the bravery of people, kind of publicize type of thing. So Adam's blood still covered the zones. The issue much after the getting so the bag was getting the point of hold back. Now what is big too low? The feet too low. The feet too low is what the way we said what it means is it wasn't really sometimes archers, they were cold and they would just fire. They fired together. Not aiming at someone specific. So these artists wasn't aiming for because he was just shooting arrows at the army. And the end of the Rava Amar Kamein State Katora Kayoba Akasayo. So that's the people will go ahead and fulfill the two faculties of the Kayoba. We'll say now that the structure of the book. We'll say story, a flicker of Akab has an incredible disease that tends to want to control. One of the people that happened, he had a righteous servant who maintained his house, a man by the name of Obadiah. And I go, so listen, this exchange is amazing. Like Yikra Akab Elavago, Asher Aladais. So Akab called Obadiah, and Obadiah was in charge of the house of Rachel. But Obadiah, Hayar Yori Hashem, Obadiah feared God exceedingly. So you must like him. A lot of times can't say that on the way to see you like that. I'm ready to listen to this. I'm ready. Akab said, Yaakov sitting in Yaakov by Lavan. So Lavan says, Yaakov says you're righteous and you're in my house. Oh, bless you. Therefore, God has blessed me. He knows the city of Hashem is God knows it. So, again, when Yosef was in the house of Potiphar, the house of Potiphar was blessed because when you see even evil people, when you're righteous people in their house, the house gets blessed. And against the Vajah, based on the Vajah, they'll have a Midrash. Akab said, listen, we've got Rava. Shema Midrash Elohim Akab. What's that? Do you understand what just happened over here? But Akab says, God is not showering bracha on our house. Tell me. We haven't come on with that. Right? I mean, the problem is not easy to you, right? Because you are the token righteous guy, right? And God, evil people, and they have the token righteous guy. So obviously, you are not, get it together. You're not putting your righteous together. Why are we doing bracha? Just as a basketball, Basketball contains Obadiah is just fine. About Jason shall Akab consume the problem with your house. The problem ultimately again is with your house. This Gemara is such a profound result. Because so many times in life we have two things in a state of disrepair. The place we look for the problem is elsewhere. Who's not doing their job, not pulling their weight, not doing what they're supposed to do, they're realizing the risks to disrepair my home, chances are it's not my wife, and it's not my kids, and it's not this, and it's not this. It's just like you believe you have to do it on Bacha, but Bacha is not righteous enough. What about you? How about the Abba? Doesn't share about Bacha, you'll see that you mention him about Bacha. There's greater faith given to Bacha. I'm not even saying Ba'od, right? It just says, Yireh Hata, which is fear of God, but it doesn't say Ba'od. But about no mode, they have a life says, Yireh Hashem Ba'od. However, if they not something about children, listen, why did Obadiah marry to Fox? What did he do? I mean, he had to marry, what did he do to marry to Fox? So they think, Shehef may understand about it, they understand. Akab has Akab dad, his wife is 10 times worse. Sarah made it her business to go ahead and kill out every single Gabi Hashem. That was done. She killed out over the years. Obadiah hid 100 properties. Hid 100 million. Shneimar, Vayika Hafis Zero Esmavi Hashem, Vayika Obadiah Mea Neviim, Vayachdiim Chamishim Ish Va'ar. So what happens? Goes ahead and Obadiah takes 100 shekels and hides them 50 into two, right? 50. Why did you hide 50 shekels? So Yaakov, Shneimar, Vayamach Malai Nishal. So what's it like? Why does he get hide all 101K? I hide 52K, 50 per so understand the one that's in dire circumstances, you have to plan for somewhere else. That's a plan for somewhere else. The other contingencies are going to be lost. How does that move on? But Yavoah, he says, couldn't find a cave more than 50. As if he happened to find 2 caves that held 50. Kazona Vajo, Kama Shalakim Adon. So remember, then the Navi said that the Navi will be corresponding to the Pasuk. Some of the Navi Vajo, that Kazona Vajo, that Vajo has a vision, Kama Shalakim Adon. So Vajo, the Jewish prophet, becomes the mouthpiece of God in the nation of Edom, telling Edom what's going to happen to them. So the Gemara says, why is Obadja the messenger to Edom? Why is he like, sorry, Javo Obadjo, Hadar Bein Shnei HaRishonim. So what happens? Obadja, who was a righteous man, who lived between 2 evil people. Who were the 2 evil people? Achon and Zerah. He lived between 2 evil people, and yet he never learned from their deeds. You know they are Esau HaRash, and let him deliver prophecy about the issue of Shedar Shnei Tzadikim below Ma'amad Raseh. Esau lived amongst 2 righteous people. Who were the 2 righteous people? His parents, Yitzchak and Rivka, and yet unfortunately he never learned from their ways. Over by himself, Obadja, Ger and Gobi. Obadja was a convert. Now we understand why he chose ultimately again to give prophecy about behind the Armenian. They that it is very far they found to handle for as the expression. And the very forest itself comes to handle from the eyes. And from the very roots of the Edom comes the prophet ultimately again prophesies about their demise. Vayach es Moab, Vayigodei Bechero, Hashkim Osam Arzo. So what's the small page? Governor and his wife is out in the delivered to low. I'm going to go to Yochanan. So why was it Governor who was chosen to go ahead and wipe out the nation of Moab? This is what people say. It is from the very forest itself, Basil Bay Narada, comes to handle the act to go ahead and cut down the forest. Because of the Amar, Yara Zoka Masrafis. So also ultimately again, so in this different interpretation, he said when you have like a piece of little flour, when it rots from it's really smashed. Actually, Zoka Masrafis, who thought when we thought Uya Masino and Sirko, there was ultimately being so that sometimes destruction comes from here. So the Navi prophesies about the downfall of Edom. Ultimately, again, is convert of Edom. David HaMelech destroyed the nation of Moab itself, which is descendant of Moab. It's fine. So it's not good like and ends up in the interesting story. You don't have a question. You don't have to. Ola Alakoda. Because it's the regular yourself and very disturbing story. Again, a sharp king of Moab. Basically, king of Moab took his firstborn son and he offered him a burnt offering on the wall of the city. Sacrifice his firstborn son. I was like, child sacrifice, unfortunately, was very average. King of Moab this firstborn was represented so the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel. So there's a focus as to what nation's intention. One says that Misha's intentions was like obviously what to do, but the Shaila did was the motivation. Try to do something that is possible or was doing somewhere on both sides. It's not this. One says what he did as a homage to God. Fraud, highly fraud. One of that's a sign of homage to God. And fraud is from about God, Shem Shamayim. So the Kohen is highly considered like a lot of Israel. So what's a Kohen says that he says potential is the Shem Shamayim. But he always gets very upset about Israel. Why? Because he sees the dedication of nature and that same level of dedication doesn't exist like Christ. He also doesn't want to sacrifice, but he sees an incredible love, an incredible passion from nature that it doesn't seem like common skill. And therefore, again, what the dedication of the Moabite kings ultimately sparks God's spirit against common Israel. And I don't observe my bike yet, but according to what that we did this for idolatry. And why does this act spark God against common Israel? There should be contracts as well as the Sid, who they had very much as losses. And one of it says, and the ways of nations who surround you have not conducted to Sid, who finished, but they had very much as suicide. As he said, the edit says, in accordance to you have so which one is we conducting ourselves like the nation does or not, which should find king to Shebahan, Loas, king of Colin Shebahan, the only enemy ways of rebellion when they are when they are doing that which is to look at Rashi, king of Colin Shebahan, the nation of Moab, secret to no level, the half songs ובעוד 3 ימים ספר להם אבל שהיו גם עם החוק and the funny thing because those and therefore again there is what to be learned from the Umos Sa'olam that way still to learn those lessons all you see to take from the nations of the world is the more bankrupt negative that you have by Yisrael and Allah by the Shuvah was the ultimately again by this little by Yisrael application was in a certain kills his son by Yisrael and Allah they literally descended from they what they like by Shuvah was the same thing right I'm going to be coming about Papa but also Shah Yardu Shem Shem Yisrael about Jega Kappa. And this point is telling us that Klal Yisrael ascended to such a low point of negative spirituality. Right, once I carry things up, interestingly enough, I told you the other day, so the kingdom hired a nurse for him, a young woman with beautiful by the name of Isha. Is the episode showing she wanted to marry David not want to marry players. The boss said that she was exceedingly beautiful. עדיין לא הגיעה לחצי ג'וק משלסה. As beautiful as she did not measure half of the beauty of starting me. How do we know that? It's below mode with love. So let's say it says that he was so the original redaction is Adma'od means exceedingly beautiful. The redaction is she was beautiful as Ma'od. But up until we have below Adma'od up until but not including there's ultimately again beauty that exceedingly beauty that really belongs to ultimately again that's what the sort of the most Imagine Allah after
Resort in Kansas has their own major tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario, restrictions apply. Must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. So you're freaking out because you
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin. thank you for all of our sponsors for this morning should just thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for your Tashim Hey. The Tosim Mishbach. You know, I realize that sometimes I regret to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors. They don't just definitely sponsor all the shiurim, but somehow I only end up mentioning it over of course it's not filming, but to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, the Tosim Mishbach, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos in this close of the Soros Novos for Am Yisrael. We hope that Emir Hashem is going to be a Shabbos with additional hostages returned. Emir Hashem, a Shabbos in which we see additional families reunited. And I wish we Zoch, Emir Hashem, so we thank Tosim Mishpach. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, Abba Ali Latova, Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David. Ladies, in front of the bracha, Itai Rabbi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night. Hanukkah, we also married the Ras Hamator, the Shama have Aliyah, and the family in the let us we have a lot today, Baruch Hashem, a lot to accomplish. Today's daf is Emir Hashem daf Lamed Tes 38, and we are picking up on Lamed Zayin of the days. We left off with Yod. Right? Yeah, excellent. So in the wide lines on the bottom, three lines. Okay, so let's begin. Says the Gemara as follows. So, how are you? I'm ready to read up. Great. But Lamin also kind of had holds off it. Chaburos, seals, Shelo Hayo Yogea Mehefan Yeshama Yotza. So an incredibly tragic turn over here. That when Cain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of bloodshed beforehand. So remember when Cain killed Hevel, so Cain had no idea how to kill Hevel. He went ahead and he hit him, he struck multiple times. Until he got to his neck. When he got to his neck, then he was looking to strike him and kill him. From the day that the earth opened up and swallowed up the blood of Hevel, the earth never opened its mouth again. Tzvi Tzadi. Nafa Aretz, well, only P Aretz. Is this is that true? That the earth never opened its mouth again after swallowed up the blood of Hevel? The Pasuk says that the Pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is by Korach. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Korach and his followers. Amalei, the Ra'as Pascha, the Tova Lo Pascha. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for punitive things, but never went ahead and opened its mouth for something positive again. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. They can't sit on the seat like Cain originally. It says, after he killed Hevel, what's the punishment? I'm going to be vinod, I'm going to be a wanderer. No. Then again, if you notice again, it says that Cain lived in Eretz no. So you guys understanding over here that it took away half of the punishment. He was supposed to be not vinod, but it turns out that he's only going to be in Eretz no. I'm not even going. Galus, exile, has the ability to atone for three things. Gemara says, Shene Emar, Ko Amar Hashem, Hayoshe Be'i Hazos Yomos Bacharev Bara'av U'B'Dever. Vayotzi, right? Vayotzi V'Nafa Al Akastin, Hatzar Marech, and Yichya Haisilo Nafshem Shlal. So the idea is the Gemara is that Galus has the ability to be Mechaber for Charev, for wars, for Ra'av, for famine, and for Dever, for pestilence. Yochanan says, Galus Mechaber Salakol. Galus Mechaber on everything. Galus Mechaber, in other words, the evil of Galus is so cute, right? And the above is so profound that it is literally Mechaber on everything. Kol Amar Hashem, Kiswa Sa'ish HaSe'ariri. Never lo yitzvach b'yamav, lo yitzvach b'zara ish yoshi lakisi David, u'moshe od b'yehuda. Basar the Gavak Siv, Me'yechanya, Shaltiel, Beno. Okay, fine, so we'll get time just a moment. So the Gemara Darshan is speaking by Yechanya, which you see over here that you see over here, that halacha u'maisa galus is on everything. And also, I just point out how profound and how important this is for us. There's something in everything we experience in life, and even in galus, which is so sad and so overwhelming and so profound. Yet you find the chama in the fact that galus is mechacha. Right? Here, in 2,000 years diaspora, the quote-unquote good news is that very good which has the ability to atone all of our averos, both national as well as individual. Incredible. So the Gemara says, what about Yechanya? Why is his name Aser? His mother became pregnant with him while she was incarcerated. So Aser's parents, Yechanya and his wife, were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Because his mother was pregnant with him in a way, in an unnatural way. What is an unnatural way? So the Gemara says, community, because we have a tradition, that a woman cannot become pregnant from an act of relations which occurs standing up. Top of Manuchas 38a. Beginis Abram Umad, and yet again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was standing up. So he actually points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yechanya's wife, Yechanya and his wife were incarcerated together in like a narrow dungeon. So they were there together, so they had relations. So she became pregnant in this particular fashion, which the Gemara understands was a little bit miraculous. So the Gemara says this: Shaltiel, why was he called Shaltiel? Shenishal al olaso. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu released him from his oath. Now, not from his oath, but ultimately, again, there was HaKadosh Baruch Hu went ahead and made a promise that Yechanya was not going to have a child. But again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu released him from that vow, and he had a child. All right, Badal. Why is he called Badal? Sheniz Badal. Because his mother became pregnant with him in Badal. Umash, what is the actual name of Badal? Now it says Nechanya ben Chacham. It might be Nechanya. Yehuda ben Chizkiah ben Rabbi Chia. So what's this big story? Yehuda and Chizkiah were the sons of Rabbi Chia. So they sat in a Suda. They were having this beautiful Gemara. They were sitting at a Suda in front of Rabbi. And they didn't anything. They weren't sharing any Torah at the table. It's again, this is a good Muslim. You're at someone's table. So what happens? Incredible. So Yehuda and Chizkiah, the sons of Rabbi Chia, come to the Suda, come to the table of Rabbi, and they'll give a Torah. So the Gemara says, Amru, Agagu, Kamra, Adardiki, Hechi, Delemrim, So again, gave him the Ibsen. So I'm sorry. So essentially, that is what did you drink too much? You drank too much, you don't have the ability to say Dvar Torah. Give some pots. So when they did drink a little bit too much, they said a Dvar Torah. This one was a doozy. Listen to the Dvar Torah. They said, Ein Avos Mi Yisrael. Mashiach won't literally again to cease to exist within Klal Yisrael. Who are these two families? Rosh Hagolah, the Reish Galusa family, Sheba Badal, the Nasi Sheba Eretz Yisrael, and the Nasi's family in Eretz Yisrael. Mashiach will only come once these two families cease to exist. שנאמר, והיה לו מקדש, ולאבן נגף ולצום בשלוש נבטים. So that was the Bart. Rabbi was Rashi from the family of the Mishnah. He says, what are you doing? You're putting thorns in my eyes. After all, again, you're essentially telling me that the only way Mashiach is if my family is a man, my family doesn't have this. I must say, and by the way, as an aside, what exactly does this mean? That only comes when these families cease to exist. So the idea of the Pashut Shak is that understand that these two families, meaning the families of the Nasi and the families of the Reish Galusa, represent Jewish leadership. Right? At the end of the day, so remember, it's important to understand, Mashiach comes, he's going to replace those two families. He's going to become the leader, and again, he's going to replace previously established leadership. Doesn't have to mean that those families are going to cease to exist. What it means is their authority is going to be usurped by the Mashiach. There's going to be a recalibration of power or of authority within Klal Yisrael. So I was very distressed by the Vart. Everyone tries this experience. We were asked to do the Vart Torah at your table, and then afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea, right? So now, like, this was one of those company faux pas, right? You ask one person to share a part. Right? So then what happens? So Rebbe's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be here. So Rabbi Chia, father of these boys, says, Rebbe, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Yayin Nitan B'Shivim Osios, V'Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios. Right? So again, Rashi says over here, Yayin B'Shivim Osios, the gematria of Yayin is 70, right? Yod and Yod. And Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios. And the gematria of Sod, which means secret, is also 70. What do we learn from here? Nichnas Yayin Yatsa Sod. That when the wine comes in, the secrets come out. So what I was saying, so what I don't say, so what does this mean? What does this mean? So ultimately, again, on a possible, but if you're saying is, let's say, you know how some people who say like they say certain things and they say, I just have to say what's on my mind. Like, you ever hear that? Someone say, I just have to say what's on my mind. What's the response when someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind? The response? No, you don't. You actually don't have to say what's on your mind. You do not share that because there are certain things that are on your mind that should absolutely stay in and not shared with other people. That's it. Not everything needs to be said. Not everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is what so one of Rabbi Huda was saying was correct. That's absolutely correct. What should have been said? Should have been said. It was only going to create a certain sense of sadness, a sense of despair, and that's fundamentally and totally unnecessary to be said. But yet again, what ends up happening? Nichnas Yayin Yatsa Sod. So it was like the power of Yayin is we all put up barriers. So sometimes again, wine comes in, what ends up happening? Barriers come down, and the barriers, certain things that are normally a little bit closer to the chest, now come flowing out. So it's going to be beautiful. So when Avikia's sons had a little too much to drink, what came out? Yeah. That was like the Gemara says, you can tell a lot about a person in three ways. Koso, Kiso, Kaso. What does a person do when they drink? How does a person spend their money? And does a person get angry? How do they behave when they get angry? When you look at those three things, you know a lot about a person. So there's something beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drank a little too much, what came out? A discussion about granted, a little bit of the wrong discussion considering which we spoke about the cessation of certain mishpachas, but again, that's what's out when you dug deep. Right? A little bit of wine came in, the desire and the want for Mashiach, for Geula, came out again. Tell a lot about a person when they drink a little bit. What comes out? All types of silliness and foolishness. I mentioned on this Divrei Torah, it's singing, it's vekas, it's I love everyone, whatever it is, but the inner really comes out with a little bit of yayin or a lot of yayin. Good stuff. What's the meaning of the pasuk? What's the pasuk? From Daniel. Vayishkot Hashem al ha'arot, vayivi'ei alinu, ki tzadik Hashem Elokim. Ultimately, I guess, literally translating, he sinned evil upon us because Hashem is the tzaddik. Gemara. Mishum tzadik Yishkot Hashem al ha'arot, vayivi'ei alinu, because Hashem is tzaddik, he hastened the evil upon us. What does that mean? So it says, in Tzedakah asar HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Yisrael, shehik Tim Galus Tzidkiyah. So say this is incredible. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did a chad with us, in that he hastened the Galus of Tzidkiyah. Remember again about so Yechonya and Tzidkiyah, just historically, you understand, beginning and Megillas Esther, when the Megillah introduces us to Mordechai, what does it say? Where did Mordechai come? So again, so Yechanya, again, is first based on Mikdash, together with Kiyod. That's why, again, Megillas Esther happens in between the first and the second base on Mikdash. So the chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did, the chesed that he did, is that he hastened the exile of Tzidkiyo. So again, we'll see why that's the chesed in just a moment. Because again, at that point when Tzidkiyo was exiled, Yechanya was still alive in Bava. Still alive in Bava. First white line. Hacharash v'hamasker alaf charash. Okay, so sorry. So what happens? Because the passage talks about again the craftsmen and the gatekeepers. Charash, why does it call him Charash? So this is talking about again. This is talking about the Chanya. Keva sheposken hakol nasa kecharash. It was such a big chacham that whenever he opened his mouth, everyone else almost just became mute. Masker. It was a gatekeeper. Keva shesokin bahalacha shuvim pos. Once they determined a particular matter in halacha, the matter was closed. The matter was closed. There was nothing else to talk about. The Kama how much were there? Tell us. Ula Amar Sheikh Sharmula Shanta. Ula says, no. Exiled 2 years before the numerical value of Shanta. The positive talking about over here is he's so much Shantan fathers. You have children and grandchildren that are Shantan, and they will go as he's talking about when Claudia does not do the right thing. Vishchasem, Va'asisem, Esatmunas, Va'asisem, Ba'nei Hashem, Lokech HaLach. So there's no such goals. So the problem is, so then again, this is like items. So the idea is, here's what's fascinating. Baruch Hu brought about the punishment earlier than it was supposed to happen. Because had he waited, he would have been so he expedited the exile, or I should say hastened the exile by a little bit, in order to mitigate the effects of the exile. So the Gemara says, what do you see here? That the definition of right, of peace with that Kadosh Baruch Hu is 852 years. That's the numerical value of Shanta. So I said it's really interesting that sometimes the of the Ribono Shel Olam manifests itself, and sometimes bringing about the punishment a little bit earlier than it has. Right? Kadosh Baruch Hu see regardless of the Ribono Shel Olam that is able to see everything that is going to occur. Right? So when he sees, if I allow things to continue on, they're going to go down an irreversible path. Where I extract punishment now, and there's a chance of rehabilitation, there's a chance ultimately I can achieve. And I was like, as human beings, because we're so limited, all we see is the punishment, right? All we see is the negativity, is the hurt, is the pain. We don't get to see the entire picture of it. Yet, halacha, and I said that the Ribono Shel Olam does really in terms of how we just have to view how we have to, our circumstances and our situation. Here we go. Back to Adam Rishon. Adam Yechid Yinivra. Adam Rishon, that's a singular being. When we play man, why not create an Adam Neshava from the outset? So the Gemara says, in heretics should know that there are many different gods. In other words, that had more human beings been created at the same time, like what people have said, this God is creating his guy, and this is creating his guy. So the Prophet creates one man, human being. That's the first. In order that there should be God, there is only one Ribono Shel Olam. You know, it's beautiful because the show you at Tzadik Omrim Anu B'nei Tzad or Rishayim Omrim Anu. Why? Let's say why one person? So the Tzaddik would say, oh, we're the descendants of the Tzaddik, and the Rishayim would say, oh, we're the descendants of the Rasha. I was saying, why does this matter? If you look at what this Rashi is actually really profound. Rashi says over here, Anu b'nei tzadik, describing person those short lines of Rashi. Avinu tzadik nivra, lefichach ligim, ve'ein anu tzrichim l'srachek nebeira. So a person would say, we're the sons of tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to face additional precautionary measures in life, because hey, we are all children of tzaddikim. And again, all of the children of Hashem say, Anu b'nei Rasha, ve'ein anu zekukim b'tshuva, u'litzaddik below yoel. Is incredible. So, and the children will say, for us, no point in trying to do tshuva, since we are the children of a Rasha, there is no way for us to rehabilitate ourselves. And also, do you hear this? In other words, how does Hashem create two human beings to start out? So one fellow would say, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Rasha. Descendants of the tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're golden. There's nothing wrong, we don't have to do anything, we're fine. And the children of the Rasha would say, we're shut in our DNA. And because we're shut in our DNA, there's nothing that is going to help us do tshuva. Therefore, as Baruch will do, Baruch makes us all the descendants of one person. So no one could say, I'm the descendant of the Rasha, I'm the descendant of Tzaddik. We're all the descendants of Adonai Rishon. So what was Adonai Rishon? We see a Tzaddik, we see a Rasha. What was he? It's a Tzaddik. The Tzaddik who made mistakes. Like every single tzaddik who makes mistakes. And just like again, when a tzaddik makes a mistake, in that moment when I make a mistake, maybe I'm a shtik Rasha. In that moment, but the nice thing to be able to play themselves afterwards. We all trace ourselves to an original ancestor who was about tshuva. Started out a tzaddik, made a mistake, and then became about tshuva. So effectively, we're all about tshuva. That's really what it comes down to. Our ancestry is that we are about tshuva. Incredible. His name is great. We'll say, why is Hashpach doing us back to one ancestor? Because of fighting that goes on because of evils. So what happens? Can you imagine if there are multiple original people, right? Multiple originals, right? Multiple other originals. What would happen? This mishpacha would say, this one, and this one would say, I trade my equals for this one. And what ends up happening? So what's you imagine? You see all the fighting that goes on about equals, right? Who has a better equals, right? More compromised equals. Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, right? We all go back to the same person, and yet there's still so much machlokes about equals. Alachas kama v'kama. Also, why we trace as one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid because London and the thieves. Rashi says, if there were multiple originals, so what would happen? This would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor, and this one would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. So it follows. By the way, even though now we have one ancestor, even that focus that exists regarding, what belongs to what, and if it traces itself to one central. Can you imagine the focus that would exist if we had multiple original ancestors? Incredible. Okay, so what is the Listen to this. Adam Tovea Kama Mabel. So listen to this. A person can mint a number of different coins. And what happens, what's incredible is the cooler dome is right? A person can mint a whole bunch of coins, and amazingly enough, every single coin can come out the same. I would say every single penny looks the same. Like every quarter, everything. Incredible. The Shparach will speak mints every human being in the image of adoration. Right? Adoration is the original human being, and every human being is minted, so to speak, in that model. Yet with that, Shenemar is not faith conformable to the Satsu Kamalabush. And yet, interestingly enough, yet again, at the end end of the day, yet even though all man is mated in the same way, none of us look alike. None of us look alike. Why? This is incredible. Adam Dirana, the Ishana, this is incredible. What would happen if it's alike? What would happen? So I say like, and so like Ruben saw Shimon's wife. It's like, oh, I'd like to be married to her. Like Ruben saw Shimon's house. I said, I'd like that. Well, if Ruben looked just like Shimon, then what could happen? Ruben could assume Shimon's identity. Ruben could say, hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Right? I look like the owner? Everybody look like each other. We get into these very difficult situations. Rameir says, there are three ways. Every person is different from the other. The call with voice, that is interesting, right? Voice differs from person to one person to another. Benara, appearance, das. Das means das can mean your intellect, but really this is your feelings, your emotions. So the kol benara mishum erva. So it makes sense that a person has to be different than his with kol, with voice, with mara, and with appearance. Why? In order not to lead to any type of immorality. Because what could happen if people sounded the same? It would be easy for people to engage with immorality and not knowing, being able to deceive someone else, taking it into an act of immorality. Okay? What about again with feelings or with knowledge? So listen to this. Let's say if all of us shared the same knowledge, then what? You would know where I hide my goals, right? And I know where I hide my goals, right? But if you knew my das, you would know where I hide my goals, and you'd be able to go ahead and let's say there's also an incredible idea. You know, the three ways in which we distinguish ourselves. Whole could also mean in the way that we really present. So it really says a lot about who we are. Mara doesn't just mean about our appearance or how we look, but it also means how we present. How does a person present themselves? How does a person present to others? And das, so I'll say das is what are my days? Das doesn't just have to mean my secrets, doesn't just have to mean where my gold is. My das represents my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. What do I want to be like? What do I want to do when I grow up? How do I want to? Who do I want to be? So I'll say these three things you can tell a lot about a person in these three things. Call, how does a person speak? Mara, how does a person level? This is so incredibly important. You know, I was saying, we like to say that externalities don't matter. Externalities mean a lot. How you present, and this is everything. How you present, how you dress, it says a lot about how you feel about yourself. And ultimately, again, image that's important for you to project. And again, what are my dreams, my goals, my aspirations? Who do I want to? Let's say the greatest challenge in life that sometimes you just conveyor belt. You just get on that conveyor belt and you just keep going. Like you keep trucking, right? You just go. You start like when we're 5, we wake up one day and we're 85. Last night's like south of zero. It's hopeless. Just in the lobby. It's crazy. It's so I was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. Spoke about it. Comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. Comes a day when you have to go and really contemplate, you know, what you've done, and how you live. And I will say, okay, there's no need to talk about it. There comes that day, comes that point, and once you go through life and just kind of get into a rhythm, I will tell you, I connect to a different context. One of the most incredible things about being in a new building, one of the most incredible things is this overwhelming feeling of conscious, like renewal. That's different. There's a newness. So sometimes, again, it's a little anxiety provoking. We see every single thread to the wall, right? Or the stillness, or the right? It's okay. I can learn to let go. I'm working on it. Though. It's just gonna happen after the first class. We're gonna have no choice, right? But this one I will say, we're like I was thinking to myself yesterday, like I'm not like that in my house. Like it's not like that. And even when I moved it wasn't like I would not be like that. But here, like, I literally feel like yelling at people. Don't touch the walls. Right? Don't touch the walls. Right? Be careful. Be careful. I did that. I actually did do it. Right? And yesterday, I really don't make enemies. Today, I made enemies with the girl in the Iron Kodesh, which is not finished. I'm literally giving them instructions, and I'm pretty sure they cursed Spanish. And they essentially said, "Whose translation? Who the heck is this guy?" Right? Don't tell us what to do, right? Anyone that's around with his top button really doesn't get his head dirty in construction, right? So step away, go do your Jew thing, right? And leave us it's not finished. And they made a number of mistakes. I'm just going to point out, whatever. They're going to come back and correct it on that. I'll say, but what is it? What is it? It's the newness. It's the newness. By newness, it's conscious. I think about it. When you see yourself like, wow, if this could look new and beautiful and pure and pristine, I could look new and pure and pristine, right? I could bring a newness into myself as well. I don't have to be the same old personalistic building. I don't have to be the same, however old I am, structure. I could renew my own structure. I could build a new building. I could become someone new and someone different as well. My davening doesn't have to be the same. Mine doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. My meals don't have to be the same. My interaction, everything has the ability to become new. That's the inspiration of new surroundings. If walls could become new, which are inanimate, Allah has come of I could become new. That's the das. That's the das. So I will say, do I have the same that I had 20 years ago? Or is my das new, constantly renewing at every different stage? All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Adam ni Erev Shabbos. Wow. Adam nivra Erev Shabbos. Okay. How crazy is it to have an Erev Shabbos? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Adam nivra Erev Shabbos. Man was created on Friday Erev Shabbos. Why should have my celebrations. Concern was man was created earlier than man. What would happen? People can erroneously think that man was told that Kodesh Baruch Hu in the creation. But if a man's created on Friday, the end of creation, so no one can know that Kodesh Baruch Hu had a partner in my celebrations. Incredible. You want to right? Shim tazuach dalav, that if man gets carried away with himself. Omerlo, Yitush Kadma Famai separation. It was incredible. If man decides to become arrogant, so what happens? Because Baruch Hu say, hey, calm down, you're not so great. A gnat, right? Gnats were created before you in the order of creation. Okay? It's pretty humbling. So Gemara says, Davar Akar, Kadeshi Kanis the Mitzvah Miyad. Other possibilities, why was man created on Erev Shabbos? So that he should enter into mitzvahs immediately. I will say, which mitzvah? Shabbos. Beautiful that the entire intention of Biyah was that Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted our first mitzvah to be Shabbos Kodesh. But just want to be beautiful, you might learn Erev Shabbos. It's overwhelming. First, Kodesh Baruch Hu says, I want to create you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then after you get your bearings, we're going right into Shabbos together. That's the Ra'achar, Kadesh is the Suda. Other possibilities, Kodesh Baruch Hu shown to go right into the Suda. The Suda, Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted them to find everything set, like a set table. The world was organized. Adam came into a fully finished product. He did not have to live through construction. To be compared to a king who first built the palace, organized everything, did all the furnishings, and then after he finished the work complete, then his guests Because Rabbi Must is beautiful. The Ribono Shel Olam wanted to invite us into the finished world. He did not want us to have to live through construction. And I will say this is incredibly important. Right? Only the front will be there. I'll say, but it's incredibly important because at the end of the day, what it also says is like this. Baruch Hu invited us into a perfect world, which means that even when it looks in construction, it's important to understand that it's only because we don't see the full plan. Hashem invited us to be part of something that is complete, that is perfect. And at the end of the day, sometimes when it looks imperfect, it's only because of our inability to see the perfection and to see the wholeness inside of it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: Shneimar Chachmas Bansa Beisa Chatzon Ordash Shiva. Tavcha Tifcha Mas Vayina Af Urcha Shulchana Shulchan Arosel Dikra Al Gape Merome Karash. Chachma Bansa Bansa Beisa. So again, I'm more dashed into the pasuk. What does it mean when it says wisdom? Built a home. Zumi does a shaka b'shparchu. Shebaras kala olam shulad chachma. Baruch Hu created the entire world with wisdom. Chatzva amudah. He carved out its pillars. So when it says Shiva, Elu Shiva's being gracious. 7 days creation. Mas chayena afar chashva Elu Yamim B'nam Osarche Olam. Ultimately, this refers to the seas, the river, into the world. Shalchan Arasat Tikra Ze Adam Bechava. Agap Merome Keres. Meaning again that they live on the heights of the city. So you might see Rabba Barakana Rami Ksiv Agape Uksiva Kis. Which one is it? Because man sit on the heights, sit on the chair. Betchila Agape Ulubasofa Kisher. Originally man dwelled in the heights of the world. And then unfortunately after the sin, he was relegated all again to a Kise. Mi Kasi Yasravina Chasva Mado Amra Kodesh Baruch Mi Pasaula. Who enticed man to sin? Ultimately, again, it was Chava. So Mar said, Amrlo Tsiv Noif Isha Chasva. It's interesting that at the end of the day, there is joint responsibility fate of Adam Arishon. But again, the Gemara points out that at the end of the day, of course, again, Adam is really responsible for his reactions, or ultimately, again, after he realized that he made a mistake. Okay, so was at the time, Adam Arishon Kala Olam Chutzbar Afro Shneimar Weinecha Uksitinene Hashem Mishol Kos B'Cholas. Well said. This is incredible. Adam Arishon, remember again, is made from dust, made from dirt. Remember again, where's the dirt collected from? The Gemara says dirt was collected from all 4 corners of the earth. Right? Again, literally, Afro Shneimar says Kala Olam Kulo Chutzbar Afro. So literally, again, his dirt, his dust that made him was collected from all 4 parts of the world. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? It's to show you that Halacha myself, Adam comes from everywhere, which tells you that wherever Adam Harishon is, wherever he is, he can be successful. See, that's the metaphor over here. That sometimes we think I can only be successful in certain circumstances, right? I can only be successful in certain cases, in certain situations. So the idea is that whenever Adam finds himself geographically, he has the ability to find success. This is the part so Husayah writes in the beginning of Chumash Devarim, the Torah says, he wrote the Torah, Be'er Hitev, in 70 languages. Why do you have to write Torah in 70 languages? Like the Jews in the Midbar spoke 2 languages. What do they speak? Like Hebrew and Yiddish. Jews always spoke. That's right. So why do you need 70 languages? Maybe Yitzchak says because Moshe Rabbeinu knew that there was going to be Galus, and he was afraid that the Yidden within the Jews would think, where could a Jew connect with Torah? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Where could a Jew connect with God? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Obviously, Eretz Yisrael presents a unique connection that cannot be replicated anywhere else. But the strength of our people is the ability to speak in Torah and relation to HaKadosh Baruch Hu wherever we are. So whatever land you're in, the language you are speaking, a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Who is always that's and again even before our ladies that's the Gemara. Adam Rishon is made up from dust, collected from all over the world. Why Adam? You are from everywhere. If you're from everywhere, successful, and from everywhere, you can be successful anywhere. Gemara was like, Adam Rishon was 7 days. This is beautiful. Adam Rishon, his body is from Babel, his head is from Eretz Yisrael, the Ibara is Shar Aratzos. And ultimately again, and his wings are from other lands. On both sides of his backside, Akra the Atma, a place called Akra the Atma, that was facing amazing. So which tells you about what Chazal thought about Akra the Atma, and obviously not high in destiny. And I was like, this idea. Body is from Babel, head is from Eretz Yisrael. So what does that tell you? It tells you is, you know what? There's a lot of Gashmias in Shvaros. And if I write the body, which represents Gashmias, Gashmias comes from Shvaros. Where's the head? Right? As head of us, remember again, the head is not dead. The head is not dead. People are head. The Shama is also in the head. Where's Ruchnias from? Bill Ruchnias. Again, can we have Ruchnias here? Absolutely. Of course we can. It's knowing that we just. But if you want to know ultimately against the body, like the head, and what's it, the beauty of it is, so that means for us also, in other words, that means we're this other issue, which means even though here, right, there's a piece of our head that is like a shtick. Our head was fashioned, but by definition, embedded inside of each of us is made up of a piece of Eretz Yisrael. Our head is a piece of Eretz Yisrael. It's so beautiful. Famous way, this is a wild phenomenon. Famous way shows how was it 12 hours in the day. So man, I was going to give us a digest of the first day of Adam Rishon in this world. Here we go. Shar Rishon puts hour number 1, the dirt was collected to form Shnia Nas and Golem. A second hour, a Golem, a mass, a light mass. Leash moved to play bottom. Third hour, again, his dreams were formed. The Vias is the Kabbalah. 4 hours a day, Shama was blown to his body. Kamisha stood up. Shishis Karashimos, 6th hour. He started calling names to all the animals, all the different things. Shli is Dakulachava, 7th hour. He was introduced. Like Shminis, they married, right? He's not paired with Chava. Shminis Alulunita. The 8th hour they had relations. The Shnayim, the yard, they went into the bed as 2 and they came out as 4. So you understand, these hours are not regular hours, right? And she envisioned 6 days of creation did not work. Right? They worked in a different construct of time. So the point of the year is hour number 8, the relationship of Chava. Literally again, they went into the bed at 2 and here the Arba, she is established all that from in the 9th hour, they recommended not to eat. Asiris Sarach, the 10th hour, they eat from the tree. I won't say how crazy is that. The 9th hour, they recommended don't eat from the tree. Okay, last an hour. The 10th hour, they eat from the tree. Achat Esrei, you don't 11th hour they were judged. In the 12th hour of the day they were exiled. So what's exiled? Shneimar Adam Bikar Bayomin. The man, right? Adam Bikar Bayomin. Man doesn't stay over. Right? Doesn't stay over. He doesn't stay overnight. Adam Rishon never stayed overnight in Gan Eden. He was born there, spent 12 hours there, and you wouldn't necessarily get this from the Polish, just because Cain and Hevel were born in Gan Eden, right? And Cain and Hevel lived in Gan Eden, at least for a whole couple of hours. We were together with the goodness reflected from the story, because the way the story in the Polish is structured is it's just Adam and Chava, right? There's no mention of Cain and Hevel until after they are exiled in Gan Eden. I say all of this is in one day. I'm going to just point out something amazing. What do you think from a Gemara like this? So first of all, there's a lot of like most Gemaras. But part of it is Sometimes a person could have everything in front of them and yet throw it all away. Throw it all away for what appears to be really nothing. Not now, it's always easy to sit back in judgment of other people as other than how could you have done this, but we do this one time as well. Because to me, it's much helpful this as well. Let's say if you notice, by the way, you see that the first thing about adoration. What is that first adoration? Just like what do you see about it? See about it? It's highly scheduled. It's highly scheduled. The secret to successful time management. And time management is the secret to life success. Is time, it is scheduling. Said like the spoke about this. The idea is whatever you want to do in life, whatever you want to do with your day, schedule it. You want to hang out with your friends? How much time? You have dinner with your family? How much time? You relax going for a walk? How much time? You're learning Torah? How much time? Everything scheduled. Schedule. Number one, you maximize your time, and number two, scheduled. Most of you know this. When there's not a schedule, time just evaporates. That's part of the Messiah. What is the process of the first little hour? Could be a controversy. You ever have a day where you try to look back a little bit, like how you spent your day, and you have time that you can't account for? Like that trash. I know I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened. It's frustrating. Chances are, if you can't account for the time, chances are it was not used productively and successfully. Says the Piaget, but even the word says scheduling, and again, work productively and productively. Try to make sense of the idea. Says the Gemara, right? I'm ready to start Hamaim, Hayar Rosh, or just Adam, Elohim, a wild animal cannot go ahead and address the impact of the person. Of course, the person himself becomes like an animal. And I shall have a most incredible. Already, Amr, Shah, should be the virus. When Hashem wanted to create man, but first, a group of angels. Of us are going to see things that Baruch does. He tries to work collaboratively, even though he does not need to work collaboratively. He tries to create a group of Malach. And he says to them, he says, I'm glad with so intense NASA that it's something. He says, Chevra, should we mad? Should we make man? I'm going to find the people who are man NASA. So with Malach, we say, okay, so tell us, what is man going to do? What is this? Tell us about that. What are his actions? Some of that. The master response. Okay. He does this. He does that. Response foreshadows. He's going to do a lot of good stuff. Or he's just going to do a lot of bad stuff. That's just the nature of man. So I'm going to find a bunch of so I said, I'm going to find a bunch of my energy keeps good. So they said, don't do this on Park. It's not work. Whole shit and bone. He kind of is. He goes there and he extended his little finger, the sarfam, and he incinerated this group of angels. Right? You don't like what they had to say? Describe it. In Kasshila, same thing happened with the 7 group of angels. What happened? Touch dishes, then he approaches the group of angels. So what happened? So the third group of angels. The other angels, what do you think about creating that? The group says, God, right? Right? Come on. You ask the first group also. Sometimes it happens that you engage in collaborative work, but you're not actually interested in anyone else's opinion. Right? Instead, you know what you want to do, you have to go to the opposite of asking other people their opinion. What happens? You answer to the third group says, well, the previous two groups, you didn't like it. You did like it. You incinerated them. So come on. So listen to what they say. They say, I say, so you know what? So you know what the third group says? You're the boss. You're the boss. You have a better idea. Do what you want, and we support you. Right there. That's collaboration. Right. do what you want. What's the support you? So I says, now what happens? No, come on ahead. I was saying, again, there's a lot to say on this Gemara also. What is happening over here? But okay, we'll go back a little bit. So what happened? Now says she's not like a fine. So let's go for each man. Given she give actually drama, but actually draft Haga, Shema same to come. I'm going to find every bunch of my Yafa, I'm already showing the fun. So what happened? Now when man ultimately engages in his downward spiral, right? And man goes ahead and ends up sinning. There are Mabel, there are flood, the nation of the flood, creation of the mikvah, blah, blah. So the Malachim will come back to the Torah. They say to him, listen, God, I don't want to say told you so, right? Because we didn't say anything. Said nothing. But perhaps the earlier two had a good point. Until they grow old, I am still Hashem, and until they become Seva, I will tolerate them. I will say it's the most beautiful answer in the world. Krishna says, you're not right. You're still not right. He says, think how beautiful this is. Even though my children are messed up so terribly, I believe them. I am patient, and I will wait until they get their act. I will say, this is now the most beautiful, overwhelming. There are times in life where we act in a certain way, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is looking down, and he's so profoundly disappointed. So profoundly disappointed. And the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. But he says, just wait. So I'm assuming they're going to throw it off. This is the faith that Hakadosh Baruch Hu has in us. A willingness to wait until we get our stuff together. A willingness to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. That's how much Hashem loves us. I'm not even talking about Adam Rishon little game of us. It was so big. So tall, so large, and he existed from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Once he made his mistake, once he sinned, Hashem placed his hand on top of Adam Rishon and again diminished his stature. Rabbi says, Rishon existed again from the earth all the way until the heavens. Once Rishon made a mistake, right? Once you sin, Hashem placed his hand on him and diminished him. I Kashu cried that we didn't to each other. So the man says, no, it's the same measurement. It's just illustrating it different ways. So just point out something absolutely beautiful. What is this idea that understanding again was a little bit from one end of the world to the other end of the world? What is it representing? Potential. So when Adam was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Literally, he existed from the heaven to the earth, from both the other ends of the world. His potential literally was what happened when he sinned. It was diminished. It was like, what does sin do? Sin diminishes potential. Now, it's not forever, because I can always regain that potential. But that's it. Every ritual was beginning from heaven to earth, and then afterwards, after he committed the sin, his stature was diminished. Let's go back a little bit. From Rabbi Yehuda Marash, Adam Rishon Moshe Rabbi Siper, Adam Rishon spoke Aramaic, Shneimar, Li Ma Yikru Re'el. I am Damir Shakish, my Tafsir says, Sefer told us, Adam Made, Sharak and Shprach from Gardar, the Shprach showed Adam Rishon all the future generations. He showed them like all generations to come. So the Gemara says, Darvidar Chachamav. Kevin Shegia, the Dar Shabi Akiva, Samak Bitaraso, and his Asin of Isaso. Once, Adam Rishon saw the generation of Rabbi Akiva, and he saw the Torah Rabbi Akiva, he rejoiced. When he saw the pains of death and suffering of Rabbi Akiva, he was saddened. Omar Bali Mayikure Echa. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Asma says it's fascinating that again, out of the generation, all the suffering, what impacted Adam Rishon both. Out of all the suffering the soul is Rabbi Akiva. Not enough time to all right, you know, that's where you show Minhaya. I suppose, you know, now, the Gemara takes a very sharp turn over here, which is actually fantastic. Other Rishon was a heretic. Now, again, more explanation for this. Like Minhaya, Shene Amar, Bayikra Shemar, Kimalad. Like Ayeka, Ayeka, where are you? Gemara says, on Nata Lichacha, where did you go? Where did your heart go? So it's like, you're stuck with it for today. But again, you know, I'm just a little bit of so let's understand these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. Essentially, calling into doubt Adam Arishon's commitment to Hashbaruch. Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it means in the answer to our so tomorrow we'll have Yomi together. Here is Medrash, first Shabbos of the Dak. We're going to do it together. It's going to be fantastic. Another ridiculous Agadata Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. Side, Mazel Tov, continuing the first week here in a new base Medrash and Halavai, which will be for many years to come. That Yomi is going to be here. It's going to be here, not in the main show. It's going to be here in the Shabbos. All right, have a wonderful Shabbos. And it's strong in Florida, in Baltimore, anywhere, I guess, is one way to here. All right, enjoy it. It's going to be
Before I ever trained anything at all, like in my mind, I was like, I had to be tough. And I had to like go prove that I was the toughest guy. Like, if I was in a bar, like, dude, I can beat up anybody in this bar. I can beat up anybody. I was a fat fucking just a golf kid. But you also, as a walk the New York streets, but you kind of have to feel yourself as some kind of like, I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy that you go.
All right, Joe, so good morning. If you don't have a microphone for today, so the speakers are here. We just don't have the microphone for today. Yeah, so I have the microphone for tomorrow. We say it was tremendous book Hashem to be here. Which in our base of Knesset, within our base of Knesset, such a tremendous book Hashem, such a beautiful first technology ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So as I spoke about the coming days will be change and changes are beautiful, changes are incredible because they ultimately beautiful and incredible. Amongst the changes I want to just say about these expectations is we're getting real sure there was other extra space. So here, we're not seeing everything every seat in Southwest. Please do not put the personal luggage on the middle seat in for a day. So just know that, especially for gathering, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, I'm sure it's fine. But just also just be mindful. Just look around. If you see people that we don't have enough people here for the soldiers. So you want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit at a mat and to sit at the table to be able to learn properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting your personal belongings that no one feels boxed out. And that's especially going to be true in Yetz Hashem for gathering as well. And I say just, and again, for many different things in the new building was folks that I can find out way a little bit. Certain things may not be fully set up, certain things, may have to peel a little bit. So apologizing for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this move. But Baruch Hashem, what a zechus it is to be able to be here in such a holy and beautiful, magnificent place. Also, as you can see, our swallowing are not yet as they are putting in the Aron Kodesh. So just that it was disgusting how we moved around. Again, so Yetz Hashem this week or so will hopefully have everything set up mostly as it should be. Hashem, what it's supposed to be in an aesthetically beautiful place. It's in Yetz Hashem. Now the aesthetic beauty is here. And Yetz Hashem, now our goal is to fill it with spiritual beauty as well. No doubt that we will be built as we do in Yetz Hashem in the coming years. Also, because we do have a sound system, so we will be more tapped into it, but the acoustics in your great. I will get the virus at any point. I'm not speaking loud enough to let you know. And also with that, let's begin the first daf of many daf in Holy State. I begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our Talmud sponsor, Fortune Pay 5785. Naftali Tosin, for the Shi'urim and Drushos here, Tosim Mishpach of Merit, as a source. We start us for all of Am Yisrael. Our Hamatorah sponsors for the month of Tedes Habalim and Republic of Talmud Mishpachot, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the night of Hanukkah, his precious Nisham will have an Aliyah and his family in Yochama. And Sa'ida Sinai for dedicating the shir today in honor of our new Makom Kodesh. We should be Ezras Hashem. I think we should be Ezras Hashem run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. And next Hashem, the next rabbi will have incredible hatzlacha. Next Hashem, they'll be next. You should be with incredible mazel. I'll take the drop off. Maybe running out of space in the basement. And have you move into the shul. I don't think that's okay. I think that day is coming probably sooner than you think. And next Hashem, we should be zocha that this mikdash mat should serve us for many years to come until we are zocha next Hashem to move it together with Mashiach and next Hashem Paris to Sunday Rabbi Amin. Also with that, let us begin with an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Lamed Zayin 37, and we are picking up in next Hashem. We are picking up. Two dots. Right? So remember again, not everyone is fit to adjudicate capital cases. So remember again, what was the issue with capital cases? So remember again, the halacha over here by capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin has to not only be comprised of 23 people, but also has to be comprised of people who are genealogically fit. So the Gemara says, my time, well, what's the reason? So the Gemara says, my time, well, there's no one say, Kishin should be in the Yukim that said that, can't be looking at the saying that basis has to be free from any spiritual blemishes. So to again, basis has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, you might understand what it means. Mum means genealogical blemish. It doesn't have to be free from any genealogical blemish. Now, says, my crop, what's the pasuk? Kulok Yasif, Umum in Bach. Everything about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. So the Lord says, my gosh, this is a reference to the Sanhedrin, and the mum is a genealogical one. You know what mum Spanish, maybe it refers to an actual mum, maybe it's not a genealogical mum. So maybe in fact it is an actual mum, the Torah is saying, or the truth is saying, that halacha makes members of the Sanhedrin can't have a physical mum. This Yatshan Ima, but the pasuk says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70 of the kingdom, the pasuk says, it will stand with you, Ima. So the Mardash is this means that when you remember the Sanhedrin, they should be like you. In which sense? Well, I'm not suggesting in which sense, but the same way you are not blemished. You are genealogically intact and whole. So to again, but with you, other Dayanim will be intact and whole. Or maybe what it means over there is Moshe Rabbeinu the same way that they're there in the Shema. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shema should be with them as well. Again, they will shoulder the responsibility with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe Rabbeinu, you are genealogically intact. So then, those who go ahead magically intact. Again, so incredible Gemara. So the place is therefore you're not effort in the functions for capital cases, unblemished. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Imagine how you say Kachi going on. What's really a beautiful Gemara? The Sanhedrin in a semicircle. Gemara says, she wrote Zazah, in order that they would be able to see each other. Right? You want to move the Sanhedrin away deliberate to be able to see each other. So then you would be choosing one on the right, one on the left. The codes they give in the Chayv and they give in the Zakir. And they would write on there, it was a course. They were not just doing it, but they were the stenographers. And as the stenographers, they recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. Again, when they would write the opinion of the judges who were looking to exonerate, and the opinion of the judges who were looking to find guilt. need to say shlosha. So that could be three stenographers. So one would go ahead and write the opinions of the examiners. The echad of Jibrei HaMachayim, and one would write the word of the indictors. We'll call it Rashi. Close to Jibrei HaMazakim and HaMachayim. The third stenographer will record all the opinions. Right? So you have one who was dedicated to the opinions of the examiners, one to the opinion of the and then one who was kind of collecting all of the we have like a backup. But it's interesting. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Rashi says Shlosha, Habu Shenitot Torah Hatanim Shiyar Ba'aleim Yitu B'davar Hamazakim V'Echad Kotziv Jivrei HaMachayim V'Adim Kotziv Jivrei Kulam V'Mitok Shein Torah Rak Aleim V'Yitzuru B'davar V'Yita Echa Mehen Yochiach B'Sat Shal Shlishi. So it's interesting. So this way again, we want to make sure that we have accurate coordinates. So how do you do that? So if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one guy focusing on one school, another focusing on another school of opinion, and then a third party kind of taking everything into account. So Allah says between all of them, we will have a complete record for the Beis Din. Tash of Lamed Zayin, 37. The Shalosh Shulos. There were 3 rows of Talmidei Chacham who were in front of the Beis Din. So just keep your mind, right? So the Beis Din is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them 3 rows of Talmidim. So the Gemara says, "Kol echad ve'echad makiyas mekomo." Now, interestingly enough, we'll see Rashi says over here, Shashuos. Rashi says, "Echad Kamim Sanhedrin and each row had 23 students in it." The idea over here is these rows, kind of like the Sanhedrin by this, what do they keep? Is it bullpen? This was right. This is where. So these rows were comprised of Talmidim again with the future union of Klal Yisrael as well as happening over here. So therefore, again, I'm not getting the combo. But we're going to see something very interesting that depending on which row you were seated by station. So row one, those were the upper Talmidim. Row 2, there were 2 Talmidim, and row 3 were 3 Talmidim. So you didn't just choose to seat wherever you wanted to. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. So we had this theme already in yesterday's bath as well, which is this idea. Sometimes in life we feel we acknowledge what we're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and memorize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud. There's nothing wrong with third row Talmud in the Sanhedrin. That we're holding right now. But again, the beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. The beautiful part is there's always the opportunity and ability to dance. So what happens? Let's go to smoke. So let's say they have to pull someone out of row 1. And again, we'll discuss exactly what the particular issue is over here. But so let's say they have to go ahead and pull someone out of row 1. So what do you do? So let's say if they have to convince sneak up to someone in row 1. So what would they do? What would happen in that type of situation? The Gemara says, so something coming right showed up. So if you have to, so let's say Beis Din now, the Sanhedrin needs another diamond. So you pull the other diamond from row 1. That's where the diamond comes from. So the Gemara says, so what happens after a hundred of the smoke? So after showed up, after the Shlish is follow the Shliach. And also now remember that after all this happens, so now Sanhedrin pulls coming diamond from row 1. Now, what occurs now? There's a vacant house, there's a vacancy in row 1. There are vacancies in row 1. I just want to point out this is right. You come to find real estate. That is just so like what is the pattern? So when we have a row, so now that sets off that direction. Then someone from row 2, and that's someone. Remember again, this is highly choreographed. because the World War is a significant move. So that means someone wrote, now that there's a vacancy, someone from row 2 moves up to row 1, which now also means what? Someone from row 3 moves to 2. And again, it's a highly choreographed process. So the mother was like that. So if I follow and then what happens now? There's a vacancy in row 3. Now there's a vacancy in row 3, what happens? You need to hold in your hand on your cow. We need to go ahead and pull someone out of general assembly. ומושיב הנושאים, ולא היו יושב במקומו של הראשון, אבל יושב במקום הראשון. So you know, so you would have thought, well, you know what? Just choose. No, that's not the way it happens. It's not the way it happens. Choose someone from the Kilo, then row 3, someone from goes into row 2, and so 2 ultimately goes to row 1. That's the way it happens. So the Gemara goes that again. So now, what's it? Where do we know this? Now, the first thing we might focus on over here is the semicircle. But where do we know that this in a semicircle? So I'm going to go outside of something like the Amar 12. So, you know, let's say it's actually taken before. Because it's over here close to Shira Shira. Shirei Agan Hasar Yasar Hamazar. So literally translated, Shirei means your navel. It's like the basin of the moon. Like I just say, the navel is shaped like the moon. Al Yasar Hamazar. Do not diminish the dilution ratio. Alright, so we'll discuss what this means. So Shirei is a Sanhedrin. So let's say Shirei, the word refers to as the stomach, right? The stomach, that is the Sanhedrin. Why is the Sanhedrin called Shirei? It's the Jiburo Shalom. It's beautiful. Because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the center of the world. What does it mean that it sits in the center of the world? Actually, it's the Jiburo Shalom. The base Hamikdash, the Eretz Shalom. The base Hamikdash is in the middle of the world. We'll say, so profound that we were doing this today. As much as Baruch Hashem, we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. We're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, like Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is Eretz. And that home literally is in the center of the world. It's the centrality to it. Now again, we said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that beauty of investing buildings. Is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. Like they come with us. And it's something to recognize it as successful and as happy and as settled and as accomplished as we are. This drastically, this is not very long. We belong in the center of the world where the Sanhedrin is. So it is Hamikdash. So ultimately it's called the Sanhedrin. It's like the stomach was the center. So too, the Hamikdash is the center. Adan, so what is Adan? What is it? Sanhedrin protects the entire world. Hasahar, what does it mean that it's like the moon? Sanhedrin is like comparable to the moon, just like the moon goes ahead and radiates light. So Rashi says over there, Ba'agula. So it's not the light. Rashi says over there, it's the semicircle. Like just like the moon throughout much of the month is like a semicircle or circular. So the Sanhedrin sits in a star. Beautiful. That's what does it mean? Diminish the dilution. If someone from the sun needs to leave, take care of the person who needs the restroom, you can't leave unless there are 23 people there. Right? Just fascinating. You can't leave unless there are 23 people there. So what's the great? Think about that. Like, so sorry, they said something. You're not going to get saved. So again, you mentioned what's the number of the Sanhedrin? You need to go to the bathroom. If there are 22 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 22 people there, you can't go. Anyway, so someone comes in. What's the chapter was saying? It's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What's the member of the Sanhedrin? What is it? What do you need leadership positions? Achrayus. Achrayus. What is it? Strong bladder? Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. True also. Not incorrect, right? What is it? Achrayus. Achrayus. So listen, so often in life, right, you do stuff, and like, if it doesn't get done, or someone else will say, what does it mean to be a member of the church? What does it mean to be a person who has leadership responsibility? Achrayus. The buck stops with you. If you are a member of the Sanhedrin. You have an Achrai towards Klal Yisrael. The Achrai is complete. And by the way, if you need a break because you have to go to the bathroom, no problem. You can take your break as long as there's someone else who's standing in for you for the couple of minutes you're going to be gone. Because the advice, the responsibility, always has to be taken. Okay, maybe you can't be the same person who's taking that advice himself all of the time. That is possible. That's absolutely possible. But Lamai said, again, even if you do it, you have to ensure that someone else who can. Incredible. Let's go right there. So Bitnei is beautiful. So another passage that refers to the Sanhedrin, pile of meat. Now, again, this is all short answers. This is supposed to be love ballad between Klal Yisrael and Hashem's heart. Your stomach is like a pile of meat. What does that mean? Not everyone sleeping like cold men, just like a pile of meat, everyone gets benefits. Sanhedrin are called men in the Sanhedrin also everyone benefits from a reason, right? When the Sanhedrin espouses the reason for this particular meetings, everyone benefits. Like that. Next, Sukkah Bashoshan. What does it mean when it says like a row of roses? Shafiru Kisuga Shoshan will be through the process. Israel wants to do the right thing. One protected barrier, even if all it is a barrier of roses. Now let's say now the pashtus, a barrier of roses. Barrier of roses is a barrier. Roses is in general not significant barrier. So halach for myself, Israel is so diligent and vigilant and loving of his words. I don't need the whole protective wall to keep it from sin. All I need is right. All I need is a little row of roses to go ahead and keep you from committing outrageous, and I respect that. So beautiful. I'm going to how we know about Toronto. It's incredible. Listen to this. It's simple. Right? This meaning. You're someone who just is a hurricane. So a guy is in one subject of Toronto. Nida should be a fruit of the Hagigah. Now listen to this. He said, you know, dreams. Right? That when a woman is in Nida, but how do we allow, how to allow for a woman to be alone with her husband? Actually, the English house. The fire takes hold, and it does. In other words, what this guy was answering from the Ghana was that aren't we concerned, right? Aren't we concerned that halacha l'maisa, if a man is alone with his wife who is in that they go ahead and to sin, to which the Gemara is Amalei HaTorah. First of all, I say, the first one, right? HaTorah Idalenu Suga Bashoshan Mashafi Suga Kishoshan Mogifet Subahikwashi. So the Torah says, Klal Yisrael is so respectful of halacha, so mindful of halacha, that even just in low oasis, like even just very simple protective fence is enough to protect us from sin. But it happens to be a different reason. It's a good shaila. Like isn't this a yichud? Like you learn that it's a yichud. So if it's a yichud, which means a man is not allowed to be alone with anyone who is in haircut. How is a man allowed to be alone with his wife when she is a nida? Gemara asks the shaila, and the answer is pas b'salo. Literally again, bread in the basket. You know, this idea that since a husband knows that his wife is going to become mutter to him, but and not so long from that, he's able to control himself and restrain himself in the right place. Okay, incredible. It's like this is beautiful. The passage says, like a section of the pomegranate are your temples. Like I said, your temples. My God, I feel that they're coming to shut such a words, even though they come, even those who are empty, ultimately again, filled with mitzvahs, like and here, like Noach and Sima. Once it says again, the clothing of this is the lack of pretending to be Esau. So he smelled the scent clothing. The God of Ella Bogdav. Don't read as the God of his clothing, rather read it as Bogdav. Those who rebel against it. What is it? It's beautiful. Even those who rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu have a beautiful scent. Meaning, even people who commit averos still have so much good associated with them, and incredibly profound and important to so. I know very young, it's more tells a story. I always say there's certain people the young are, they transition as like a real good mix. Not transition, a group of guys who are not doing the right thing. So the word is Young, and again, really like usually Rashi comments over here. Baryoni preaching Russian word. So often it can be immoral people, very unrefined clever. So I know Baryoni, the Habit is so let's say, so there was this group of Baryoni, who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Zera. Doesn't encourage you, listen to this. Rabbi Zera wasn't encouraging them, so beautiful. Rabbi Zera wasn't encouraging them. Rabbi Zera felt, why should you write anyone off? So he got a position in the Torah. So created in a hundred with them. Why? He thought them close. Like he imposed a better culture that good Shuvah. The rabbis felt that Rabbi Zera was doing the wrong thing. That was like Rabbi Zera. These are not the kind of people to keep it close. These are the kind of people you should write off. Write them off. Whatever. Not say that Rabbi Zera died. Omri, so listen to this. These Bayonim said, Ata Ibna, have a Khalifa cotton, Sakia, to have a vine, Alei Lachat. So until now, the man with the short seal referred to Rabbi Zera. There's a story, remember when we took Rashi 25 for Rabbi Zera, wanted to test his height, he could see who was holding on the right level. He went and he sat in an oven, and it turned out that his legs got singed. So he was known as the man with the singed, he wanted to start now, but that's it. I just want to say, so again, he was known as the man with the singed legs. So when Rabbi Zera died, Bayonim said, you know, up until now, Rabbi Zera always died for us. He was advocating for us. He was always taking care of us. So the Gemara says, now who's going to advocate for us? Who's going to die for us? Sure enough, what happened? They went ahead and they felt in their hearts, right? They had this hero Tshuva, which means they had these thoughts of Tshuva, and ultimately again they came to do Tshuva. It is such a prayer with so many profound lessons. First of all, the power of believing in someone. The power of believing in someone. Is so often in the life of someone, we give them the power to believe in themselves. You know that money? They wrote off. They wrote off the Schabra. And one point that's really incredible, Rabbi Zera believed in them. That, if you missed, by the way, what did these guys do when Rabbi Zera was alive? What did they do? Nothing. Like, they didn't do anything. Like, they didn't affect any changes. They started coming to Torah, putting on children, putting on Muslims. None of that stuff. Nothing happened while Rabbi Zera was alive. But he stood something beside them. So that when he died, they're like, this Rabbi Zera, he cared about us so much. He cared enough to believe in us. He's not here anymore to believe in us. If he's not here anymore to believe in us, then you know what? It's time for us to believe in ourselves. The power of believing in others, giving them the ability to believe in themselves. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two is this last piece over here, which is so incredibly profound. Lesson number two really is sometimes we think that just because we can't sing, that we have an effect to change. But you guys on Zera, what do you think? Did you succeed with these guys? No. I guarantee you, Zera said, no, tried, but nothing. Yeah, but didn't move me at all. But he did. When he was alive, he moved me. But as soon as he died, so often in life we believe, it's just the best part. Just put in the effort, put in the cold. It's like sometimes even in our own effort to do things, and we don't actually see the results are always, sometimes they become invisible now. Sometimes they don't, so it's actually only generations later. But Zera probably thought that he failed, and he was resounding success. Lesson number three. They also the first step to Tshuva. First step to Tshuva, anything you do. The first step to Tshuva is something you do. So this is the gift of Tshuva. As a small sefer called Tshuva Tshuva. He writes right around the Valley Rock, he writes about this idea. Here Tshuva, let's say, is that in life. That moment you're like, you take a step back and say to yourself, I want to live differently. How, what, where, that I'm not sure about. But I know that I want things to be different. Did I change anything in my life? Not a thing. Did anything alter? Not at all. But here, I know that I want something to be different. I was like, thinking about this last night, I was looking at the dot, and actually, I was making the coffee, like the coffee machine over here. I was making the coffee, and I was looking at this. And I thought to myself, this is incredible. What's the most incredible thing about coming to a new space? The most incredible thing, besides being the most incredible thing, is whenever you have like something new in life, it's an opportunity for subconscious, opportunity for renewal. In other words, there's something new happening over there. So now, I could do something new as well. And again, all of us have something we have to change in life. Now, it's an opportunity to say, okay, life as I knew it came to a stop. There's something new. So what I want to do with this? And today is a profound day of humor. Maybe you want to do something different. Maybe you want to do something different in my bathroom. You want to do something different in my bathroom. I don't know, whatever it is. But whenever something new occurs around you, opportunity for humor. I'm not doing anything new yet, but I want to think about how do I want to be different. Incredible. Let's go back to Charlotte. Charlotte Schwartz. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that halacha when I say again, there are 3 rows of students in front of the basement.
Yeah, trying to get drunk.
The Mishnah says, Rabbi, Shlamina, Kulinai. There's that one. So what do you see from here? Why? Because what ends up happening when they couldn't get the first row? What happens? Someone from row number 2 goes to someone from row number 3 goes to row number 2 from the kilo comes through. So you see from here that after one person makes movement, everybody makes movement. Both sides, by the way, another tremendous skill. Like Echad Naidi Kulunaidi. I would say you never underestimate the power of your hearer and the power of your movement on other people. When people see you move, they are inspired to do the same. People see you push yourself, people see you take on more, people see you be happy, they want to do the same. When one moves, you all move. So one second, here's the issue. So once again, it didn't matter. Not only did it which row you were, but apparently there were also things on where the row, right? On one is the front and the back of the row. Being in front of the row was very special. Being in the back of the row was not as special. So here's the problem. So that's one scenario. Right? You force someone from row 1, which means now someone from row 2 comes into row 1. And not just someone, remember, it's like a thing about who comes to row 1, the first guy in the row 1. So when you come to row 1, he comes to the back of the row 2 guys say, listen, you know what? I think I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond. Like, in other words, but at the end of the day, I was a rowhead. You never know, this is a rowhead. Like, that's big stuff. So I was the row head in row number 2. Now what am I? Now I'm a guy in row number 1. I'm the end of row number 1. I think I'd rather go back. To row number 1. To row number 2. To which we went on Rabbi, we tell it, Family hockey, having served the Arayos, the Akilos, the Shulam. It is better to be a tail to lions than it is to be it is better to be a tail to lions than it is to be a head of foxes. Right, so the idea of this is, you're right, essentially it's better to be a small fish in a big pond than it is to be a big fish in a small pond. So better to be in row 1 at the end of the row than to be at the head of row 2. Incredible. Let's go back to Mishnah. What's that incredible Mishnah? Kate said, so how do we go ahead and now literally means intimidate. But again, what is this like? Allah wants witness intimidation. Yes. But again, where is this? This is capital cases. So remember, there's nothing secret about it. Capital cases, what's the goal? The goal by capital cases is to, that's the goal. So therefore, again, we want to do anything that there is, in fact, exoneration. So the Marshall's case of Indian officials, how you so. I don't know, I am. You know, we bring in the witnesses. We say to them, Shabbat Omer, and Yishmor Ignitu 8, other than on Shtach. So again, yes, let's tell us, where do you have your information from? Maybe again, Umad, we'll say Umad means circumstantial evidence. Maybe it's circumstantial evidence, heard about it from someone else, or on someone who's trustworthy. He asked that Yogish to something that lived up as a magician of Hakira. Perhaps you didn't know, by the way, that you're going to be subject to a very rigorous cross-examination. I'll be okay. So let me give you a moment. It's certainly going to seem a question. Just know monetary law, or just the capital law, is not like monetary law. Give me a moment. That's other than the same moment in the stat there. But monetary law, if you get it wrong, and you adjudicate the case incorrectly, so what's the worst case scenario? You have to pay back money. But again, in Israel, the Fasha of the Damsel also to reading what so Allah testified wrongly in capital deeds, so his punishment will be exacted from you and from generations to come. That iniquity will hover over your family for generations to come. At Sofa Allah, literally again until the end of the world. Shekimatina the kind Shaharag is Akid, because again, killed Gabon. And what happened when Cain killed Gabon? The Apostle said, may affect so Akid. Let's say, so the Apostle said, the bloods, plural, the bloods of your brother are calling out. It doesn't say the blood of your brother, rather, the may attack of your brother. So Cain was held accountable not only for the death of Cain, but at the time of what? All the creations that had a life to preserve the life, not only of the taking life of the individual, but one is taking life ultimately again of all the future generations who could have come from that individual as well. The other possibility is the Ne'achachah. What is it? Again, the Ne'achachah. Shahaya Dama Mushah Azim. First apostle, remember, talking about this. Cain did not know as such that we know that it took life before, as such, struck him multiple times. So unfortunately, Hevel's lost everywhere. That's why the Torah is lesson of the May, plural. Neither other Yehudi. From us, a person who was created in the fashion, was a created man, created Adam as a singular being. To tell us what we're on that part, Shekala Ma'avid Nefesh Achas Yisrael, Ma'ala Arava Kazav, Ki'ilu Ibeit Olam Malek. So just like the world is built from one person, so therefore taking of one life is like if someone would have killed Adam, the world would have ended. So to any time one person is dead, any time someone takes a life, it's as if he has destroyed the entire world. We'll talk more about this from the kind of Nefesh Achas in Israel. But again, the kind of is also true if you go and you save a life. Or I will say the kind doesn't have to be saved, but the kind also means what? Uphold or establish or sustain one life. Nana Alabashasa, he was healing all the mother. It's as if a person has sustained the entire world. When we create Shalom Abrios, I will say ultimately again, all of this is to maintain peace. Right? When cloud Israel, with the right to the Yoma Adon Kabero, Abba, Rogo, Abika. Why does this part of the movie that all of humanity chases itself to one versus Adam? There shouldn't be any geological context. That all of us trace ourselves to the same first person adoration. For if there was more than one person, so that people say, oh, those are different gods. This guy created his guy, and this guy created his guy, right? They created their own God. And also to tell us the meanings of Sha'adam Torah Kama Mateos, the Kos and Echad, Kulan and Dom and Zelazan. You know, the person is to mint a coin. So actually, a person can mint a coin and he can make it that every single coin looks exactly the same. Every coin looks the same. Starbucks, someone called me, so yet all are created in the Adam. Like Adam was first as the model, sort of created in the Adam. They have done with a they will say, no two people are alike. So two people are alike. Right? Even though again, we're all created, so to speak, like in the form of the image of Adam, no two people are exactly alike. This of us again, because no two of us are alike, every person is obligated to say בשבילי נברא העולם. The world was created for me. And let's say on the Katsuki, I think it's not Katsuki. Katsuki said a person has got a person has pockets. Right? In one pocket you carry with you the faith, the mantra. בשבילי נברא העולם. The world was created for me. And the other pocket you have to carry the mantra. ואנוכי עפר ואפר. I'm nothing but dust. That's your second one. This is the two pockets of the year. On one hand, I know my world was created for me. In other words, one side, if I am alive, that means the world needs me. If I'm here, that means somehow humanity needs me, the world needs me. Maybe that's what that puts this kind of world. But I'm here for something. I mean, there's no such thing as purpose life. So, the world was created for me, not to serve me. The world was created for me to do some tremendous things. But that's the a tremendous thing as well. And that's on the other podcast. I know the alphabet. I come from South, again, I go back. That's incredible. The Shemacom was once I said, I remember, so it's not like that. So, if you totally lose yourself, like in this service, right? What is it? So now, what was the point of time discussing? The point of this was to go ahead and witnesses. So now, said we have Shema told me other days. Shema told me other days. So the witnesses, you know, what can you imagine? You're a witness, and what are you going to say to yourself? You're going to say afterwards, you know what? Forget it. You're right. Good job. Right? Good job. I'm out. Right? What do I need this for at all? So if I say, I don't right now, man. So now that's a bunch of it. Because you have testimony. Ultimately, again, you have an obligation to share it. You share it over. Man, going to rock over the house of that. I will find out, man. You should wish on me. So when you again, I'll say, you vote for mitzvah, to light out the wicked. So you say, if the person is guilty, which person is culpable, ultimately, again, there is reason to go ahead and wipe out the wicked as well. So again, you can do such a good job at innovation that no one wants to go and participate in anything. That's what we remind. First of all, testimony is an obligation, is a responsibility. So make sure to do the testimony. Furthermore, it's a mitzvah to remove people from the faith. It's also a tremendous mitzvah. So sometimes in life, when something becomes too difficult, we're like, what do I need this for? What do I need this for? We'll say, that's not how life works. If there's a responsibility, there's a responsibility. Just because it's difficult does not give me the sense to myself of that responsibility. So testimony, it's hard, there's a trend, it might be rough, but just because it's hard and difficult doesn't mean you're allowed to walk away. Incredible. Turn out so let's go. So on the right, Shabbat says, what does it mean? Is it possible that you didn't really see moving ocean, but rather again, kind of basing the category of circumstantial evidence? What's an example of circumstantial evidence? Says the Gemara, Omer Lohan, Kafri Isem, if you saw the following sentence, Echad, Shurat Shai, Shurat Shai, Shurat Acharav, Umatzasa, Sayiv Biado, the double path, the Harak, and Kafri Isem, this is incredible. Look at this, I see Ruben running after Shimon. So I would see Ruben running after Shimon. So I run after Ruben, and you don't Shimon are in an isolated place. What happens? He is on the floor dying because someone stabbed him. Ruben's holding a knife to run out. So again, I'm connecting dots and I say to myself, what happened over here? Ruben killed Shimon. He says, if that's your testimony, that's circumstantial. In order to go and testify in a capital case, I have to have seen Ruben actually plunge the knife into Shimon. If I didn't see, but again, now, that seems like pretty compelling circumstantial evidence. It is, but it's circumstantial nevertheless. So that would be an example of testimony based on circumstantial evidence. So kind of, Amr Shimon Shata, Erev and Chava. So Shimon Shata says, again, Erev and Chava is like a lesson of Shvu, like, I swear, Mola, Isu, Echad, Shirat, Echad, Having the Chava. That's it. So Shimon Shata, exactly, right? I saw someone run. I saw someone running after Shimon, and they went to isolated place. afternoon, but I see other. I saw even holding the knife. I'm on the top day, down in his blood dripping off the knife. But how does my friend and sitting is literally again like in the throes of that. But I might know. And I said to Ruben, Russia, me our goal is that. Oh, and you Ata. So listen to this. Shimon says, I said to Ruben, someone killed Shimon. And it's either me or you, because there's other two people here. I'll tell you one thing, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Right? I'm not chance she's done from us to be what can I do? What can I do? There's no testimony against you. Shaya Torah Amra, so again, continue. So Shem and Shabbat was saying the short here is that truth is again, so Smash pointed out, even if it wasn't any that, even if there are two witnesses, it still wouldn't have been today. Just why not? Why not? At most it's circumstantial. It's only circumstantial. Nevertheless, Hayabia Machshavos, again, a Kodesh Baruch Hu, who knows the thoughts of man, should ultimately again go ahead and should punish if he went ahead and he killed Shimon. So he didn't even move away until the snake came along and went ahead and bit Ruben and he died. So this is about saying the high by Nafashu, but why is it that snake bite? Why is it that snake bite? After all, Rabbi Rabbi Yosef, the king of the king turned to the Kiskio, the young Shekara face on the rush, Afaku Shabbat Basan Haji Abamis of Slobatu. And the Gipnis Midas was destroyed, even though again, there is no sun. So because there's no Sanhedrin, there's no Galilee results, right? No death penalties. But yet, again, the death penalties, the Arba results, they still apply. Much low buck, that's not true. They don't apply. There's no reason to carry them out. So it's incredible. Ella, Din Arba results, low buck. It's incredible enough. What it means is, if sometimes if a person is high one of the death penalties that Sanhedrin will only carry out, so the Kodesh Baruch carries them out in different ways. For example, Misha is high schema. If somebody did something that would warrant skidas, what happens to such a person? So, or no, God, or he's trampled upon by a wild animal. So this is schema-like. Schema-like. Because when schema was done, first you're thrown off, and then if that can be formed for you, then ultimately, again, they were to stone you afterwards. So we should say, if somebody's high strength, or anything would normally be done, again, we're going to talk about all of this, we point down this already individual. Oh, no problem. Oh, no makisha. Did you die in fire? Or ultimately, again, a snake bite. You're supposed to see a snake bite. What do you call it? The venom. The venom is equivalent to straight up. So we should see Mara says, oh, no, we should hide Hariga. Somebody was hide Hariga, right? So Mara says, oh, this son of they'll be given over to the Marathi, which will only be beheaded. Oh, this thing, but in Allah, oh, they will be killed by listing. We should hide Harek, somebody's hide the generation. Oh, to have an drowned, oh, we should see him, or that's Sifim. What's a Sifim will be disease for the air with restrictions. What do you see from there? What do you see from there? So even though there's no Sanhedrin, who finds ways to bring about the Galilee of slavery. Also, that point there is even if you kill Shimon, the punishment for that ultimately would be beheaded. So let's say that snake bite, which is so far. Obviously, that we see her better. Apparently, Reuben had a lot of problems. But murder wasn't his only only big thing. He had other ideas that he was, and those other ideas carried the penalty of strafe. Strafe is considered to be one of the most forms of execution. The other man is high. He says if somebody is high two forms of execution, he's given more severe of the two. So apparently this guy was high strafe and strafe and terror. He was given by the strafe. Incredible. Let's go back. Beginning the next similar says Meomed. The beginning of it's only by capital cases that we do not adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. Or the evidence of the it's also good to hear that in minor cases we would adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Kina, what's the better? The cover coming in for damage. You have to think about this, they take seats. There's plenty of seats by the tables. If you're uncomfortable. So the Gemara says, "Kiman kevacha, Kisanyo, but the Aka over Gomo Oka Binadbol." What's this? If a camel is mating amongst other camels. So what's the halacha? The rim said Gomo Oka Bitzilo, and now after the whole mating zach takes place, so what happens? So one of the camels is found dead. So apparently again, camels get murdered when they mate. So what happens? So one of them now. So we find the dead camel next to the mating camel. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, we know that the mating camel must have, because again, camels could get later. So the Gemara says, so mostly now what is that? That's circumstantial evidence. That's circumstantial evidence. On the down edge, those are going to say, listen, 80 kind of beginning about Shasuduari, hard beginning about Mominus, also using that one with the switch from another witness, right? So Allah likes to get remember. We just said also, it was one with the switch from another witness. So that doesn't work by doing the Pashas. The Pashas would not work by doing Mominus. So the Gemara says, if Amar Hu Amar Li Shani Chayev, Lo Amar Li Shu Chayev, Lo Amar Klum. Lo Amar Klum. So the Gemara says, again, right? We come and I say, you know what? Ruben told me $10,000 for shipping. Right? Owen told me that Ruben's high shoe $1,000. What's the so he was wrong. Such a statement is meaningless. The only kind of testimony from the new poll is if Ruben said in front of witnesses, I am chayiv to 200 zuz. This is the doesn't work. Alma, half I got the two to be luminous and go to be in the bush. So what's it right? You know what's the only record years there are certain qualifications by DNA luminous. There's actually qualifications by DNA fascists that are quite also by DNA luminous. Just the depth of the Mishnah is to state things explicitly by DNA fascists and not by DNA luminous. So for example, ABPA is explicitly stating that it doesn't work by DNA fascists, but it also doesn't work by DNA luminous. Hachanami, I got to see the luminous, I'm even a little bit DNA fascists. We'll say so over here, the Allah said, even though, right, even though it's true that even circumstantial evidence may not work by DNA luminous, yet the Mishnah feels compelled to explicitly stated by DNA the flesh. So also someone for today, much sorry, much more about the smell outside. Again, it's never coming, there's plenty of room, there are seats in it, plenty of open spaces, make yourself sit by. Make sure that your stuff is not taking place any taking up any. One last housekeeping announcement. I apologize for this. I know it might sound a little bad. Just a request of Hashem, for getting released cups, for the cups. Just feel free if you'd like the extra insurance policy. If you'd like to use a lid, we would love to have you use them. Again, they're in the kitchen right as well. Strap everyone. She's fucking like she's not worried. She was security guard. She was always your face was better than like they're gonna figure it out. Sand up on my face and then good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We don't have a microphone today, so I apologize. Steve just don't have the microphone for today. And so I have the microphone for tomorrow. It is tremendous skill spot to be here in our basic Knesset within our youth medrash. Such a skill spot and such a beautiful year. It's the only ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So, as they spoke about yesterday, I know that the coming days will be filled with changes, and changes are beautiful. Changes are incredible because they open the door for beautiful, incredible opportunities. Amongst the changes, I want to just set everybody's expectations is, when we were down in the old shul, there was a lot of extra space. Here, in Restream, we're going to be utilizing every seat. So I feel like the Southwest, please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat, for a day. So just know, especially for davening, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, it's fine. But just be mindful. Just look around. If you see people that, don't have enough tables here in the basement. So you want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit at a mukbang, to sit at the table, to be able to learn properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting your personal belongings that no one feels boxed out. And that's especially going to be true in Yirtzeh Hashem for God as well. And, and again, for many different things in the new building, we're still trying to find our way a little bit. Certain things may not be fully set up. Certain things, may have to give it a little bit. So apologize in advance for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this move. But Baruch Hashem, what is it is to be able to be here in such a holy and beautiful, magnificent place. Also, you see our Svarim are not in it because today they're putting in the Ardesh. So just everything's going to get a little bit dusty. How we move around again. So Hashem, we have everything set up mostly as it should be, but Baruch Hashem, what it is to be in an aesthetically beautiful. Now, the aesthetic beauty is here. Now, our Avodah is spiritual beauty as well, which I have no doubt that Hashem is to be against Hashem in the coming years. Also, as we love the sound system, so beginning tomorrow, Hashem will be more tapped into it, Hashem, but the acoustics in here, I will endeavor to speak a little bit louder. If at any point I'm not speaking loud enough, just let me know. And I will say with that, let us begin the first daf of many dafs during this case measures by beginning by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our sponsor for Section 57A, Rav Naftali Tilson, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year, Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, as a schus. For all of our common sponsors for the month of memory of Alit Ben David Levy, the brother of Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Torah, his precious Nisham Abnal and his family in Chama, and say Eden Simahakin for dedicating the shir today in of our new Makom Kodesh. We should be Ezra Hashem. We should be Ezra Hashem run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. The next rabbi will have incredible haslahas. Hashem. The next building is be with incredible mazel. I'll take the bracha of maybe running out of space in the and having to move into the new shul. That probably. But I wish that Tashma should serve us for many years. Hashem to move it together with the Mashiach from Eretz Hashem. With that, we have an incredible daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Lam Zayin 37, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem. We are picking up. Right, so remember again, not every capital cases. So remember again, capital cases. So remember again, the halacha over here about capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin comprised of 23 minority people, but also has comprised the people who are geologically fit. So the Gemara says, my time, what reason? The Gemara says, my time, the kind of Yosef is in Menukin B'Tzadek, Kach Menukin Mikombo. The same way that Jason has to be free from any spiritual blemishes, so too again, Bezin has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, the Gemara understand what here means. Mum means geological blemish. Bezin has to be free from any geological blemish. Amar says, Mikra, what's the pasuk? Kulach Yafech Ra'yasim, mum in Bach. Thing about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. So the Gemara says, the Gemara is over here. This is a reference to the Sanhedrin. And the mom is a genealogical one. Mom of Manish, maybe you prefer to mom, or maybe it's not a genealogical mom. But in fact, it is an actual mom. As the Torah is saying, or the Pasuk is saying, that remember the Sanhedrin can't have a physical mom. The Gemara says, so the Pasuk says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70 Zakanim, it says, they will stand there with Mach. So the Mergash Mach B'Dominach means that when you assemble the numbers of us, they should be like you. In which sense? That Halacha L'Maisa, well, the Gemara suggests in which sense that the same in Moshe Rabbeinu, you are not genealogically blemished. You are genealogically intact and whole. So to dwell with you, other things should also be intact and whole. I feel my heart. Bishum Shechina. And maybe what it means over there is Moshe Rabbeinu, the same way that you're there and the Shechina is with you. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shechina should be with them as well. They will the responsibility of you with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe Rabbeinu, you are genealogically intact. So too, again, those who go ahead and adjudicate with you should also be genealogically intact. Again, I'll say, so an incredible Gemara. Good. So the process, therefore, again, that's the raya. That for the nefashos for capital cases, halal for the ma'isa. Again, we have to have people who are genealogically unblemished. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Sanhedrin Haisek Yechatzi Goren Agula. Well, it's really a beautiful Gemara. The Sanhedrin sat in a semicircle. So the Gemara says, Kadeshi Rowan Zezeh, in order that they would be able to see each other. Like the members of the Sanhedrin, when they deliberate, to be able to see each other. So then there would be two scribes in the days, one on the right, one on the left. The closely giving the Chai, giving the Zach. When they would write on there, they would record. They were not supposed to mean it with the scribes, they were the stenographers. And the stenographers, they recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. And they would write the opinion of the judges who are looking for the opinion of the judges who are looking for the so that should be three stenographers. So one would go ahead and write the opinions of the examinators. And one would write the word of the indictors. The third stenographer, interestingly enough, would record all of the opinions. Right? So you had one who was dedicated to the opinions of the examinators, one to the opinion of the indictors, and then one who was kind of collecting all of the information as a whole. So we have like a backup. Good. It's interesting. If you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Shlosha, Havu Shenitoch Torah Chatanim Shiyar Ba'aleim Yitu B'davar, Ela Echad Kosev Divrei HaDakim V'Echad Kosev Divrei HaMachim. V'Agimel Kosev Divrei Knitoch Shin Torah Ras Alem Lo Yikzu B'davar, V'Im Yite Echa Mehem Yopiach K'sav Shlish. So it's interesting. So this way, again, we want to make sure that we have accurate court records. So how do you do that? So again, if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one school of opinion, the other focusing on the other school of opinion, and then a third party kind of takes everything into account. So all they will have is record for the days. Top of line sign 37A. There are 3 rows of Talmidei Chachamim who were in front of the basin. So just you can imagine, right? So the basin is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them 3 rows of Talmidim. So the Gemara says, now, interesting enough, we'll see Rashi says over here, Shalosh Shuros. Rashi says, Sanhedrin, each row, 23 students in it. These rows kind of like the Sanhedrin by baseball. What is it? Bullpen. This was right. This is where these rows were comprised of Talmidei Chachamim, who again were the Dayanim of Klal. That's what was happening over here. So therefore, again, the whole that was the organization thing. That which row you were seated by station. So row one again goes with upper Talmidim. Row 2 were row 2 Talmidim, and row 3 were row 3 Talmidim. So you didn't just choose to seat wherever you wanted to sit. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. So we had this theme already as well, which is this idea that sometimes in life we feel inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and maximize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud. There's nothing wrong with being a third row Lamed in the Sanhedrin. That's where you're holding right now. The beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. The beautiful part is there's always the opportunity and ability to advance. So what happens? Push the smoke. So let's say again they had to pull someone out of row one. And again, we'll discuss exactly. We'll discuss what the particular issue is over here. But let's say they had to go ahead and pull someone out of row one. So let's use this. They had to sneak in row one. What would happen in that type of situation? So the Gemara says, someone come in our show. So we'll say, so if you have, let's say, based now, the Sanhedrin needs another dying. Where do you pull another dying from? You pull another dying from row one. The dying comes. So the Gemara says, so what happens after Huzrul smoke? So the Rishona, Echad min Ashniya Balo to Rishona, Echad min Ashlish Balo B'Shniya. The person, I remember again after all this. So now Sanhedrin a new dying from row. So what happens now? What occurred now? There's a vacancy in row one. So what happens when there's a vacancy in row one? By the way, there are vacancies in row one. I just want to point out what this is, right? It's become primary, right? So it says, so Lamaisa, now what ends up happening? So when they pull someone out of row one, so now that sets off a progression. Then someone from row two, and not someone, remember again, this is highly choreographed because the move to row one is a significant move. So that means someone from row, now that there's a vacancy in row one, someone from row two moves up to row one, which now also means what? Someone from row three moves up to row two. And again, this is a highly choreographed process. So the Gemara goes like this. So right, and then what happens? Now there's a vacancy in row three. Now that it's in row three, what happens? We need to borrow the hand on Echad min HaKal. We need to go ahead and pull someone out of general assembly. The Gila, Moshiv also B'Shlishis. The Lo Hayim Kol Shalishon. The Yoshi, the Makom Los. And about say you would have won. Just choose someone from the Gila. That's not the way it happens. That's the way it happens. You choose someone from the Gila, he goes into row three. Someone from row three goes into row two. And someone from row two ultimately goes into row one. That's the way it happens. So Gemara goes like that. So now, let's say, from where do we know this? Now, the person Gemara is focusing on over here is the semi-circle. From where do we know that Bezdin sits in a circle? So I'm going to go Amar Kra. So, goes actually quite beautiful. The pasuk over here calls him Shira Shirin. Sharech Agan Hasar Al Yachsar Hamazar. So literally translated. So your navel, your stomach, is like a basin of the moon. Right? Or I should say, your navel is shaped like the moon. Al Yachsar Hamazar. Do not diminish the digestion ratio. We'll discuss what this means. So Shirarech is the Sanhedrin. So Shirarech, which refers to as the stomach, right? The stomach, that is the Sanhedrin. Why is the Sanhedrin called Shirarech? So beautiful. Because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the center of the world. What does it mean that it sits in the center of the world? Rashi says, so this Hamikdash is in the middle of the world. So to me it was so profound that we were doing this Gemara today. As much as Baruch Hashem, we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, right, Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is our Israel. And that home literally is in the center of the world. Now, again, I've said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that's why the beauty of investing in buildings of Kiddusha is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. Right? They come with us. But it's so important to recognize that as successful and as happy and as settled and as Kaddish as this geographically, this is not the one. We belong in the center of where the Sanhedrin is, the Hamikdash is. So ultimately, the stomach, just like the stomach is the center, so too So to the Beis Hamikdash is the center. Agan. So what does it mean? Agan. So the Sanhedrin protect Ahar. What does it mean that it's like that the Sanhedrin is like ultimately to the mouth? That just like the moon goes ahead and reads. Rashi says a very bad. So it's not the layout. Rashi says a very circle, right? Just like throughout much of the month, it's like a semicircle or circular. So the Sanhedrin sits in this circular fashion as well. Beautiful. Al yaksar hamazal doesn't mean don't diminish the digestion. Shim putzrach echa mehem lotzeis lo inish esun ushloshe kineged Sanhedrin gitanos. Interesting. If someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave, at least take care of his personal needs. Use the restroom. You can't leave unless there are 23 people. Fascinating. You can't leave unless there are 23 people there. So we'll say, by the way, about that, like, right? Say, if you so again, can you imagine someone say you're a member of the Sanhedrin, you need to go to the bathroom? If there are 23 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can't go to the bathroom. You gotta wait until someone comes in. What's the shot we're saying? It's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What does it mean, member of the Sanhedrin? What does it take in general when we have leadership positions? Achrayus. Achrayus. What are you going to say? Strong bladder? Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Well, so not incorrect, right? Right? Well, I say achrayus. Achrayus. So we'll say, so often in life, right, we do stuff, and like if it doesn't get done, it doesn't get done, or someone else will do it. Listen, what if you be a member of the what if you be a person who has leadership responsibility? Achrayus. The buck stops with you. If you are a member of the Sanhedrin, you have an achrayus towards Klal. The achrayus doesn't take a break. There's never a break. And by the way, if you need a break because you had to go to the bathroom, don't break a break. As long as boss, there's someone else who's standing in for you for the couple of minutes that you're going to be gone. Because the achrayus, the responsibility, always has to be taken. Okay, maybe it can't be the same person who's taking that advice himself all of the time. That is possible. That's absolutely possible. But Lamaisa, again, even if you can't do it, you have to ensure that there is someone else who can. Incredible. All right, weiter. So this is beautiful. So another passage that refers to the Sanhedrin, your stomach is like a pile of wheat. Now, again, I'll say, so this is all Shalom Aleichem and Shira Shirin, which is supposed to be this love ballad between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So your stomach is like a pile of wheat. What does that mean? Just like a pile of wheat, everyone gets benefit from it. Sanhedrin also, everyone benefits from their reasoning, right? When the Sanhedrin espouses the reasoning for their particular rulings, so everyone benefits from that. Next, Suga Bashoshanim. What does it mean when it says like a row of or like a fence of roses? This is beautiful. Shafilu kisuga shoshanim lo yifrutu b'haglasos. Klal Yisrael wants to do the right thing, even if there is not a strong protective barrier, even if all there is a barrier of roses. I will say that the Pashtos, a barrier of roses is. Barrier is in general not a very significant barrier. So Halacha Klal Yisrael is so diligent and vigilant and loving of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's words. I don't need a hope from seeing. I need is what? A little row of roses to go ahead and keep Averas, and I'll respect that. So beautiful. It's incredible. Listen to this. This certain min, right? This min means someone who just is perfect, doesn't believe. So a guy who's a min once said to Rav Kahana, Amisa, Nida, Shari, Yasuda, Bahade Gabra. Listen to this. He said, I heard you Jews, right? That when we go, she's allowed to be a husband. But how does the halacha allow for a woman who's in need to be alone? After all, after Ish bin Uras, have Hebes, if fire take hold and consume, meaning in other words, what this guy was asking from Kahana was that aren't we concerned that the Maisa, if a man alone with his wife who is in Nida, that they're going to go ahead and come to sin? To which the Gemara says, I'm relating HaTorah, first white line, I'll say, the first white line, HaTorah Idalinu, Sabashoshanim, Mashafilu, Suba, Kishabi, for Suba, so someone says, Klal Yisrael, the soul is halacha, that even just a row of roses, like even just a very simple protective fence, is enough to protect us from stealing. But there have to be a different reason. That's the Shaila. Like there isn't Isra Yichud. Like we learned, so if there's an Isra Yichud, it means a man is not allowed to touch him. How is a man allowed to be alone with his wife when she is a Nida? It's a good Shaila. That's the Shaila. And the answer is, pass the Salo. Literally, again, bread in the basket. This idea that if a husband knows that his wife is going to become mutter to him, permitted him, and not so long from now, he's able to control himself and restrain himself in the right way. Okay, incredible. This is beautiful. Like a section of the pomegranate are your temples. Like I say, these are your temples. You might actually say, I feel the Reikanim Shabbat, they miss us for words, even the Reikanim, even those who are empty, ultimately again are through mitzvahs like a rimon. Rabbi Zera says from here, Vayasriach Begadov. Once again said that literally Yitzchak Avinu when Yaakov came in pretending to be Esau. So he smelled the scent of his clothing. Don't read it as Begadov, as Bogdav, those who rebel against. Even those who rebel against the Baruch have a beautiful scent. Meaning, even people who commit profound and important yisod. I know Biryonim. Somebody tells a story. I don't want to say the street people Biryonim. Biryonim are, we translate them as like no good mix. It's not easy to understand. Like a group of guys who are really not doing the right thing. So there were these Biryonim, and again, really like usually Rashi comments over here. Biryonim Fritzim. So often it can mean immoral people, very unrefined fedra. So Hanar Biryonim, the Habib Bishimu in Rabbi Zera. So what says there was this group of Biryonim, who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Zera. Listen to this. Rabbi Zera was Makarev them. So beautiful. Rabbi Zera was Makarev them. Rabbi Zera felt, why should he went off? So he went out of Makarev this Chavra. Why? Because if close, they'll do tshuva. Keep them close, there's a better possible to do tshuva. Rabbis that Rabbi Zera is doing the wrong thing. Rabbis of Rabbi Zera, these are not the kind of people that you should be keeping close. These are the kind of people you should write off. Write them off. What happens? Rabbi Zera died. So listen to this. These Bayonim, listen to this one. So these Bayonim said, so until now, the man with the short, thin legs, that's how they refer to Rabbi Zera. So I say this was a story. Remember, when we saw Rashi 25, the story of Rabbi Zera wanted to test his piety to see if he was holding on the right level. He went and he sat in an oven, and it turned out that his legs got singed. So he was known as the man with the singed. He wants to story now, but Proverbs say that's it. And so I say again, he was known as the man with the singed legs. So when Rabbi Zera died, these Bayonim said, up until now, Rabbi Zera was always davening for us. He was always advocating for us. He was always taking care of us. So the Gemara says, Hashta man ba'i alei rachmi. Now, who is going to advocate for us? Who's going to daven for us? Sure, they went ahead and they thought in their hearts, right? They had this hero tshuva, which means they had these thoughts of tshuva, and ultimately again they came to do tshuva. So I was like, it is such a profound story with so many profound lessons. First of all, the power of believing in someone. So often in life, if you believe in someone, you give them the power to believe in themselves. These other Rabbanim, they wrote off this Tzava. And I want to point out incredible. Rabbi Zera believed in them. If you notice, by the way, what this guy is doing, Rabbi Zera was alive. What did they do? Nothing. Right? They didn't do anything. Right? Didn't affect any change. Didn't affect coming Torah, putting on mitzvahs. Right? None of that stuff. Nothing happened while Rabbi Zera was alive. But he still. So that when he died, they're like, this from Zera, he cared about us so much. He cared enough to believe in us. He's not here anymore to believe in us. If he's not here anymore to believe in us, then you know what? It's time for us to ourselves. The power of believing in other people, giving the ability to believe in themselves. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two is this last piece over here, which is really profound. Lesson number two really is sometimes see change that we have an effective change. Right? He asked Rabbi Zera, what do you think? Did you succeed with these guys or not? I guarantee Rabbi Zera would have said, no, I tried, but nothing happened. Didn't move the needle at all. But he did. When he was alive, he couldn't see the movement. But as soon as he tried, so often in life, you have to believe, but just invest the effort. Just put in the effort. Put in the co-post. We'll say sometimes even in our own lives, we put in the effort to do things and we don't necessarily see the results. Results are always there. Sometimes they don't have it invisible now. Sometimes only later on. Sometimes that's why many generations later. But Zero probably thought to fail, but he was resounding success. Lesson number three. Noah said the first step to tshuva. The first step to tshuva is not anything you do. The first step to tshuva is something you feel. The Salvation writes out this gift as a small sefer called Hirure Tshuva. He writes right around he writes out this idea of Hirure Tshuva. Hirure Tshuva is that moment in life. That moment in life when you take a step back and you say to yourself, I want to live differently. How, what, where, that I'm not sure about. But I know that I want things to be different. Did I change anything in my life? Not a thing. Did anything alter? Not at all. But here, I know that I want something to be different. I was thinking about this last night. I was looking at the daf, and actually, I was making the coffee. We had the coffee running team over here late at night. I was making the coffee, I was praying the daf. I was looking at this, and I thought to myself, this is incredible. Do you know what the most incredible thing about coming to a new space is? The most incredible thing, besides the aesthetics, the most incredible thing is whenever you have something new in life, it's an opportunity for hischachus. It's an opportunity. In other words, something new happening. Now, I could do something new as well. And again, all of us have something we have to change in life. Now, I was thinking, it's to say, okay, life as I knew it came to a stop. Now there's something new. So what do I want to do with this newness? And today, I think it's a profound day of hearing. Maybe you want to do something different in my learning. Maybe you want to do something different in my davening. Maybe you want to do something different in my benam. I don't know, whatever it is. But whenever something new occurs around you, there's this opportunity for hearing. I'm not doing anything new yet, but I want to think about how do I want life to be different. Incredible. Now let's go back there. Shalshuros. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? We just said that halacha l'maisa again. There are three rows of students in front of the basement. The Mishnah says, "Rabbi, Shmamina, 90 kulu 90." Then the will say, "What do you see from here? When one person moves, everyone moves, right? Why? Because what ends up happening when they pull a student out of the first row? What happens? Someone from row number 2 goes to row number 1. Someone from row number 3 goes to row number 2. And then someone from the kilo comes to row. So you see from here that whenever one person makes mint, everybody makes mint. By the way, another tremendous muscle. Like echad ikulu 90. Say never underestimate the power of your hearer and the power of your movement on people. When people see you move, they are inspired to do the same. People see you push yourself. People see you take on more. People see you be mechadish. They want to do the same. When one moves, we all move. So one second. Here's the issue. So remember again, not only did it matter which road we're in, but apparently there were also rankings on where in the row, right? On one end, right, there was a front and a back of the row. So being in front of the row was very special. Being in back of the row was not as special. So here's the problem. So they pull someone from row 1. So now, someone from row 2 comes into row 1, and not just someone. Remember, it's like what you there about. Who comes from row 2 into row 1? The first guy in the row of row 2 comes to row 1. So where does he come on row 1? Where does he come on row 1? He comes to the back of the row, at the end of the row, row 1. So row 2 guy says, listen, you know what? I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond. In other words, that at the end of the day, I was a row head. You know, you see a row head? That's big stuff. So I was the row head in row number 2. Now what am I? Now I'm the guy in row number 1. I'm the end of the row number 1. I think I'd rather go back to row number 1, to row number 2. To which the Gemara Rabbi, we tell him, it's better to be a tail to lions than it is to be it is better to be better to be a tail to lions than it is to be foxes. Right? So the idea of it is right, it's better to be fish in a big pond than it is to be a big fish in a small pond. So better must be again to be at the head of road 2. Let's go back to Mishnah. So how do we go ahead and now literally means intimidate. But again, understand what is this like? Halacha wants witness intimidation. The answer is yes. Right? Where is this? This is capital cases. Because remember, again, us we don't make any secret about it. By capital cases, what's the goal? The goal by capital cases is to exonerate. That's the goal. So therefore, again, we want to do anything and everything in our power to ensure that there is, in fact, exoneration. So the Gemara says, "Case of ma'ayin esa eidim, eidim nefashos, hayu machnisin also, u'ma'ayin alayim." This is what we do. We bring in the witnesses. We say to them, "Shema k'omru omed, u'mishmua idmipi eid, u'mipi adam namash." Right. So again, we ask the witnesses, tell us, where do you have your information from? Maybe again, umad. We'll say umad means like circumstantial evidence. Maybe you have circumstantial evidence. Maybe you heard about it from someone else, or even from someone who's trustworthy. Shema iyata yodu shesafenu livdo eshem b'shishifakira. Perhaps you didn't know, by the way, that you're going to be subject to a very rigorous cross-examination. How do you do? Just know monetary law, capital law, monetary law. Monetary law, if you get it wrong, and you adjudicate the case incorrectly, so what's the worst case scenario? You have to pay back money. But again, if you testify wrongly in capital cases, so punishment will be exacted from you and from generations to come. That iniquity will hover over your family to become ad sofa olam. Literally again until the end of the world. Because again, Cain killed Havel. And what happens when Cain killed Havel? So the pasuk says, "Shneimar tivnei asefel so'akim." So the pasuk said the bloods of your brother are calling out. It doesn't say the blood of your brother, rather, the bloods of your brother. Damo, Damo, so Cain is held accountable not only for the death of Cain, but what? All the generations that Hannah produced. So in order to not only a taking individual, but one is taking life ultimately again of all the generations who could have come from that individual as well. The other possibility is the me'achacha. What does it mean again, the me'achacha? It's also possible that, remember, we're talking about this. Cain did not know how to kill Hevel. As such, life before, as such, multiple times. So, Hevel's blood, that's why the Torah uses Russian to made plural. So, therefore, I will say, it was created in a singular, or as a first created man. He created Adam as a singular being to tell us what Shekala Ma'abi Nefes Yisrael Ma'a Alav HaKosav Ki Ilu Beit Olam Malek. We'll say, so just like the world is built from one person, so therefore taking of one life is like, you know, imagine if someone would have killed him and shown the world would. So to any one person is lost. Anytime someone takes a life, it's as if he has destroyed an entire world. So we'll talk more about but again, the converse is also true. If you go out and you save a life, or as well say, the kind doesn't have to be saved. But the kind also means what? Uphold or establish one life. Mala alavakas kilukiem olamolich. It's as if a person has sustained an entire world. Again, all of this is to maintain peace, right within Klal Yisrael, right within the Shema Yomar Adam B'Chavero Abba Gadol Me'Achad. This is another reason. Why did Hakadosh Baruch Hu make it that all of humanity traces itself to one person, to Adam? There shouldn't be any deal. All of us trace ourselves to the same first person, Adam Rishon. Furthermore, if there was more than one person, so what would end up happening? People would say, "Oh, there must be different gods. This God created his guy, and this guy created his guy, right? And everybody created their own God." Listen to this, and also to tell us the greatness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sha'adam tovea kama mateos b'chosen echad kulan domezelas. You know, if a person wants to make a coin, so what could happen? A person can mint a coin that every single coin looks exactly the same. Every coin looks the same. Yet all men are created in the image of Adam. Right? Adam is the model. Woman created in the image of Adam. No two people are alike. No two people are alike. Right? Even though again we're all created, so to speak, like in the form and the image of Adam, no two people are exactly alike. Because no two of us are alike, every person is obligated to say, the world was created. And what's the famous verse of the cuts? Cuts said a person has to have two pockets, right? In one pocket, you carry with you the phrase, the mantra, the world was created for me. And on the other hand, you have to carry the mantra, Ba'anochi afar ve'efer. I am nothing but dust. That's what it says when I said this is the piece of the world. On one hand, again, right, the world was created for me. In other words, we'll say, if I am alive, that means the world needs me. If I'm here, that means somehow the world needs me. Maybe I have to take care for it, but I'm here for something. Christless life. So, Kala Olam Nishvili, the world was created for me, not to serve me. The world was created for me. But that can unfortunately a tremendous sense of aiva as well. And therefore, the other part, what do you have to have? Anochi afar. I come from dust, and ultimately, again, I go back to dust. Incredible. The Shematon was also saying, now remember, there's no point out. You could totally lose yourself, like in a Mishnah like this, right? What is this about, this entire discussion? The point of this was to go ahead and intimidate witnesses. So now it says the Amud days. So the witnesses, you know, can you imagine? You're a witness in Bezdin. What are you going to say to yourself? What are you going to say afterwards? You know what? Forget it. Right? Good job. Right? Good job. I'm out. Right? And others, what do I need this for at all? So the rest of the Halok Karnamar, so now it's not so much. Because if you have testimony, ultimately, again, you have an obligation to share it. Again, I would say there's also a mitzvah to wipe out the wicked. So in other words, he said, if a person is guilty, a person is culpable, ultimately, again, there is reason to go ahead and wipe out the wicked as well. So again, you could do such a good job of intimidation that no one wants to go ahead and participate in anything. That's why we remind them, first of all, testimony is an obligation. So make sure to do your testimony. Furthermore, Allah it is a mitzvah people from this world. You know, sometimes something becomes too difficult. We're like, what do I need this for? We'll say, that's not how life works. If there's a responsibility, there's responsibility. Just because it's difficult does not give me the right to exempt myself from that dramatic responsibility. So you're right, giving testimony, it's hard. There's a time you might be wrong. But again, just because it's difficult doesn't mean you're allowed to walk away. Incredible. Let's go. What does it mean? Right? One of the things we asked is it possible you didn't really see Shimon, but rather you're kind of basing your testimony on circumstantial evidence? What's the example of such? Says the Gemara, maybe you saw the following scenario. ורץ דם אחריו, מצא שם סייף ביד, וגם בתחתי, בהר מפרפר, and he said, Lord, this is incredible. Imagine that scenario. I see Reuben running after Shimon, right? So, I see Reuben running after Shimon. So I run after Reuben, and I walk in, and Reuben is Shimon separated place. What happens? Shimon is on the floor dying because someone stabbed him. Reuben's holding a knife with blood on it. So again, I connect the dots and I say to myself, and over here, Reuben killed Shimon. The Gemara says, if that's your testimony, that's essential. Or to go ahead and testify in a capital case, I have to have seen Reuben actually plunge the knife into Shimon. If I didn't see, but again, now that seems like pretty compelling circumstantial evidence. It is, but it's circumstantial nevertheless. So that would be an example of testimony based on certain evidence. So Tanya, I'm going to be back. Erev in the Chava, so it says, again, Erev in the Chava is a collection of shua, like, Sweat and Laura, easy, that's the Sabbath. Exactly, right? I saw someone running after. I saw Reuben running after Shimon. They went into an isolated place. That's the Acharav, and I ran after. But I easy sight. So Reuben holding the knife. The Damo B'Tachtei, and his blood is dripping off the knife. Behind Farfar, and Shimon is again like in the throes of death. And I said to Reuben, Russia, how is that? Oh, Neo Ata. Listen to this. There was a Shimon that says, I said to Reuben, killed Shimon. And it's either me or you, because we're going to people here. I'll say one thing, it wasn't me. Right? I said, what can I do? There's no testimony against you. So again, it's easy. So Shem Shetach was saying the issue over here is, I'm only in 8 echad. That truth is again, Tosfach point out, even if he wasn't 8 echad, and if there are 2 witnesses, it still wouldn't have been good. Why not? At most, it's circumstantial. It's only circumstantial. But nevertheless, Hayodea Machshavos, but again, a Chodesh Baruch Hu, who knows the thoughts of man, should ultimately again go ahead and punish Reuben if he went ahead and you killed Shimon. They literally again didn't even move away until the snake came along. The snake came along and went ahead and bit Reuben, and he died. This is interesting. The high bar nafashu. Why would he die by snake bite? Why would he die by snake bite? After all, Bamar Yosef, the king Tani did his kilo, the young Shara case on the brush, after Shabbat was some hedge armies of Slovak. So the snake was destroyed. Even though, again, there is no Sanhedrin, there's no Dalit Mis, right? There are no death penalties, but yet, again, death penalties that are apply. There's no low bot, don't apply. There's no basis to carry them out. Those are incredible. Elo, Green Arbans of Slovak. Those are incredible. What it means is that sometimes if a person is high the death penalties that Sanhedrin had to carry out, so the Chodesh Baruch Hu carries them out in different ways. For example, Misha is high skiva. If somebody did something that would warrant skiva, so what happens to such a person? So Onofam and Agag, Ochaya Darsa, falls off a roof, or he's trampled upon a wild animal. So this is skila-like. This way skila was done is first you're thrown off a roof, and then if that thing fall didn't kill you, then ultimately again, they would. So Mishnah is chayiv straight. If somebody is chayiv straight, all right, so we're going to be done. Again, molten lead, we're going to talk about all of this before down to the well. Oh, no fault with leka, or ultimately, again, a snake bite. So you're supposed to say, so you see a snake bite, what do you call it? The venom. Thank you. The venom is equivalent to sreifa. So Mishnah says, oh, no, Mishnah is chayiv hariga. Somebody was chayiv hariga, right? Says, oh, they'll be given over to the Malachis, which are normally be beheading. All this in Allah, or they will be killed by listing. Mishin is chayiv kanek, someone who's chayiv for strangulation. Or to have an angry drowned, or he's sick, or he dies of sickness. Also, there's this disease where the airway constricts. So I say, so what do you see from here? That even though there's no Sanhedrin, Chodesh Baruch Hu finds ways to bring about the Dalamisos case. Also, the point of here is Reuben indeed killed Shimon for that. Ultimately, it would be Cherem. So let me see. Why did he die by which is straight? Apparently, Reuben had a lot of problems, right? Murder wasn't his only big thing. He had other ideas that he was hiding for. And those other ideas carried a penalty of strafe. Strafe is considered to be one of the Hummer forms of execution. The Hummer man is neither of because we learned that in general, if somebody is chayiv two different forms of execution by Beis Din, he's given the more severe of the two. So this guy was chayiv streifa and streifa charev, and therefore Allah again is killed by the streifa. Incredible. Let's go back. The din in the fashion the din in the fashion is now it's easier to say. It's only by capital cases that we cannot adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. But it sounds like over here that in monetary cases we would adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows: by the way, if ever coming in for davening, feel free to take seats. Plenty of seats by the tables. Make yourself comfortable. So the Gemara says, Disanyo, but the Acha Omer, if it's meeting amongst the other, so what's the and now after the whole meeting, Zach takes place, so what happens? So one of the camels is found dead. So apparently, again, camels get lazy when they meet. So what happens? So one of them now. So we find the dead camel next to the mating camel. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says we know that the mating camel must have killed the other camels, right? Because again, camels could get lazy. So the Gemara says. So go say now, what is that? That's circumstantial evidence. Also, according to the same reason, also using that same logic, right? If one witness hears from another witness, right? So Allah might again remember, we just said also, aid me P8, which is one witness hears from another witness. So that doesn't work by Dini and Nefashos, but perhaps would that work by Dini and Nefashos? So the Gemara says, so Ba'atnan, in Amar Hu Amar Li Shani Chayev, Lo Ish Ploni Shu Chayev, Lo Amar Klom. So the Gemara says, so yeah, right? We come and I say, you know what? Reuben told me that he's hiding, right? Or someone told me that Reuben's hiding $1,000. What's the law? So he wants more. This statement is meaningless. Ash no more defining sciences. The only time the testimony is going to be full, if Reuben says in the witnesses, I am tied to shimon 200 children. So you see from there that EBP8 doesn't work. Alma, the silly beginning ominous, I'm You're right. All the most suggesting over here is certain disqualifications by DNA. I'm sorry, certain disqualifications by DNA Nefashos that apply also by DNA Mamas. Just the derech of the Mishnah is to state certain things explicitly by DNA Nefashos and not by DNA Mamas. So, for example, aid is explicitly stated that it doesn't work by DNA Nefashos, but it also doesn't work by Dini Mamas. Hachanami, Afagab, Dini Mamas, Amin a little bit Dini Nefashos. So what's so over here, even though it's true that even circumstantial evidence may not work by Dini Mamas, yet the Mishnah feels compelled to be stated by Dini by So that was for today. Sorry, we're going a little fast again. Much more about Malasai. Again, kind of coming in, there's plenty of room, there are seats on the tables, plenty of open spaces. Make yourself better, sit by the proper welcome. Never make sure that your stuff is not taking up any other decisions. One last housekeeping announcement, and I apologize for this. I know it might sound a little bit petty. Just a request. Hashem, take shkach to Ari for getting lids for the cups. Just feel free if you'd like. Actually, we would love to have you use them. Again, the kitchen right by the cups as well. Shkach, everyone. Yeah, we're going to get back, everyone.
It's like, So it's like, it seems like that's a very rapid change of minds. It's very weird, especially he committed suicide at home. He does not know or anything. No. It seems pretty fucked up. And, the idea that a whistleblower for an enormous AI company that's worth billions of dollars might get whacked, that's not outside the pale. I mean, straight out of a movie. Right out of a movie, but right out of a movie is real sometimes. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's a little weird, but I think they should do a proper investigation.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our comical sponsors for the reflection for the closing stuff off the day all the German breakfast as is the court. From Source Doubles to Andy Services, continue to see. This is great that it's closer together. It's like a lot more, so we should continue to see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Now it's enough. So quiet down. It is a small sponsorship to continue to build the Source Doubles of Focus for Coffee Services. Okay, see what we see in the days ahead. Our Coca-Cola sponsors for the month of pages, the coming of Stockholm, in memory of Amit Ben Levy, Ita Levy, who was killed, dies on the first night of Hanukkah. Some will have an Aliyah family. But with that, we have a lot to do today, so we need tomorrow today as we embark. Another incredible version of this book. So today's that's not involved. That says capital punishment is quote the apple. Now, if I want to say that we established that capital punishment is capital punishment does not satisfy Apple. The capital section so now the general again, Apple sets aside Shabbos and sees that people service. That's service on Shabbos. Not Shabbos, and the Apple is even though Shabbos is built to Apple, we have capital punishment and not built for Shabbos. Sacrifice. In that kind of case, capital punishment will be built as the carbon. But in another general sense, if you have other carbonates that are not personal carbons, ultimately again, so it's default, capital punishment will not be built at that avoda. And the value to that is because that type of personal carbon is not Doka Shabbos. So this is very important to notice. When we say that avoda is Doka Shabbos, right? That avoda sets aside a Trump Shabbos. So remember again, what does that mean? What does that mean? That's human sacrifices. Like you can't offer up your personal carbon. And chatas and hasham and sabab and megaris. Like you can't do those things on Shabbos. So maybe is behitika kind of levels is talking about a carbon yakin. If a coin is high for a capital punishment, we'll go ahead and it's doing a personal carbon. Then it's that's what Shabbos either. Which the Gemara. I'm not thinking about Doki Shabbos. On the Rabbi said. No. It's capital punishment shouldn't even be built on carbon dioxide for the carbon punishment. The Rebbe wants to suggest that even if a Kohen is offering up a private carbon, I'm not going to myself, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the capital punishment? Capital punishment, 36A. My young kid should make something make carbon dioxide. So now young kid is set aside by even personal carbonas. Now, we're going to talk about this is a main debate. The Gemara is espousing it as fact, which is that on Yom Tov you could even offer up private carbonos. For example, again, we'll say this is actually a very important law because the person comes to me saying this for a leader. I go, I don't. He's actually so this so what happens? So I have all of my personal carbonos that I have to bring. Right? Mazar and Dab is different things like that. So that is on Yom Tov. You have some carbonos. So yes, aim with the also, but yet, but capital punishment cannot be carried out on Yom Tov. So capital punishment can't be built on Yom Tov. So he says, God, Yom Tov should build as a Yom Tov. In addition, also. So essentially like this. If carbon dioxide to be built on Yom Tov and capital punishment is not built on Yom Tov, so the capital punishment should even be built on carbon dioxide. So the solid bush, so if you want to that time, the 100 will not number that was clearly nothing. So again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal carbonos cannot put up on Yom Tov. But if you hold them offered up on Yom Tov, then what do you do with Rabbi said? Rabbi said, let me buy you so I'll say, so Rabbi says, he goes without saying that according to the opinion that says that Yarn and the brothers can be offered up on Yom Tov. So then again, you have a problem with understanding what the government is defeating that kind of lamos. Even according to the opinion says that you can't offer up carbonos, private carbonos on Yom Tov. The sin says as oxys, what do you do with that part? To which the Gemara answers, it means that if a Kohen is going ahead and doing the avodah, which avodah? If you notice the Bible study, it doesn't say Ne'im HaMizbeach Tika Chanulamos. If a Kohen is involved in avodah, you should even take it from him as being executed. What does it say? Ne'im Mizbeach Tika Chanulamos. Ultimately, again, taken from my Mizbeach. What's my Mizbeach? It says Tommy. In my name, Tommy. So let's say, so what is it exactly that the Torah is referring to? It seems like it's even if involved in my Mizbeach. For example, my Mizbeach, to carbon Tommy, offerings, communal offerings, even if he's involved in communal offerings, so even with that, we go and take him from his back ultimately again to be executed. Okay, so I'll say, so a takeaway from this is that halacha execution is the Docha Shabbos and it's not the Docha. It is Docha Avoda that even a Kohen is actively involved in a sacrificial service, by the capital punishment, we will take him from the Sunday church and execute it. But that's presupposing this country we're seeing now. He has not yet started the avodah. He's started and seems to be that would finish, not to execute it. If he is engaged but has not yet actually done it, he's just for the occasion. he's ready to go, but he was not to be begun, then ultimately we'll pull him out and execute him like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Dini the moments, that's near Sakaros. I'm so let's just remember again. If you remember, the Mishnah said like this, when it comes to Dini moment, it's monetary law. Halach when I saw when you start counting the judges from their opinions, you start with the greatest judge first. The most, right? The most heavy body judge first, get his opinion, then you go straight to the, we'll call it the regular federal. In practice, in capital cases, we start with Queen Hatzat. And that's from the side. The lesser known judges, the lesser, using the word lesser. Junior, thank you. Excellent, good. The junior judges, right? Very country, right? I put the junior judges. I'm tracking up from being a okay, so it says let's analyze. Somewhere I have like in the yellow debate. So that's like this. I was part of the basin of Rebbe. I was part of the basin of Rebbe. I'm sorry. I'm not the young Rebbe. And we know you have so listen to this. I was part of the basin of Rebbe. And in Dini Mamanis, they always started with me. They always started like they always asked my opinion first. They says, wow, the heart not masculine, not that's not. But that doesn't make any sense. It says in Mishnah that by Dini Mamanis, we always start with the greatest of the judges, bless you. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges' court. So I'm going to bring up this. It's going to play absolutely amazing what's happening over there. Right? So like what just occurred. So Mishnah says, when it comes to we start with the greatest judge and everything. Rav says, I sat on Rebbe's base din for Dini Mamanis. What is Rav essentially saying? Right? So Mishnah, I guess Mishnah is not always the Mishnah. Because I am not the greatest Mamanis. I'm not telling you, they always ask my opinion first. But say, tremendous muscle skill in life. In life, it is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there's no shame in knowing what you're not. You know, sometimes we feel very inadequate when we acknowledge what, because it's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should be not. No person is everything. No person a la Milas, no person has all the qualities, no person has all the necessary skill sets, no person is everything. It's the most incredible thing in the past actualization is to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I know what my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full service human being. Anything and everything that is needed, I can, but I can't. And none of us can. So there's a profundity in this, right? God is saying, hey, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. But I also have the certainty I am not the greatest person on these days. And that's okay. I don't have the greatest person on these days. I just have to be the greatest Rav. That's what should be the greatest Rav. That's such an we spend so much trying to pretend that we came to everyone. But I can't be. I know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personalistic identity. So profound. I'm a Rabbi. So let's go on over here. But how do we reconcile this? So Rabbi, Rabbi came up, Rebbe, Rebbe Balas, shining minyan Rebbe, the cooler minyan Minatzat Halamas. The big son of Rebbe was different. Why was the big son of Rebbe different? The big son of Rebbe was different because Rebbe was in trouble. So, Rebbe, obviously, this was the big son of Rebbe, which means, who is the rank on the big son of Rebbe? Well, yes, right, Rebbe. Yet, in all of the cases of Rebbe always started from the junior judges. That's what he did. That was an exercise in Rebbe's humility. It actually says over here, Rebbe was exceedingly humble, so therefore he always started in every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judges. That's why Rab says, again, I sat on Rebbe's based in, and how when I saw it, he always started with me. Most incredible Gemara. We start talking about Rebbe a little bit. Rebbe's based in. So the Gemara says it's how it's Mimos, Moshe, Va'ad Rebbe, Nematzim Torah U'Gedula B'Makom Echad. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until the days of Rebbe Yudanasi, we never found individuals who had both Torah and Gedula in one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the Makom Echad. Rashi says, Torah U'Gedula. So Torah, I understand. What is it? So you do a she'im come also the Kosro, the Torah of the Gedula, to go Moshe, Shayat Godel al Kol Yisrael, the Malchus of the Torah. So what it means is like this: Gedula means authority. It means authority, like Malchus. So what you are going out like this? Let's talk Moshe. What do you mean about Moshe? Moshe, how do you say? We've seen this before. Moshe's status not only the nothing, like he had the status of a melech. So the status of the king. That's why Moshe being interest so certain was regarded the nation. He used Trump as like they used for a king. And Moshe being died, he put away the Chatzot. Yoshua did not use the Chatzot. So the Moshe was a melech. See, he was a rabbi and he was a melech, right? See, he was the Torah authority, but he was also the authority figure. So generally, you don't have those two things consolidated in the same person. By the way, this is often by design. You can see this with the show, right? Whose authority? Whose authority? Right. Spiritual authority, who's Torah? Right? So it's interesting. And by the way, this is design, by design, points this out, that by design, in what we call religious leadership, and what we call I guess authority or political leader, right? There's a split that's there. But unless you find in the Ramban, this is what was unique about the story, that the Hashmonaim, who were the cox of the king. Whether or not that was a good thing or bad thing, interesting historical against what was the first thing that authority in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So the Gemara just points out over here that rarely do you find individuals who have both Torah and Gedula, ranking Torah authority and also again final authority on everything else. So there were two people who had it. And I think you else he had it. And in between the two of them, listen to this. There was another person who considered like these two seats of authorities in one identity. It's got to be much below. Yoshua. Right? Yoshua was the ranking Torah sage, and the Pashtas, he was also like the Melech, he was also the king. So he went to there was a was the Kohen Gadol. So again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. Pinchas, what about Pinchas? How was the king of the elders? How about Shaul? What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king, he was also great Talmud Chacham. So you must have a Shmuel, Rabbi. How Nach Shayu, but Shmuel died. Right, Shmuel died. The Gemara says, Kula Shani Kami, it means all the days of one's authority that they had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and what we call absolute authority. All of these is ready. Yet Torah authority was never shared during any point of his lifetime. Quite incredible. David Malcolm Mashiach, Hava Ira Hayiri. There was Ira Hayiri. Who's Ira Hayiri? So if you look at Rashi, Ira Hayiri, the more cut on the Havi Masmir Rabbanon Agabi Karbi Kistos, the David Haya Manhigo Arav Lurosh. So he was one of David's rebellion. One of David's rebellion, Ira Hayiri. So isn't that incredible that even David HaMelech did not have this idea of consolidated authority, of Torah authority, political authority, or absolute authority all in one, which is incredible. So most but Ira Hayiri died. So there was a point in time, there was some time that David HaMelech had both the Torah and Gedula. Kulu Shani Kanya. It means all of the years. What's unique about Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe is that all of the years in which they were in a leadership capacity, they had this absolute Torah and what we call political authority. No one else had it all of the years of their leadership. Shlomo HaMelech, Hava Shimi Bengira. Shimi Bengira, the Hava cut, right? But yeah, the Shlomo had Shimi Bengira executed. Once again, Kula Shani Kamina. It means ultimately, again, all of the days of leadership. Again, we're looking at the unique part of here that Moshe and Levi, all the days in which they were leaders, there is absolute authority. I have a Chizkiyo, we saw the Chizkiyo, so we know that Chizkiyo. Hava, Shebna. Remember, we just had this story just a little while ago. The season in Yerushalayim. Shebna, remember, again, had even a bigger share. 120,000 people running with him. So there was Shebna. It thought Shebna was killed. Right? Shebna was killed. To which the Lord said, no. Once again, Kula Shania Kamina. We're talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. Ezra. But again, there was Ezra. So the Gemara said, Nehemiah ben Kalya. All right, Ezra also had Nehemiah. So let's say, it's just a fascinating insight over here. That again, you don't really have one person who has all of the tools of leadership at his disposal. But what was unique is so between Moshe and Rebbe, again, there were no two other people, right? Moshe and Rebbe were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at doing all of the both Torah as well as Gibula between Moshe and had it, which I will say is very important. Okay, this is it's historically fascinating. But what does it matter to us? What exactly is the impact of this? So I think there is an incredible profundity in which is what it shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of the tools at their disposal in order to be successful. Right, so if you notice here, so if you look at it, like Moshe has all the tools, right? To have that level of absolute leadership means you can control all of the pieces on the board. Right? You can control all the pieces on the board. What you begin to see is in life, you don't have to control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be felt and be profoundly successful in all of these other personalities. David Melech. So apparently, David Melech did not have absolute authority. He had some authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy and the father of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools at your disposal. So often, or we accuse non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization because we think, I don't have all of the necessary ingredients or necessary tools, and we give ourselves a pass, or we don't push ourselves as much. And here, Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, take the toolbox that God was giving you and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I also want to add something here. Most Rebbe, between the days of Rebbe and Rashi, so now what we're going through is the generations over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe, we never found two other people other than those two who had both Torah and Gibula in one place. So the Gemara says, by the way, from Abba says, in the days of Levi until Ashi, we also see Torah and Gibula Machal. We never find, again, two other individuals who both have time Gibula, concentrate one personality below. To which the Gemara says, Huna Bar Nosan make up Habakayit with Rashi. Huna Bar Nosan ultimately again was subservient to Rashi, so you did not have Torah to do in one place. So let's say, so again, just fascinating Gemara, takeaway lesson from both of these Gemaras, from the Moshe to Rebbe Gemara, as well as from the Rav Gemara on the basin of Rebbe, is that halacha Gemara said, no person thing. There are certain people maybe who are everything, have the full package. Most of us are not. But take the tools that the Torah has given you, know what you have, know what you don't, take them given and accomplish great. Incredible factor. So I remember again in capital cases, we got to start from the junior judges. Now again, there's a good logic for that. In a capital case, what's going to happen if you start with this judge? What's going to happen? If you're a junior judge, you see the senior judge asking in a certain way, I'm not going to this. That's not a capital case. That is the stakes. stakes are too high. So the problem just is you'll never really end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what we do is back by capital cases, we start with junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. That's the so we know how to make where do we know this? Whatever Akabat Papa the Pasuk says, no Sa'ane al-Riv, no Sa'ane al-Rav. What it means is like this. No Sa'ane al-Rav. What does Sa'ane al-Riv mean? So again, so the mission of the Pasuk is literally again, do not get involved in fight Lintos to slander. Now we'll see exactly what it is. For our purposes over here, the Gemara is darshaning Losana al-Rav. Do not do about contradicting someone who is greater than you. Losana al-Rav, because remember, Riv is written cross without the Losana al-Rav. Kaklok al-Muflash al-Bezdin. It may not be the best idea to get into an argument with the senior judge. לא מסחלים מיני, גם הפאזל לחובה ולא הגיני ומסחלים מן הצד. So ultimately again, so therefore the Gemara actually does sound out. Don't put a person in an uncomfortable position where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, so what's the Rama Barakana? I'm gonna go. Let me help out. This is bearable. But you know what so David said to his guys, said to his men. Chigru ish eskarbo, yakru ish eskarbo. So David says literally again, my favorite biblical words. Good. I think it's usable in so many different contexts, right? Right? Children gird yourselves, we're getting in the car, right? You know, whatever you do. So again, gird yourselves with your sword. Now, again, what's like? So this is where doctrine over here. It sounds like I'm ready for battle. In fact, the Gemara points out they're actually getting ready for judgment. Not enough is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then it's gird David Gams Karbo. David Amalek also went ahead and girded himself with the sword. What do you see from here? Girding yourself is enough to judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. Good. I'm going to show our little coming. This was right? So now we've established, we've just wrote a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start what we call minat sad. Literally again from the side, but of course from the side being from the judges. I'm around. Short little coming though, it's done from the beginning of Russia. So a very distinct case here. So that says a person could teach something to his student and then adjudicate with him even in the capital case. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Shown Advot, I mean, there's 3 lines up before it gets wide. Umar of Panam, the Swiss and the Chol, and the Silk Hadim, they done emo, the Midna emo, always the Chus on the Chol, Umatin Hadim Apiat on the Kacham and Address. Listen to this. So it says, let's say you have a basin, and on the basin is a Rebbe and his Talmud. The Rebbe can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yes, the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion is counted. What's the novelty here? I would have thought that if Rebbe and the Talmud are on the basin, which is fine by itself, but if the Rebbe is like educating the Talmud in the course of this process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud? Right? Because obviously the Rebbe said, oh, I'm going to tell you our reading is really chayiv to show you So again, it's fantastic. He's Rebbe teaching the Talmud, but I don't know that teaching the Talmud that should take place in the context of the Great Torah for dealing with questions or dealing with this. Yeah, the Gemara says it's okay. Even if the Rebbe is teaching his Talmud how to go out and adjudicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. So what he really so when it comes to paskin on Taurus and Timaeus. So a father and a son, or Rebbe and his Talmud did like 2 opinions. They both say, now the truth is, that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to pass in on Taurus and Timaeus? What do you need? You don't need a basement. You just need a Rav or Talmud Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, of course, the father and the son Rebbe and Talmud should pass on Tumah and Paradox, because Tumah doesn't need a basement. Tumah can be passed in by one. On the other hand, Dine Mamanis and Dine Nefashis, the Dine Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving Rashes, Kiddush HaKol, the sanctification of the new month, the Ibrahim intercalation of the year. right? Leap year. Avu beno, harav tamido, ein monin lahed ela echad. In those cases, if a father and a son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. Right? They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rav just said before. Right? Rav said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on a basin, even if the Rebbe is not just teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Din Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. It basically indicates that if a Rebbe and a Talmud are sitting on a basin, whether it's monetary law or capital law, their opinions only count as one. So what's going on here? Amadeus, he come around when Rav said that a Rebbe and Talmud, their opinions are counted. He come around, Rav Kahano, Rav Asi, the Ligmarei Dirav Habutzichi, or Savrei Dirav Lo Habutzichi. So ultimately, again, so the Lord says, you're right. What are we talking about? What was that talking about? But kind of Asi needed the Rebbe. Now, why did they need the Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information. But they did not need the Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where halacha l'maisa, the Rebbe can count as two, right? It makes sense because here, all the Rebbe is giving things, but the processing, analyzing of that information is coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rebbe and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's halacha l'maisa again, where the Rebbe and Talmud count as one opinion. Fascinating. It says again, the Ligmarei Dirav Habutzichi, they needed the input from the Rebbe, or the Savrei Dirav Lo Habutzichi, but they did not do analysis. Analysis came from their premises like this. Asar Divarim, yesh ben ginonot v'yin nefashos. So Moses again, Rabbi also like this. Based on Mishnah, we saw the Mishnah really espouse 10 distinctions, 10 differences between Dinei Mammos and Dinei Nefashos, right? 10 differences between monetary law and capital law. Alright, so the Gemara says, "V'kulan ein noagim b'shahan niskal chutz me'esu mishlosha." But interesting enough, I will say, none of these distinctions do not apply to a shar niskal. Again, what's a shar niskal? Shar niskal is a shar that killed someone, and therefore itself is going to be executed. So again, halacha, even though shar niskal would seem to into the Nefashos category, but all of the distinctions between Dinei Mammos and Dinei Nefashos don't apply to Shah Niskal, except for the fact that Shah Niskal is indicated by a base 23. That's halacha by base 23. So he was from where do we know this? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says that Kulan Ino Shah Niskal, the Shavla Dinei Nefashos, Apati Shawana Parakamon, Le'inyan Es Shlosha Kinisas Bailam Kakni. So it looks like this was interesting. We start versus back on days and dollars. So again, back on days and dollars, what did we see? That halacha l'maisa, shar niskal is treated like a capital case. We treat the shar, would treat its like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was liable for death penalty, it would be tried by a basin of 23. So to the shar niskal is judged by a basin of 20. But halacha l'maisa, that's kind of where the comparison ends. That's where the comparisons end. So we're not having it. So where do we know this? Do not go ahead and really alter or slant the judgment of the impoverished person during his fight. Mishpat Evyon Chadi Atamata, so you can't go ahead and be mata, you can't go ahead and slant the Mishpat of an Evyon. Atamata Mishpat Shal Shurhan Niskal. Ultimately, again, but you can slant the judgment of a Shurhan Niskal. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi again. Rashi says, Lo Sata. So it's again, what it means is Lo Sata means like this. We've seen this before. When it's adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of one. You need a minimum majority of 2 in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's what's of Lo Sata. Do not slant the judgment of the Evyon Ribo. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of 1. But you can go ahead and do that for Shah Nisko. So in other words, but the word is funny, I don't hear is that even though Shah Nisko, right, the ox that's going to be killed because he killed someone, is a capital case in certain respects, namely that it's adjudicated by days of 23, it's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So for example, whereas normally you need a majority in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by Shah Nisko, you only need the of one. Okay, so Rashi can example where Rashi says, right, fine, so let's go back there. So 1 second. Asara, you just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between Dina Nominus and Dina Nefashis. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So the Gemara says, Ha Tes Habu. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions, to which the Gemara says, no, it's not true. It indicates 10. So why I say 9? You shouldn't get in a cult sharing the estimation of Shafii. Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, right? And which, by the way, we're going to see really excludes a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case, and the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really laid out from the same source. So because those two are learned out from the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as 2, right? But they really also looked at as 1 because they derive from the same source. So the Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, good, fine. So, good. Chadri, and the Rashi. Java, so what's the 100 parts at the kitchen of the hot meat to the I the country on test, I show the India called chain. That's the social card. The night time of non surpassing in the Bashos. So when we say that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, who are you referring to? We're explaining them. Why is a non not fit to adjudicate a capital case? You shouldn't be like, you know, coffee, more behind the Sanhedrin. But the Sanhedrin not suit, if you're not suit, so we're going to see, because again, Zoom 23 is called the Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are genealogically fit. We'll see. Yeah, we see that we saw already, we'll do this again. So that's what I'm going to say. It's the same process that teaches me that 23 for a capital case is also the same process that I need someone who's genealogically fit, and therefore it includes a non-zerd. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learning source, it's tempting to say that the 2 are really 1. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. Actually, see, the Lord said, but 1 second, there is another distinction, right? The other situation is that another person, another distinction between being versus being honest, right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between maritime capital law. The Gemara wants to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Who are those individuals? And the sign here that we go is fascinating. Any Moshivim Benhedrin, you cannot follow the people, cannot serve on a Sanhedrin. When you can't serve on a Sanhedrin, what does that mean? What does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we need Hedrin for. I mean, in this Hedrin for things. Following people, can't sit on a Sanhedrin. Who? Zakein, someone who's old. Swiss, right? Someone who's sterile. Rish'in or burning, someone who doesn't have children. So we'll say, so what's the shot over here? What's wrong with these individuals? So we take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, Zakein, Sheshaka, Kivar, Sar, Gibul Banim, Inolach money. So let's say someone who's old, has forgotten what it's like to have young children. Therefore said, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? Key quality? Right, some people live without that. You know, so the is forgiveness. Because children do stuff all of the time, and a parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience, but once you get that patience all the time in life, so much people because that's why people say patience is a virtue. Patience is not a virtue, it's a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant quality because kids are doing stuff great grief stuff. Lucas Abayas, this is again what a beautiful. So this little kid comes to the shore from the social hall with a plate piled. It must have been like 6 inches high. 6 inches high. I'm so happy, so this, and I'm watching it. And it was like, you know, one of those like slow motion moments. The piece of chicken falls on the carpet, right? And again, it was like one of those moments where, you know, like this motion, like things like bounce up and down and up and down, and then the first item falls off, and it's like the leaning tower of a commission. You know, it was like, you know, then the next and this and that. And the kids are going, and he's like, oh, you know, and literally, I'm ready to run over. What are these kids' parents? What is it? And the truth is, it's managed just a kid having a good time. It's the reborn of a child in the reborn of a new home, which was clean without 3 minutes beforehand. And again, you know what? So it's like, so with little children, the most important quality is forgiveness. If the judge doesn't possess the ability to have this need of forgiveness instilled within him, then again, and it's forgiveness, it's really, maybe it's even the wrong word forgiveness, it's really understanding. If you don't have that need of understanding, you can't be a judge. Right? In other words, so what's the problem? After sometimes when a person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to be their way. Right? Everything has to go their way. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way there has to be this. So if you don't have that need of understanding, if you're rigid and everything just has to be the way that you want, Dutch really would be right. That level of rigidity, it's not good. We can't have that. We need people to be understanding. We need people to be forgiving. We need people to be a little bit knowledgeable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, resulting, you haven't had young kids in your house for a long time, don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too rigid, too set in your ways. It's probably not a good idea to have you on the basis. Switch same idea. Person never had children for that time. You shouldn't know about it. But you the most things that we got adding over here. Sorry. Someone who's cool, right? Or just cool is a strong word. Just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. And that's stuff, right? Someone again who just is very very almost stoic, emotionless. Again, so I say it's an incredible thing. On one hand, you know, judgment needs to be dispassionate. This is very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, I really can never question it. I have that ability to look at things in analytical, look at facts. But facts divorced from emotion, that's not the way of the Jew. Nothing is divorced from emotion. Emotion has to be there for everything. So for judge, is a stick like Zari, right? He's a little bit indifferent, a little bit passionate. It's emotionless. So don't be judged. There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interesting, you know, if you play in the Macy's, those are the exact opposite of true in America. We always see this. Right? What's a Macy's? Macy's is the guy who tries to get other people to be ordered about Bizarre. So that person, we try to put him in. So for him, we have the most cruel and different judges. Let's understand. For him, we don't need the other familiar judges because remember again, the whole system is in capital cases, the system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them, that's our goal. When it comes to Macy's, like when it comes to somebody who says Tribal Bizarre, it's just the opposite. The system is there in order to indict him. Even if some are, okay, everyone is fit to monetary creatures. I call that CNI. I will say, what is Hakol? What is everyone? Who is that coming to a group? I'm review the same manager. Review the manager. We say, this is not a descriptive manager, this is a genealogical manager, right? So the idea over here is, so the idea is somebody who's a genealogical manager, so even he's not fit for capital cases, because remember again, capital cases require Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires genealogically fit people, but for monetary cases, he's absolutely fit. So let's look at you, how to make the Kadazin know. All right, anyone who is fit for capital cases, is fit for monetary cases. ויש שלא הם לא גולדים ממש. But there are some people who are fit for monetary cases, ואין לא גולדים נפשס. But they're not fit to adjudicate capital cases. We said we that who is the person who is fit for monetary cases but not fit for a capital case? Last year, again to go ahead and include a mamzer. So you must be like last year, last year mamzer. In reality, again, one teaching was to include a ger, the other was to include a mamzer. And I've also, I'll tell you, I've also to say both the ger and the mamzer are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Now, why not? It's usually, yes, if it would have just told me that a ger ultimately is fit for monetary cases, or I love a bacal. Because a ger has no marriage restrictions. He's a full-fledged Jew in terms of his marriage abilities. About mamzer, in the law. But a mamzer can't marry into the general assembly, so maybe a mamzer is unfit even for monetary cases. Yes, in a mamzer, if we just said mamzer, we'll probably keep a chair discussing. We'll say a mamzer comes from an illicit relationship. But as much as an illicit relationship, who are his parents? For his parents? Two Jews. Right? So it's Yiddish blood. It's incredible. Two Jews. But his parents are Jews. She comes over again from a kosher drop about here. The local people here, right? You know, but again, who doesn't from right comes from non-Jewish parents. But that perhaps he's not even from monetary law. Therefore, again, it's Sricha. So let's say one comes to teach me that I love, one might say, yeah, the other part comes to Allah, and you can teach me that. The mamzer, both are fit for monetary law, but neither are fit for capital cases. So let's say, stop over today, just the logistical answer. At the end of the chat, we just ask if you could take your chair and just put it whatever you grab the chair you use, or the one next to you, you just put it against the wall. If you're coming to pick up the chair, so today is our last share in this case of Francis. Hopefully, we'll be that incoming. We will be in the show. Stay tuned in Red Session for that. So let's say just setting expectations. Changes always difficult, and especially again able into a certain schedule, a certain atmosphere, a certain framework. Years, any change, even if it's a better change, always comes with some level of turbulence. I don't necessarily have the seat that I want. I don't necessarily have the stender, right? The perfect setup that I had for myself, myself is now no longer. And it's sometimes when that happens to feel like the sky is falling. But it change always has turbulence. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice in life. The choice in life is don't change, never have any turbulence, and just stay where you are. Embrace the change, lead to the change. Recognize at the beginning it's a little rocky and maybe even a little but it's going to open incredibly beautiful magnificence. It's going to take a little bit of time to find the muscles, to find their place. And at first, you may not be happy with the muffin that you get, and the good news is, just come early the next morning, right? And there's no set seats, so whoever call them Zuckerberg, whatever you get, and it's good. And it doesn't even if somebody else has their stuff in the shelf there, because you have to do. Again, it's open seating, it's like Southwest, right? It's easy, right? So again, and I will say again, I know I get a lot of this gender policy. I got it. I understand. And people like it, people don't like it. So I will say, we have such a source ahead of us. That tonight, you're going to be dabbling in a brand new big smash. A brand new big smash that is beautiful, that is magnificent, that is incredible. So again, listen, you have your attention just for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I will say, it is so important for us to be able to take a step back and say, we literally have a mini brush over there for us. Does it check? Does it give every single person every single thing they need? And I know everyone's going to have comments and critiques and suggestions and it's all welcome. It's all welcome. Menachem cannot wait to hear them from you in your session. Right? All welcome. Sometimes it's just this is Zachim. Who's been so housed in this mission at this kiva for close to 7 years. And the walls and the roof and its units, everything is surplus to its best up there built tonight. And sometimes I think that like when you complain about this is not working, this is not working, that is not working, I feel like if the building had a voice, if this Mikosha had a voice, you know what she would say? She would say, I promise you, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I'm giving you 150%. 150% of a 70-year-old building is only going to get you so far. She has given us her best years. Her best years. For close to 7 decades. Now, Baruch Hashem, we're about to go to a new mother. We're about to go to a new Yosh Ma'at. So let's treat her well. Let's love her. Let's embrace her. Let's enjoy our time with her. And if we get in the beginning, there's a little bit, some of that hurt, and maybe there's maybe peace in there. Oh, Kaddish, and if you get on, just go back to what was. That's the hard target. Because there's only one direction for you, and that's forward. So something beautiful is waiting for us. How did I answer if I didn't come out of tonight? I apologize in advance for any of the inconveniences that may occur. But know that the inconveniences are only temporary. They're only episodic, they're short-lived, and they will pave the way for something incredibly great. It has been a source to be able to go through Shas two and a half times here in this case Haknessas. 2.5 times in this case Haknessas in this session. We should be so clear when we come tomorrow morning, we continue our daf journey. Next door, we should be so clear to complete cycle many times together. Shikayach. All right, everyone's in the.
But either way, it's like getting shot. It says the victim told police he confronted the suspect who started to eat.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pehei, the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman drushos as a zuchus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael B'Shabizok and Mertzishim Tikti. This is great, by the way. Everybody's closer together, so there's like a lot more. So we should continue to see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Okay, quiet down. Hey, so it is. This was Baruch Hashem to continue to see those Besoros Tavos unfolding for Klal Yisrael, which is okay, see them continue in the days ahead. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kalman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We know that the merit of our Talmud Torah is the precious Shem will have an Aliyah and the family in Chama. Also, with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Some really great Gemara today as we embark. Yeah, upon Baruch Hashem, another incredible journey. Let's go. So today's chapter is Lamed Vav, 36. We're picking up in Meretz Hashem on Lamed Hey on the base 35b. And I believe we left off with Omer Abaye, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up in the bottom. So Abaye says this also. Abaye, Hashda Amid in Ritzicha Doches Hashabes. So remember again, very interesting. We really good in discussion yesterday's daf about that Ritzicha, capital punishment is not Dochen Shabbos. So based in cannot execute someone on Shabbos. Now that we've established that, remember again, that was the last drasha of yesterday's daf of Moshe Seitan. So the Gemara says, now that we've established that, the Gemara says, I'm sorry, so Abaye says we should be able to make an additional limud that tells us that capital punishment is not do avol the evil. Now again, what does that mean? That capital punishment is not do avol. But we saw this case. There's an explicit concept that says that a person will go ahead. If he yoshes our the person will intentionally kill someone else. Which really means from my altar, you shall take them to die. Now, what is that referring to? So, essentially, that's referring to a kohen who kills someone. And even if a kohen who kills someone is doing the avodah, we go ahead and we take him from the base, we take him from the mizbeach, and we go ahead and we execute him. Now, we saw that it's not exactly like that. That more is as if he's about to do the avodah, we stop him from doing the avoda. If he's engaged in the avoda, we'll discuss circumstances where we let him finish the avoda. But the idea over here is that the Gemara has been establishing that it's capital punishment is docha avodas. Now, Abaye wants to say, now we've established that capital punishment is not docha Shabbos, so we should also be able to learn that capital punishment does not set aside avoda. The Kabbalah, what's the Kabbalah? Now, in general, again, avoda sets aside Shabbos, right? You do sacrificial service. You do something that service on Shabbos. Shumash Shabbos, the avoda, so on one hand, even though Shabbos is docha avoda, but yet capital punishment is not docha Shabbos. So you must therefore avoda should docha Shabbos. So that's again avoda, which is docha Shabbos. So capital punishment should not be docha avoda. That's the Kabbalah. Hello, Hasidic. So what do you? I hear the Kabbalah. I definitely hear the Kabbalah. But what do you do with the pasuk? Because the pasuk definitely that capital punishment is docha avoda. So when you look carbon yochid, the low docha Shabbos. Also, what is that talking about? When do we say the English levels? If the Kohen was involved in offering up a private sacrifice, a personal sacrifice, in that kind of case, so it's capital punishment will be docha the carbon. But in another general sense, if he's involved in other carbonos, personal carbonos, ultimately again, so it's capital punishment will not be docha that avodah, and the raya to that is because that type of carbon, a personal carbon, is not docha Shabbos. That was what we noticed. When we say that avodah is docha Shabbos, right? That avodah sets aside from Shabbos. So remember, what does that mean? What does that mean? Communal sacrifices. Like, you can't offer up your personal carbon, atas and asham, regarding the dollars, like you can't do those Shabbos. So maybe Nicholas is talking about a carbon. If we're calling these guys like capital punishment, we'll go ahead and try to intervene the first carbon, then it's equal to there. That's not Docha Shabbos either, which the Gemara says. In the Rabbi Yochanan, the Docha Shabbos, Rava says no. The truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid from a carbon. Now, what does this mean? Rava wants to suggest that even if a Kohen is offering up a private carbon, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the capital on the above 36a? My yontif shouldn't carbon yochid. So you go say now yontif is set aside by even personal carbonos. Now we're going to talk about this is a raging debate. The Rav is espousing it as fact, which is that on Yom Tov you can even offer up private carbonos. For example, again, we'll say this is actually a very important halacha because the person comes to this English for a leader, right? On Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, I will be Zochim, Master Shem, so what happens? So I have all of my personal carbonos that I have to bring, right? Dara and Zavis, different things like that. So Rav says on Yom Tov you're allowed to bring personal carbonos. So yet, ain ritzicha docha. So yet, Yom Tov, but capital punishment cannot be carried out on Yom Tov. So capital punishment can't be docha Yom Tov. So it says, Rabbi Yochanan should docha say Yom Tov. Ino din shlote ritzicha docha also. So I'll say, so essentially like this: if Rabbi Yochanan can be docha Yom Tov, right, and capital punishment is not docha Yom Tov, then capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid. Salad. First where it says that's fine, but honey so again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal carbon cannot be offered by Yom Tov. But if you hold that they can be offered up by Yom Tov, what do you do with Rabbi's culture? Ella, Amarava, boy, the man, the Amin Damas can be Yom Tov, the Hall of Kaina is Bechiklal. So let's say, so Rabbi says like this, he goes without saying that there's a being that says that independent Damas can be offered up on Yom Tov. So then again, you have a problem with understanding the concept of Inis Bechiti Kachar Alamos. Ella, Fidaman, Daman, and Damas, including Yom Tov. So according to the opinion that says that can't offer up carbonos on Yom Tov. The Sid says, Haksiv me'im misbechi. What do you do with that pasuk? To which the Gemara answers, me'im misbechi hamiyuchad. It means that if a Kohen is ahead and doing the avoda. Which avoda? So I will say, it doesn't say me'im hamizbeach tikachenu lamos. Right? If a coin is involved in avoda, you should even take it from his death to be executed. What does it say? Me'im migachenu lamos. Ultimately, again, taken from my mizbeach. So what's my mizbeach? The Gemara says tamid. My name tamid. V'amracha me'im mizbechi tikachenu lamos. So what is it exactly what the Torah is referring to? It seemed like this even if the coin was the example of my mizbeach, the carbon tamid, communal offerings, even if he's involved in communal offering, even with that, go ahead and take him from the mizbeach ultimately again to be executed. Okay, so let's say take away from all of this is that halacha l'maisa execution is not built for Shabbos and it's not the Yom Tov. It is docha avoda, so that even if you have a kohen who's actively involved in avoda and sacrificial service, and he's high the capital punishment, we will take him from the base of the judge and execute him. But that's presupposing, as we're seeing now, he has not yet started the avoda. If he's started in the middle, it seems to be that we will let him finish, then pull him out to execute. If he is engaged, but has not yet actually begun, meaning it's just for the occasion, he's ready to go, but he has not yet actually done, then ultimately we'll pull him out to execute him like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So let's remember again. If you remember, the Mishnah said like this, when it comes to when it's monetary law, so when you start telling the judges their opinions, you start with the greatest judge first, the most most highly regarded first, get his opinion, then work your way to the called the regular chapter. In Dinei Nefashos, in capital cases, we start what's called minhat. And that means on the side. The side means lesser known judges, right? The lesser. Good. The junior judge, right? Sounds very condescending, right? The junior judges, we start from them from Dinei Nefashos. It says the Gemara, let's analyze. Samarad, Ana Havai B'Minyan Be'Red. Rav says like this: I was part of the basin of Rebbe. I was part of the basin of Rebbe. Ana Havai B'Minyan Be'Red. Uminoi Diti Havamas Liberation. So listen to this. Rav said, I was part of Rebbe, and in Dinei it always started with me. They always started like they always asked my opinion first. The Gemara says, wow, but that doesn't make any sense. It says in the Mishnah that by Dinei Mamanis, we always start with the greatest of the judges, bless you. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rebbe's court. So Rav will say, it's going to point out something absolutely amazing what's happening over here. Right? Do you understand like what just occurred over here? So the Mishnah says, when it comes to Dinei Mamanis, we always start with the greatest judge when we're making a decision. Rav says, I sat on Rebbe's basin, and they always started with me for Dinei Mamanis. What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That the Mishnah, I guess the Mishnah is not, we don't follow the Mishnah, because I am not the greatest judge on Rebbe's court. Yet by Dinei Mamanis, I'm not very well, they always ask me my opinion first. Because there is a tremendous Musar Haskell in life. In life, it is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there's shame in knowing what you're not. Times we feel very inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. It's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should not. No person is everything. No person has Allah milas. No person has all the qualities. No person has necessary skill sets. No person is everything. And sometimes the most incredible thing in the path to self-actualization is not only to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that like full service. I'm a full service routine. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide. But none of us. So there's such a profundity in this, right? Rav is saying, I'm a good guy, but I also know with absolute certainty I am not the greatest person on Rebbe's basin. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person on Rebbe's basin. I just have to be the greatest Rav. Rav should be the greatest Rav. That's all people. Such an we spend so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. But I can't be. Instead, know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personalistic identity. So profound. I'm a rabbi. So what's going on over here? But the Shiloh reconcile this. So Amar Rabba, Braid Rabba, he came up, Rabbi Hillel, Braid Rabbi Valis, Shiny Minyana Rabbi, Shiny Minyana the Rabbi, the Kulu Minyana Minat Sat Halamasri. The basin of Rabbi was different. Why was the basin of Rabbi different? The basin of Rabbi was different because Rabbi was incredibly humble. So even though Rabbi obviously was the basin of Rabbi, which means who is the ranking sage on the basin of Rabbi? Well, yes, right, Rabbi. Yet in all the cases of Rebbe always started from the junior judges. That was an exercise in Rebbe's humility. Rashi says, Rebbe was exceedingly humble, therefore he always started every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judge. That's why Rav says, again, I got done Rebbe's based in and halacha l'maisa, it's always started with me. Incredible. Rabbi Braid Rabbi became Rabbi Braid Rabbalis. Most of us incredible. So now we start talking about Rebbe a little bit, and so the Gemara tells me most Moshe ad Rebbe lo matz Torah u'kedula b'makom. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until it's of Rebbe Yehuda Nasi, we never found individuals that both Torah and Kedula in one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. The Makom Echad. Rashi says, Torasan Ugdulasan Shayisrael Makom Echad. So Torah, I understand. Torah, what does Kedula mean? So Rashi says over here, She'ein Kamoso L'Chol Yisrael, the Torah Ugdula, Kigon Moshe Shaya Gadol Al Kol Yisrael, B'Malchus U'B'Torah. So what it means is like this. Kedula means authority. Kedula means authority, like Malchus. So what we might point out like this. Let's start with Moshe Rabbeinu. What was mean by Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu has this. We've seen this before. Moshe Rabbeinu had the status not only of a navi, right? He had the status of a melech. He had the status of a king. That's why Moshe Rabbeinu, interestingly enough, used chatzot. Right? When he went to the nation, they used trumpets like they would use for a king. And when he died, they put away the chatzot. Yoshua used the chatzot. So he was a melech. See, so on one hand, he was a rebbe, and he was a melech. Right? See, he was the authority, but he was only authority figure. You don't have things consolidated in the same person. This is often by design. Who's authority? Right? Right? He's Yehuda, right? Yehuda is Malchus, right? Who's spiritual? Who's Torah? Levi. Right? So it's interesting. And by the way, this is by design. That man points this out. That by design, there's often a split in what we'll call religious leadership and what we'll call like authority or political leadership. There's a split that's there. But nevertheless, you find the Ramban points out that this is what was unique about the Hanukkah story, that the Hashmonaim, who were the Kohanim, also became the kings. So whether or not that was a good thing or bad thing is an interesting historical left. Yes, but the first time it's like a monarchy in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So the Gemara just points out over here that rarely do you find an individual who has both Torah and Gedula, ranking Torah authority and also again final authority on everything else. So the Gemara says from the days, so there were two people, Moshe Rabbeinu had it, and Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi had it, and in between the two of them, listen to this. There was never another person who consolidated like these two seats of authority in one identity. It's a kind of message below. Yoshua ben Nun. Right? Yoshua ben Nun was the ranking Torah sage, and the Pashto, he was also like the Melech, he was also the king. So it's Hava Elazar. There was a lot of the Kohen Gadol. So again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. What about Pinchas? How was the king of the elders? Shaul. What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king who was going to become Chacham. So we must just put Shmuel. Shmuel died. Right? Shmuel died. Which the Gemara says, Kula Shani Kamina. It means all the days of one's authority that he had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and what we'll call absolute authority. All the days of Rebbe, he had Torah authority. He's never shared during any point of his lifetime. Quite incredible. David Hava Ira Hayi. It was Ira Hayi. He's Ira Hayi. So, of course, if you look at Rashi, Ira Hayi. The more Katan Amin and Das Master who Rabbanon Agavi Karim Kistos, David Haya Man Rosh. So he was one of David's Rebbeim, Ira Hayi. So it was rather, isn't that incredible? Even David HaMelech did not have this idea of consolidated authority, of Torah authority, political authority, or absolute authority all in one, which is incredible. So there was a point in time, there were some time that David HaMelech had both Torah and Gidullah. Kulu Shanye Kamina. It means all of the what's unique about Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe is that all of the years in which they were in a leadership capacity, they had this absolute Torah and what we'll call political authority. No one else had it all of the years of their leadership. I Baha Shlomo HaMelech, Haba Shimi Ben Gera. You were Shimi Ben Gera, Baha Kadle, but yeah, but Shlomo had Shimi Ben Gera executed. Once again, Kula Shanye Kamina. It means ultimately, again, all of the days of leadership. Again, we're looking at the unique part of Moshe and Rebbe, all the days in which they were leaders, they had this absolute authority. I ha B'chizkiah, we're talking about Chizkiah, so we learn about Chizkiah. Hava Shevna. Remember, once we just had this story just a little while ago with the siege on Yerushalayim. Shevna, remember, had even a bigger share, and even a bigger share, 120,000 people learning with him. So there was Shevna. I Baha killed. Right, Shevna was killed. Which the one says, no. Once again, Kula Shanya Kamina. Talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. But again, there was so the Gemara says, all right, Ezra also had Nehemiah. So we'll say, just again, you don't really have one person who has all of the tools at disposal. But what was unique is between Moshe and Rebbe, again, there were no two other people, right? Moshe and Rebbe were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at their during all of the years, both Torah as well as love. Between Moshe and Rebbe, no one else had it. Which I will say tells you something very important. He asked you something, and it's historic, doesn't matter to us. What is the impact of this? So there is I think that there is an incredible profundity in this, which is what it shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of the at their disposal in order to be successful. Like I said, if you notice again, so if you look at Moshe Rabbeinu, right, Moshe Rabbeinu has all the tools, right? To have that level of absolute leadership means you could control all of the pieces on the board. Right? You can control all the pieces on the board. What you begin to see is in life, you have to control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be felt and be profoundly successful. All of these other personalities, David HaMelech. So apparently, David HaMelech did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a monarchy and of the messianic law, even if you don't have all of the tools at your disposal. So often we think, or we non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization, because we think, I don't have all of the necessary ingredients, I don't have all the necessary tools, and we give ourselves a pass, right? Or we don't push ourselves as much. And here the Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, take the toolbox that the Shmuel was giving you and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I also want to add something over here. Afani Omer, most Rebbe, between the days of Rebbe and Ravashi, Lomatzinu Torah Ugidula B'makom. So we'll say, so now what we're going through is the generations over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe, we've never found two other people other than those two, but both both Torah and Gidul in one place. So the Gemara says, and now comes on Rashi. Rashi says, by the way, Ravad Bar Abba says, in the days of Rebbe and Torah and we also we never find again two other individuals who both have Torah and Gedula concentrated in one personality. Below, really? Vaha Hava Huna Bar Nasan. What about Huna Bar Nasan? To which the Gemara says, Huna Bar Nasan make of Hava Kayif Rashi. Huna Bar Nasan ultimately again was subservient to Ravashi. So you do not have Torah Gedula in one place. So again, just fascinating. Gemara take away lesson from both of these Gemaras on the Moshe to Rebbe Gemara, as well as from the Rav Gemara on the basin of Rebbe, is that halacha l'maisa, no person is everything. There are certain people maybe who are everything, the full package. Most of us are not. But take the time Baruch was giving you, know what you have, know what you don't, take what you've been given and do something great. Incredible. Let's go. So on the other hand, we're again in capital cases, we have to start from the junior judges. Now again, there's a good logic for that. What's the logic for that? In a capital case, what's going to happen if you start with the senior judge? What's going to happen? If you're a junior judge and you see the senior judge asking, in a certain way, I'm not going against that. Not in a capital case. Not in a capital case. The stakes are too high. So the problem is you'll never really end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what we do is by capital cases, we start from the junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. Says the Gemara. So where do we know this? Papa Omar, the pasuk says, "Lo sa'ane al riv, lo sa'ane al rav." It's like lo sa'ane. What is lo sa'ane al riv? So literally again, so the lashon of the pasuk is. Literally again, to get involved in a fight, lintos. So for our purposes over here, the Gemara is darshaning losne al rav. But do be careful about punishing someone who is greater than you. Rashi says over here, losne al rav, because remember, riv is written chaser without the yud. Losne al rav. Below yud, mashma lo tachlok al mufla shel bezdin. In general, it may not be the best idea to get into an argument with your judge. Again, don't put a person where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, so Marcus Rabbi Bar said to his guys, said to his men, so David said again, biblical words. Gird. It's useful in different contexts, right? Children, gird yourselves. We're getting it right. Whatever you get. So right now, what's like? With the Shemar Dashins over here, it sounds like he's actually getting ready for judgment. David is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, "Go ahead, Harbo." David HaMelech also went ahead and girded himself. So it means, what do you see from here? Girding yourself is a reference to judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, "Go ahead, judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards." Incredible. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. Good. Amarav. Shona al Tami. That's the first halakha. Right? So now we've established we just brought a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start what we call minat sad. Literally again from the side, but of course from the side meaning from the junior judges. Amarav. Shona al Tami though is done in the question. So very interesting piece. So Rav says a person could teach something to his student and then adjudicate with him even in the capital case. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Shona Adon Tamid, those 3 lines up from before it gets wide. Umarlo panim l'schus l'chova v'sochadin. V'don imo, v'nimna imo, always l'chus l'chova. Umatin hadin al piyat amr kacham. Listen to this. So it says, let's say you have a Bezdin. Bezdin is a Rebbe and his Talmud. The Rebbe can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yet the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion counted. What's the novelty here? I would have thought that if Rebbe and Talmud are on the Bezdin, it's fine by itself. But if the Rebbe's like educating the Talmud in the course of the process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud? Because obviously the Rebbe is saying, oh, to tell you everything is really chayiv. So again, it's fantastic to teach Talmud, but I don't know that teaching the Talmud is that should place in the context of a din Torah, in the Pashas or Dinei Mamas. Yet the Gemara says it's okay. Even if the Rebbe is using his Talmud how to go ahead and indicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. So the Gemara says, really? Mesvei had Tameos Ha'avu B'no Ha'rabu Tamid Modul and Shnayim. So when it comes to Peskin and Taros and Tameos, so a father and a son, or Rebbe and his Talmud are counted like two opinions. They both say. Now the truth is that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to Peskin on Taros and Tameos? What do you need? You don't need basically. You just need a Rav or a Talmud Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, so of course, the father and the son Rebbe and the Talmud to pass on Tuman Tara. The Tuman Tara doesn't need the basis. Tuman Tara can be passed by one. On the other hand, Dinei Mamanis, Dinei Nefashis, Dinei Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving lashes, Holy sanctification of the new month, the Iber Shana intercalation of the year, right? Leap year. Avu B'no Harav V'Talmido Ein Monin Lahed Ela Asvan. In those cases, if a father and son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rav just said before, right? Rav said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on him, even if the Rebbe is mamish teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Din Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. The price clearly indicates us that if the Rebbe and Talmud are sitting on a basis, whether it's monetary law or capital law, their opinion count as one. So the other days will say, you come around when Rav said the end of Talmud, their opinions are counted as two. He come around, he go Rav Kahana, the Rav Asi, the Ligmarate, the Rav Habutri, or the Safrate, the Rav Habutri. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, you're right. What are we talking about? What was I talking about? It's talking kind of Asi. Rav Asi, they need the Rebbe. Now, why do they need their Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information. But they do not need their Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where Allah for the Rebbe and the Talmud count is two, right? It makes sense. All the Rebbe is giving information, but the processing, analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rebbe and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's Allah for the again, where the Rebbe and Talmud count as one opinion. Fascinating. So the Gemara says again, the Ligmarate Rav Habutri, they needed the information from the Rebbe. Well, the Safrate the Rav but they did not need analysis. Analysis came on their own. I'm Rabbi Abel. It also says like this: Asar Dvarim Yesh Bein Gini Mount Living Nefashos. Remember again, Rabbi Abel also like this. Based on Mishnah, we saw the Mishnah really espouse 10 distinctions, 10 differences between Dinei Mamanis and Dinei Nefashos, right? 10 differences between monetary and capital law. All right, so the Gemara says, "Kulon ein noagim b'shahar niskel, chutz me'esim mishlosha." But interesting enough, I will say, none of these distinctions do not apply to a shar niskel. Again, what's a shar niskel? Shar niskel is a shar that takes someone, and therefore itself is going to be like this. So again, halach l'maaseh. Even though Shah Nisko would seem to fit in the Nefashos category, but all of the distinctions between Din and Din Nefashos don't apply to Skull, except from Esem Shlosh, except for the fact that a Shah Nisko is also adjudicated by a basin of 20. That's the halacha by basin of 23. So the Gemara says, from where do we know this? Rashi, by the way, Rashi says that Kulan Inogin within Sharnis, Galios, Shavla Dine Nefashos, Shaman Parakamon, Leinian Esmisha, Kimisas, Bailan Kaktasha. So we'll say, here's what's interesting. You said, first, is back on base of Aleph, incredible. So again, back on base of Aleph, what did we see? That Halacha Levaisa, Shah Nisko, is treated like a capital case. In other words, we treat the shark like we would treat It's like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was liable to a death penalty if he tried by a basin of 23, so to the Shara Niskal is judged by a basin of 23. But Allah from myself, that's kind of where the comparisons end. So the comparisons end. So from where do you know this? Because the pasuk says, not go ahead and literally alter or slant the judgment of the Avion, of the average person, during his fight. Mishpat and Yosfa Iyakamata, so you can't go ahead and be mad, you can't go ahead and slant the Mishpat of an Avion. About Mata Mishpat Shel Shurhan Miskal. Ultimately, again, but you can slant the judgment of a Shurhan Miskal. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi again. Rashi says, Lo Sata, Lo Ra'a Api Eidechad. So it says, remember again, what it means is Lo Sata means like this. We've seen this before. When adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of one. You need a majority. A minimum majority of 2 in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's the question of low step. Do not slant judgment of the Avion Revo. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of 1. But you can go ahead and do that for Shurhan Niskal. So in other words, what the is funny out of here is that even though Shurhan Niskal, right, the ox that's going to be killed because of someone, is treated like a capital case in certain respects. Namely, that it's adjudicated by a basin of 23, it's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So, for example, whereas normally you need a majority of 2 in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by Shniskel, you only need a majority of 1. Okay. So Rashi finishes up over here. Rashi says, right, the Ra Api Edach, and the Ba'atamata, the Chovat Dinan, Shur Api Edach, and we often come in the Kulu Maros, the Lord, he puts me up to fine. So let's go back there. So listen, 1 second. Sarah, you just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately, again, between Dine Mamanis and Dine. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So the Gemara says, Ha Tes Havu. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions. To which the Gemara says, but the Mishnah, it's not true. The Mishnah indicates 10. So why is it 9? Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, right? Which, by the way, we're going to see really who's a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case. And the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really learned out from the same source. So because those 2 are learned out from the same source, and one they're reckoned as 2, right? But they really also get as 1 because they lie from the same source. Chadi. The Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, good, fine. It's just. I take a look at Rashi. Hadar Parkinon as a people Bahai Yutian. Amar Haidi Kashiron Taz Amishun the Ina Kok Sharon. That's in the social Hadihi. The night time of Mamzer possibly giving the Pashas. So when we say that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, who we refer to, we're explaining why is a Mamzer not fit to adjudicate a capital case? You shouldn't about Iman Gimel, the Hainu Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin said, Vinasu Itcha V'Domlacha. So we're going to see, because again, the capital case is only 23. 23 is called the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are genealogically fit. We'll see this. We see that we saw this already. We'll do this again. So therefore, I'm going to say it's the same person. The same person that teaches me that I need a capital case is also the same person that I need someone who's genealogically fit, and therefore it's even non-fit. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's tempting to say that the 2 are really 1. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, but we'll say, but 1 second, there is another distinction, right? The other situation is that another person, or another distinction between Din and the Pashas and the Nomas, right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between monetary law and capital law. The Gemara wants to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital. Who are those individuals? The Gemara says, the sign here, where we go, is fascinating. Moshivim b'Sanhedrin. You can't following people cannot serve on a Sanhedrin. Which means when we say can't serve on a Sanhedrin, what does that mean? What does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we need a Sanhedrin for. I mean, in this sense, other things. Following people can't sit on a Sanhedrin. Rule, Zakeh, someone who's old, Swiss, right? Someone who's sterile, Mishin no Banim, someone who doesn't have children. So we'll say, so what's the pshat over here? What's wrong with these individuals? Take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, Zakin, Sheshachach Kivar Sar Gibur Banim, Ve'eno Rachman. So let's say someone who's old, has forgotten what it's like young children. Now, listen, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? Key quality? Like, speak that right. The key quality you need is forgiveness. It's forgiveness. Because children do stuff all of the time. And a parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience. You must get that patience all of the time. People like to say patience is a virtue. Patience is not a virtue. Patience is a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant quality because kids are doing stuff, breaking stuff at this time. And you guys have eyes. There's an eyes. Again, that's beautiful. See this little kid come into this world and so he's a big child. He must have been like 6 inches high. And he's so happy, so good. And I'm watching it. And it was like, one of those like slow motion moments. But first, the piece of chicken falls on the carpet, right? And again, it was like one of those ones also like, like the slow motion, like things like bounce up and down and up and down. And then the first item falls off. It was like the new power of like the machine. It was like, then the next thing, and this, and that. And they keep going, like, it's like, and literally, I'm ready to where are these kids' parents? This is mamish just a kid. And he abolished all his child. And he abolished all of his he was clean until about 3 minutes before, right? And again, you know what? So with little children, the most important quality is forgiveness. If the judge doesn't possess the ability to have this neediness instilled within him, then again, and it's forgiveness. It's really, maybe it's not word forgiveness. It's really understand. If you don't have that understanding, you can't be a judge. Right? In other words, the problem after some person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to be there, right? Everything has to go there. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way there has to be like this. So if you don't have that need of understanding, you're rigid, and everything just has to be the way that you want. Don't be judged, really, but don't be anything, right? Right, by the Mesa, that level of rigidity, it's not good. You can't have that. We need people who could be understanding. We need people who could be forgiving. We need people to be a little bit malleable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, the zakeh, you haven't had young kids in your house for a long time, don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too rigid, too set in your ways. It's probably not a good idea to have you on the base. Same idea. Person never had children for that time. Maybe who's the most sick in general? Who's also as in over here? Someone who's cruel. Or just cruel is even a strong word. Just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. Right? In other words, so someone again who just is very, very, very almost stoic, emotions. Again, it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment needs to be this is very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, a kid can never do this. I have to have the ability to look at things in political. I have to look at facts. Facts, divorce, that's not the truth. Nothing is the truth. Emotion has to be there for everything. So if a judge is the shtickle zari, right? He's a little different, a little bit passionate. So don't be a judge. There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, the Chilufei and the Maces, those are the exact opposite of true in America. We always see this. Right? What's a Macy's? Macy's is the guy who tries to get other people to be Ovid Avodah Zarah. So that person, we throw the book at him. So for him, he has the most cruel and indifferent judges. Or not, but you understand, for him, we don't need the understanding of the judges because remember again, the whole system is in capital cases, the system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to Macy's, right? When it comes to somebody who says that it's just the opposite. The system is there in order to indict. Okay, incredible. They say. Okay, everyone is fit to drinking monetary cases. And we'll say, what is Hakol? By the way, what do you mean everyone? Who is that going to do? Yehuda the Assyrian Mamzer. So Yehuda Mamzer, we'll say, this is not a descriptive mamzer, this is a human mamzer, right? So the idea over here is, somebody who's a typical mamzer, so even he's not fit for capital cases, right? Because remember again, capital cases